Chapter 95, The Blood Stain on the Chest. When she got into Huang Dexing's car, Anran found out that Tong Wengai was the one treating her to the dinner. To his surprise, Xiao did not follow him this time. It was no wonder that she had said some strange things at the entrance of the washroom. The dinner was set at a Chinese restaurant with a good environment. When they arrived, Tong Wengai had not arrived yet. Huang Dexing asked the waiter to order the dishes first, but he told the kitchen to wait for the notice. In addition, he also ordered a bottle of Maotai. When Anran heard the price, she stared at it in shock. Tong Wengai had come alone. When he saw Anran, he was a little stunned. He looked at her with an indescribable strange expression. Huang Dexing warmly invited him to take a seat. "Director Tong, have a seat, have a seat. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend the meeting. It's an honor, an honor." Anran also stood up and smiled at him politely. "Director Tong." Tong Wengai smiled at Anran, then shook hands with Huang Dexing before sitting down. Huang Dexing turned his head and gestured for Anran to inform the waiter to serve the dishes. Anran got up and went out, but the waiter wasn't outside. She searched along the corridor, and only saw the waiter when she was about to reach the hall. She asked him to inform the kitchen to serve the dishes immediately. When she returned, Huang Dexing and Tong Wengai were chatting and laughing about something. Anran smiled and nodded at them, then sat down in her seat. In fact, Huang Dexing's purpose for asking Tong Wengai out for dinner today was very simple, and it was just to win him over. Since it wasn't easy to start from Su Yicheng, he could only find another opportunity. Tong Wengai was originally the director of Jiangcheng's construction bureau. Now that the city had decided to develop a new technology city, although they needed to find a general person in charge, this was not something that could be done by one person. There were too many interests involved in this, so there would naturally be a lot of people assisting him. Tong Wengai was in charge of construction, so there was no harm in roping him in. The dishes were served very quickly. Huang Dexing and Tong Wengai chatted while drinking, talking about current affairs and politics, and then talking about the development of the technology city bit by bit. Tong Wengai had been in this position for so many years, so he had naturally met all kinds of people and things. He was well aware of the significance of tonight's dinner. They didn't say too much, only saying 7 points, leaving room for people to guess. However, based on the words he left behind, Huang Dexing could naturally guess the meaning of his words. Anran only smiled at the topic they were talking about and didn't respond. When Huang Dexing spoke, he would always talk about Su Yicheng, either intentionally or unintentionally. Anran only smiled and said that Su Yicheng was too busy, and that he wouldn't tell her too much about work, so she didn't know anything. The meal lasted for more than 3 hours. When the three of them came out, it was almost 9 o'clock. Tong Wengai and Huang Dexing had both drunk, so their cars were left in the parking lot. Anran said goodbye to the two of them and walked to the side alone. She called Su Yicheng, wanting him to pick her up, but the phone rang for a long time, and no one picked up. She frowned and called him again, but still no one picked up. "Why didn't you answer the phone? Where did you go?" Anran muttered. "Should we call Special Assistant Su?" "Ah." Anran was a little frightened and exclaimed in a low voice. Behind him, Tong Wengai had already come over. At this moment, he was looking at her with a smile. "Did I scare you?" Tong Wengai said apologetically as he looked at her. Anran laughed dryly and shook her head. "No." Huang Dexing took the lead and left in a car. Tong Wengai, who was supposed to leave as well, saw Anran on the phone, so he walked over. "Chief Tong hasn't returned yet. Are you waiting for the driver to pick you up?" Anran asked politely, the smile on her face deliberately trying to keep her distance. Looking at her, Tong Wengai's expression was a little strange, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to open his mouth. In the end, he looked at her and shook his head lightly, saying, "I drank a little too much at night, so I wanted to stand and get some fresh air." Anran nodded, thinking about how to make an excuse to leave. Just as Anran was thinking about leaving, Tong Wengai, who was next to her, looked at the neon lights on the street in the distance and said indifferently, "You look so much like your mother." Anran looked at him in a daze and didn't say anything because she didn't know what to say. Feeling her gaze, Tong Wengai turned his head to look at her. When he looked at her, his eyes were filled with more affection than before. He looked at her as if he was looking at his own child. He asked softly, "Your mother must have had a hard time these years. What do you want to say, Bureau Chief Tong?" And Ran looked at him and asked. Only then did Tong Weng feel that he had lost his composure. He quickly turned around and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing." Ayn Rand didn't know what he was hiding from her, but she didn't want to have too much contact with him. There was always a sense of fear in her heart, and she felt that it was better not to figure it out than to figure it out. He only said indifferently, "My mother was very happy. Although her family was not rich, my father treated her very well. He doted on her a lot. I think she was happy." "Happy? Is that so?" Dong Weng said indifferently. After a long time, she slowly said, "Your father is a good man." Ayn Rand nodded. "My father is not only a good husband, but also a good father." Then, she looked at him and said, "Continue to enjoy the breeze, Bureau Chief Tong. I'll go back first." As he said that, he turned around and walked towards the taxi that was parked at the side. "Ayn Rand," Tong Weng called out from behind. Ayn Rand turned her head and looked at him in confusion. "Is there anything else, Chief Tong?" Tong Weng looked at her. He opened his mouth to speak but stopped. In the end, he laughed bitterly and self-mockingly, shook his head, and only said, "Be careful on the road." Ayn Rand looked at him for a while and nodded lightly. "Yes." Then, he opened the car door and sat in the car. He told the driver the address and asked him to drive immediately. In the car, Ayn Rand called Suya Cheng again, but no one picked up. In the end, Ayn Rand gave up, guessing that he might still be in the shower, so she texted him to tell him that she had already taken a taxi back and sent it to him directly. The neon lights outside the window flickered, and the whole city was showing off her beauty. The car slowly stopped in front of the building in the community, then he paid the fare and got out of the car. He pressed the elevator and went upstairs. The elevator at night was much more free than it was during the day. He didn't wait and arrived directly. When he stopped on the 10th floor, he came out of the elevator and walked towards the apartment. At this moment, the door of the apartment was half closed. The light inside reflected the dim light outside. Puzzled, Ayn Rand pushed the door open and entered the room. The living room was a mess, and the table was covered in the remnants of the cake cream on the coffee table. Something on the floor seemed to have been broken. Ayn Rand stared at it for a while before she recognized the broken pieces as the blue and white porcelain vase that had been placed next to the TV stand. Ayn Rand's first thought was that a thief had broken in, but this guess was immediately denied, because there were no signs that the door had been pried open. The living room was in a mess, but the cake on the table was thrown so hard that it was unrecognizable. There was also a small amount of water on the floor due to the broken vase, and the roses were scattered all over the floor. In addition, Ayn Rand also saw Suya Cheng's phone on the floor. There were 5 missed calls, and 3 of them were from her. One of the other 2 calls was from Yi Zaiwen while the other was from the landline in the courtyard. "Suya Cheng," Ayn Rand called out softly, avoiding the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. She walked straight into the house while shouting, "Suya Cheng." There was no one in the study, no one in the master bedroom, and no one in the bathroom. Ayn Rand also didn't find anyone. Ayn Rand didn't know where he had gone. He even left his phone at home. Even if she wanted to call him, no one would answer. Ayn Rand was a little flustered. Everything in the house made her a little scared. She didn't know what had happened tonight, but she couldn't find anyone in the house. Sitting on the sofa, Ayn Rand's heart was pounding with worry. It took her a while to calm down, and Suya Cheng's phone rang at this time. It was a call from Yi Zaiwen. When the call connected, Yi Zaiwen said bluntly, "Ah Luo, why didn't you pick up when I called you just now? I'm at Charming Night right now. Do you want to come out and give me a chance to buy you a drink? I want to wish you a happy birthday." So it was his birthday today. That's why he told her to go home earlier. Was the cake on the table for his birthday celebration? And Rand thought to herself. On the other end of the phone, Yi Zaiwen didn't hear Suya Cheng's answer for a long time. He couldn't help but reach out to look at his phone to make sure that he didn't call the wrong number, then said, "Ah Cheng, are you still there?" After she came back to her senses, Ayn Rand replied faintly, "I'm Ayn Rand." On the other end of the phone, Suya Cheng was obviously stunned for a few seconds before he realized that Arjun was already married, so it wasn't strange to hear another woman's voice over the phone. "Did Luo go out for dinner with you tonight?" he asked again. If that was the case, then he really valued his lover over his friends. Anran looked at the mess on the ground and said, I don't know what's going on either. I just got home and saw that the living room was in a mess, and Suyu Cheng was not in the room. Yi Zaiwen was stunned. She was a little surprised by this answer. Where did he go? Wasn't it his birthday today? He didn't tell you. I don't know. Anran was just about to say something when she heard someone asking for the key to open the door. She turned her head and looked at the door in a daze. Suyu Cheng opened the door and came in, looking a little tired. He pinched his sore eyebrows with one hand and held the suit jacket he had taken off with the other. A few buttons of his white shirt were unbuttoned at the chest, and the sleeves on his wrists were rolled up high. In addition, Anran noticed that there seemed to be something on the chest of his shirt, a large patch. She didn't say anything more to Yi Zaiwen and hung up the phone. Anran stood up from the sofa and called him softly, Yu Cheng. It was only then that Suyu Cheng noticed Anran in the room. He was stunned for a moment before he smiled at her. You're back. Anran nodded and handed the phone to him. I did call you and text you, but you didn't come, so I took a taxi back. Upon hearing this, Suyu Cheng touched her face apologetically and said, I'm sorry. Something happened last night and I didn't have time to take my phone when I went out. What happened? Why did the family become like this? Anran looked around the house, then turned her head to look at him in confusion. She noticed that there was a stain on the front of his shirt. When she walked closer, she saw that it wasn't an oil stain or anything else, but blood. Why is there blood? Anran was shocked. She quickly pulled him over and checked him up and down. Are you hurt? What would have blood? What exactly happened that night? Why was the house in such a mess? Even if it was his birthday, he shouldn't have been so violent. Suyu Cheng reached out to steady her shoulders and calm her down. He looked at her steadily and said, I'm not injured, and the blood on my body isn't mine. Don't worry. Hearing this, Anran finally relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. After a while, she looked at him and asked, then what's with the blood on your body? Also, why is the house in such a state? Yi Zaiwen just called to say that it's your birthday today. What happened? Suyu Cheng pulled her to sit down on the sofa and briefly told her what happened that night. It turned out that today was his 32nd birthday. He had originally wanted to go out for dinner with her, but he did not expect her to have a dinner appointment that night because of work matters. In reality, he was not a romantic person. On his birthday, in the past, he would just go out with Yi Zaiwen to find a quiet place to have a drink before going home to sleep. However, this year was different. Another woman had appeared in his life this year, and this woman was very important to him. She was the person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. In the future, he would spend his birthdays with her every year. So, even though it was a pity that she couldn't come back earlier to have a good meal with him because she had work, he still went to the cake shop to buy a cake when he came back from work. He thought that it would be good to at least have a piece of cake with her at night. While waiting for her to come back, he did not stay idle. He went back to the study to deal with a few documents that he had not had time to deal with in the office in the afternoon. In fact, the municipal party committee had been a little busy these few days. Next month, the Anzi project of Technology City would be fully launched. At that time, a bidding office would be formed, and the municipal party committee would publicize and attract investment to the outside world. Everything would be fully launched. According to Secretary John's words, the provincial office had already approved his appointment. The document would be ready in a few days. By then, he would have a lot of things to do. Just as he was dealing with the document seriously, the doorbell rang. He didn't know who would come in at this time. Actually, when he walked out of the study and saw Ling Lan standing outside the door through the peephole, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't open the door immediately. He didn't welcome her arrival, or perhaps he planned to just leave the room without opening the door and let her feel that there was no one in the room. However, Ling Lan didn't seem to be so easy to answer. The doorbell continued ringing for a long time, but he still didn't open the door. Thus, she directly used her hand to knock on the door, shouting from outside, "Aluo, I know you're home. Can you open the door?" Suyu Cheng felt a little helpless. He didn't want to attract any strange looks because of her, so in the end, he still opened the door and let her in. Ling Lan smiled and looked at him. She raised the cake in her hand and said sweetly, "Aluo, happy birthday." He stared at her for a long time without reaching out his hand or saying a word. He just looked straight at her. Ling Lan felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, and her hand was a little sore from holding the cake. She looked at him and said a little coyly, "Luo, my hands are very sore. Aren't you going to take them?" Su Cheng just looked straight at her and said with a blank expression, "Ling Lan, can't we not be so bored? What's the point of doing all this?" Ling Lan was a little embarrassed by his straightforward words, but she quickly reacted. She put down her hand with a dry smile and carried the cake into the living room. She placed the cake on the coffee table in the living room and opened the box as she said, "I know you don't like sweet things, so I bought hazelnut cake that isn't very sweet." As she spoke, she cut a piece of the cake with the plastic knife, placed it on a paper plate, and handed it to him. She smiled and said, "This cake won't be very sweet. I tried it when I bought it. You'll like it." Looking at him, Ling Lan's eyes held a hint of pleading as she said, "Can you have some? It's your birthday today. I know you don't like to celebrate your birthday, but just have a small bite, okay?" Su Cheng looked at her and shook his head helplessly. "Ling Lan, you should go back. I will celebrate my birthday, but not with you." With that, she turned around and walked towards the study. "Did you say that you're going to spend it with Jiyu Anran? But you don't know anything about your birthday, right? Also, I know that she won't be home at night," Ling Lan said from behind him. Su Cheng turned his head and looked at her. His gaze was so sinister that it made people shiver. He stared straight at Ling Lan and said in a low and unhappy tone, "You followed Anran?" Ling Lan turned her head and didn't look at her. She only said indifferently and pitifully, "I didn't, but I know she's not here at night. I didn't want to ruin anything between you two, so I picked a time when she wasn't here because I didn't want her to misunderstand that there's something going on between us. If Anran were here today, I definitely wouldn't have come up, but she's not here today. I came up here only because I wanted to spend your birthday with you. That's all." Upon hearing this, the expression on Su Cheng's face didn't change much, and he simply said, "No need, you can go back." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the study room. Behind him, Ling Lan looked at him. The cake in her hands fell to the ground with a swoosh. Tears welled up in her eyes and flowed out. Why didn't you give me a chance? Do I have to go to the 18th level of hell just because I made one mistake?" Upon hearing this, Su Cheng stopped in his tracks and didn't turn around. "I really love you. Ever since I was young, you've always been the only person I liked. I was too lonely that time. You didn't come back to see me for so long. When I went to look for you, you kept saying that you were busy. I didn't know if you were really busy or if you didn't want to see me because you always treated me indifferently. I felt so insecure." Ling Lan slowly opened her mouth and explained everything that had happened that year. "That day, I was having a big headache because of the shop renovation. During that period of time, you almost never contacted me. That day, Juhan came to look for me. I said I wanted to drink, so he went to buy a dozen bottles of beer. The two of us just drank like that. I didn't know why things turned out this way. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, but I always thought of him as you. However, it was only until you appeared at the door that I realized how wrong I was. I really don't know what happened." As she spoke, Ling Lan half squatted on the ground, her face buried in her palms, and she cried pitifully. Su Cheng didn't look back. In fact, he had always been concerned about this matter, but when he heard her mention it again, he didn't feel the heartache at all. It turned out that time really was the best antidote, and after a long time, he would forget it. What's the point of bringing up the past? You and I can't go back to the past. I have my own life now, and I'm very satisfied with it. Su Cheng only said this lightly. "Let's go back. It's getting late, and I don't want anyone to misunderstand." With that, he headed straight for the study room without looking back. Just as Su Cheng entered the study room, before he could even close the door, he heard bang 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 from outside. It sounded like something had been smashed. Hearing this, Su Cheng came out of the study and saw that on the floor of the living room, the blue and white porcelain vase was shattered, and the cake on the coffee table was also smashed into pieces. Ling Lan looked at him hatefully and roared at him in excitement. "Why didn't you give me a chance? How is that Jiyu Anran better than me? I've been with you for more than 10 years. Do you want to sentence me to death just because of that one mistake? Was the punishment given to me in the past 7 years not enough? What else do you want me to do? Suya Cheng looked at her coldly and simply said, "It's too late, Ling Lan. We shouldn't live in the past. You're no longer the Ling Lan of the past, and I'm no longer the Suya Cheng of the past. Time is changing, and people are also changing. Why should we cling on to the past? Stubborn. Heh, I've loved you for so many years. Even after being separated for 7 years, you're the only one in my heart, and now you're telling me not to be stubborn. Suya Cheng, how could you be so cruel to me?" Ling Lan shouted at him. She was very emotional. Suya Cheng only looked at her from a distance and didn't go forward. After a long time, seeing that she had calmed down a little, he said lightly, "Let's go back." Ling Lan looked at him. Suddenly, she grabbed the broken piece of ceramic on the ground and pressed it against her wrist. She smiled and said to him, "If you don't want me, then what's the point of me coming back from America?" As he laughed, he ruthlessly cut the shard off his wrist. Blood gushed out from the wound. Upon seeing this, Suya Cheng cursed in a low voice, "Damn it." She hurriedly ran towards her. Ling Lan half leaned into his embrace, a smile on her lips. However, her expression was pained as she said, "You don't want me anymore, so why do you have to keep me alive?" Chapter 96, Moving, New House. Anran looked at him in a daze. After a long time, she asked, "How's Ling Lan doing now?" She didn't expect so many things to happen that night. "It's nothing serious. The wound isn't deep, just a few stitches. He's staying in the hospital for observation now. I'll call Mei Ling to inform him," Suya Cheng said lightly. She was a little tired. She leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes, feeling a little powerless. Anran touched his face. Although she didn't know what he was feeling right now, she could understand his helplessness at the moment. She said softly, "Go and take a shower." Suya Cheng opened his eyes, looked at her, and smiled at her. "I'm fine." Anran nodded. "I'm going to clean up the house. You go take a shower first." Suya Cheng didn't refuse. He leaned over and pecked her on the lips. In fact, he was a little tired tonight as he walked toward the bathroom. Anran cleaned up the broken pieces of porcelain on the floor and the cake on the coffee table. When she was done wiping everything, Suya Cheng still hadn't come out. She went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, which contained the cake that Suya Cheng had bought. She glanced in the direction of the door and closed the door. He took out the noodles from the cupboard, washed the pot, poured some water, and turned on the gas. In fact, the Jiyu family was a more traditional family. Their lifestyle was more Chinese. They used to celebrate their birthdays at home, but they rarely ate cake. No matter who celebrated their birthdays at home, Lin Xiaofen would always prepare a bowl of longevity noodles. She would sprinkle a lot of eggs, minced meat, and add some rice wine that she brewed at home. The noodles smelled especially fragrant. When Suya Cheng came out, drying his hair with a dry towel, he happened to smell the faint scent of wine. However, since they didn't have any specially brewed rice wine at home, Anran added the cooking wine used for cooking this time. Although it didn't smell as good as the rice wine, it didn't taste as good. After putting the noodles aside, Anran took out a few eggs from the refrigerator and poured some oil into the pot. She scattered the eggs in the pot and turned off the fire before the egg liquid completely solidified. She cooked the eggs with the remaining heat. The eggs that were beaten this way were especially fresh and delicious. After everything was done, Anran took out the pot and sprinkled the egg water on the noodles, letting the egg flour cover the entire surface. She placed the noodles on the bar counter and looked up to see Suya Cheng standing in front of the bar. She smiled at him and pointed at the noodles on the bar counter. "Come over quickly. You can skip the cake for your birthday, but you must eat noodles." Suya Cheng also smiled, went up to the bar counter, sat down, took the chopsticks from her hand, and took a bite of the egg. The egg was soaked in soup, and when put into his mouth, it had a faint aroma of wine. It seemed that he had never eaten birthday noodles on his birthday ever since he moved out of the house. Every year, his mother would call him to go home, but he was always delayed by this and that. He was either going to the grassroots or going to meetings, and by the time he came back, it was already too late. He was so tired that he didn't want to move. He didn't drive back to the quad. After a long time, his mother also knew the special nature of his work and didn't say anything more. However, she would still call him every year to tell him that his birthday was coming soon. "Is it good?" Anran looked at him with her big eyes, full of expectation. Suya Cheng looked at her and nodded with a smile. He picked up a piece of egg and put it in front of her mouth, signaling her to open her mouth. Ayn Rand smiled and swallowed it. She said, "In the past, my mother would always cook longevity noodles for my birthday at home. After a long time, I got used to this taste." As she spoke, Ayn Rand seemed to have recalled something, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Then let's go to Mom and Dad's house one day. I'll go find Mom and secretly learn from her. Then, I'll cook for you every year on your birthday." Suya Cheng continued, his tone natural and without the slightest bit of embarrassment or discomfort. Ayn Rand froze and looked at him. After a while, the smile on her face became even sweeter. Suya Cheng looked at her and also smiled. He lowered his head and continued to eat his noodles. In fact, his stomach was full, and he had lost his appetite because of Ling Lan's incident just now. However, this bowl of noodles, which couldn't be considered delicious, was especially delicious to him. The faint aroma of wine flowed between his teeth, and he had the illusion that this was the best bowl of noodles he had ever eaten. After eating the noodles, Ayn Rand stayed in the kitchen to clean up the dishes, while Suya Cheng went straight into the study to sort out the documents that Ling Lan had interrupted earlier. When he rushed out of the study, Ayn Rand had already taken a shower and was sitting on the bed. She was holding a foreign architectural magazine in her hand and was seriously reading and learning about their extremely unique architectural styles. Suya Cheng went to the other side of the bed, reached out, and let her lean on his shoulder. He held her and accompanied her to read the architectural magazine that he didn't recognize. Ayn Rand looked at it very seriously, and she seemed to be mumbling something. When he had sent Ling Lan to the hospital just now, he had seen her leaning into his embrace. He had seen her pale face as she slowly lost consciousness. As he watched, he actually couldn't find a single bit of heartache in his heart. He only felt worried for someone he knew. After 7 years, he didn't know why Ling Lan had suddenly returned. If he really wanted to redeem something, why would he wait for 7 years? Perhaps he really should talk to Juhan. In fact, no matter what the reason was, no matter when she came back, he didn't care. You could say that he was cold-blooded or heartless, but back then, he had watched them cheat in front of him naked. It was impossible for him to forgive them as if nothing had happened and then be with her again. He didn't think that he could be so generous. In fact, she had to admit that he was a ruthless and decisive person. Once he let go, it was impossible to look back. In the past, he had automatically ignored the thousands of good things that he had thought of others. He had never liked to drag things out, in the past, and still. Yichin? Suya Cheng snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at Ayn Rand, who was in his arms and staring at him blankly. "What are you thinking about?" Ayn Rand asked. She called him several times, but he didn't come back to his senses. Suya Cheng shook his head with a faint smile. "It's nothing. Are you done looking?" Ayn Rand didn't ask any more questions. She yawned delicately and only said, "I'm so tired, I have to get up early for work tomorrow." As she spoke, she was about to drag her body down. Suya Cheng lay down with her. Her head was resting on his hand, and he laid his other hand on her slender waist, allowing her to adjust her position to a comfortable one and lie in his arms. He looked at her face. Her eyelashes were long and curled, and her eyes were slightly moved. He slowly closed his eyes and kissed the center of her hair. He matched her breathing and prepared to sleep with her. Just as Suya Cheng was about to fall asleep in a daze, he heard Ayn Rand say in a daze, "Happy birthday, hubby." Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng's tired and heavy eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the person in his arms, who had a faint smile on her face, and then laughed out loud. After laughing, he retracted his hand and pulled her closer to him. When she woke up the next day, Suya Cheng had already finished his morning exercise and was preparing breakfast in the kitchen as usual. Ayn Rand lifted the blanket and got out of bed. Out of habit, she walked over to the wardrobe and opened it, only to find that her usual clothes for work had all been put into the duffel bag on the side of the wardrobe, and the clothes she was going to change into today had been taken out and placed on the bedside table. Ayn Rand washed up, changed her clothes, and rushed out of the room. Suya Cheng had just picked up the poached egg from the pot and placed it on their plates. When he saw her coming out, he smiled and asked her to come over for breakfast. While they were eating, Suya Cheng told her to try her best not to work overtime tonight and that he would pick her up from work. They were going to move to their new house that night. Ran had no opinion and nodded. In fact, after 2 days of continuous discussion with engineer Chen, the two had basically reached a consensus. As long as they followed the drawing and implemented the original plan, they could ensure the quality of the implementation and make good use of time. Then, everything could be prepared in the scheduled time. In addition, the effect model had also been arranged to be produced by the factory, and the model was expected to be out tomorrow or the day after. In the afternoon, Huan Dexing brought a girl with him and introduced her to everyone as a new colleague. She was about the same age as Ling Lin. When Ling Lin saw her, she seemed to be stunned and a little surprised, and her expression didn't look good. Huan Dexing gave a brief introduction, only saying that the girl's name was Chen Cheng. She wasn't very beautiful, but her eyes were particularly bright and full of life, adding light to her not-so-outstanding face, making it impossible to ignore her. Huan Dexing continued, saying that Chen Cheng was a freshman who had just graduated from university last year. When she was in school, she had won many domestic awards. When she was in school, she was poached by a famous construction company in Shenzhen, but she gave up that opportunity for personal reasons. Now that she had joined Jingcheng, she would be the most powerful reserve force for Jingcheng in the future. Ran wasn't really interested in this kind of people, and she was even more skeptical about Huan Dexing's words. After all, Ling Lin was the first example, so when Huan Dexing asked Huan Cheng to follow her, Ran didn't have much hope for this girl's abilities. In the office, Ran handed her some of the past building records and documents of the company. She only said lightly, "You should familiarize yourself with some of the cases in the company over the next few days. I'll let you get used to the smaller cases in a while." Chen Cheng reached out and took the documents from Ran's hands. She smiled and said, "Actually, I don't think it's useful for me to look at the company's past cases, because they're all other people's works, not my style." As he spoke, his expression was filled with confidence. Ran was a little surprised to hear her say that. She put down the document in her hand and looked up at her with an inquisitive look in her eyes. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chen Cheng continued, "But I'll still drive seriously because I want to find the shortcomings in it so that I can avoid the same type of case next time. If designer Jiu doesn't have anything else to say, I'll take my leave." Ran only nodded and said indifferently, "You may leave." When Su Cheng got off work in the evening, he showed up at the company's lobby on time and happened to meet Huan Dexing, who had just come out of the building with him. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, and Huan Dexing still enthusiastically invited him to a date. Su Cheng only smiled and said that he had been busy recently and would see him again in a while. Then, he said that he had something to do that night and left with Ran in the car. Sitting in the car, Ran watched Huan Dexing's face slowly shrink in the rearview mirror until it was only a dot in the end. She said with a little emotion, "Director Huang, you're so patient." Su Cheng only smiled faintly. In fact, in his current position, he had seen too many people like this. Almost all of them wanted to pull some connections, and it was not strange for them to pester him even more. They didn't go home right away. Instead, they went to a Western restaurant with a good environment. Before celebrating their move, they prepared to have dinner there. The business here seemed to be very good. After sitting down for a long time, the waiter only brought them 2 menus when they just sat down. After that, no waiter came to order for them for a long time. Fortunately, the environment here was better. There was a piano in the hall, but there seemed to be no loudspeaker prepared. The background music of the restaurant was all played by the piano, and it had a different charm and artistic conception. "May I ask if the two of you can order now?" A waitress walked towards them. She seemed to have run over and was panting. Ran was just about to open her mouth to order, but when she raised her head, she couldn't help but freeze. The waiter was none other than Chen Cheng, who Huan Dexing had introduced to her that afternoon. Chen Cheng couldn't help but be surprised. She was also a little surprised to meet Ran here. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled at them professionally. "What do you two need?" Ran also came back to her senses, nodded, and ordered a vegetable salad and spaghetti for herself. Su Cheng, on the other hand, ordered a serving of seafood risotto and thick soup. After Chen Cheng left, Su Cheng looked at her and asked Ran lightly, "Do you know each other?" From their expressions, it was obvious that they knew each other. "She's an intern who just arrived at our company. She's with me now, but I'm not sure why she's here. The company has rules that she's not allowed to go out for part-time jobs," Anran said doubtfully. Suya Cheng nodded slightly and didn't ask anything. The dishes were served quickly, but Chen Chen didn't come up to greet them. By the time the two of them came out of the restaurant, it was almost 8 o'clock. Suya Cheng said that he had already packed all the things that could be packed, so they only needed to carry their bags and directly move in at night. Anran didn't have any object irons. She nodded and went back to the apartment with him. It was really convenient. They only had 2 bags of clothes and things, but there were a lot of books and documents. However, Suya Cheng said that there was no hurry and that they only needed to take away the important things that were in urgent need at the moment. As for the books and magazines, they could come back and pack them up when they had time. After all, the house was only empty and not for sale. In fact, the distance between the new house and the apartment wasn't too far. It was a 15-minute drive. Of course, this was only calculated by car. If it was a distance, it was still a little far. However, the new house was in the same area as Jingcheng's, and it was only a 5-minute walk from Anran's company. Anran was carrying their clothes, while Suya Cheng was carrying a large box containing the documents and information that he and Anran needed. It was also on the 10th floor, but compared to the 2 apartments over there, this one had 1 unit on each floor. Anran opened the door and went in. The lights weren't turned on, so the room was dark. It was different from what she had imagined. Although it was a new house, Anran didn't smell any paint at all. On the contrary, there was a faint fragrance. As they stepped in, the lights at the entrance were voice-controlled, and the lights were turned on as soon as they stepped in. It was dim, but it gave off a warm feeling, but it was not glaring. In the dark, Anran could vaguely see the layout of the entire house. The living room was right at the entrance. Compared to the last time she came, the sofa, TV, and other furniture were all prepared. Suya Cheng put down the box in his hand and reached out to turn on the switch attached to the wall. It seemed to be the main switch, and as soon as he pressed it, all the lights in the living room, kitchen, and other places were turned on, illuminating the whole house. In fact, it was still the same layout as last time, but everything was already prepared. The beige sofa and the curtains on the balcony were also beige, but they had a light yellow gauze curtain with handmade flowers embroidered on it. The workmanship was very exquisite, and the beautiful tassels wrapped the curtains. Through the gauze curtain, Anran could see the lounge chair and small coffee table on the balcony. She put down the things in her hands, and Anran was a little attracted by the balcony. She walked over, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window, and went out. The balcony seemed to be much larger than she had imagined. Not only did it have a recliner and a coffee table, but there was also a hanging swing on the other side of the curtain. There was a special planting trough around the balcony fence, in which there were many flowers and plants that Anran didn't know the name of. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful," Anran exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. She liked the design. It was very beautiful and idyllic. Behind her, Suya Cheng rushed to hug her from behind, his arms wrapped around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder, and he gently asked in her ear, "Do you like it?" Anran nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. She could already imagine how comfortable it would be for her to enjoy the afternoon breeze and sunlight while reading a book and pouring herself a cup of sweet macchiato on a holiday afternoon. "In the future, we can sit here and have tea and chat when we have free time." Suya Cheng held her and gently shook their bodies, his voice light and distant. She slowly placed her hand on his large palm that was wrapped around her lower abdomen and nodded lightly. "Yes." Anran smiled. She was satisfied and happy. The two of them stood on the balcony for a while before returning to the house. The bar counter was designed to connect the living room and the kitchen. Compared to the last time, there was only a rough outline. This time, the bar chair, the lamp hanging from the bar counter, and the wine cabinet filled with all kinds of wine in the kitchen really did have the atmosphere and taste of a small bar at first glance. Suya Cheng let go of her and asked, "Do you want to drink?" "What?" Anran raised her eyebrows and asked, "Is it to celebrate our moving?" Suya Cheng nodded his head. "Are you satisfied with your new home?" "I like it very much," Anran replied with a smile. She sat down on the high chair in front of the bar counter, rested her chin on her hands, and asked with a smile, "Do you have any nice-looking and tasty cocktails?" Siya Cheng furrowed his brows in frustration and spread his hands helplessly. "There's only good red wine here." Anran thought for a moment. "Okay, I'll take the red wine. But if it doesn't taste good, I won't pay. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Siya Cheng turned around and took out a bottle of 1986 dry red wine from the wine cabinet. He placed the wine glass in front of her, opened the bottle, and slightly sobered her up. Then, he poured the wine for the two of them, swirled the wine in the glass, and gently put it to his nose to smell the wine. After a while, he lifted his glass and took a sip. Then, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the taste of the wine in his mouth. Anran wasn't particular about the wine. Even if she followed his movements, she couldn't taste the good or bad taste of the wine at all. He looked at him with a slightly distressed expression and said, "It's not good." Siya Cheng smiled, walked out from behind the bar, stood in front of her, raised his head, and took a sip of the wine in his glass, then looked at her with a smile. Anran didn't know what he was doing and looked at him in confusion. What are you doing?" Siya Cheng was still smiling, then he leaned over and covered her lips with his. He passed the wine in his mouth into her mouth and kissed her. Anran's eyes widened, and she didn't know how to react for a moment. By the time he realized what was going on, her entire face was red. She wanted to push him away, but he held her tightly, and she couldn't use any strength. The wine in her mouth flowed down her throat. She had never tried to drink like this, and she couldn't describe what it felt like. Siya Cheng kissed her for a while before letting her go. Anran didn't seem to have swallowed all the red wine. When Siya Cheng let go of her, the wine in his mouth slid down the corner of her mouth. This situation was so enchanting that it was somewhat bewitching. Siya Cheng couldn't help but lean forward and kiss away the wine stain on the corner of her mouth, then pressed his lips against hers and asked, "Does it taste better?" The voice was suppressed to the point of hoarseness, and in this ambiguous atmosphere, it was slightly provocative. Anran seemed to be frightened by him, and she didn't react for a long time. Finally, she swallowed her saliva, pushed him away, and asked, Is this how you teach others how to taste wine?" Siya Cheng smiled and nodded. His hand gently caressed her red and slightly hot face, and he said in a low voice, "Only to you." His voice was hoarse and magnetic, charming and enchanting. Anran looked at him fixedly and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. In addition to her saliva, there was also a faint smell of red wine. The red light from the chandelier under the bar shone on her face, giving her a misty glow. The atmosphere suddenly rose, and the two of them were tightly surrounded by an ambiguous atmosphere. Siya Cheng held her face and kissed every corner of her face, her eyes, her eyebrows, her nose, and finally her lips. His enthusiasm came very quickly. Before Anran could react, he had already aroused the desire hidden in the deepest part of her heart. Anran didn't know how she had been carried into the room. She didn't even have time to see this new room last night. When he woke up again, it was already morning. The two of them seemed to have been a little crazy last night, so it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, but Siya Cheng didn't go for his morning exercise. Instead, he was still sleeping lightly in the big bed in the bridal chamber with Anran in his arms. Suddenly, the phone on the bed rang, waking up the two people who were hugging each other. The sudden ringing of the phone made Anran jump, and she sat up on the bed reflexively. Siya Cheng sat up next to her, gently hugged her, and said, "It's fine, it's a phone call." He reached for the phone on the bedside table and picked it up. Before he could speak, Chin Yoon asked in a loud voice, "Arjun, are you and Anran not at home? I've been ringing the doorbell for a long time, but none of you have come out." Chapter 97. I didn't say I won't give birth. When Chin Yoon came over from the apartment and rang the doorbell again, Anran and Siya Cheng had already finished washing up and changed their clothes. Siya Cheng was in the bedroom, and Anran went to open the door. When Chin Yoon saw her, she couldn't help but smile. She looked at Anran and said, "Come, let Mom take a look. Why haven't you gone back to visit for so long? Your father, grandfather, and I have been talking about it." Anran only smiled obsequiously. "Ye Cheng and I will be busy for the next few days. After this busy period is over, we will find time to go home and see you and Dad." All right, all right, all right." Chin Yoon nodded her head repeatedly. "When we get back, Mom will make you something delicious. You're just too skinny. Anran quickly smiled. Mom, come in and say it. When the two of them entered the room, Suya Cheng happened to come out of the bedroom with a half-done tie hanging around his neck. Mom, why didn't you call us before you came? Suya Cheng said as he put on his tie. If you don't come to see me, then you won't allow me to see my daughter-in-law. Chin Yun rolled her eyes at her son and turned to Anran. She immediately put on her most kind smile and said, Anran, don't you agree? Anran laughed dryly, then turned around to look at Suya Cheng without saying anything. That's not what I meant. You see, I haven't had the time to inform you about my move. I was just afraid that you would take a day tour like this morning. Suya Cheng said with a smile. Chin Yun laughed and scolded, you're such a sweet talker. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew you were going to take a day tour and move? I think you probably don't welcome me here. He turned to look at the decoration of the house and nodded. Speaking of which, I think the decoration of your house is much better than your previous one. Your previous one was either black or white, cold and just like your personality. If it were me, I wouldn't be used to it either. As he spoke, he turned to Anran and said, Anran, don't you agree? Anran smiled but didn't say anything. She looked at Suya Cheng, only to see him shrug helplessly. As they joked, Chin Yun finally remembered the purpose of her visit today. 2 days ago, someone had sent her a wild pheasant. Yesterday, she had specially boiled it into soup. She knew that the two of them were busy with work and probably wouldn't have time to return to the courtyard, so she had sent them the chicken soup that she had boiled the entire night. She was afraid that if she was late, they would all go out to work and she wouldn't be able to meet them. However, she didn't expect that after ringing the doorbell for a long time, no one would come out to open the door or call the landline. She only heard the phone ring, but no one picked up, so she called Suya Cheng's phone. However, they didn't expect that they would move so unluckily. Anran is just too thin. I heard that this chicken soup is especially nourishing for the body. Anran, you have to finish it all. Mom had to stay up all night last night and only took it out of the pot this morning. As Chin Yun spoke, she poured out the excitement in the thermos bottle and handed it to Anran. Here, drink it while it's hot. Anran couldn't refuse, so she had to take the soup from her hands. Although she hadn't eaten anything in the morning and was a little hungry, she had never had such greasy food so early in the morning. Thank you, Mom. Suya Cheng touched his nose and said sourly, Mom, are you washing your daughter-in-law and forgetting about your son? Chin Yun turned around and said matter-of-factly, the wife is to be loved. The son's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. He just needs to be trained. Mom, you're too biased. After they got married, Suya Cheng felt that his status in the family had plummeted. In the past, when his mother called, she would always be concerned about him, but now, almost every time she called, she would ask about Anran, whether she had lost weight or gained weight, whether she was tired, and whether her work was hard. She rarely asked him about it, and he once wondered if this was still his mother. Chin Yun looked at her son in annoyance and said, What do you know? I used to count on you to get me married. Now that we're married, I still need Anran to give me my eldest grandson. Of course, I have to treat Anran better. As he spoke, he didn't forget to turn to Anran and say, Right, Anran. Yes, yes. Anran only laughed dryly, unable to say anything. She really hadn't thought about the child, but she also knew that she and Suya Cheng were not young anymore, so it was only natural for the elders in the family to be worried. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng touched his nose and muttered, If I didn't work hard, Anran wouldn't have been able to give birth to the child. In the end, I'm the key. You brat, you dare to not work hard. Chin Yun widened her eyes and looked at her son with a threatening look. He actually dared to stop her from carrying her eldest grandson. He was simply too much of a bastard. Cough, cough. Anran choked on the soup in her mouth. Cough, 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 cough. She coughed so hard that her face turned red. Aya, how could you be so careless? Chin Yun patted her back as she spoke. Come, let's calm down first. Anran quickly shook her head. I'm fine. It was unknown whether it was because she had choked on the chicken soup or because of what they had just said, but her face was as red as a ripe red apple. Sigh, your face is red from choking, and you still say you're fine. Chin Yun's heart ached for her as she said that. Her hands kept caressing her back. Suya Cheng chuckled. Mom, he said, Anran didn't choke on the soup. She's just shy. Anran rolled her eyes at him and said, I didn't. Chin-Yun was stunned for a while before she realized what Su Yu-cheng meant. She turned around and looked at Anran suggestively, saying, yeah, what's there to be embarrassed about? We're all family, Mom, she said. Anran was a little embarrassed. I didn't. Chin-Yun chuckled and didn't expose her. Looking at her stomach, she pulled her hand over and asked with a smile, Anran, you've been married to Arjun for a while. Do you think you're pregnant? Mom. Anran's face turned even redder. What the hell was this? She had been married to Su Yu-cheng for less than 2 months, so how could it be that they had been married for a while? Anran couldn't take it anymore and turned to look at Su Yu-cheng for help. Su Yu-cheng naturally understood the meaning in her eyes, so he stepped forward with a smile and pulled her into his arms. He looked at his mother and said, Mom, you're too anxious. Anran and I have only been married for less than 2 months. No matter how soon we get married, it's impossible for us to get you a grandson immediately. Even if we get pregnant, it'll take 10 months. 10 months of pregnancy. Chin-Yun caught the main point and looked at Anran. Anran, you really have one. Anran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? She felt like she couldn't explain herself, as if she couldn't explain herself. Mom, Anran isn't pregnant. We're just making an analogy, Su Yu-cheng said to help her out. Chin-Yun furrowed her brows and asked bluntly, do you guys use birth control? Anran was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. She turned her head and buried herself in Su Yu-cheng's arms. She really felt that she was too ashamed to face anyone. Su Yu-cheng thought for a while, then said seriously, no, I didn't. Have you checked at the hospital? Chin-Yun closed in step by step. Su Yu-cheng shook his head again. No. Then that's it. You've been married for almost 2 months, and you're both normal. It's not strange if you have a child. Chin-Yun said, when I was pregnant with you, I didn't know for the first 2 months. One day, I fainted for no reason in the hospital and gave your father a shock. After a checkup, I found out that I was pregnant. So, maybe Anran is already pregnant. Why don't you go to the hospital in the morning for a checkup, Anran? Chin-Yun was a little anxious, but she couldn't be blamed. Back then, she had been looking forward to her son's marriage day and night, but her son had a grudge against their relationship because of what happened in the past. He let her say all kinds of good and bad things. He asked people to find many girls, but she didn't look at them. He was already in his 30s, and she thought that he might be single for the rest of his life. However, he surprised everyone and brought back a wife. Although he didn't hold a wedding, at least they had collected their marriage certificate. The 2 of them were legally married. Moreover, after they got married, their relationship seemed to be sweet. They had just let go of that big matter, and now something else was happening. Several families in the quad that were old Su's comrades' families were already full of children and grandchildren, while they were prepared to be alone. Even when her son got married, he did not bring his wife back to the quad many times. Therefore, she had been looking forward to her son's wedding. Next, of course, she had to look forward to the 2 of them giving birth to a fat grandson for her as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would feel very uncomfortable if the old ladies in the courtyard kept holding their grandchildren and walking around in front of her. Mom, I didn't. Anran's face was so red that it could almost bleed. Mom, that's enough. If you keep talking, Anran will really cry. Su Yu-cheng laughed and patted Anran, then said, besides, it's still a working day, and Anran and I have been quite busy recently. We really don't have time to go to the hospital. What if there really is one? Chin-Yun didn't give up. Although she knew that she was a little too impatient, it wasn't impossible. I just had my period a few days ago. Anran buried her face in Su Yu-cheng's arms and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Chin-Yun finally gave up. After a moment of silence, she smiled and said, even if he's not here this month, he'll probably be here next month. Anran blushed with shame. How was she supposed to reply? She didn't know if they would really come next month. They didn't have the final say in this kind of thing. Seeing Anran like this, Chin-Yun stepped forward, smiled, and took her hand. She patted it gently and said, Anran, don't be fooled by Mom's words. Mom is really anxious. Arjun isn't young anymore, so it's reasonable for her to want a grandson at my age. Besides, while Mom is still young, I can help you take care of your child. If you think that the child is troublesome and that it will affect your work, you can leave the child in the quad and let me take care of him for you. You can come over to spend the weekend with the child. That's fine too, don't you think? Anran laughed dryly as she looked at Chin Yoon. The heat on her face had not subsided, and her face was still very red. She laughed dryly and replied, Mom, I didn't say that I wouldn't give birth, but this matter also depends on fate. It's not something that can be done just because we say so. Chin Yoon was relieved to hear her say that. She was anxious. Other than wanting grandchildren, she was also afraid that Anran would say that she didn't want to have children. People nowadays couldn't be compared to the past. When she watched TV, there were a lot of things about dinks and so on. Even that D*MNED girl Yu Jiao kept saying that she wouldn't have children in the future, saying that she would grow old quickly after having children. Also, if she was pestered by children, she wouldn't be able to live as freely as she was now. These words almost drove her to death, but fortunately, Anran didn't say that she didn't want to have children. Ha, I was too anxious. Look at me. I'm so anxious that I can't even keep my mouth shut. That's right. Children also depend on fate. When they're supposed to come, they'll come. You can't be anxious. Chin Yoon said with a smile. Suya Cheng looked at his watch and said, Okay, Mom, it's getting late. Anran and I are in a hurry to go to work. Why don't we go first? Chin Yoon looked at her watch. It was indeed getting late, so she quickly said, Arya, it's getting late. Hurry up and go, don't delay your work. I'm going back too. I still have to go to Yijiao's place to take a look. Both of you siblings will have to worry. I don't know what happened to Yijiao before. She came back crying and didn't say a word when I asked her about it. She left the next morning. Yijiao? Suya Cheng frowned. All right. Hurry to work and don't be late. I'll put the chicken soup in the refrigerator for you. Remember to warm it up when you come back tonight. As Chin Yoon spoke, she took the bowl of chicken soup from the table and went to the kitchen. He suddenly thought of something and turned to them, saying, By the way, Anran, when do you think your parents will be free? It's necessary to arrange for the two families to meet. Last time, it was delayed because of Arjun's matter, and after that, your father is busy with the drill. But now that the drill is over, and Arjun's illness has been cured, when will you arrange for us elders to meet? Grandpa has been talking about this these few days. He said that not having a wedding is already impolite enough to your parents, so this meeting is still necessary. Anran nodded. Okay, I'll tell my parents. In fact, her parents had also mentioned it, but she had been busy recently and had been pushed away. However, now that the design of the manor had been completed, and the sample house was going smoothly, everything was on the right track, and he would not be as busy as he was a few days ago. Suya Cheng went to the study and took out their briefcases. Anran's face was still slightly red, but it was much better than before. She went to the kitchen and said to Chin Yoon, Mom, we'll be leaving now. All right, be careful on the road. When they got into the car, Anran's face was still very red. Suya Cheng glanced at her in amusement and said jokingly, You're still shy. Anran glanced at him angrily, then turned her face away and looked out the window. She was already thin-skinned, so she couldn't bear to say anything. Suya Cheng started the car with a smile and drove smoothly on the road. After a while, he faintly muttered, I don't remember you having your period a while ago. Upon hearing this, Anran turned her head to look at him, and the blush on her face that had faded suddenly reddened again. She looked at him, too embarrassed to say a word. Suya Cheng smiled and said with a wicked heart, Don't you think Mom is right? As he said this, he looked at her stomach suggestively. Are you really pregnant? Anran turned her head in anger and embarrassment and said in a muffled voice, That part of mine is abnormal to begin with. Ha. Suya Cheng laughed out loud, and he was in a good mood. Anran, on the other hand, looked outside gloomily. Her face was very red, and her entire body was a little hot. Even the wind blowing in from the window couldn't reduce the heat on her face. After laughing, the car soon arrived at the entrance of Anran's company building. Anran reached out to open the door and was about to get out of the car in a fit of pique, but Suya Cheng grabbed her hand with one hand. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at her and asked seriously, Anran, do you feel any pressure? Anran looked at him in a daze. It took her a while to realize that the pressure he was talking about was Chin Yoon forcing her to have a child. She fell silent for a moment, then looked at him and asked, "If I say I didn't, would you believe me?" Suya Cheng smiled faintly, rubbed her small hand with his big palm, looked at her, and said with a serious expression, "If you don't want to, we can take it slow. Don't mind what Mom said this morning. I won't force you. I just want you to be happy." Anran only felt warmth in her heart. In fact, his words were enough. She held his hand, shook her head, and smiled faintly. "How can we not care about Mom? She is your mother, my mother-in-law, and our elder. We naturally have to care and consider her thoughts. Besides, her thoughts are not wrong, and they are all reasonable. I guess anyone would think the same." And, as she spoke, Anran lowered her head slightly and smiled faintly, but there was a hint of shyness in her smile. "And what?" Suya Cheng asked. Anran raised her head and looked at him. "I didn't. It's not that I don't want to have children. I'm willing to have children for you." Suya Cheng stared at her for a long time before he smiled faintly and pulled her into his arms. He stroked her head and gently whispered in her ear. "Thank you," he said. He didn't know how others would react when a woman said that she was willing to bear a child for him, but he was excited and grateful at the moment. Anran let him hold her. She slowly raised her hands and gently hugged him. A smile hung on her lips as she said in a low voice, "But I don't have the final say in this. We still have to let nature take its course." Suya Cheng nodded and smiled. "Then I'll work hard every night from now on." Upon hearing this, Anran's face turned red again, and she pushed him away angrily. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but now that he had said it, she felt her whole body ache. "You still have the cheek to say it? I don't see you being so quiet now." She had once wondered if their marital life was too frequent. Some time ago, she had even specially searched on the forum, and some people said that couples in love could do it 3 to 4 times a week, but she and Suya Cheng had sex almost every night, which was a little too frequent. Suya Cheng laughed out loud, looked at her stomach, and said shamelessly, "The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrade, you still need to work hard." Anran's face reddened, and she glared at him. Then, she opened the door and got out of the car. Before she got out of the car, she scolded him angrily, "Pervert." This made Suya Cheng, who was in the car, laugh out loud, and he was in an exceptionally good mood. Anran quickly walked into the company building. She didn't turn back to look at him, but her face was still red. Thinking about what he had just said, she couldn't help but smile. It was both angry and funny. Such a serious person actually knew how to speak dirty words. From the elevator to the office, Anran took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and patted her slightly hot face before she entered the office. "Good morning, Sister Gu." At the front desk, the office girl greeted her with a sweet smile. "Morning." Anran responded with a smile. When she reached her office and was about to go back to her own office, she saw Chen Cheng sitting quietly in a corner alone, looking at the documents she had given her yesterday. She remembered seeing her in the restaurant last night. Anran walked over to her and knocked on her table. When she raised her head, she said lightly, "Come to my office." Chen Cheng nodded in a daze. She made a mark on the document in her hand, then closed the document and followed Anran into her office. Anran put her briefcase aside, motioned for her to sit down, and turned on the computer. Chen Cheng sat down in front of her. Before Anran could say anything, she said, "I know I've violated the company's rules, but I worked at the Western restaurant before I came here. When I came here to work, I already asked the manager to resign, but the manager said that they couldn't find anyone at the moment and hoped that I could do it until they found someone to replace me." Anran looked at her, nodded, and said, "It's not unreasonable to say that, but I hope you won't delay your work in the company because of this." "I know," Chen Cheng replied firmly. Anran nodded and handed her a document on the table. "This is the case I worked on before. The design plan is in the document. Take a good look at it in the morning, and in the afternoon, you can go to the construction site to take a look and help me see the progress of the project. Is there a problem?" Chen Cheng reached out and took it. She said with confidence and certainty, "No problem." Anran nodded. "Then you can go out." Chen Cheng nodded and left the room. Anran watched as she closed the door and disappeared out the door, then looked away. In fact, she had modified the drawing, and there were a few parts where the proportions were wrong. The purpose of doing this was just to test her. Because of what she said yesterday, she was so confident that she wanted to see how strong she was. If it was really as Huan Dexing said, then she would help Ah Hong, but if it was the second Ling Lin, then there was no need to. At noon, Anran had just finished eating when the effect model was sent to her. It was faster than she had expected, and it was very beautiful. Just as Anran was carefully looking at the model and facing it against the design, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar foreign number. Anran frowned. Her intuition told her that this was a call from a salesman, who was speculating in real estate, shops, stocks, and gold. It seemed that the current housing prices were so high that the rich couldn't live in all the houses, and the poor didn't have any houses to live in. It was all driven by these people. She immediately rejected the call. She did not want to waste her energy dealing with such a person. However, the other party seemed to be very patient. After she hung up, the phone rang again immediately, as if he was going to call her until she answered. Anran pinched the space between her eyebrows and picked it up helplessly. Without waiting for the other party to speak, she said directly, "If you're trying to sell a house or a shop for me to invest in, then I'm sorry, I'm in this line of business. But if you want me to invest in the stock market, I'm sorry, I don't like such speculation." The phone was so stunned that it took a long time before laughter came through. It was as melodious as silver bells. Anran was stunned when she heard this. She took out her phone and looked at it. It was still that unfamiliar number, but she couldn't remember the voice wrong. With uncertainty, he probed, "Lin Li? Lin Li? He, NZ, why didn't I know that you picked up your phone in such a special way?" Lin Li said with a smile on the other side of the phone. Upon hearing this, Anran felt her nose turn sour, and a warm stream seemed to be about to rush out of her eyes. She quickly looked up at the ceiling and forced the tears in her eyes back. After a while, she said hatefully, "Lin Li, you still know to call me." She had gone back, but her phone had been turned off for a few days. When she called again, it had become an empty number. She didn't know the number of Lin Li's hometown, so she had no news about Lin Li at all. She didn't know who to ask or where to get information from. Lin Li, who had returned home, seemed to have evaporated from the world. "Didn't I call you? Don't be calculative," Lin Li said over the phone. From her tone, she seemed to be in a good mood. "Oh right, this is my new number. Remember to save it so that the next time I call, it won't be the number that I used to advertise." "Yes." Anran nodded and asked worriedly, "How have you been? Do I look like I'm not good?" Lin Li smiled and said, "Some time ago, my parents took me out for a walk. In fact, I've thought a lot during this time. Some things really can't be forced. If I can't do it after spending 10 years, why should I spend more time being stupid?" During this period of time with my parents, I realized that they had really aged. Even though their white hair had been dyed black, it still kept popping out. But for my sake, I made them worry about me at such an old age. It's really too much. Even if it's not for anything else, I have no reason not to get well quickly for my parents. I've always been stuck in a dead end, but now that I've come out of it, it feels pretty good. My life in the past revolved around Chengshan, but now I can think more about my own feelings and my parents. Anran sighed softly. She didn't know if Lin Li had really recovered or if she had said it well, but from her tone, she was at least much better than when she had left. Perhaps what Ziya Cheng said was right. People always had to go through some things before they could really grow up. Lin Li's life had been too smooth, so she could always maintain a child's heart and always distinguish right from wrong. This could be considered an inevitable price to pay for his growth. Although this price was very painful, it was also profound. "NZ, let me show you my new hairstyle. It's short hair that I really like," Lin Li said excitedly. Her joy could be heard from her words. "All right," he said, and Ran nodded and agreed gently. The two hung up the phone, and in less than a minute, Anran's phone notified her of a multimedia message. In the photo, Lin Li's long, classic-looking hair had been cut short, and it only went past her ears. Her black hair had been dyed a light yellow, and the new hairstyle made Lin Li look completely different. She no longer had the temperament of a classic beauty from before. She was more fashionable and playful. In the photo, she was smiling very happily, and that smile was happiness from the truth. There was a line of small words at the bottom of the picture, pretty. Pretty? You must say it's pretty. I refuse to say it's not pretty or average. Anran chuckled, took her phone, and replied to her seriously. As she had wished, she said, very beautiful. It was good to cut her hair. She could cut off her longing for the past and cut off the shadow of others in her body. She could be her real self again and live her own life. The two of them chatted a little more through text messages, and it ended when Mother Ling called Lin Li out for dinner. Anran looked at Lin Li's photo on her phone for a long time before she put her phone back into her pocket and carefully checked the sample model and the drawing again. Just as Anran was checking, Xiao Xiao and Ling Ling came in after eating. Xiao Xiao glanced at Anran, then wriggled her way into her office with some disdain. Ling Ling, on the other hand, didn't return to her seat. Instead, she stepped forward and stood in front of Anran, staring straight at her. Anran raised her head, looked at her, and responded faintly, "What's the matter? Did you know that my sister committed suicide?" Ling Lin looked at her fixedly, her gaze as if she wanted to tear her apart and eat her up. Anran nodded lightly, "I know. Don't you feel guilty at all? He committed suicide because of brother Yicheng, and it was in your house." Ling Ling criticized. "Guilty?" Anran didn't understand. "Why should I feel guilty about other people's stupid actions?" she asked. She even felt that Ling Lan's excuse of suicide was laughable and not worthy of pity at all. She wasn't even responsible for her own life, so what love was there to talk about? He was just finding a very far-fetched excuse for his own unwillingness to accept the outcome. "That's because you snatched brother Yicheng away," Ling Lin said hatefully. "You are not worthy of brother Yicheng at all. You are not beautiful enough, and you don't even have a good background. If you are with brother Yicheng, you are simply a brother Yicheng who is above you." Anran checked her emotions on the last detail, then put away the design in her hand. She glanced at Ling Lin indifferently. "I can't deny that what you said is true, but so what? You." Ling Ling couldn't say anything for a moment, and could only stare at her with wide eyes. "Even if I'm not here, there's someone else. It was impossible between them 7 years ago. Do you think it's possible now?" Ling Lin didn't say anything. Of course, she knew that her sister and Su Yicheng had no more chances, but she couldn't accept it. She had waited for 7 years, and in the end, she had gotten the advantage. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Anran didn't look at her anymore. She took the design and went straight to her office. Ling Lin stood there and watched her back disappear around the corner of the office corridor. Because of her unwillingness, her hands were clenched tightly. She turned to look at the model of the sample room on the table, and a trace of calculation flashed in her eyes. Chapter 98, Not Working Hard Enough. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after she went to work at noon, someone knocked on Anran's door. Without looking up, he said, "Come in." Chen Cheng pushed the door open and came in. She stood in front of her and placed the drawing in her hand on Anran's table. She said, "If this is a test, then the questions might be too simple for me. I've already found the mistakes and fixed them. In addition, I've also made some changes to the original design. I think my design will make the master bedroom have better lighting." Anran raised her head and glanced at her. She reached out to pick up the document on the table and flipped through it. Indeed, the places that she had deliberately made mistakes before were all marked out, and the design of the master bedroom and the living room were drawn in a different scale. It looked like Huang Dexing wasn't exaggerating this time. At least this Chen Cheng wasn't like the previous Ling Lin, who was only an embroidered pillow that looked good but had no use. It seemed that her so-called award wasn't just for show. However, she seemed to be a little too conceited. It was good to be confident, but overconfidence wasn't a good thing. She placed the drawing back on the table, looked at her, and said calmly, "You can indeed make the lighting in the master bedroom better by modifying it like this." Hearing this, Chen Cheng smiled confidently, as if Anran's answer was within her expectations. But without waiting for her smile to completely spread, Anran pointed to the drawing on the table and continued, "With this layout, the lighting in the master bedroom will be better, but the lighting in the living room will be 60% dimmer. The entire living room is the front of the house, so the front is dim, and the house won't stand out no matter how you look at it. On the other hand, with my previous design, although the master bedroom will be slightly dimmer, it won't be darker than 30% of your modifications." After weighing the pros and cons, Which one do you think is better? Chen Cheng was taken aback by her words. She looked at the drawing on the table again and looked at it seriously. She had to admit that Anran was right. Although the lighting in the master bedroom was not the best, this proportion was the best overall effect. Any more questions? Anran asked. Chen Cheng raised her eyes and looked at her. She pursed her lips and shook her head. Anran nodded. If there's no problem, she said, then take this modified drawing and go to the construction site to see the progress of the project. I know. Chen Cheng nodded in agreement and then turned to leave. Now that they had moved, they were indeed much closer to the company. At night, Suyu Cheng didn't need to come and pick her up. It was only a 5-minute walk back. In addition, there was a large supermarket near the community, so it was quite convenient for him to go to the supermarket after work and buy the ingredients for the evening. He carried the groceries home and went straight to the kitchen. Just as she was about to go to the bedroom to change out of the suit she was wearing today, she opened the closet in the changing room and realized that it was empty. It was also at this moment that she remembered that they had just moved the things up and placed them in the living room last night. They had not had the time to tidy up at all, and then behind them, thinking of last night, Anran's face turned red again. Stinky Suyu Cheng. He cursed in a low voice, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. She picked up the luggage from the living room and sorted their clothes into different categories before placing them in the closet. The wardrobe here was twice as large as the other apartment, and the clothes that they didn't have much to begin with made the wardrobe even more empty. Just as Anran was about to finish tidying up, she suddenly touched the bundle of bright silk fabric at the bottom of the bag. There wasn't much fabric left in the sexy nightgown, and Anran's small face suddenly turned red. She looked at the ball of cloth in her hand and had the urge to facepalm. Suyu Cheng actually brought this sexy underwear over. Looking at this, she couldn't help but think of their first time. Anran's face was as red as tomato sauce, and her whole body suddenly became hot. What are you looking at? Behind her, Suyu Cheng was already standing at the door, looking at her with a faint smile. When did you come back? Anran was startled by him, and she subconsciously stuffed the sexy underwear in her hand onto the bed and covered it with the thin quilt. I just arrived, Suyu Cheng said lightly, then looked behind her and asked, what are you hiding behind you? No, Anran said quickly, feeling guilty. She quickly got up and walked over to him, saying, I bought the ingredients when I got off work, but I don't know how to cook. You should cook dinner tonight. As she spoke, she pushed him out of the master bedroom. Suyu Cheng laughed. He didn't miss the bright rose-red corner of the bed that was exposed under the thin quilt, but he didn't intend to expose her. He followed her to the kitchen and turned to look at her helplessly. He pointed at the suit he was wearing and said, Anran, you have to let me change my clothes first. Anran stared at the suit for a long time before she looked up at him and said in a spoiled manner, I'm hungry. Suyu Cheng was really a little defeated by her. He patted her head affectionately, took off his suit jacket, and let her hold it. Then, he directly put on the apron hanging in the kitchen and looked at the ingredients Anran had bought from the supermarket before getting off work on the glass counter. He quickly allocated the ingredients in his mind, thought about the dishes to be made that night, washed the pot, and did all the preparations. His movements were very skilled and meticulous. Anran sighed softly and left the kitchen. When she walked into the living room, she happened to see a large box of documents and materials on the side. It was the books and materials that Suyu Cheng had packed from home yesterday for the two of them to use. She turned to look at Suyu Cheng, who was busy in the kitchen, and wanted to take advantage of the time he took to prepare dinner to sort out the information about the two of them and put it in the study so that it wouldn't be a mess when she looked for them in the future. Seeing that Anran was fiddling with the box of books and documents in the living room, Suyu Cheng stuck his head out of the kitchen and said, Anran, leave it here first. When I'm done, I'll move it to the study. It's fine, I can do it. Anran refused. She couldn't let him do everything. If she did that, she would feel useless and couldn't do anything. The box was quite heavy, and it took Anran a lot of effort to drag it from the living room to the study. She panted a little, and it took a while for her to calm down. Anran took out all the books from the box and placed them on the desk. Then, she divided the books into different categories and placed them on the large bookcase behind the desk. Then, there were some drawings she had drawn before. They were rolled up nicely and had not been broken or torn. She placed the design drawings directly into the basket. At the bottom were some documents and information, some of which were hers and some of which were his. After dividing their things, he placed them on their desks. Her documents were mainly about the works that had won awards in domestic and foreign architectural design competitions. These were all worth studying and researching. On the other hand, Suya Cheng's documents and information were mostly official documents from the government, notices, opinions, and the like. They were all densely packed with words, and it made people have no desire to continue reading. Ayn Rand packed up her things and placed them on his desk. She didn't expect that such cumbersome things would be stacked up so high. The last thing she took out from the paper box was a dark yellow document bag. The opening was not sealed properly, so Ayn Rand didn't pay attention when she took it and accidentally flipped it upside down, causing everything in the document bag to fall out, and the information inside scattered all over the floor. Actually, it would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that it was scattered all over the ground. There were only 4 or 5 pieces of A4 paper inside. He bent down to pick up the paper on the ground, and only after flipping it over did he see the contents clearly. It was a personnel file, and she also recognized this person. It was Tong Weng-ai. It clearly recorded some of Tong Weng-ai's situation after he started working, but it did not record his basic information before he joined the work in detail. It turned out that he wasn't a native of Jiang City. He came to Jiang City after getting married. His hometown was a small county in the south of Zhejiang province, and that county was Lin Xiaofen's hometown. The file also recorded Tong Weng-ai's education situation before he started working. What made Ayn Rand feel that it was a coincidence was that the manager and process of his education were actually the same as her mother's. Even the place where the two of them had cut the queue to go to the countryside was the same mountainous area. There was also a photo of Tong Weng-ai when he was young on the file. It could be seen that he was also considered a graceful and talented person when he was young. His white shirt made him look particularly scholarly, very elegant, and handsome. Ayn Rand, time to eat. Suya Cheng had already prepared dinner and called Ayn Rand out to eat. I'm here, yes, Ayn Rand replied. Then, she put Tong Weng-ai's file back into the folder and turned to leave the room. Suya Cheng had already arranged dinner on the bar counter, and he handed Ayn Rand the chopsticks in his hand. Ayn Rand thanked him in a low voice and then sat down on the high chair. Suya Cheng's cooking skills were really good, and the dishes he made were comparable to those of a chef in an ordinary restaurant. However, Ayn Rand didn't have much of an appetite that night. She stirred the rice in her bowl, but she didn't seem to lose any of it. Suya Cheng glanced at her, then picked up her favorite piece of fried eggplant with soy sauce and put it in her bowl. Ayn Rand was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and smiled at him, but she didn't pick up her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Suya Cheng put down his bowl and chopsticks and called out softly, "Ayn Rand." For a moment, she did not react. After being stunned for a few seconds, she raised her head and looked at him in a daze. What? Didn't you say you were hungry? Why aren't you eating? Suya Cheng asked as he looked at the food in her bowl. Ayn Rand laughed dryly. Yeah, I'm so hungry. As she said that, she quickly took a few mouthfuls of food, as if to prove that she was really hungry. Suya Cheng looked at her for a long time, but he didn't expose her lies. After a while, he picked up the dishes and continued eating. After dinner, Ayn Rand took the initiative to ask to wash the dishes. Suya Cheng didn't refuse and only nodded slightly, then he left the kitchen. When he entered the study, he looked at the books and documents that had been sorted out and placed. He didn't see anything wrong with them. He frowned slightly. Just as he didn't understand why Ayn Rand's emotions had suddenly changed, he happened to catch a glimpse of the dark yellow file on the table. He suddenly remembered what was in the file and immediately understood most of it. He opened the document bag and took out Tong Weng-ai's information. Some time ago, he had specially asked Secretary Zheng to find Tong Weng-ai's information. Later, he had taken it home after looking at it. This time, when he moved, he had coincidentally brought this document in. Ayn Rand must have just read the information. In fact, that day, Ayn Rand had asked him to check on Tong Weng-ai. There wasn't much information in this file. It was just some extremely normal and basic information about his life. He had even specially hired someone to investigate Tong Weng-ai's past before he joined the workforce. From there, he had also found out about his past with his mother-in-law, Lin Xiaofen. There were some things and some truths that were better left unsaid. In fact, there was no point in pursuing past matters. There were some results that he didn't want to know, so he didn't plan on letting Anran know. As long as he was living well now, why should he care about the past? When he came out of the study, Anran had already washed the dishes and placed them in the disinfection cabinet for disinfection. His expression was a little solemn, as if he was thinking about something. Suya Cheng stepped forward and hugged her from behind with a faint smile. He whispered in her ear, "What are you thinking about?" Anran shook her head. "Nothing. I saw Tong Wengai's file in the study." He carried her from the kitchen to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Anran was silent for a while before she nodded and replied, "Yes. Tong Wengai and Mom came from the same place, and they cut the queue at the same place, right?" Suya Cheng asked deliberately, "How did you know?" And Ran was a little surprised that he even knew her mother's information. "Didn't you ask me to look up Tong Wengai's information for Mom?" "So, before I got Tong Wengai's information, I looked at Mom's information," Suya Cheng said frankly. Anran nodded and asked in a low voice, "Then, do you think Mom and Tong Wengai a couple?" Suya Cheng finished her unfinished sentence. Anran nodded. Every time she saw her mother's excitement when she saw Tong Wengai, she thought that the relationship between her mother and Tong Wengai must have been complicated. "So what if I am? Isn't this normal?" Suya Cheng looked at her and asked. Anran was stunned. "That's right. Even if they were a couple, there was nothing abnormal about them breaking up in the end. They came from the same place, and they might even be classmates. They might even be in the same place when they went to the countryside to jump in line. After spending so much time together, it was not strange for them to develop feelings for each other. Everything was normal, wasn't it? But she still felt that something was strange. Even if a man and a woman met again after they had broken up, her mother should not be so afraid. She always felt that her mother was hiding something from her, and this seemed to have something to do with her. Seeing that she was lost in her thoughts, Suya Cheng softly called out, "Anran." Anran came back to her senses and shook her head lightly. She smiled at him. "Nothing." Suya Cheng looked at her for a long time, then sighed softly and said, "Anran, the matters of parents are the matters of the elders. Whether it's feelings or other things, it's not good for us to get involved. Right and wrong are not for us to judge. So, let's not worry about things that we shouldn't be involved in, okay?" Anran looked at him for a while. In fact, Suya Cheng was right. No matter what kind of relationship Tong Wengai had with her mother in the past, or why things had become like this, none of it mattered, and it wasn't something she could interfere with. Besides, her mother and father were living well now, and everyone was doing well. That was enough. "Yes." She looked at him and nodded heavily. "I understand." Seeing this, Siyu was finally relieved. He touched her hair affectionately and pinched her small and delicate nose. Anran withdrew from his arms, her gloominess gone. "I'm going to take a shower first." Suya Cheng nodded. "Go ahead." After watching her disappear behind the door, Suya Cheng got up and took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. He took a glass and poured himself a glass. He walked to the balcony with the wine in his hand. The apartment was located on the most prosperous street in the center of River City. One could have a panoramic view of the entire River City. Suya Cheng smacked his lips and looked at the neon lights of the entire city. Such a night was indeed beautiful. His phone rang. It was Mei Ling. He didn't need to answer to know what Mei Ling wanted to say. Today, Mei Ling had called him, saying that he wanted him to go to the hospital to see Ling Lan. He said that Ling Lan had used a hunger strike to force him to see her, but he had rejected it. He didn't have the responsibility to pay for her willfulness and lack of self-respect. The phone rang for a long time, but Suya Cheng still chose to pick it up in the end. He didn't have the habit of avoiding things. He always believed that when it came to matters, especially relationships, he couldn't be sloppy or ambiguous. When it came to things that should be made clear, he shouldn't avoid them. "Hello, Mei Ling." Suya Cheng picked up the phone and spoke in his normal tone. "Chen, can you come to the hospital? Ling Lan really wants to see you." Mei Ling's voice seemed to have aged a lot, and his tone was pleading. "Mei Ling, I'm sorry, but I won't be going. If a person's life is not something he is willing to cherish, then even if I go this time, what about next time? What about the next time?" I don't want to be entangled in this issue anymore. After all, I'm a married man and I have to be responsible for my wife. I will consciously keep a certain distance from other women, Siya Cheng said calmly without a trace of warmth. Ah Luo, even if Uncle Ling is begging you, Ying Luo hasn't eaten anything for a day. Although he had initially said that he wanted to cut off all father-daughter ties, she was still his biological daughter. This time, when Siya Cheng called to say that Ling Lan had committed suicide, he had almost lost his old life from the shock. Now, seeing his daughter lying on the hospital bed without a drop of water in her body, her entire face pale and bloodless, how could he not feel heartache? Uncle Ling, I'm really sorry. I no longer have anything to do with Ling Lan. I won't visit her. If she insists on doing this, then I can only feel sorry for her. Siya Cheng refused decisively and said, I'm sorry, Uncle Ling. An Ran called me. Also, I would like to ask Uncle Ling to stop calling me about Ling Lan. I don't want Majia to have any misunderstandings about this. Then, without waiting for him to reply, she hung up the phone. He raised his head and finished the wine in his glass. After standing on the balcony for a while, Siya Cheng went straight back into the house and put the glass into the sink. When he returned to the bedroom, Anran happened to be drying her hair and rushing out of the bathroom. Because she had just taken a shower, her entire body was still slightly pink, and she looked very beautiful. Anran flipped through a magazine while drying her hair. Siya Cheng looked at her with a faint smile on his lips. He didn't look good, but he felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart when he saw her sitting here. He reached out and took the towel from her hand, taking over her work. Let me do it. Grabbing his hand, Anran turned her head and sniffed his body. Then, with her hands on her waist, she looked at him unhappily and said with a serious face, Special Assistant Su, you're drinking again. Don't you know that your stomach disease is not good? Siya Cheng sniffed himself and indeed smelled a faint scent of alcohol, but it was just a little faint. I only drank a little, he said with a chuckle. Anran stared at him for a long time before she pulled the towel back from his hand. She got up and took out a change of pajamas from the closet. She handed it to him and said seriously, Go and wash off the smell of alcohol on your body. If you can still smell it, you're not allowed to go to bed at night. Siya Cheng chuckled, but he still obediently took the change of clothes from her hands and turned to enter the bathroom. Anran was leisurely drying her hair while reading a lame joke in a gossip magazine. So, when Siya Cheng came out of the bathroom again, he saw Anran sitting in front of the dressing table with her hair half dry, laughing at a magazine from time to time. Siya Cheng hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, What are you looking at? Anran chuckled and pointed at a cold joke on the magazine. Look, this joke is really cold, she said. Siya Cheng, who was behind her, didn't care whether the cold joke was cold or funny. At the moment, he had another matter to attend to, so he really didn't have the time to read it. His lips gently blew into her ear, and his large hands began to roam around her body unscrupulously, setting her phone on fire everywhere. And Ran suddenly grabbed his hand, swallowed, and said, What are you doing? Siya Cheng chuckled, raised his hand slightly, and broke free from her hand. He slowly kissed down her neck, and as he made intimate contact with her skin, he said, Mother said she wants to have a grandson. We have to let nature take its course. Anran wriggled in his arms. This man's stamina was too good. He had just had a rough time last night, and now he was doing it again. It was one thing that he had good stamina, but the problem was that it depended on whether her stamina could keep up. I think Mom's right. It's mainly because I'm not working hard enough, Siya Cheng said lazily as he gently kissed the soft flesh on her ear. Anran wanted to roll her eyes. He wasn't working hard enough. There was no other couple who had such strong desires like them. They had sex for almost a week without stopping. Anran was about to turn her head and protest, but before she could say anything, he swallowed it all into his stomach, and then she couldn't say a word. When she woke up, the man next to her was long gone. The sunlight from outside the window seeped in through the gap in the curtains, and Anran still felt extremely sleepy. However, she looked at the alarm clock on the bedside. The time on it reminded her that if she didn't get up soon, she would probably be late for work no matter how close she lived. She lifted the blanket and wanted to get out of bed, but she was so sore that she didn't have any strength. Anran couldn't sit up, so she sat back down on the bed. Anran scolded him in a low voice, damn Suyu Cheng. In the end, it took her a lot of effort to get out of bed and go to the bathroom to take a quick shower. Her legs were still trembling. When she stood in front of the bathroom mirror again, Ayn Rand's eyes suddenly widened. The hickeys on her chest told everyone how intense their sex was last night. This wasn't even the most hateful thing. Suyu Cheng actually planted hickeys on her neck. Those red marks looked so ambiguous, and there was more than one of them. Staring at the woman in the mirror, who was covered in hickeys, Ayn Rand felt like crying. How was she supposed to go out? It was almost summer, and everyone was getting cooler and cooler. Was she supposed to go out in such a hot day with a scarf wrapped around her like a dumpling? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. In the bathroom, Ayn Rand shouted angrily, "Suyu Cheng, what's wrong?" Upon hearing her voice, Suyu Cheng hurriedly came in from outside, still wearing an apron. It was obvious that he had just been busy preparing breakfast for the two of them in the kitchen, but when he heard her call out from the room, he quickly turned off the fire and ran over. But she swallowed her saliva with some difficulty. However, wasn't her current image a little too stimulating? Didn't she know that men were always especially excited in the morning? At this moment, Ayn Rand had just taken a shower and came out with a bath towel wrapped around her. A large area of her snow-white chest was exposed, and her slender long legs were even more attractive. Ayn Rand didn't seem to realize it. She stared at him angrily with her big eyes and pointed at her neck. "Tell me, how do you expect me to get out of here?" Suyu Cheng managed to restrain his gaze with great difficulty and only stared at the area above her neck. Seeing the hickeys on her neck that he had planted last night, he touched his nose, coughed lightly, and said, "We're all adults and we all know that you're married. We should understand." "You, what kind of logic is this?" Ayn Rand was so anxious that she was about to cry. Did she really have to wear a scarf to work? That would be a blatant lie. She was a little agitated, so agitated that Suyu Cheng was a little worried about the bath towel around her. If it weren't for the fact that time didn't allow it, he wouldn't have kindly reminded her, "Ayn Rand, do you want to change first?" Ayn Rand froze and looked down at the tottering bath towel on her body. After a while, she said, "Ah, you pervert." Chapter 99, Husband and Wife Agreement. Even though she was 1,000 times unwilling, in the end, Ayn Rand still put on a scarf and went to work. She could even sense that the moment she walked into the company, the girl at the front desk had been following her with a strange look. She blushed and entered the office without looking at anyone. Phew. After letting out a long sigh, Ayn Rand sat down, turned on the computer, put her briefcase on the table, and took out the documents she had brought back yesterday. Before he could even catch his breath, someone knocked on the office door. It was Chen Cheng. "Come in," Ayn Rand shouted at the door. "Come in." Chen Cheng pushed the door open and came in. She handed the documents in her hand to her and said, "This is the progress report from the construction site we went to yesterday." Ayn Rand took it and flipped through it. She nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Come with me to find Engineer Chen in the afternoon. You can take a look at the manor project with me, and we can discuss any opinions and suggestions together. You're going to let me participate in your project now?" Chen Cheng was a little surprised. After all, she had just arrived. She had even planned to bring her tea, water, and documents during the first month. Ayn Rand raised her head, looked at her, and asked lightly, "You're not confident?" There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Of course I do," Chen Cheng said with certainty. She had always been confident in her profession. Ayn Rand nodded and took out a copy of the design from the drawer and handed it to her. "This is the design. Take it back and have a look. We'll go to the sample room together in the afternoon." Chen Cheng reached out to take it, and only then did she notice the scarf around her neck. In this kind of weather, her dress seemed out of place and awkward. She couldn't help but ask, "Sister Jiyu, the weather forecast today said that the temperature outside will be 28 degrees. What he meant was, don't you feel hot with the scarf around your neck?" Ayn Rand froze, and her face immediately turned red. She felt a little uncomfortable, and after a while, she coughed awkwardly and said, I forgot to close the window last night. When I woke up today, I felt a little cold. I also feel, I'm still cold." As he spoke, he was afraid that she wouldn't believe him, so he deliberately coughed a few more times and rubbed his arms with his other hand. Anyone could tell that such a shoddy excuse was made up. Chen Cheng tried her best not to laugh out loud, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up into a beautiful arc. She hugged the design in front of her chest, nodded, and said, "Then I'll go out first." Anran quickly nodded. Yes, yes, go out. Her face was burning up. She didn't need to look in the mirror to know that her face must be as red as tomato sauce. After Chen Cheng left, Anran quickly grabbed the scarf around her neck and used her hands to cool herself down. She had also seen the weather forecast last night. Today's temperature was indeed above 28 degrees. His entire body was burning up, and the little bit of wind on his hand could not alleviate the heat on his face at all. He grabbed the remote control for the air conditioner from the drawer and turned it to the lowest temperature. Anran finally managed to calm herself down and sat at her desk. She couldn't focus on the documents and information in her hands at all. She felt that she should carefully consider the problem between her and Su Cheng. He was indeed good. Not only did he know how to cook, but he was also very easygoing with her. It was undeniable that he was a rare good man, and she really felt that she was lucky to be able to marry him. However, other than one thing, he was too demanding in that aspect of a married couple's life. No, it should be said that he had no limits. He was someone who worked every day, and the pressure at work was several times or even dozens of times greater than ordinary people. But why was he so energetic every day? She didn't understand. She really didn't understand. Perhaps, she really had to think of a way to control this. Otherwise, she felt that she would be tortured to death sooner or later. Moreover, things like today would definitely not happen only once. Just as Anran was thinking hard about how she could control Su Cheng's requirements in this aspect, she caught a glimpse of the rules and regulations on the table, and a thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps she could also learn how to manage a company through such a systematic management system. When the A4 paper printed her 3 rules on the printer, Anran's eyes curved in satisfaction. She was going to take these 3 rules to Su Cheng to sign and directly do it tonight. Anran didn't go to lunch at noon, mainly because she felt too embarrassed. In the end, she made an internal call to the office girl at the front desk and asked her to order a lunchbox for herself. Recently, she had gotten used to Su Cheng's cooking every night, and when she ate this box of rice again, it really didn't taste good. The vegetables were stuffed until they were like daylilies, the beef was too old to bite off, and the seaweed egg soup was as light as plain water, without any taste at all. Anran didn't think she was a person who would waste food, but this meal was really unpalatable. In the end, Anran decided not to force herself. She closed the lunchbox, picked up the coffee on the table, and took a big sip. Just then, there was a sudden argument outside the office. In the large office hall, everyone else had gone out to eat. In a corner, Ling Lin and Chen Cheng stood next to the model of the manor project Anran had worked on this time, arguing with each other until their faces were red. "It's you again, Chen Cheng. Why are you always around?" One of her hands was being held tightly by Chen Cheng as Ling Lin said hatefully. Chen Cheng looked at her and asked in a daze, "If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. What do you want to do? Destroy the model?" Back then, she was in the same school as Ling Lin. When she graduated, she had secretly destroyed her model and stolen her design. "It's none of your business what I do. You'd better get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll have Huan Dexing fire you later," Ling Lin said arrogantly, her tone full of threat. "What? You want to use your power to bring up your mayor father again? You made it so that I couldn't go to Shenzhen in the end, and now you want to drive me out of Cincinnati. Ling Lin, what do you have other than a powerful father?" Chen Cheng said as she looked at her. She was a little agitated, and her hand that was holding onto her couldn't help but tighten. Sigh sigh sigh. Ling Ling couldn't help but cry out in pain. She swung her hand with all her might and shouted, "You shrew, let go of me." Chen Cheng didn't let go of her hand and said, "I'm not letting go. I'd like to see what else you can say when everyone comes back later. So what if they know I want to destroy the model? Do you think Huan Dexing will fire me? Don't be so naive and ridiculous. I'm the daughter of the mayor of Jiang City. Huan Dexing is trying to curry favor with me. Why would he fire me? That would be a joke," Ling Lin said proudly. When she first wanted to intern in the company, she had wanted to enter Xudong Construction, but Xudong was too strict. She didn't pass the first round of exams, and in the end, she came to sincerity. She knew that she wasn't cut out for construction at all, and didn't even know the most basic drawing proportions. But as long as she was Ling Chuanjiang's daughter, Huan Dexing would have to give her father face and couldn't fire her. Ha, you're really shameless. Don't you have any sense of shame at all? You're using your father's power to your advantage, but you don't know anything about design. You plagiarized my design in school. Chen Cheng was a little angry, but she couldn't do anything about it. This was how society was. Ling Lin was the second generation of a government official, the first daughter of Jiang City. Even if they knew that her work was plagiarized, the school wouldn't say anything. Yet, she could only watch as her work was plagiarized and replaced by someone else's name. There was nothing she could do. So what if you did? So what if you went to report it to the hospital? In the end, everyone is still on my side. It's the same this time. Even if you tell Huan Dexing and everyone, so what? You've clearly experienced it and clearly know the result, but you still want to try again. Do you believe that I can make Huan Dexing fire you directly this time? With a sinister face, Ling Lin looked at her and threatened. Then, he swung his arm with all his might and flung her hand far away. Chen Cheng couldn't stand still. She took a few steps back before she steadied herself. Her hands that were hanging by her sides couldn't help but clench into fists. She glared at Ling Lin. Ling Lin pinched her reddened hand and sneered. Do you believe that I can make you unable to survive in Jiang City? Do you think you can hide the truth from us? Chen Cheng said in a stiff tone. She knew that she could do it. With her title as the mayor's daughter, she knew that she could do it. HMPH, he snorted. HMPH. Ling Lin snorted coldly. Then I'll have Huan Dexing fire you later. Let's see if I can hide the truth from the public. You can't fire her, Anran said indifferently and walked toward them. Hearing this, Ling Lin and Chen Cheng were both stunned. They both thought that they were the only two people in the entire office at the moment. They didn't expect Anran to be there as well. He stood in front of them, turned to look at Chen Cheng, and then looked back at Ling Lin. He said indifferently, I won't let you fire her. He looked at the sample model and continued, also, I'll tell Huan Dexing about you trying to smash the model, and I'll ask the company to hold you accountable. Don't you dare, Ling Lin roared. The eyes that were staring at her were as big as copper bells. They looked a little frightening and a little shocking. Why wouldn't I dare? And Ran looked at her expressionlessly. You think you're so great just because you married Brother Yi Cheng? Don't forget, Brother Yi Cheng is only the mayor's special assistant and my father's subordinate. Do you think Huan Dexing is more concerned about Brother Yi Cheng or my father? Ling Lin laughed coldly, very pleased with herself. Then I'll wait and see if you can touch Chen Cheng, Anran said with a faint smile. Her tone was calm and unhurried. Jiu Anran, do you think I don't dare to? Ling Lin's chest heaved up and down violently. She was clearly quite angry. Anran looked at her coldly and stopped talking to her. He stepped forward and looked at the model in the glass tank. Fortunately, it had not been destroyed. Then, he turned around and looked at Ling Lin. He only said indifferently, in the future, if there is any damage to the model, whether you did it or not, I will put the blame on you. Maybe I, Director Huang, will give Mayor Ling face, but I won't. Then, he ignored her and turned to look at Chen Cheng. Come in with me. Then, he walked straight to his office, completely ignoring Ling Lin's strange yells and howls behind him. Chen Cheng followed her into the office. What surprised her was Anran's identity. She didn't expect her to also be the official's wife. However, she was a little different from what she had imagined. She didn't seem to have the arrogance of other officials' wives. You said that your original design was plagiarized by Ling Lin, Anran asked indifferently. Chen Cheng nodded. Yeah, no wonder. No wonder she felt that the information on Ling Lin's file was completely different from the designs she usually drew. It turned out that she had just plagiarized someone else's design, and it wasn't her own at all. No wonder there's such a huge difference. Yes, what did you say? Chen Cheng didn't hear her clearly. Anran shook her head and only said, nothing. Then, he packed up his things from his desk, took his briefcase, and said to her, can we go now? Let's go to the sample room to see the progress. Chen Cheng quickly nodded and went back to her desk to pack her things before leaving with Anran. Since they went to the sample room to check on the progress, the time passed quickly. When they returned home, it was already dark. Chen Cheng was indeed talented in design. She was able to point out the small problems in the template as soon as he brought her there. When she opened the door and entered, the light at the entrance lit up when she heard her footsteps. The light in the living room was also on, so Su Cheng had obviously returned. On the kitchen counter, freshly cooked and still steaming dishes had been laid out, and they looked particularly appetizing. As she looked at them, she suddenly remembered the inedible food from that afternoon, and Anran suddenly felt very hungry. She didn't wash her hands, and she didn't even use chopsticks. She reached directly for the dishes with her hands, took the sweet and sour ribs, and put them into her mouth. The sweet and sour taste was comparable to that of the hotel's chef. It was absolutely delicious. Behind her, Su Cheng had rushed out of the study and hugged her from behind. He rested his chin on her shoulder and said, "Why are you so late?" Anran took another piece and put it in her mouth. "I went to the construction site today, so I came back late," she said, a little unclear. Compared to the lunchbox she had for lunch, Anran simply felt that Su Cheng's cooking skills should only be available in heaven. It was really too delicious. As she thought about it, she reached out again. Su Cheng nodded and let go of her. Just as she was about to reach out again, he reached out and gently patted her little hand. He chuckled and said, "Wash your hands first. Why do you look like a hungry ghost?" He didn't wash his hands and didn't use chopsticks to hold the food with his hands. It really looked like he hadn't eaten for days. Anran stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "I ordered a lunchbox takeout for lunch, but it was too bad. I almost didn't eat a single bite. It was really bad." Su Cheng pinched her nose affectionately and said, "Wash your hands first. We'll have dinner immediately after that." "All right," he said. Anran nodded heavily, walked around the bar counter, and went straight into the kitchen. She turned on the tap water to wash her hands, then turned around and sat in front of the bar. By the time she did, Su Cheng had already placed the food on the bar counter. Anran reached out to take the chopsticks he handed over and smiled at him sweetly. "Thank you." After the two had dinner, Anran asked her to wash the dishes. Su Cheng didn't refuse. He did have work to do tonight, so he turned around and went straight into the study, trying to finish his work for the day as soon as possible. Anran tidied up the kitchen and went straight back to her bedroom with her briefcase. Because she had stayed in the sample room until night, she didn't bring any work back today. She massaged her sore neck, took a change of pajamas from the closet, and went into the bathroom. The bathroom here was 3 times the size of the other apartment. It had a shower room and an extra large bathtub. Her whole body ached as if it had fallen apart. Tonight, Anran decided to run a tub of water and let herself take a good bath. She took off her clothes and lay down in the big bathtub. The soreness all over her body seemed to have been soothed. She closed her eyes and lay down, enjoying the peace and comfort of this moment. In fact, she had always wanted to take a good bath like this, but the bathroom over there was too small and couldn't fit a bathtub at all. But now, the bathtub was big enough, and it was an enjoyment to lie down and take a bath. She didn't know how long she had been soaking in the water, but just as she was about to fall asleep, the cold water made her shiver. She quickly got out of the bathtub, grabbed the bath towel hanging on the shelf, and wiped her body. Then, she took out the underwear and pajamas she had brought in earlier and put them on. She half-dried her hair and did some basic skincare. She was ready to sleep early tonight. Just as she was about to lift her blanket and go to bed, she suddenly remembered the 3 rules she had set for Su Cheng in the office this morning. This time, the sleepiness was gone. He quickly took out the husband and wife agreement, 3 clauses of the covenant from his briefcase. Looking at the contents of the agreement, the corners of his mouth curled up. He flicked the A4 paper in his hand and went straight to the study. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door politely and pushed it open before entering. She saw Su Cheng seriously looking at the document in his hand, and from time to time, he would reach out and draw something on it. When he saw her picking it up, he would look up and smile at her gently. "What's wrong?" Su Cheng asked her with a faint smile. She stood in front of him and said with certainty, "I have something to tell you. Can I have a few minutes of your time?" Su Cheng nodded his head and said, "Of course, no problem." He put down the document in his hand and looked up at her with a serious expression, waiting for her to continue. Anran's lips curled up in satisfaction, and then she directly handed him the husband and wife agreement, 3 rules and regulations in her hand and said, "I think it's better for us to come up with some kind of agreement." Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows and said playfully, 3 rules? What was that thing? Anran handed him the A4 paper in her hand and explained, "You can also call it a marriage agreement. I think we should seriously make an agreement about our married life." Suya Cheng took the so-called husband and wife agreement and looked down at it seriously. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a beautiful arc. After a while, he looked up and asked her, "Didn't we agree on 3 conditions? Why is there only one message?" The so-called 3 rules she mentioned were just 3 times emphasized. Married life, once a week. Married life, once a week. Married life, once a week. She had already signed her name on the lower right corner, while the lower left corner on the other side was empty for him to sign. "I think this one is more important," Anran said with a serious look on her face. In fact, he was really good at everything. There was nothing else that she could say about him, except for the couple's life. He was too demanding, so for the sake of her future, she felt that it was necessary to control the number of times she did this. Suya Cheng chuckled, looked at her, and asked bluntly, "Don't you think you're being too cruel to me?" Anran coughed unnaturally and said, "I've checked the information, and the information shows that once a week is the best time to do it. It's not too dense, but it can better maintain the relationship between husband and wife. If it's too frequent, it's easier for people to get sick of it. There's no sense of novelty, and it will directly affect the relationship between husband and wife." Suya Cheng chuckled. It was really hard for her to find such an excuse. If he didn't agree to sign the papers, it would be too unreasonable. He nodded and said, "That makes sense." And Ran was so happy that her eyes and brows were smiling. "You also think that it makes sense, right?" "Yes." Suya Cheng nodded, then picked up a pen and read it word by word. Then, he raised his hand and signed his name on the lower right corner. Then, he passed the agreement to her and asked, "It's like this?" Anran nodded in a hurry, her eyes staring straight at the 3 words Suya Cheng that she had signed on the paper. There was no need to mention how happy she was with the smile on her face. After looking at it for a while, Anran carefully folded the husband and wife agreement and put it directly on her desk. She turned around and asked Suya Cheng, "Are you still not done? Do you want me to pour you a cup of coffee?" Suya Cheng shook his head and refused, but judging from the expression on his face at the moment, he was in a good mood. "Then I won't disturb you from your work." Anran nodded with a smile, then turned around and left the study. Suya Cheng stared at the drawer of her desk with a funny look on his face for a long time before he retracted his gaze with a faint smile. There was a sly look in his eyes, as if his scheme had succeeded. Chapter 100 I will. When he went to the company the next day, he happened to meet Chen Cheng, who had just gotten off the bus and was rushing over. Chen Cheng's chest heaved up and down violently from the intense running just now. When she saw Anran, she called out breathlessly, Sister Gu. Anran nodded and asked lightly, "Is your home far from the company?" It wasn't easy for her to catch her breath. Chen Cheng nodded and said, "It's a little far." In this era where housing prices were sky-high, she was a foreign worker. Not to mention buying a house, she would have to rent a house in the suburbs a few rings away, and her company happened to be located in the city center. As a result, she had to be greedy every day and go back in the dark after work. Anran didn't ask any more questions. She looked at the time and only said, "Go up. If you don't go up now, you'll have wasted your time." With that, she took the lead and walked towards the elevator. The 2 of them had just arrived at the entrance of the company when the girl at the front desk saw Anran smile at her and call her Sister Gu. Then, when she saw Chen Cheng walking over from behind Anran, she looked at her with a little sympathy. This change was naturally noticed by Anran and Chen Cheng. The 2 of them exchanged a look, and Anran turned to the front desk girl and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" The front desk girl smiled awkwardly and only said, "You'll know when you enter." Anran glanced at her and didn't ask any more questions. She went straight to the office lobby. Only then did the 2 of them go in. Ling Lin's sharp eye spotted them and she quickly stood up. With a smile on her face, she walked over to Anran and Chen Cheng with a hint of provocation and disdain. She glanced at Anran, who was standing in front of her, and looked past her to look directly at Chen Cheng, who was standing behind Anran. "I think you've wasted your time coming here today." Looking at the information and documents in her hands, he sneered and said, "You weren't here yesterday afternoon." But the director had already announced that she was in a hurry. He deliberately paused, looked at her, and said, "You're fired." Hearing this, Chen Cheng glared at her hatefully. Her hand that was holding the documents subconsciously clenched tightly. Her tightly pursed lips trembled slightly because of anger. Just as Linglin was feeling a little arrogant and proud, Anran, who was standing behind her, directly asked her colleagues who were standing to the side and watching, "Is the director here yet?" "He's already here," someone replied. Anran nodded and turned to look at Linglin. "I said I wouldn't let you drive her away. Also, I said I would hold you responsible for smashing the model in the sample room yesterday." Linglin was disdainful. She laughed contemptuously, not taking her words seriously at all. "Do you think the director will listen to you? Don't forget who my father is." The director gives Suyu Cheng face, but will he ignore my father's face? What a joke. Anran ignored her. She turned to look at Chen Cheng and said, "Wait for me at your seat." Then, he walked directly to Huan Dexing's office. Knock, knock, knock. Anran knocked on Huan Dexing's door. Soon, Huan Dexing's voice could be heard from inside. "Come in." When he opened the door and went in, he saw Huan Dexing wearing glasses and looking at something on his computer. Anran didn't even have time to put down her briefcase. She directly walked to Huan Dexing's desk and stood there. "Director." Only then did Huan Dexing raise his head. Seeing Anran standing in front of him, he smiled and said, "Anran, is there something you need me for? Did the director fire Chen Cheng?" Without beating around the bush, Anran asked directly. Huan Dexing was stunned for a moment, then laughed. He took off the glasses on his nose and continued, "You know Linglin's identity. Even if I don't give face to the monk, I have to give face to the Buddha. After all, Linglin is Mayor Ling's daughter, and I have to take into account Mayor Ling's face. As for Chen Cheng, I know she's a very good employee. With her, our Sinsrighty will definitely be able to reach higher heights. I also feel sorry for firing her, but for the sake of the company, we have to consider the big picture. Linglin is the mayor's daughter after all. If we offend her, it'll undoubtedly be disrespecting the mayor. So, Anran, for everyone's benefit, I can only fire Chen Cheng. I hope you can understand this." Anran looked at him without blinking. Her face was expressionless, and she didn't say a word. Seeing her like this, Huan Dexing added, "I will write a recommendation letter for Chen Cheng to another company. With Chen Cheng's ability and talent in design, no matter where she is, I believe she is gold and will shine." With that, Huan Dexing walked out from behind the desk and walked to Anran. He said, "Let's just leave it at that. Don't take it to heart. I'll hire another assistant for you. If the director insists on driving Chen Cheng, then fire me as well." Anran looked at him and said indifferently, "You." Huan Dexing looked at her and was a little stunned. It took him a while to react, and he looked at Anran and said, "Anran, you're making things difficult for me." "I didn't. I just hope that the company can treat every employee fairly, not because of someone's powerful background. We're all employees of the company, and we all want to be treated fairly. If a company can't treat every employee fairly, then there's nothing to miss about such a company." Anran looked at him and said with a serious expression, "Anran, you're forcing me?" Huan Dexing looked at her with a troubled expression. He couldn't offend Linglin, but he couldn't offend Anran either. The Technology City project was about to begin, and according to reliable sources, Suyu Cheng was the main person in charge of this project, and Anran was Suyu Cheng's wife. If he offended her, he would undoubtedly offend Suyu Cheng. Even if he were to sincerely cooperate with Xudong and Tong Wengai in the future, it wouldn't be of any use. If Suyu Cheng didn't agree, then all his efforts would have been in vain. "Director, you're being too serious. I just want the company to treat Chen Cheng reasonably. She didn't do anything wrong. It's too unfair for her to think that someone else said something and then fire her for no reason." Anran said, "Besides, what happened yesterday wasn't Chen Cheng's fault at all. It was Linglin who wanted to destroy the model first and was caught red-handed by Chen Cheng in public. If it was wrong to protect the company's property like this, then who would stand up for him in the future? If the director insists on firing Chen Cheng, then the company's actions are too disappointing. Huan Dexing was silent and didn't speak for a long time. Huan Dexing's office was big enough with a large floor-to-ceiling window. The office was located on the 20th floor in the city center. From here, one could see the prosperity of Jiang City. After standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window for a while, Huan Dexing turned his head to look at Anran and said, "I promise you, I won't fire Chen Cheng." Anran smiled faintly. "Director, then what about Linglin trying to destroy the model? Should you give me and Chen Cheng an explanation for this?" Hearing this, Huan Dexing frowned unhappily. He looked at Anran and said, "Anran, I've already taken a step back. You have to put yourself in my shoes and think for me. After all, Ling Lin's identity is special, and I can't completely ignore Mayor Ling's face. So, I won't pursue this matter. As for the template, I guarantee that it won't be damaged at all." Anran was silent. She understood what Huan Dexing meant and understood his difficulties. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "I understand. Thank you, Director. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." Huan Dexing nodded. "You may leave." When she went out again, Ling Lin had already called security, who was now staring at Chen Cheng as she tidied up her things. Anran stepped forward, glanced at Ling Lin, and asked the security guard to go back. She said, "Chen Cheng doesn't need to leave because the director has already promised not to fire her." "How could it be?" Ling Lin looked at her in disbelief. Anran didn't say much to her. She just glanced at her indifferently, then turned to Chen Cheng and said, "Come to my office later. We still need to discuss the changes we discussed in the template room yesterday." Chen Cheng was stunned. After a while, she nodded. "Okay, HMPH, he snorted. Ling Ling couldn't take it anymore and walked away with a cold snort. Since there was no show to watch, the onlookers naturally dispersed. Chen Cheng looked at Anran and thanked her in a low voice. "Thank you." Anran glanced at her and didn't say anything. She only nodded and turned to enter the office. When she got off work, Anran was discussing the flaws and shortcomings of the design plan with Chen Cheng in the office. As time passed, she didn't know that time had quietly slipped away. At this time, Suyu Cheng's phone call came in, asking if she had finished work. He was on his way now and would be at the entrance of her company in a moment. It was only then that Anran remembered that she had an appointment with her parents at Yuan Cuisine. She looked at the time. Their appointment was at 7 o'clock in the evening. There really wasn't much time left for her to go from the company to Yuan Cuisine. "All right," he said to Chen Cheng, "let's call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow if we can't figure it out." As he spoke, he packed up the things on the table and prepared to leave. "Ah, something urgent tonight?" Seeing her anxious look, Chen Cheng asked curiously. "Yes, I'm meeting my parents for dinner." Anran gave a simple explanation and put the things into her briefcase as she spoke. Chen Cheng nodded and didn't say anything more. She packed her things and left the office. When Anran left with her briefcase, she saw that Chen Cheng was still thinking about something in the office lobby. Almost everyone in the office had left, leaving Chen Cheng alone. She looked a little lonely, so she said, "Chen Cheng, you should go back early too." Chen Cheng nodded at her. "I understand." Since they didn't have much time, Anran didn't say anything more to her and went downstairs with her briefcase. When she walked out of the company building with her bag, she saw Suyu Cheng's car parked on the side of the road in front of the building. When he saw her coming out, he opened the door and got out of the car. He took the briefcase from her hand with a faint smile and put it in the back seat of the car. Then, he opened the door of the front passenger seat for Anran to get in. After that, he walked around the front of the car and got in. Without staying any longer, he started the car and drove away. By the time they arrived at Yuan Cuisine, it was almost 7:10 a.m. Anran called her parents, but they didn't answer. Fortunately, this was Yijiao's shop, so they didn't have to worry about not having enough seats. As soon as they entered the main door, Manager Zhang, who was standing in the lobby, recognized them and greeted them with a smile. "Assistant Su, Mrs. Su." Anran smiled at him. "Manager Zhang." Without waiting for Anran and Suyu Cheng to ask, Manager Zhang spoke first. "President Su has already told the kitchen that the private room for tonight will be at the Floral Lingo Pavilion. Old Master Su, Mr. Jiyu, and Mrs. Jiyu have already arrived. President Su is greeting them inside. He asked me to inform you to go there directly. She has already made arrangements for the rest. Su Cheng nodded. Okay, thank you. He took and ran directly to the floral lingo pavilion. Before they even entered, they could hear laughter coming from inside. The atmosphere was obviously quite good, and it wasn't as awkward or nervous as they had imagined. The two of them looked at each other with a faint smile on their lips and nodded. Su Cheng knocked on the door, then pushed the door open and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, we're late." In the room, Grandpa Su sat at the head of the table, and on both sides sat Father Su and Mother Su, as well as Father Jiu and Mother Jiu. Su Jiao sat next to Mother Su. All of them had smiles on their faces, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. "Brother, sister-in-law." Yu Jiao stood up and held An Ran's hand enthusiastically. An Ran smiled faintly at her, then turned around and said with a little apology, "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, I'm so sorry. I worked overtime tonight and forgot the time." "It's okay, work is more important." Qin Yun smiled and said, "Quickly sit down, quickly sit down." An Ran nodded and sat down with Su Cheng. "All right, everyone's here. Yu Jiao, arrange for the kitchen to serve the dishes." Su Wen said to Su Jiao with a light smile. "All right," he said. Su Cheng smiled coquettishly as he got up to open the door and said directly to the waiter waiting at the door, "Serve the dishes." The waiter received the order and quickly ordered the kitchen to serve the dishes from this side. After taking a sip of tea, Su Wenqing said in a slightly embarrassed tone, "I've been busy with the military exercise recently, so I haven't been able to sit down and have a good chat with everyone. The truth is, I'm ashamed. You're too kind, in-law. You're cultivating talents for the country. It's a really big deal, so of course you have to put it first." Jiu Hengwen said, "You're too kind. We're more like in-laws. Nurturing knowledgeable talents for the country is something that society needs urgently." Su Wenqing said courteously, "Hey, in-law Yingluo." Jiu Hengwen still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. Qin Yun, who was standing at the side, felt a headache from their polite words. She had always liked to be direct, so she interrupted them, "Isn't it annoying that you're all being so polite? Both of you are amazing. One of you is nurturing intellectual talents for the country, while the other is nurturing talents who can go to the battlefield and protect the country. Both of you are amazing, so don't be so humble. Today, we're here to talk about our Jin and An Ran's meeting, not to hear your modesty and politeness." As she spoke, she turned to Lin Xiaofen, who was sitting opposite her, and said, "Don't you agree, in-law?" Lin Xiaofen chuckled, nodded, and said, "Yes, yes, yes. In-law, you're right." As he spoke, he turned to look at Jiu Hengwen with a smile on his face. The dishes were served very quickly, and each dish was especially exquisite and delicious. The two families chatted and laughed without any awkwardness. Qin Yun pulled Lin Xiaofen to talk about beauty and clothes. On the other side, Jiu Hengwen and Su Wenqing seemed to regret not meeting each other earlier. The two of them discussed their common interest in calligraphy and agreed on the spot that if they had time at the beginning of next month, they would go and explore the concept of the law together. On the other hand, Yu Jiao was around An Ran's age, so Su Jiao had a particularly good impression of An Ran. An Ran was soft and weak, and she was especially able to remember other people's desire to protect her. Su Cheng put food in An Ran's bowl and whispered in her ear to remind her to eat something first. Although everyone was chatting, they all saw Su Cheng's thoughtfulness. Lin Xiaofen turned her head to look at her husband, and her eyes seemed to say that he was right. An Ran was just as lucky as she was to have found a person who truly treated them well. Qin Yun looked at this scene and smiled faintly. Then, as they chatted, they somehow talked about the key issue of pregnancy and childbirth. Qin Yun even looked at An Ran's stomach in a very ambiguous manner. "An Ran is pregnant?" Lin Xiaofen asked, a little confused. Then, she turned her head and stared at An Ran, asking, "An Ran, are you really pregnant?" An Ran still had a mouthful of food in her mouth, so when she heard her question, she choked and couldn't help but cough. Cough, 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 cough. Her entire face was red from the coughing. Su Cheng quickly patted her back to help her calm her breathing. On the other side, Su Jiao poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her. After An Ran finally stopped coughing and drank some tea to calm her breathing, She raised her head and saw both parents staring at her as if they were waiting for an answer. Anran blushed and shook her head. No, I'm not pregnant, she said. Hearing that, Chin-Yoon laughed. That's right, how could it be so fast? They haven't been married for long, how could they have a child so soon? Chin-Yoon's words seemed to be true. They had only been married for less than 2 months. Even if they had a child, they would only notice it 2 months later. Yes, how can we have a child so quickly? Lin Xiaofen also chimed in. However, when it came to children, she also wanted to have a grandson. She said bluntly, but you two must remember not to use contraception. If you're pregnant, you must give birth to it for me. Don't always think about work. The two of you are not young anymore. It's not early to have a child now. She was a little embarrassed and protested. Mom. Lin Xiaofen furrowed her brows in displeasure and said, Anran, don't tell me you still don't want to give birth. That would not do. She was going to be 30 soon, and it was already considered late marriage and late childbirth. If she had another child in a few years, she would really become an elderly woman, and the risk was too high. Upon hearing this, several pairs of eyes on the table all looked in her direction, as if waiting for her answer. Su Yujiao couldn't help but laugh. She leaned over to Anran's ear and whispered, Sister-in-law, you must be under a lot of pressure. The elders of the 2 families and the 5 elders were all waiting to report their grandsons and carry their great-grandsons. Anran blushed with shame. The pressure was indeed huge. Besides, she didn't say that she didn't want to have children, but it wasn't up to her to decide whether she would get pregnant or not. She turned to Su Yucheng for help, only to see him still looking at her with a faint smile, with no intention of helping at all. At this moment, Anran felt so helpless that she wanted to cry but had no tears. Today, the parents of the 2 families were clearly meeting for a meal. How did it become a discussion about whether she wanted to have children or not? Anran laughed dryly. Even she felt that the smile on her face at that moment was a little fake. I didn't say that I don't want to have children. We will continue to work hard. Ha ha ha. Su Yujiao couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Looking at Anran's embarrassed face, which was as red as fire, she asked, Sister-in-law, how are you guys going to work hard? Anran's face turned even redder, and she was really so embarrassed that she was about to cry. If there was a hole in the ground right now, she would immediately jump in and never come back up again. Su Yucheng then reached out to hold her hand and pulled her into his arms. He glanced at Yujiao and scolded her with a smile, You're so rude. Yujiao playfully stuck out her tongue at him with an unconcealable smile on her face. Chin-Yoon and the others finally came back to their senses. After hearing Anran's answer, the worries in their hearts disappeared. However, when they saw their daughter-in-law's extremely shy face, they looked at Yujiao and said, That's right, Yujiao, you can't be so rude. Since everyone is here today, you should talk about your personal problems. You're not young anymore. How long do you want to stay in this business? At this point, Su Yujiao couldn't help but have a headache, and she protested, Mom, we're here today to talk about my brother and sister-in-law. Why are you talking about me? Don't get your priorities wrong. Without waiting for Chin-Yoon to speak, Su Yucheng, who was standing beside her, said with a faint smile, It's okay. Your sister-in-law and I are more concerned about this issue. Just tell us. You're welcome. Su Yujiao turned her head and glared at him. How could she have forgotten such an important thing? He was a smiling tiger. All in all, apart from the fact that Anran was a little depressed about the topic of childbirth, the 2 families had a relatively happy meal tonight. Because they had to drive back later, everyone only drank beverages and didn't touch alcohol during the meal. After the meal was over, Anran and Su Yucheng sent Lin Xiaofen and Ji Yuhengwen back, while Father Su and the others had staff waiting outside, so they didn't have to worry. After sending the Ji family's parents back to the apartment, Lin Xiaofen took Su Yucheng's hand and said seriously, Luo, I'll leave Anran in your hands from now on. You don't need to be rich or powerful, but you must make her happy and happy. This was the simplest and best wish a mother could give to her daughter. Su Yucheng understood the hope in her words, and he reached out to hold her hand tightly. He glanced at Anran, nodded, and said with certainty, Mom, don't worry, I will. Chapter 101, It's My Fault. It was almost 10 o'clock when the 2 of them returned home. On the way, and Ran pouted and looked out of the window. Her small face was full of dissatisfaction and unhappiness. Suyu Cheng chuckled and parked the car in the underground parking lot with his eyebrows curved. As soon as he turned off the engine, Anran opened the door and got out of the car. Without waiting for him, she walked toward the elevator. Suyu Cheng got out of the car and drove her back quickly out of the door. He then looked at the bag in the back seat of the car and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. While Anran was waiting for the elevator, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Suyu Cheng walking toward her with a faint smile on his face. At this time, the elevator arrived, and Anran strode in and quickly pressed the button to open the elevator. Anran, Suyu Cheng called out softly and took a few big steps forward. Anran made a face at him, and then the elevator door closed when Suyu Cheng was only a few steps away from the elevator. Suyu Cheng looked at the tightly closed nod, then at the numbers that kept jumping. He looked down at her briefcase in his hand and whispered with a smile, "Silly girl." When Suyu Cheng waited for the elevator to go up again, he saw Anran pouting at the door and staring at him. Her expression was as if she had been wronged, and it made him feel pity. Suyu Cheng walked out of the elevator, amused. Without saying a word, he reached out and handed her his briefcase. Anran stared at him and didn't reach out to take it. After a while, she said, "You did it on purpose." He knew that her key was in her bag and her bag was in his hands, but he did not tell her and made her think that she had made fun of him. Yi Zaiwen was right. He was a smiling tiger but a two-faced wolf. "I didn't." Suyu Cheng shook his head with a faint smile. He was going to tell her, but she didn't give him the chance. "You have it." He didn't tell her on purpose and even ganged up with them to bully her tonight. Suyu Cheng stepped forward and pulled her into his arms with a smile. He gently stroked her back with his large palm and whispered in her ear, "It's my fault. Even if you didn't give me a chance to tell you, I had to create a chance to tell you that you left your bag in the car and that the key was still in it." Anran laughed and patted his back. "Are you indirectly saying that I'm wrong about you?" "No, my wife is always right. It's my fault," Suyu Cheng said gently as he held her. It was obviously a slightly funny sentence, but he said it in a serious tone. Women were always like this. No matter how bad a man was, no matter how much he made you angry, you would always be bought over by the man's sweet words. They were not mushy, but they were just as practical. Anran still felt awkward. She leaned into his arms and said in a muffled voice, "You just saw me sitting there alone at night, and Yijiao made fun of me. It's obvious that we can't have a child just because we say so. You didn't even come out to speak for me. Tell me, do you think you should?" Yes, it's my fault." Suyu Cheng didn't quibble and took the initiative to admit his mistake. "I shouldn't have let you be besieged by the mothers alone. It was my selfish desire, and I also thought the same as my mother and the others. I wanted you to give birth to our child, a child of the two of us." Hearing this, Anran said in a low voice, "I didn't say I wouldn't have children." Although she felt that it was too soon to talk about having a child, after all, they had only been married for a short time. She did not say that she did not want to have a child. The two of them had never taken any protective measures during their married life, but she did not take any medicine after the incident. As for having a child, she really let nature take its course. Although she did not feel that she was ready to be a mother, she had thought of cramming up on all the knowledge that a new mother should know during the 10 months of pregnancy. Suyu Cheng gently stroked her back and continued to speak slowly. "I think it's best if we can have a daughter. That way, you can dress her up every day, and then I can take her to the amusement park and buy her toys. At night, I can even tell her stories and pat her to sleep." Following his reverie, Anran smoothly continued, "You'll spoil her too much. Girls are treasures, they should be pampered." Suyu Cheng said matter-of-factly. Anran smiled. There was a strange feeling in her heart. It was warm and subtle. The two of them hugged each other in front of the house for a long time. Since they were on the same floor, they were not worried that others would come and see them. However, it would be awkward if someone came to visit at this time. If they didn't enter the house and instead stood at the door, they must be crazy. Anran took a shower and changed her clothes. Suyu Cheng still had some business to deal with, so he went straight into the study when he entered the door. In fact, Anran also had some unfinished work, but after taking a shower, she didn't want to move. She dried her hair until it was half dry, then went directly to the dressing table to do some basic maintenance work for herself. When she was done, she looked at the time and saw that it was almost 11 o'clock. He lifted the blanket and climbed into bed, but he wasn't sleepy. He reached out and casually took the magazine on the bedside table. To his surprise, it was an entertainment magazine. It recorded the gossip and scandals of many celebrities. The level of excitement was no less than the reports on television. In fact, Anran would never buy such a gossip magazine. At most, she would buy domestic and foreign construction magazines, or books about real estate. It was even more impossible for Su Yicheng to buy this magazine. Although the books he read were varied and covered a lot of content, there was no such gossip content among them. Without thinking too much about the magazine's origin, Anran took it and casually looked through it. In fact, women were born to gossip, and often the source of gossip was created by women. When Su Yicheng opened the door and entered the room, he saw Anran sitting alone on the bed, watching and laughing with a rich expression. "What are you looking at?" Su Yicheng casually asked Anran as he took out a change of pajamas from the closet. "It's nothing. I don't know where this entertainment magazine came from, but it turns out that Zhang Yuma has been married for a long time. His wife is still very young and she has 3 children." As she spoke, Anran suddenly raised her head and asked Su Yicheng, "Didn't you say that we should arrest the family planning? Why did he reincarnate so many times?" The hand holding the pajamas couldn't help but pause. Su Yicheng turned his head with a bitter smile. "Wife, the family planning seems to be the work of the family planning department." Anran was stunned for a moment before she nodded. "Oh, really?" Then, he continued to flip through the magazine in his hand. Su Yicheng glanced at her and shook his head with a chuckle. He then took his pajamas and went straight into the bathroom. Oh my God, so a certain someone and a certain someone had been married in the United States a long time ago, and it was only recently that the two of them got divorced that it was revealed that they had been married in secret for several years. Also, a certain male star actually abandoned his wife and son in order to pursue a certain female star. Anran shook her head as she watched. The entertainment industry was really too complicated. She didn't know if they were telling the truth or not. It was a little dizzying to see if they were telling the truth or not, and she couldn't figure it out even after a long time. When Su Yicheng came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, he saw Anran still sitting on the bed, reading the magazine in her hand. It seemed that women were really gossipy. He dried his hair until it was half dry. Then, he lifted the blanket from the other side of the bed and went to bed. He looked at the magazine in her hand and frowned. The photos inside were so colorful that he felt dazzled. He took out the book from under his pillow. It was a book on sociology. He also had the habit of reading at night and liked to read some things before going to bed. Sometimes, he could lie in bed and think about things he couldn't understand. Time passed by, and it was almost 12 o'clock. Anran, who was next to him, was still reading a magazine attentively. She couldn't help but feel that Anran's childishness was adorable. However, it was only Friday the next day, and both of them had to go to work. At this time, it was indeed time to go to bed. "Honey, it's late. Get some rest. You still have work tomorrow," Su Yicheng reminded her. Anran only turned her head after a long while. She looked at him and then at the time. It was indeed getting late. She nodded and put the magazine back on the bedside table, then reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. She slid down and naturally found a comfortable position in Su Yicheng's arms. Getting used to something was such a scary thing. It had only been a short while, but sleeping in his arms like this had become a natural thing. There was no awkwardness or discomfort at all, as if everything was natural. Of course, she couldn't deny that his arms were really tempting. Being hugged by him like this would allow her to sleep well the entire night and sleep extremely soundly. In the dark, just as Anran was about to fall asleep, someone's big palm suddenly reached into her clothes. Anran opened her eyes abruptly, and her sleepiness disappeared in an instant. She grabbed his hand and said, "You, what are you doing?" Su Yicheng pulled her closer to him so that their bodies were closer, and his breathing was a little rapid. "Anran, you said we had to work hard." Anran immediately understood what he meant by work hard. She still remembered what she had just said in Yuan cuisine. But she didn't want to have to wear a scarf to work tomorrow. Anran pushed him and quickly said, Su Yicheng, we have an agreement. Once a week, once a week. Siya Cheng had already pressed her under him, his big palm exploring her body back and forth, and his lips also began to press down on hers as he said, "Yes, I know. The previous ones don't count. We'll start today." Hearing this, Anran couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of logic is this? However, under his caress and kiss, her body slowly reacted. Siya Cheng's attack was very fierce, and she couldn't resist it. Her rationality was making a final struggle. Siya Cheng, don't be dazed." Siya Cheng bit her lips in a slightly punishing way, and Anran couldn't help but cry out in pain. Siya Cheng pressed his lips against hers and said, "Call me Yi Cheng. I like it when you call me Yi Cheng." Her voice started to turn hoarse, with a strong sense of lust. Anran was a little defeated. She didn't care what he called her. She pushed him away weakly and said, You get up. Focus." Siya Cheng's voice was extremely hoarse as he said, "You said we had to work hard." With that, he leaned over and covered her lips, not giving her a chance to speak again. Anran was helpless, but she could only accept her fate. Fortunately, she did it tonight, but tomorrow night, she could have a good and comfortable sleep. When she woke up again, it was already morning. She seemed to have forgotten to close the windows last night, so the morning breeze blew in and lifted the curtains. The sun shone through the curtains and lit up the whole room. When she looked to her side, Siya Cheng was no longer there, but he seemed to have just left, and his warmth was still on the bed. Anran's entire body ached, and she was exhausted. She couldn't even remember how she had fallen asleep last night, and she was exhausted. His eyelids were heavy. He wanted to get up, but his body seemed to have been drained of all its strength. He couldn't exert any strength at all. In the end, he fell asleep again with fatigue. "Anran, Anran." Her eyelids were still heavy, and a familiar voice called out to her. It was soft and pleasant to hear. When she woke up again, the whole room was much brighter than before. The sunlight shone through the gauze curtain and was a little glaring. Siya Cheng was standing by the bed, looking at her with a smile. When he saw her wake up, he gently touched her forehead and said, "Hurry up and get up. Otherwise, we'll be late." Anran lay on the bed, opened her eyes, and closed them. She repeated this process a few times before she slowly woke up. She turned to look at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was already 8:30. As expected, if she didn't get up soon, she would probably be late even if she walked over. She tried to sit up, but because of the soreness all over her body, she lay down heavily again. Fortunately, the bed was soft enough, so she didn't feel pain from the fall. Siya Cheng helped her up and said, "Look at you, you don't even know how to be careful." It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but once he did, Anran remembered what happened last night. She glared at him angrily and muttered in a low voice, "It's all because of you." Siya Cheng smiled and reached out to touch her head, then leaned over to help her sit up. He said, "Come, breakfast is ready. Wash up and you can eat when we go out." Anran glanced at him, a little peeved. Then, she staggered toward the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, she quickly went up to look at herself in the mirror. Fortunately, there weren't too many obvious hickeys on her neck. At least she didn't have to wear a scarf to work today. It was a blessing in disguise. Siya Cheng looked at her in the mirror and shook his head with a smile. He turned around and prepared to heat up a glass of milk for her before she came out. The progress of the sample room was quite smooth, and everything was going according to plan. Huang Dexing was also busy with the upcoming Technology City project. Recently, he had been frequently seeking cooperation and looking for construction companies with similar strength. Among them, Ruixing Construction was the first choice. Ruixing Construction was a construction company that had just developed in Jiangcheng recently. However, in the past month, they had marked several big projects in a row, not for any other reason, but because their boss was Mo Fear. Could he be the son-in-law of the director of the City Construction Bureau of Jiang City? Anran went to Huang Dexing with the revised design, but she didn't expect to meet Mo Fear in his office. It had been almost a month since she last saw him. They had not seen each other since they had talked at the coffee shop near the school. "Anran, you came at the right time. President Mo is here to talk about cooperation. Why don't you sit down and have a chat with him?" Huang Dexing said happily when he saw Anran come in. He was a smart man. He had been in the business world for so many years. From the beginning when he only used a pen to draw pictures to now when he only looked at documents and talked to people about cooperation, he naturally met all kinds of people. So, from the first time he met Anran in his office, he could tell at a glance that there was an unusual relationship between the two of them. He was now a genuine businessman. No matter what he did, no matter who he was, as long as he could use her, then, he would make use of it without hesitation. President Mo. Anran nodded at Mo Fear calmly and at a distance. She didn't look at him for a second longer, as if she had really just met a stranger. She was so calm that she didn't have any fluctuations. She turned around and handed the document in her hand to Huang Dexing, saying, "Director, this is the latest revised drawing. Please take a look and see if there are any problems. If not, I'm going to make some small adjustments in the template room." Huang Dexing took it, but he didn't look at it. He just put the drawing aside, looked at Anran, and said, "There's no hurry. Let's sit down and have a chat. President Mo is your old classmate. You should know better than me what President Mo wants. This will also be beneficial for the cooperation between the two companies." Oh my God! Anran still wanted to refuse, but Mo Fear directly took over. "Let's have a chat. If the two companies work together in the future, we'll inevitably be in contact. For now, we'll just practice and get familiar with each other." Yes, Huang Dexing chimed in. "Both of you are designers. When the two companies work together in the future, there will be more opportunities for you to work together. I remember that you were a golden group when you were in school. All the works that you worked together with have won awards in China." Mo Fear looked at her fixedly, his eyes containing many things. Anran didn't want to know what he was thinking, but she couldn't refuse. In the end, she sat down next to him. In fact, she couldn't get involved in the content of their conversation. She only knew how to draw and design. She really didn't know anything about the operation of the company, the cooperation between the two companies, and some of the cooperation conditions on the contract. However, Huang Dexing and Mo Fear didn't seem to mind. When they talked about it, they would also pass the words to her, and she just smiled and nodded, responding casually. This conversation lasted for more than half an hour. In the end, Huang Dexing suggested that he take Mo Fear for a walk around the construction site and take a look at the sample room that Anran had designed. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly received a call from an important client. He had no choice but to ask Anran to take Mo Fear there to take a look. Anran happened to be the designer this time, so she could also explain the concept of the design to Mo Fear. Anran even suspected that Huang Dexing had done it on purpose, but she couldn't deny it, so she had to bite the bullet and agree. Just as the two of them were about to leave the office, they bumped into Xiao. When she saw Mo Fear, Xiao extended her hand to him enthusiastically and began to chat with him politely. "Is Anran taking President Mo to the construction site?" Xiao asked with a smile. Anran nodded and didn't say anything. "Do you want to go together? I happen to have a project under construction nearby. I can bring you there for a tour and let you give me some suggestions." Xiao said enthusiastically, her body leaning towards Mo Fear, her chest faintly discernible, looking a little seductive. In fact, Mo Fear was a little disgusted with people like Xiao, who always wore heavy makeup and looked like she was a prostitute. Although he had just returned to the country, in the short 2 months, he had been in contact with most of the people in the construction industry in Jiang City. He had heard rumors about Xiao in the industry, so he instinctively rejected and disliked this woman. She immediately rejected him. "There's no need. I'm not used to giving advice to others. If a construction project is already under construction and the designer is still uncertain about his own design, then I don't think the designer is suitable to be in the construction industry at all. Perhaps, he can directly change to a more suitable industry. Construction is a place for people to live and move. It's responsible for their lives. If they don't have the confidence to do a good job, it's equivalent to taking people's lives." After he finished speaking, he only glanced at her indifferently, turned around, and took the lead to walk past her. Anran looked at Xiao and didn't miss the fluctuation in her expression. She didn't say anything and followed Mo Fear. She stood at the elevator door and waited for the elevator. She glanced at him and said calmly, "You were a little too harsh with your words just now. Mo Fear turned to look at her and said, I'm telling the truth. Besides, didn't we go through the same thing back then? Ayn Rand didn't say anything. They had indeed gone through this in the past. Could it be that the words just now were what their teachers had told them in school? Because of this, they had been dispirited, but in the end, in order to fight for their pride, they worked hard to do better. Ding, ding, ding. The elevator arrived at that moment. Ayn Rand didn't look at him and entered the elevator first. On this day, Ayn Rand seemed to have met quite a few people. Ayn Rand didn't think that she would run into Chengsheng at the company's entrance. When she saw him again, if he hadn't called out to her, she wouldn't have even recognized the man in front of her. The man with messy hair, wrinkled clothes, and a face full of unshaven stubble was Chengsheng, the man who was so fair and clean that Lin Li had been infatuated with him for 10 years. Ayn Rand, can you tell me where Lin Li is? I can't find her. I can't find her anywhere. Chengsheng grabbed and ran with a pleading expression. Ayn Rand was stunned for a while before she reacted. She looked at Cheng Xiang in front of her and couldn't help but want to shake her head and sigh. Why didn't Lin Li realize her feelings for Lin Li earlier when she loved him? It was because of his indecisiveness at the time that he ruined the relationship between him and Lin Li, which had made so many people envious. Now that Lin Li was hurt and had no more strength to love, wasn't it too late for him to turn back and say love? Everyone would get tired of waiting. If one's heart died, how could one turn back? Chengsheng, why are you doing this? You can't be too selfish. You've hurt her like this and you still want to get her forgiveness and start over. Lin Li is also a human, and her heart is made of flesh. You should give her time to recover from her injuries. Since she doesn't want you to find her, then I'm her friend, so I won't tell you where she went. I went to her old home, but they said she moved. I searched for a week, but I couldn't find her. I didn't know what to do. Ayn Rand, I really love her. Can you tell me where she is? I won't disturb her. I'll just look at her from afar and see if she's doing well. Chengsheng said, remorseful tears running down his haggardly face. Ayn Rand turned her head, and the tip of her nose felt a little sour. She looked away and didn't look at him. Holding back the tears that were about to fall from her eyes, she said calmly, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You can't ask Bill to wait for you at the same place forever. She will also be tired and heartbroken. After that, she turned around and left, ignoring him. Chapter 102 Ling Lan's Provocation. Sitting in Mo Fear's car, Ayn Rand looked at the passing scenery outside. Along the way, the two of them hardly spoke. Mo Fear turned to look at her a few times, wanting to say something, but he didn't in the end. At the traffic light, the car slowly came to a stop. When he turned to look at her again, she was still in her original position. Her eyes were looking outside as if there was a beautiful scenery outside that she couldn't miss. This time, Mo Fear finally said, I've heard about Chengsheng and Lin Li's matter. Although I don't know the ins and outs of this matter, I feel that I should give Chengsheng a chance after seeing his expression just now. After all, he knows that he's in the wrong and knows that the one he loves is Lin Li. Ayn Rand suddenly turned her head and asked him in a daze, if he's wrong now, we should forgive him. What about the hurt he caused Lin Li before? Could it be that Lin Li deserves to be so cheap? Speaking of Lin Li's question, Ayn Rand couldn't help but feel a little excited. She felt that Lin Li wasn't worth it. She had loved a person for 10 years, but how many 10 years could a woman have? Almost from the moment Lin Li knew how to love, she had loved this man with all her heart, but he had always treated her as a substitute. His good treatment of her was only to use her to commemorate another woman. He had never responded to her equal love, and in the end, he didn't even keep the child. Could it be that all he needed to do to hurt her was to say I was wrong? The person I love is you. Could it be redeemed? Could this relationship really be salvaged? She didn't have an answer, and no one had an answer, so she wouldn't take the risk to try, because she didn't want Lin Li to get hurt again. Mo Fear looked at her and said, Lin Li has loved Chengsheng for 10 years. Can she really let go of this relationship? Maybe she still loves Chengsheng, and is just waiting for him to turn back. Ha! Ayn Rand sneered. Seeing this, he said with some disdain, why are you men always so self-righteous and self-righteous? Why do you think that everything else has to wait for you to turn back? Have you ever thought about how much harm your selfishness has caused them and whether that wound can be healed? Mo Fear was stunned and looked at her for a long time, unable to answer. Pa. Suddenly, there was an urgent honking sound behind him. Mo Fear snapped back to his senses and looked up. The red light had passed and the car in front had already driven away. Under the constant honking, Mo Fear quickly started the car and drove away. When they arrived at the construction site, Anran opened the door and was about to get out of the car. But the moment Anran was about to open the door, Mo Fear automatically locked it. Anran turned her head to look at him in a daze, not quite understanding what he meant. "We've arrived," Anran reminded him with a frown. Mo Fear looked straight ahead, and after a while, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips. He opened his mouth and asked, "Is the current Chengsheng the same as I was back then?" Anran looked at him and asked in amusement, "Do you think there's any point in us talking about this now?" Looking at her, Mo Fear said guiltily, "I'm sorry for hurting you so deeply back then. The past is meaningless to me, and I've forgotten all the unpleasant things. I'm fine now, so please don't mention these things in front of me again, because there's no need to," Anran said indifferently. Mo Fear smiled bitterly and looked down at the steering wheel. After a while, he said in a low voice, "In 2 months, I will divorce Tong Xiaoji." Anran looked ahead indifferently. Whether he divorced or remarried had nothing to do with her, and she was not interested in these things. "After I met you last time, I found out that you didn't receive any of the letters I sent you in America. When I went back and asked, I found out that Tong Xiaoji had blocked all of those letters. I always thought that you were still angry about what happened back then, so you never called or replied. I didn't expect it to be like this." Anran frowned and felt a little disgusted. What was he trying to do by saying this now? She turned to look at him and said, "I don't care. Whether or not those letters reach my hands, our ending will be the same. From the moment you turned around and left, we were destined to have this ending." Mo Fear stared at her for a while before turning around with a bitter smile. Anran sighed in her heart and said helplessly, "Open the door, I'll show you around. I still have to go back to the company." This time, Mo Fear didn't say anything more. He just nodded and opened the door. Anran didn't stay in the car for a second. The moment she unlocked the door, she opened it and got out. When she returned to the company from the sample room, it was almost time to get off work. Mo Fear offered to send her back, but she refused. When she left the construction site, a taxi passed by, so she hailed a taxi and got in. After returning to the office, she had just sat down when someone knocked on the door. As she sat down, Anran happened to drop a document on the floor, so she bent down to pick it up. Without looking at who had come in, she directly shouted, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Anran heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. It was obvious that it was a woman. When Anran picked up the scattered documents on the ground and sat back down, she looked up and was stunned. She didn't expect Ling Lan to be the one who came in. Ling Lan seemed to have lost a lot of weight compared to the last time he saw her. She looked a little haggard. Today, she was wearing a white dress, which made her pale little face look even paler. Ling Lan smiled calmly at Anran. Her smile had a sickly beauty to it. "Can I sit down?" Ling Lan asked in a soft voice. Anran only came back to her senses after a while. She looked at her and nodded. "Sit." Ling Lan smiled and sat down in front of Anran. She looked at Anran and said, "A few days ago, on Arjun's birthday, I lost my composure. It was all thanks to Arjun that I was sent to the hospital." "Miss Ling," Anran's lips twitched. "Is Miss Ling feeling better?" "Thank you for your concern. I'm much better." Ling Lan nodded and replied in her usual soft and gentle tone. She stretched out her hand to show the wound on her hand. At this moment, the wound was still so hideous that it was a little scary. It was a little scary. After this, Ling Lan continued, "I finally dare to face my feelings for our Luo." As he spoke, he looked up at Anran with a faint smile on his lips. Anran looked back at him. After a while, she said faintly, "Really, I once thought of giving up and sincerely wished you all the best. After all, I was the one who made the mistake back then. All these years in the United States, I have never regretted making such a fatal mistake. I used 7 years to punish myself for the mistake I made. Even though I couldn't bear to think about him, I still didn't have the courage to come back and look for him. I knew that it was impossible that he wouldn't mind." Ling Lan said. Anran didn't say anything and just looked at her. Her expression didn't change much. Ling Lan continued, but I still can't forget him. That desire forced me to come back, even if I knew that he still couldn't forgive me completely, even if he really didn't love me anymore. As long as he let me stay by his side and watch him quietly, nothing else mattered. That's why when I saw you guys, I sincerely wished you all the best. Should I say thank you? Anran asked, no smile on her face. Ling Lan smiled and shook her head. I'm just saying that I used to think that way. But now, she said. Ling Lan paused for a moment before saying, I realized that I couldn't do it at all. I couldn't lie to myself and say those words of blessing to the two of you against my heart. Seeing you and Luo together, I was always so jealous that I wanted to go crazy. I was always thinking about how Luo and I would be like now if that accident hadn't happened. If it wasn't for the accident back then, perhaps we would have gotten married a long time ago, and perhaps we would have even had a child. Arjun will definitely be a good father and a good husband. We'll be very happy and blissful, Ling Lan said. She seemed to be lost in her own imagination, unable to get out of it. But there's no if, is there? Anran said directly. Her tone was calm, but it was enough to break her imagination. Just like there's no medicine for regret in this world, how can you say if for something that has already happened? Ling Lan looked at her, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across her eyes. However, she quickly concealed it and clenched her fists tightly. She looked at her and tried her best to keep a smile on her face. There's indeed no if. That's why you're standing between me and Luo. Even if I'm not here, there will be someone else. The problem between you and Yicheng isn't about me, Anran said bluntly. Ling Lan didn't say anything for a long time. She looked at her for a long time before suddenly smiling and saying, whether it's you or someone else, none of this is important. Then, he looked at the hideous scar on his wrist and said, I can't let go of Luo at all, and I can't watch him be with another woman. Any kind of blessing goes against my heart, and I can't say it. In this case, I've decided to face my heart and prepare to snatch him back from another woman. No matter who it is, I'm confident that as long as it's something I want to do, I can do it. He looked straight at Anran with a faint provocative smile. The two of them stared at each other for a while before Anran asked, Miss Ling, did you come to find me today to issue a challenge? Ling Lan raised an eyebrow and shrugged. If you think so, it's fine. After looking at her for a while, Anran nodded and calmly said, I understand, but I don't think there's any point in you doing this. Although she hadn't been married to Su Yicheng for long, and the two didn't know much about each other, she didn't think that Su Yicheng was the kind of person who would drag things out about the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so heartless to Miss Ling. I'm the one who decides whether it's meaningful or not. After saying that, Ling Lan stood up. That's all I have to say. I hope you can remember what I said today. Anran looked at her without saying anything, nodding or shaking her head. A disdainful smile appeared on Ling Lan's face. She turned around and left Anran's office. Anran stared blankly at the office door, which had been opened and then closed again, for a long time before she snapped back to her senses. She picked up the drawing on her desk and was about to modify and perfect it again when she remembered that when she had given the drawing to Huang Dexing, he had left the drawing in his office because of Mo fear. He hadn't given her a reply on the drawing, and he hadn't even told her if it was feasible or not. With that in mind, Anran got up and prepared to head to Huang Dexing's office again. Huang Dexing's office and her office were located on the left and right sides of Zhang Ju's office, and in the middle was the main office lobby. So, when Anran got up and walked towards Huang Dexing's office, she had to pass by the entire office lobby. Ling Lan wasn't an employee of the company, so she wasn't as busy as them. Seeing Anran walk past the lobby, she even smiled at her meaningfully. Anran ignored him and went straight to Huang Dexing's office. She knocked on the door, and only pushed the door open when she heard Huang Dexing call for her to enter. To her surprise, the so-called guest hadn't left yet. His back was facing the door, so Anran couldn't see his face clearly. She had no intention of knowing who he was. Anyway, she knew nothing about the operations of Yoon Company and did not want to care too much. Director, Wayne Wan, the design I brought over earlier. Before Anran could finish speaking, the man with his back to Anran turned around and looked at her. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Anran was also a little surprised. Juhan. She didn't expect that man to be Juhan. Huang Dexing looked at Juhan in surprise, then at Anran, and said, Anran, You know Director Ju? Anran nodded in a daze and only said, yes, we've met a few times. What a coincidence, you work here. Juhan said indifferently, his tone was still calm. Yes. Anran nodded and gave him a faint smile. She didn't say much, but turned to Huang Dexing and said, Director, have you seen the design that I brought over earlier? Are there any problems? Oh, I've seen it. Huang Dexing nodded and handed her the document he had just placed on the table. You'll be fully in charge of this matter. As for the design plan, if you think it's better this way, you can change it according to your ideas. You'll be in charge of everything. You don't have to ask me. Anran nodded and took it, then nodded at Juhan with a faint smile. She took the design and left the office. After Anran finished all her work for the day, she sent Suyu Cheng a text message before she got off work. She asked him what he wanted to eat today, and she would cook for him that night. She would go to the supermarket after work and cook for him according to the recipe at night. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Anran's cooking skills and didn't even dare to have high expectations, after hearing her say this, Suyu Cheng decided to give her face and agree to it in order not to dampen her enthusiasm. Then, he casually mentioned a relatively simple dish and told her that he had some work to do tonight and would be back home in about half an hour. Anran quickly sent an okay gesture to show that she didn't mind. In fact, she still had to learn and study how to make this dish. There was still a lot of preparation work to do. Today seemed to be a day of constant accidental encounters. When she rushed out with her briefcase to wait for the elevator, she realized that there was already someone waiting by the elevator. He had a tall and straight figure and was wearing a well-tailored, handmade suit. It was obvious that he was of excellent quality. He was even holding a briefcase in his hand. When he saw her coming over, he nodded slightly without a smile, just like his usual expression. Anran stood beside him and smiled at him. What a coincidence. Do you work with our company too? Juhan looked at her indifferently and turned his head to look at the number jumping above the elevator. He only said, I plan to cooperate, but your director Huang doesn't have that intention. Anran didn't comment on this. She didn't know what conditions and opportunities were needed for the cooperation between the two companies, but these weren't things that she had to worry about. She was just a small designer, and all she had to do was to draw the design drawings more perfectly. The decision-making was the business of the company's higher-ups. The two of them stood there in silence for a while. Then Anran said with some emotion, Jiang City is so small. It seems like there are only a few industries. I didn't expect you to be in the construction industry. Juhan's lips twitched slightly. It's not big. The elevator arrived with a ding, and the door opened. There was no one inside. Juhan gentlemanly let Anran go in first, and he went in after Anran. She reached out and was about to close the elevator door when suddenly, the sound of two high heels clicking on the floor came from outside. Then, a soft voice came from outside. Wait a moment. Juhan didn't pay attention to whether the sound was special or familiar. He raised his hand and directly held the elevator's key, making the elevator door that was about to close open again. There seemed to be two or more people, and their footsteps were a little messy. When the two people came out of the corner, Anran saw their faces clearly. However, there were too many coincidences today. The two people were none other than the two sisters, Ling Lan and Ling Lin. Anran subconsciously turned her head to look at Juhan and saw that she was a little stiff as she pressed the elevator button. Although her expression remained the same, he could clearly see the shock and astonishment in his eyes. Ling Lan naturally saw Anran and Juhan in the elevator as well. Her originally faint smile suddenly froze. Her footsteps, along with her expression, slowly froze. She stopped and couldn't take another step. Han, brother Han. Ling Lin, who was at the side, was also very surprised to see Juhan. Then, she looked at her sister with some worry. After recovering from his shock, Juhan didn't let himself reveal any emotions and said lightly, Aren't you coming in? His voice was still calm and without any fluctuations, and one could not tell what he was feeling at the moment. Ling Lan's little face turned paler and paler. She shook her head vigorously at him and turned to leave as if she had seen a ghost. Sister, Ling Ling called out worriedly. She looked at Juhan and quickly turned around to catch up with Ling Lan. On the other side, Juhan released his hand from the elevator. Anran could not see any change in his expression. It was as if Ling Lan was just a stranger to him and would not change his emotions at all. However, Anran didn't miss his tightly clenched fists by his side. His hands revealed his emotions. He wasn't as indifferent as he pretended to be. The atmosphere in the elevator was weirdly heavy. Anran didn't know what to say or what she could say, but fortunately, the elevator arrived very quickly. From the elevator to the company's entrance, Juhan seemed to have adjusted his emotions, because Anran noticed that his tightly clenched hands were slowly letting go. Juhan's car was parked at the company's entrance. He turned to look at Anran, who was a step behind him, and asked politely and gentlemanly, "Do you need me to give you a lift?" Anran smiled and shook her head. "No need. My house is nearby." Juhan nodded and looked at her. He only said, "Then, goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and headed straight for the black Mercedes-Benz that was parked there. He opened the door and got into the car. Then, with a beautiful drift, he drove the car directly onto the road. The speed of the car seemed to be a little fast. With a whoosh, it rushed onto the road and disappeared into the corner of the street. It took a while for Anran to look away and turn around to walk in the direction of her house. He went directly to the supermarket downstairs to buy the ingredients for tonight's use, then returned home. He put down his briefcase and buried his head in the kitchen. He took out the recipe book he had borrowed from Lin Li from the cupboard. Fortunately, this recipe had the green bean and corn stir-fried shrimp that Su Yicheng had mentioned. When Su Yicheng opened the door with the key, he could only smell the burning smell of the house. He raised his eyebrows, as if he had a very bad feeling. He directly took the slippers from the shoe cabinet at the entrance and changed into them. He tugged at the tie around his neck that he had been wearing the whole day. As he walked in, he called out softly, and ran. No one responded. The deeper they went into the living room, the stronger the smell of Jiuyu's burning body became. Frowning slightly, he put his briefcase on the sofa in the living room and saw that her briefcase was also lying on the sofa. He turned to look at the kitchen, but he didn't see Anran. "Anran?" Su Yicheng raised his voice again, but still, no one answered. He walked to the bedroom in confusion and pushed the door open. There was no one there. The study was empty and he didn't see a certain someone. He couldn't even see Anran in the bathroom or the guest room. When they returned to the living room, Su Yicheng muttered with some worry, "Where did she go?" He directly took out his phone. He didn't even need to call up her contact, as he had already memorized those numbers by heart. He directly pressed it, and at the same time as the beeping sound in his ear, Anran's phone rang from the kitchen. Su Yicheng turned around and looked in the direction of the kitchen. He raised his eyebrows, but he didn't hang up the phone and went straight to the kitchen. He saw a pot on the ground. Inside the pot were some black reef corn, green beans, and shrimp that were difficult to distinguish. Following the pot, they directly met a pair of slightly aggrieved eyes. The person seemed to be in a somewhat sorry state. Her fair little face was stained black at this moment. There were black stains on her nose and face. Anran looked at him, feeling wronged. She pointed at the thing in the pot and said, "The book says it's so simple, but I followed the book several times and it's all the same." Upon hearing this, Su Yicheng finally noticed the trash can next to her, which was already filled with a lot of black stuff like the one in the pot. "What kind of messed up recipe is this? It's completely unreliable." In a fit of pique, Anran grabbed the menu beside her and threw it into the trash can. Looking at this scene, Su Yicheng admitted that he had a bad heart, because at this moment, he only wanted to laugh. Chapter 103 Rest Once a Week. Seeing that he wanted to laugh but was trying his best to hold it in, Anran pouted in a fit of pique. She didn't want it to be like this either. She had clearly followed all the steps on the recipe, but it had been like this 3 times. As the saying goes, don't do things 3 times. However, this saying was obviously useless to her. Looking at the shriveled corn and green beans in the pot, she felt like she was about to die of depression. She pouted and tried to stand up, but she didn't expect that because she had been squatting on the ground for too long, her feet were so numb that she couldn't feel anything at all. So, she stood up, but the next second, her legs were so weak that she was about to sit down. Fortunately, Su Yicheng, who was standing in front of her, quickly caught her and helped her to lean her center of gravity on him. Su Yicheng looked at the person in his arms with a slightly amused expression and asked jokingly, "Your feet are numb?" Anran nodded, feeling a little wronged. Her feet were so numb that she felt as if they didn't belong to her, and she couldn't exert any strength at all. Siya Cheng bent down and picked her up horizontally. The moment he lifted her up, Anran subconsciously wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and let out a soft cry of surprise. Siya Cheng glanced at her with amusement, then carried her from the kitchen to the living room and sat her down on the sofa. He looked at her face, which was as black as a cat's because of the cooking. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. He pulled the paper towel on the table and gently wiped the blackness on her face. Anran simply felt that she wasn't cut out for cooking at all. The steps looked simple, and she followed every single one of them, but in the end, she couldn't do it well after 3 tries. "There's no dinner tonight. I didn't complete my mission." Anran looked at him apologetically. After being married for so long, it seemed that he was the one who cooked for her. It seemed that he had been the one who served her well, even for breakfast. Other than making a few noodles that she could barely swallow, she did not seem to have cooked anything for him. In fact, she had been seriously thinking about their marriage recently. Although it was a little different at the beginning, the most important thing was the result. She wanted to live well with him and run this marriage well. In this way, he couldn't be the only one giving and she didn't do anything. That was why she wanted to start from the simplest. At least, she wanted to learn how to cook so that he wouldn't have to cook for himself after a day of work. It was just that her wish was very beautiful, but the reality seemed to be a little too cruel to her. It was clearly a very simple dish, but she couldn't even succeed. Was she really not suitable for cooking? Siya Cheng smiled and shook his head. He threw the napkin in his hand directly into the garbage bag, reached out to pinch her nose affectionately, and said, "I'll go cook. Wait a little longer, there will be food soon." As he said that, he got up, took off his suit jacket, and headed to the kitchen. Anran reached out to pull him back and looked at him fixedly. There was an indescribable emotion in her eyes. She only felt a little sour and wanted to cry. Upon seeing this, Siya Cheng was a little worried. He squatted down, reached out to touch her face, and asked, "What now?" Looking at him, Anran pouted and tried hard not to cry. She mumbled, "Don't you think I'm especially useless?" He couldn't even cook a dish well. Every time, he was either forced to swallow it or to clean up the mess. In retrospect, she seemed to have really failed. Seeing that she was throwing a tantrum, Siya Cheng laughed and sat down next to her again. Then, he hugged her from behind, letting her lean into his arms, and whispered in her ear, "Who dares to say that my wife is useless? My wife can build a house, but can they?" From his tone, there was pride in it. "But I can't even cook a meal." What was the use of building a house? She couldn't even make dinner for her husband. Was there a more incompetent wife than her? There are many people who can cook, but how many can build a house? Siya Cheng asked as he held her in his arms. Anran almost burst out laughing. She patted his hand and turned to look at him. "That's nonsense. How can you calculate it like that? That's my job." "Of course it's like this," Siya Cheng said with a serious expression. "Look at your job. It's amazing. No one else can do it. No one can replace you." Anran laughed at his serious expression, but when she thought about her tragic experience in the kitchen, she was a little depressed. "Actually, I just want to make a good dinner for you so that when you come home late, you can have hot and fragrant food. You don't have to cook by yourself every time, and you don't have to waste your time." Before Anran could finish her sentence, her lips were blocked by someone's. His long tongue went straight in and gave her a passionate and deep kiss. When Siya Cheng let go of her again, Anran leaned against his chest and panted heavily. Siya Cheng himself wasn't any better, and his chest was also heaving up and down. After a while, when Anran's breathing calmed down a little, she heard him say softly in her ear, "I know that you have this thought in mind. The rest is not important. But I always feel that you're the one who's been good to me, and you've been giving more." Anran said in a low voice. This was the result she had come up with after thinking about it for several days. Siya Cheng reached out to hold her hand, and the two of them held each other's hands with their fingers intertwined. After a while, he said lightly, "Anran, let's not care about who did more or less, or who gave more or gained less. We just need to know that we both want the best for our marriage and for our future. Why should we care about anything else?" "I'm sorry." Anran wanted to say something, but Siya Cheng interrupted her. "Leave a light on for me every night, so that I know there's someone waiting for me at home. It doesn't matter if I don't know how to cook or who cooks. After a pause, Su Cheng continued, even without you, I still had to cook for myself. Besides, you're my wife now, the one who's going to spend the rest of my life with me. You're also the sweetest responsibility I've ever had. I'm more than happy to cook for you. Because I'm happy to. I don't feel tired at all. He turned her over and looked into her eyes, asking, do you understand what I'm saying? Ayn Rand stared at the man in front of her. She didn't know how she could be so lucky. It was clearly a mistake, a marriage that she didn't dare to hold any hope for, but this man cherished her so much. His gentleness made her subconsciously indulge in him more and more. Fortunately, he was her husband, not a lover or anything else. He was the man who could accompany her for the rest of her life, the man she could rely on, and the father of her future children. She reached out and touched his face, her hand gently caressing his thick and dense eyebrows. A faint smile hung on the corner of her mouth as she nodded and said, I think I understand. Su Cheng also laughed, reached out, pulled her hand down, and kissed it. After a long while, he looked up at her, touched her hair, and said, I'll go cook. I'll be done later. I'll help. And Ran volunteered. After resting, her legs were no longer numb. While helping him, she could also secretly learn a few moves. Seeing the eagerness on her little face, Su Cheng smiled faintly, reached out to hold her hand, and led her directly to the kitchen. Some people said that men were always charming when they were serious. Ayn Rand didn't think so before, but today, it seemed to be true. Because Su Cheng's serious look when cooking was really charming, he took the ingredients and quickly finished them with a few cuts on the chopping board. Then, he put it into the pot, stir-fried it, and added the ingredients. Everything was done skillfully without a trace of error, as if he had practiced it all accurately since he woke up. And Ran was dumbfounded. After covering the pot, Su Cheng turned his head and saw a certain someone staring at him in a daze. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and he walked toward her. He touched her face with his hand and forced her slightly opened mouth to close again, then said in a soft, pampering voice, silly girl. Only then did Ayn Rand snap back to her senses. She looked at him and mumbled, did you learn all these cooking skills for Ling Lan? Su Cheng was stunned, and the smile on his face widened. Instead of answering her, he asked, are you jealous? Ayn Rand froze for a moment, then shook her head. She looked at him and said, I didn't. Speaking of which, I even took advantage of her. If it weren't for her, your cooking wouldn't be so good. Su Cheng raised his eyebrows. No matter how he heard it, he felt that it was strange. However, he was in a good mood. With a smile, he went up and hugged her. After hugging her for a while, he said, I'll only do it for you in the future, okay? And Ran smiled faintly, and her heart felt sweet because of his words. It was the weekend tomorrow, and Anran was almost done with her work today. After dinner, Su Cheng went into the study, while she sat in the living room and watched TV, feeling a little bored. In fact, she didn't specify what she wanted to watch. She was usually busy with work, so it had been several years since she had really calmed down and watched TV. When Su Cheng came out of the study again, he saw Anran half lying on the sofa with the remote control in her hand. She had already fallen asleep. He laughed and took the remote control from her hand and placed it on the coffee table. When he picked her up by the waist, Anran, who was in his arms, slowly opened her eyes. In a daze, she recognized that it was him in front of her, and she asked in a daze, You're done with your work? Su Cheng lowered his head and pecked her on the lips, then nodded and said, If you're tired, then sleep. I'll carry you to the bed. Anran slowly closed her eyes in peace, but before Su Cheng could return to the master bedroom from the living room, she suddenly opened her eyes and stared at him. Su Cheng looked at her in confusion and asked, What's wrong? I haven't taken a shower yet, Anran said, a little distressed. She was so sleepy, but to her dismay, she realized that she had not taken a bath at night. Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sometimes, he even wondered if she was really 28 or 29 years old. But sometimes, her behavior was just like that of a young child. She was so cute that he found it interesting. He put her on the bed, took out her pajamas from the closet, and handed them to her. Looking at her drowsy appearance, he raised his eyebrows and said with a little evil intention, Why don't we shower together? I'll help you. Hearing this, Anran was stunned for a moment. Then, as if she understood what he meant, her face suddenly turned red. She quickly took the pajamas from his hands, cursed in a low voice, "Pervert," and ran directly into the bathroom. Outside the door, Suya Cheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Anran came out of the bathroom after washing up, she saw that Suya Cheng seemed to have also changed in the guest room's bathroom. At the moment, he was lying on the bed in his pajamas and reading a book. It was really strange. She had been so sleepy just now, but now she didn't feel sleepy at all. She lifted the quilt from the other side of the bed and saw Suya Cheng looking at her with a faint smile and spreading his hands toward her. "Come here." Anran chuckled, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She shifted her butt toward him and habitually half-leaned into his arms to find a comfortable seat. The two of them didn't seem to be sleepy yet. Suya Cheng held Anran in one arm and read a book on social affairs seriously in the other. Anran, who was in her arms, was no longer sleepy and was now seriously reading a magazine on architecture with her big eyes wide open. Time passed by quietly between them. Suya Cheng looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table and realized that it was really getting late. He put the book in his hand back on the bedside table on his side, looked at Anran in his arms, and said, "Anran, it's late. Rest." Only then did Anran notice that it was really quite late. Although she was still sleepy at the moment, she understood that he had to go to the countryside with some city leaders tomorrow on the weekend. She nodded and put the architectural magazine back on the bedside table. She reached out to turn off the table lamp on the bedside table and moved her body to let herself slide down. Her head happened to rest on his strong arms. She adjusted her position and closed her eyes. In the dark, Anran didn't feel sleepy even with her eyes closed. She turned around and suddenly heard his low voice. Anran. His voice was a little low, and it had a unique charm in the dark night. "Yes," Anran responded faintly, then held her breath and waited for him to continue. For a long time, Suya Cheng didn't say anything, as if what she had just heard was just an illusion. Anran didn't want to think about it anymore. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a hand suddenly appeared on her waist. It gently caressed her delicate skin and then circled around her lower abdomen. Anran's body instinctively trembled, and all her sleepiness disappeared. With one hand, he tightly grabbed the hand that was burning his body. Suya Cheng didn't say anything, but his big hands were still running around her body. Anran felt like she was about to break down, but her body slowly reacted. She grabbed his hand again and said in a cold and hard tone, "Suya Cheng, what are you trying to do now?" In fact, there was no need to ask. Suya Cheng's intentions were obvious, but Special Assistant Su seemed to have forgotten that he had already signed the so-called husband and wife agreement with someone. Suya Cheng remained unmoved, and the hand on her lower abdomen slowly moved down. It was obvious that they were preparing to attack a certain place. Anran grabbed his hand tightly. She would not let him continue to do evil things to her. He gritted his teeth and said, "Suya Cheng, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng immediately turned over and pressed her under him. In the dark, his dark eyes stared at her intently, and the light from outside the window faintly shone on her face. It was faint, but it had a hazy beauty to it. Anran was a little embarrassed by his gaze. She reached out to push him away, but he grabbed her hand and held it against the window. Anran stared at him in a daze, and her heart was beating very fast. She naturally had a premonition of what was going to happen next, but when she looked at him, she still asked a little fearfully, What do you want to do?" With a charming smile on his lips, Suya Cheng lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. His lips pressed against hers, and he gently bit her as he said, "Fulfill the husband and wife agreement." "Nonsense," Anran reproached, "we already did it yesterday." Her agreement clearly stated that they would do it once a week, and they had already done it according to the agreement yesterday. How could he still say that he was fulfilling the husband and wife agreement now? Suya Cheng smiled devilishly, nodded, and said, "We did do it yesterday, but you didn't seem to see the contents of our agreement." "Content? Isn't it once a week?" She had printed it back then, so she didn't need to look at it to know what the agreement was about. Did she need him to remind her? Suya Cheng shook his head, leaned over, and gently whispered in her ear, "Not once a week, but once a week off." His voice was soft and gentle, and it tickled Anran's ears. As if on purpose, his lips brushed past her earbones to make her tremble again. Anran wanted to push him away from her weakly, but she didn't have much strength. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but before she could say anything, her mouth had been blocked by someone, and she couldn't say a word. The sun outside was very bright, and the sunlight shone through the beige curtains and illuminated the entire room. Anran was a little dazzled by the light and slowly woke up from her sleep. It was really eye-opening, and even though the curtains were tightly drawn, the whole room was already brightly lit. The person beside her was long gone. The coldness on the bed reminded her that he had left a long time ago. She turned to look at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was indeed getting late. It was 10:45, close to noon. She lifted the quilt and prepared to get out of bed, but the soreness in her body made her curse Su Cheng several times in her heart. This man was simply too hateful. Didn't he know that overindulgence was very harmful to the body? Her legs were still shaking badly, and she felt so weak that she would fall if she was careless. She supported herself against the wall as she walked into the bathroom. Fortunately, there was an extra large bathtub here compared to the previous apartment. After filling the bathtub with water, she let herself lie in it and immersed her entire body in the hot water. The discomfort between her legs was soothed. However, when she looked at the hickeys all over her body and recalled the passionate love they had last night, Anran felt a little embarrassed. After taking a bath, the discomfort in her body could indeed be relieved. When she came out of the bathroom and went to the living room, it was almost 11:30. Fortunately, it was the weekend. Otherwise, not only would she be late today, but she would probably have to go to work with her neck wrapped. Gilulu, her stomach growled without any regard for her image. From last night until now, and after such an intense exercise last night, she should be hungry. She walked towards the kitchen and was about to open the refrigerator to see if there was anything to fill her stomach when she saw a light yellow post-it note on the refrigerator. It said, "I made a sandwich this morning. It's in the refrigerator. Remember to heat it before eating it." At the end, there was a simple smiley face, which was a little cute. He reached out and tore off the post-it note on the refrigerator. His hand gently touched the words on the post-it note, and after a long while, he put it directly into his pocket. "Don't be so careful not to break it." As she took out the sandwiches Su Cheng had made before going to work from the refrigerator and heated them in the microwave, she muttered in a low voice, "You look like a proper person in the day, but why do you turn into a wolf at night? And a hungry wolf at that." As he said that, he rubbed his sore waist. She suddenly remembered what Su Cheng had said in bed last night. What did he mean by taking a break once a week? She clearly said that she would take a break once a week. With that thought in mind, Anran endured the soreness in her waist and headed straight for the study. He wanted to find the husband and wife agreement that he had put in his desk drawer that day. She opened it and looked at it seriously. Then, her almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. She stared at the agreement in her hands with disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? He didn't even care. She read it word by word and confirmed that the contents of the agreement were exactly what she was reading at the moment. Then, she felt as if she had been deceived and growled angrily, "Su Cheng, you treacherous official." The marriage agreement in his hand said, "Married life, once a week off." She had not noticed that there was an additional word in the agreement. Now that she thought about it carefully, he was just like what others said, black-bellied and hiding daggers in his smile, while she was too silly and too naive. She should have known that a man like him, who had such a lustful desire every night, would not sign the agreement so readily. It turned out that he had tampered with the agreement long ago. He was simply too hateful. Chapter 104, Honey, I was wrong. The government was like the business world was like the battlefield. There were no eternal friends. To put it bluntly, most people were doing it for benefits and power. Being an official was sometimes an art. It was a contest of wisdom and means. On this smoke-free battlefield, no one was your comrade. No one would always be on your side. Perhaps they had helped you before, but that help was only to make use of you and create more favorable conditions for themselves. Therefore, there was no such thing as forever helping in the officialdom. When you were of no value to someone, and your identity began to threaten someone's interests, that would be the time for that person to attack you. When Su Cheng was called to Ling Chuanjiang's office, Siya Cheng had a faint premonition. Although he wasn't sure, the feeling was very strong. Knock, knock, knock. Siya Cheng knocked on the door and heard a slightly stern voice from inside. Come in. Only then did Siya Cheng push the door open, close the office door, and walk over to the man sitting behind the big desk. He said in a deep voice, Mayor Ling, you were looking for me. Only then did Ling Chuanjiang raise his head, look at him, and nod at him. Have a seat. He gestured for him to sit down on the chair in front of his desk. Siya Cheng didn't say anything more. He nodded, pulled out a chair, and sat down on the swivel chair. Ling Chuanjiang thought about putting down the documents in his hands, then took off the thick bottom glasses on his nose bridge. He leaned back in his chair and asked indifferently, Yi Cheng, how long have you been working under me? 3 years and 5 months. Siya Cheng replied indifferently. His tone was flat, and there was no emotion in it. Ling Chuanjiang nodded and said with some emotion, time really flies. When you first joined the work, you represented a prefecture-level county to make a report to the municipal party committee. At that time, you were still ignorant and didn't know anything. Now, you can take charge of things on your own and have your own achievements in political achievements. I think you won't need to wait for me to retire before your actions are above mine. Looking at him, Ling Chuanjiang's eyes seemed to have a deeper meaning. Mayor Ling, you're too kind. We'll stick to the mayor's decision. Siya Cheng replied indifferently, looking straight into his eyes with an open expression. Ling Chuanjiang shook his head with a half-smile and said with a slightly emotional tone, back then, I thought that you and Ling Lan would get married. You've always been my dream son-in-law candidate. Even after Ling Lan left, this thought never left my mind. Then, she smiled helplessly. It's just that I didn't expect things to develop like this. The world is unpredictable. Siya Cheng said lightly, his expression neither sad nor happy, and his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Ling Chuanjiang nodded and sighed with emotion. Indeed, things are hard to predict. He then shook his head and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. And NBSB, he sat up straight again, took the glasses from the table, and put them on again. He said, the documents from the provincial office have been sent out, and your appointment has been handed to me yesterday. It has been confirmed that you will be the mayor of Technology City. The day after tomorrow, we'll hold your inauguration meeting and the launch ceremony of the Technology City plan at the Municipal Party Committee. As she spoke, she handed him the document on the table. Take a look. Siya Cheng took it, and it was his appointment document. From now on, he would be promoted from assistant mayor to the position of mayor of construction of Technology City. His position was equivalent to the deputy mayor of Jiangcheng, and he was the legitimate second in command. Ling Chuanjiang looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, in the future, it will be the world of you young people. We old people should step down. Siya Cheng stared at him for a long time, but he didn't speak. When Siya Cheng returned home, he saw Anran sitting in the living room, mumbling that it was almost enough to hang an oil bottle. On the low table in front of her was a piece of A4 paper. It was clearly the husband and wife agreement that she had specially printed out before, but the contents had been slightly altered. When Siya Cheng saw this, he naturally understood. He put down his briefcase with a faint smile and sat down beside her. He reached out to hold Anran, but she slapped his hand away. He turned around and looked at him coldly. He pointed at the husband and wife agreement on the low table and said, "Can you explain what's going on?" Siya Cheng subconsciously touched his nose with a faint smile and called out softly, "Wifey." He went forward and hugged her, refusing to let go no matter how she hit him. He said with some grievance, "Wife, if we follow your agreement, I'll be bored to death." Anran stared at him. He was still in the right. She pushed him away, put her hands on her waist, and said, "You're quibbling." Then, he reached out and picked up the agreement on the low table. He pointed to the extra rest word on the work table and said, "Tell me, how did you add it? Your behavior is a lie, a malicious lie." Siya Cheng looked at the word rest that he had added. Naturally, he wouldn't tell her that he had deliberately added it when she wasn't paying attention back then. He smiled apologetically and said, "Wifey, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you. Don't try to change the topic." Anran looked at her coldly and refused to back down. She had to get an answer today. Otherwise, she would be tricked by him every day. Siya Cheng sighed, knowing that he couldn't avoid this today. He looked at Anran and said with some resentment, "Wife, if you really do it once a week as stated in the agreement, aren't you afraid that I'll be bored to death?" He said it so bluntly that Anran's face immediately heated up. Because the temperature on her face rose, her fair little face also turned red. She cursed in a low voice, "Damn pervert." He turned his face away in a huff. Upon seeing this, Suya Cheng came up to her and hugged her from behind. He rested his chin on her shoulder and said, "Wife, you're not really that cruel to suffocate me, are you? You'll lose a lot of benefits if you do that." Anran felt even more embarrassed after hearing what he said. She was already thin-skinned to begin with, and she found it even harder to speak about these things. She pushed him away with force, and her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. She stood up immediately, looked at him with hatred, and said, "Sleep in the guest room tonight. Don't get on my bed. Let's see if I can suffocate you." After she finished speaking, she stood up with a red face and walked towards the master bedroom without looking back. She slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Suya Cheng stared at the closed door for a long time before he came back to his senses and laughed. He thought that she was just acting in a fit of pique and that it would be fine after some coaxing. She got up and knocked on the tightly shut door. "Anran, open the door. I'll admit my mistake, okay?" He didn't see anyone open the door for a long time. When he raised his hand to knock again, the door opened, but before Suya Cheng could react, someone suddenly stuffed a bunch of things into his hand, and he heard her quickly say, "For you." Then, before he could figure out what was going on and what was in his hand, the door slammed shut again, blocking him outside. Suya Cheng was in a daze for a long time before he came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he was holding his own change of clothes and pajamas in his hands. Looking at this scene, Suya Cheng had no choice but to admit that Anran was serious, and he had really been kicked out of the room by his wife. The next day, Anran rushed out of the room with her neck twisted. In the kitchen, Suya Cheng was busy preparing breakfast for the two of them. When he saw her open the door, he said with a smile, "Have a seat. Breakfast will be ready soon." As he said that, he turned back to pick up the spatula and started boiling the vegetables in his hands. In less than a minute, the half-cooked poached egg in the pan was beaten out of the pan and placed on the two's plates. Then, he turned around to pour her a glass of milk. "Come, eat it while it's hot." Sitting on the high chair, Anran pouted, her brows tightly furrowed, and she pinched her sore neck with one hand. Getting used to things was really scary. It had only been a short while, but she was still not used to not being able to fall asleep without him by her side. Furthermore, she did not sleep on his arm. This morning, she tragically realized that she had a pillow. Suya Cheng noticed her discomfort and put down the knife and fork in his hand. He attentively stepped forward to massage her sore neck and asked softly, "How is it? Do you feel better now?" Anran didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth curved up slightly, betraying her current mood. Suya Cheng naturally caught a glimpse of the smile at the corner of her mouth, but he didn't ask any questions and continued to massage her with his hands. She looked at the time. Afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it to work later, she avoided him and deliberately said in a stiff tone, "Eat breakfast. Don't blame me for wasting your time if you're late." Suya Cheng laughed, and when he heard this, he returned to his seat, looked at her, and ate in big mouthfuls. Anran was really angry this time. Before Suya Cheng went to work, he wanted to hug her and kiss her goodbye, but she avoided him. She glanced at him, then turned around and went back to her room. Suya Cheng touched his nose in boredom. This time, he seemed to have lost. Anran's temper was bigger than he had imagined, and coaxing her didn't seem to work. Suya Cheng was actually a little busy that day. Tomorrow was his inauguration meeting, and it was also the day that Technology City would be officially implemented, so he had several materials to prepare today and a speech for tomorrow. In addition, because the project for Technology City would be officially launched tomorrow, all kinds of bidding would also begin, so he would probably be very busy for a long time. This was also the price he had to pay to get from one position to another. Knock, knock, knock. Secretary Zheng knocked on the door and came in with the information that Suya Cheng had just asked him to prepare. He respectfully handed it over and said, "City Assistant Su, this is the information you wanted." Suya Cheng reached out to take it, and just as Secretary Zheng was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly called out to him, Secretary Jeng, wait a moment. Secretary Jeng turned around, looked at him, and asked, what other instructions does the city assistant have? They looked like they were waiting for orders. Siya Cheng recalled how awkward the little woman in the house was this morning, and he didn't want to sleep in the guest room again tonight. Compared to the slightly cold room in the guest room, he still felt that holding her would make him feel more secure. Siya Cheng coughed lightly and felt a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't have any experience in this kind of thing. However, for the sake of his own welfare at night, he still asked a little awkwardly, Secretary Jeng, you have a girlfriend, right? He remembered that Secretary Jeng had been working for him for more than 3 years. Ever since he transferred Secretary Jeng to be the mayor's special assistant, he had been his secretary. He remembered that he had told him that he had a girlfriend. Secretary Jeng had thought that he had something to tell him about work, but he didn't expect him to ask such a personal question. He was stunned for a while before he nodded and replied, yes, I do. Is there a problem? It can't be that there's a new rule that states that one can't have a girlfriend at work. Then, did you have any conflicts with each other? Siya Cheng asked. He was going to learn from Secretary Jeng. Well, after being together for a long time, there will be some friction. Although Secretary Jin didn't understand why he asked that, he still told him the truth. Then what would you do? Siya Cheng looked at him and asked anxiously. What to do was the key question he wanted to ask today. Secretary Jeng was not stupid. He looked at him and asked tentatively, Special Assistant Su, did you have a conflict with Madam? Otherwise, why would he ask him all these questions? However, he was a little curious. Special Assistant Su was so gentle and elegant, always smiling on his face, and his character was always gentle and considerate. Why would such a man have a conflict with his wife? Siya Cheng was a little choked by his words. Cough, cough. He coughed a few times and said, yes, I guess so. Tell me, what would you normally do in such a situation? Secretary Jin tried not to laugh out loud and said with a serious face, that depends on whose fault it is. If it's your fault, then the first thing you need to do is apologize. Apologize? It didn't seem to work. Siya Cheng thought to himself. By the way, apologizing to a lover is also a kind of knowledge. There are ways to do it. Secretary Jeng seemed to be quite experienced. He pulled out the chair in front of him and sat down. Women are all petty animals. No matter who's right or wrong, in their vocabulary, the one in the wrong is always the other party, and they are always right. Therefore, it was important to take the initiative to admit to her mistakes. In addition, women were also people who loved romance. If you gave them a bouquet of beautiful roses when you apologized, all their attention would be attracted to the bouquet in their hands, and they would accept your apology more easily. Of course, after you give her the flowers, you must take her out for a good meal, to a more romantic Western restaurant, and then have a candlelight dinner for the two of them with some red wine. That would be perfect, and they would forget all the unhappiness that night. Secretary Jeng said in a matter-of-fact manner, as if it was the same thing. Then according to what you said, I have to buy flowers first when I go back tonight. Siya Cheng asked. Yes, choose what she likes. Otherwise, if we choose what she doesn't like, then we'll have worked for nothing. Secretary Jeng said. Siya Cheng nodded and muttered to himself in a low voice, so there's such a thing as an apology. He suddenly thought of a question. He looked up at Secretary Jeng and asked, Secretary Jeng, do you often make mistakes? Otherwise, how could he have such a deep understanding of it? Secretary Jeng was a little unnatural and said with a little guilty conscience, well, no matter who's at fault, it's a man's fault. As a man, you should be more magnanimous and not be too calculative. Siya Cheng looked at him, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. After all the apology tips were taught, Secretary Jeng looked at him curiously and asked, by the way, Special Assistant, what's the conflict between you two? He had always felt that although Siya Cheng's marriage had started in a very hasty manner, judging from his attitude toward his wife, he could tell that they got along quite well. Moreover, he seemed to really love his wife, as he used to pick her up to work almost every day. Siya Cheng was still thinking about Secretary Jeng's apology. When he heard that, he looked up at him and said with a faint smile, are you very free? If you're free, I don't mind giving you more work. Secretary Jeng felt a chill run down his spine. Siya Chen was clearly smiling when he spoke to him, but he always felt that he was scarier this way than when he was serious. He quickly waved his hand and said, I still have a few ingredients that I haven't finished. I'll go out first. Before he could respond, she quickly ran out of his office. Siya Chen, who was sitting behind his desk, curled his lips into a faint smile as he carefully pondered the so-called apology method that Secretary Zheng had just taught him. At night, after work, Siya Chen decided to listen to Secretary Zheng's 3 steps of apology. He drove to the flower shop at the corner of the street and asked the waiter to book a bouquet of the most beautiful roses. As he strolled around the flower shop, he happened to see some interesting cards on the counter, so he asked the waiter to take one out, took a pen, and seriously wrote something on the card. This was the second time he had walked down the street with a bouquet of flowers in his arms. The last time was 7 years ago when he was preparing to propose to Ling Lan. He had prepared a diamond ring for the proposal under Yi Ziwen's suggestion and had even specially bought a bouquet of flowers. However, even though that was the case, he still felt extremely awkward walking down the street with a large bouquet of flowers in his arms. There had been a few times when he had the urge to stuff the flowers into Yi Ziwen's arms, but for some reason, this time, he actually felt a sense of joy. He was looking forward to Anran crying when she saw him holding the flowers in front of her. Or would he smile? Just as Siya Chen was about to reach the parking space, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and almost knocked over the flowers in his hand. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough and dodged quickly enough to avoid it. However, although he managed to avoid it, the person still accidentally knocked over the flowers, and the card in the middle of the flowers was unfortunately knocked down. When Siya Chen saw the person in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but frown. Yijiao. Siya Jiao looked up, her face still covered in tears. She was surprised to see Siya Chen. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you crying? Siya Chen didn't miss the tears that had yet to dry on her face. Siya Jiao was stunned. She quickly wiped the tears off her face and explained with a dry smile, No, the sand just got into my eyes. Siya Chen naturally knew how lame her excuse was, but since she didn't want to say it, he naturally wouldn't force her. He only asked lightly, Are you all right? His voice wasn't high, but his tone was filled with concern. Afraid that he would worry about her, Siya Jiao put on a big smile and said in a clear voice, I'm fine, I'll be fine in a while. Siya Chen nodded and reached out to stroke her head affectionately. It was only then that Siya Jiao noticed the big bouquet of roses in his hand, and she asked curiously, Brother, such a big bouquet of roses. Is today your and sister-in-law's anniversary? Siya Chen was a little uncomfortable, and he pursed his lips, nodded, and said, Yes, it's an anniversary. Compared to this, it was better than letting his sister know that he had annoyed his sister-in-law and was now preparing to apologize. Siya Jiao looked at him with a slightly novel expression and said with a smile, I really couldn't tell. Brother, when did you become so romantic? Siya Chen unceremoniously smacked her on the head and said in a bad mood, You're so rude. He raised his hand to look at the time and said, All right, I'll be leaving first. Your sister-in-law is still waiting for me at home. Siya Chen winked at him suggestively and said, Try your best. Not only is Mom waiting to hold her eldest grandson, but I'm also waiting to be an aunt. Siya Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't answer her. Instead, he turned around and walked toward the car that was parked a few steps away. Ha ha ha. Siya Chen laughed out loud. When he turned around and was about to leave, he happened to catch a glimpse of the card that had fallen on the ground. He reached out to pick it up and flipped it open. She could recognize the words on the card. It was her brother's, but the contents of the card made her eyes widen. I'm sorry, wifey. When Siya Chen returned home with the flowers in his arms, he saw that the living room was empty. He changed his shoes and entered the house, calling out softly as he walked, and ran. Hearing his voice, Anran came out of the study. She was dressed in home clothes, and her hair was let down. When she saw him come in with a large bouquet of flowers, she didn't look too surprised. She only looked at him with a faint smile, as if she had known he would come back with flowers. Siya Chen walked over to her with the flowers in his arms. He was just about to say the apology he had prepared all along the way, but she beat him to it. Are the flowers for me? Anran asked lightly, and the smile on her lips was also very faint. Suya Cheng nodded and was about to say, "That Ran. Anran reached out to take the flower from his hand and said, "Thank you, it's very beautiful." After that, she deliberately looked around the bouquet, but found nothing. She looked up at him and asked, "Where are the cards?" Suya Cheng was stunned for a moment. He stepped forward to look at the bouquet, and the card he had specially put on it was indeed gone. However, he suddenly thought of something and looked up at Anran. He asked in confusion, "How did you know?" She seemed to have known everything about him, so she was not surprised at all. Anran glanced at him, then sat down on the sofa with the flowers in her arms and said, "Mom just called and asked if we had a fight. She said you bought a big bouquet and wrote a card on it to apologize to me. How could Mom be unconscious?" She suddenly remembered that she had bumped into Yijiao on the way back, and then everything became clear. She guessed that she had dropped her card at that time, and Yijiao had picked it up and told her mother about it. Looking at Anran, who was sitting on the sofa with a bouquet of flowers in her hands, Suya Cheng sat down next to her, put his hand on her shoulder, and said with a playful smile, "Honey, don't be angry anymore, okay?" Anran glanced at him and slapped away his hand on her shoulder. She looked at him and said slyly, "No card. We don't accept apologies." With that said, he stood up and left with the bouquet. Chapter 105, Playing a Rascal by Borrowing Wine. Anran put the bouquet of roses in a vase and placed it in the room. She sat on the bed and read a book, but she didn't look at it at all. Her eyes would always float to the flowers, and then she would smile foolishly as she looked at them. Suya Cheng made dinner, and it was all her favorite dishes. In fact, she also found it strange. She didn't even tell him what she liked to eat or what she didn't like to eat, but every time he cooked, it was almost all to her liking. In fact, she was very touched by his considerate care, and when she ate the food, her heart always felt sweet and warm. As they had agreed before, he would cook the rice, so she would be the one to clean up the dishes. This was considered a division of labor, and it was fair. So, after dinner, Anran was still the one cleaning up the dishes. However, tonight, a certain someone was very attentive and offered to help, but she firmly rejected him. However, Suya Cheng wouldn't give up so easily, so while she was washing the dishes, he wiped the bowls clean and put them in the disinfection cabinet. As he wiped them, he said, "Wife, let me go back to my room to sleep tonight." He was used to hugging her to sleep, so he really couldn't fall asleep if he suddenly didn't hug her to sleep and let him sleep alone. Anran didn't say anything. She just turned her head and glanced at him indifferently. Then, she turned around and started to wash the dishes in the sink again. Suyu was stunned for a moment before he realized that Anran was quite stubborn when she was stubborn. There was no room for negotiation at all, and he furrowed his brows in confusion. When she saw his slightly conflicted expression from the corner of her eye, Anran suddenly felt the urge to laugh, but she held back in the end. Then, Secretary Jen's phone call came in at this time. It seemed to be something important. He took the phone and went straight into the study, never coming out again. In fact, she had wanted to bring coffee to him during this period, but when she reached the door, she hesitated for a long time and did not knock on the door. Instead, she came back with the coffee. She put down the book in her hand, lifted the quilt, and got down from the bed. She walked to the vase and lowered her head to smell the faint fragrance of the flowers. To be honest, she was only angry about last night. When she woke up this morning, she was not angry at all. Now, she was more awkward than angry. His hand gently caressed the delicate petals, and the corners of his mouth gently curved into a smile. He looked at the tightly closed door. Actually, she did not lock the door, and she did not really want to not let him go back to the room to sleep. He was used to sleeping in his arms, and it was really difficult for him to fall asleep without his embrace. She looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was getting late. Anran didn't know if he was done with his work in the study, but she didn't plan on going out to see what was going on. Anran lifted her blanket and went to bed, turned on the light, and forced herself to close her eyes and fall asleep. When Suya Cheng opened the door and came in, it was already past 11 o'clock. At night, Secretary Jen called him to say that he had made a mistake in the materials during the day. He had been busy the whole night before he had finally settled everything. She took a shower in the guest room and changed into her pajamas. When she was about to open the door with her keys, she realized that the bedroom door was not locked. When he opened the door and went in, he saw that Anran was already lying on her side on the bed. Her breathing was steady and long, as if she had already fallen asleep. She tried her best to be as light as possible and did not turn on the lights. Instead, she felt around in the dark and used the white moonlight that shone through the curtains to softly lift the blanket from the other side of the bed. He carefully lifted the head of the person on the bed and stretched his arm under her neck, letting her rest on his arm as usual. Anran moaned on the bed, then turned around and rolled into his arms. Her little head snuggled in his arms for a while, and then she seemed to have found a comfortable position for herself. She then fell asleep in peace, and her breathing gradually calmed down. Suya Cheng looked at the person in his arms, smiled, and then lowered his head to kiss the center of her hair. After doing all this, he closed his eyes and fell asleep with her breathing. However, he didn't know that the moment he closed his eyes, the person in his arms suddenly opened her eyes and a sly smile appeared on her face. As expected, she was used to his embrace and his warmth at night. That night, being hugged by him, Anran slept very well. She almost didn't wake up at all and slept through the night until dawn. When she opened her eyes in a daze, she saw a magnified handsome face in front of her. Seeing that she had woken up, he smiled and said, "Morning." Then, without waiting for Anran's reaction, he suddenly leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. Anran struggled to push him away, but she couldn't push him away. In the end, he gave her a French kiss before letting her go, panting. She leaned into his arms for a long time before she could catch her breath. Anran pushed him away and pretended to be angry. She said angrily, "Why are you in the room? Aren't we in a cold war?" Suya Cheng laughed, reached out, and pinched her nose. "Then why didn't you chase me out of bed last night?" Of course, he knew that she was not asleep when he came in last night. I fell asleep," Anran said. She looked at him unhappily and said, "How would I know that you would sneak in so shamelessly? Is that so?" Suya Cheng smiled devilishly and looked at her. He reached out to push away the bangs on her forehead that were blocking her view and said innocently, "I thought you left the door open for me on purpose." Anran glanced at him unhappily. Naturally, she wouldn't admit that she had left the door open for him on purpose. She said stubbornly, "I'm not." Suya Cheng only smiled, but he didn't expose her. He patted her head affectionately, lifted the blanket, and got up. He would probably be busy the whole day. He had a meeting at 9 in the morning, and he arrived at the office at 8:30 to prepare the materials and speech. During breakfast, Suya Cheng told her that he might be home late that night, so she could settle dinner herself and not wait for him. Anran nodded. She remembered that he had said that his personnel orders would come today, so he was probably going to be busy today. Some news always spread very quickly. It was clearly not settled here, but the outside already knew everything. Anran had just arrived at the company and placed her briefcase on her desk. Before she could turn on her computer, Huan Dexing came in with an awkward smile. When he saw Anran, he quickly congratulated her. "Anran, I heard that Special Assistant Sue has been promoted. Congratulations." "Ah, I see. The document was only released today, so it's still not certain whether it's a promotion or a reduction," Anran said with a smile. "Haha, I'll definitely be promoted. I'll definitely be promoted. With Special Assistant Sue's means and abilities, there's definitely no problem," Huan Dexing said with certainty. Anran only smiled faintly and nodded at him. "Then I'll borrow your words, Director. Anran, when you go back, you can ask Special Assistant Sue to see which part of the technology city our company has a higher chance of winning," Huan Dexing said pointedly. After all, she still had to work here, so it wasn't appropriate for her to directly refuse and offend him. Anran only nodded slightly and agreed. "Then, I'll ask him when I can. Let's delay it if we can." All right. Huan Dexing nodded happily, then talked to Anran about work for a while before he turned around and left Anran's office. In the afternoon, Anran went to the sample room with Chen Cheng. The progress of the sample room was very smooth, even faster than expected. As a result, Anran was relieved and didn't have to worry about not being able to make it to the final evaluation. Because she knew that Suya Cheng would be returning late today, she didn't rush home. As a result, she unknowingly lost track of time while drawing in the office. When she packed her things and prepared to go home, she realized that the sky outside the window was slowly turning dark. Fortunately, the company wasn't far from the apartment, and they could reach home in a few minutes. After she packed her things and came out, the entire office was quiet. The lights in the office lobby were still on, Chen Cheng's computer was still on, and her bag was on the desk. It was obvious that she and Chen Cheng had not returned to the office yet. She had originally planned to wait for her in the office before leaving the hospital together, but after waiting for a few minutes, she still didn't see her return. In the end, Anran decided to give up on herself and leave. While waiting for the elevator, Anran seemed to hear faint sobbing from the safety corridor. Anran furrowed her brows and walked over curiously. The sobbing sound grew louder and louder, more and more obvious, and even Anran felt that the sound was familiar. When she got closer, at the corner of the emergency stairs, Anran finally saw the person who was sobbing and holding back her emotions. This person was none other than Chen Cheng. Anran stood behind her for a while, but she didn't notice. Anran handed her a napkin. Chen Cheng turned around and saw the two people standing behind her. She quickly wiped the tears from her face and smiled awkwardly at Anran, but that smile looked even uglier than her crying. "Ji sister Ji you haven't left yet." Anran nodded and handed her the napkin. "What happened?" he asked indifferently. Chen Cheng reached out to take it, but she only shook her head and didn't answer her question. Since she didn't say anything, Anran naturally didn't ask further. She only nodded and didn't express her opinion. The two of them returned to the office. Anran asked if she was leaving, but Chen Cheng shook her head and said that she still had some things to do and would leave after a while. Anran nodded. Naturally, she would not force him. However, when she was about to leave, she could not help but turn to look at her and say calmly, "If there is really something wrong, don't keep it to yourself. Say it out loud. We might not be able to help much, but at least you will feel better." Chen Cheng looked at her for a while and nodded, but her eyes were flickering. When she got home, Anran cooked some ramen for herself as dinner. As he ate, he began to despise his cooking skills. He really didn't dare to compliment them. Perhaps it was because her appetite had been spoiled by Suyu Cheng recently. She couldn't eat anything that she used to think was enough to cope with her stomach. When she thought about how Suyu Cheng would always eat with great relish and would drink every drop of the broth, she suddenly felt a little aggrieved. However, even though she felt aggrieved, her heart was incredibly warm because of his behavior. He didn't eat much. In the end, he felt that it was really difficult to swallow, so he threw all the noodles in the bowl into the trash can. Nights without Suyu Cheng seemed to be a little boring. She sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV, but she didn't know what to watch at all. When a certain actress on the TV cried so sadly that she looked like a pear blossom bathed in rain, Anran fell asleep while watching. Ding dong 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 dongle. Anran was woken up by the doorbell. The slightly urgent sound of the doorbell continued to ring, waking Anran up from her sleep. She was so dazed that she couldn't react. She sat in a daze for a while, but her head was still groggy. The weeping female star on the LCD screen had long disappeared. At this moment, the midnight news was playing. Ding dong. Seeing that there was still no response from the room, the person outside the door rang the doorbell again. Only then did Anran snap out of her daze. She quickly stood up and looked at her watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. She didn't know who else would come at this time, so she quickly adjusted her slightly crumpled pajamas before walking toward the door. Through the screen, she saw a man standing outside, supporting Suyu Cheng. Suyu Cheng's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and he seemed to be in pain. Seeing this, Anran quickly opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled alcohol all over him. It was obvious that someone had drunk too much, and he was so drunk that he couldn't go home and needed someone to help him. "Madam, the city will help him," Secretary Jen was about to say, but he suddenly thought of something and quickly changed his words. "Oh no, it should be Deputy Mayor Su now. He was too happy tonight, so he drank a little too much." Anran nodded at the man. She recognized this man. She had seen him on the day she and Suyu Cheng got their marriage certificate, and it was only later that she found out that he was Suyu Cheng's secretary. He had been with Suyu Cheng for more than 3 years and could be considered his right-hand man. "Come in quickly." Anran quickly turned around and let Secretary Zheng help Suyu Cheng into the bedroom. After Secretary Zheng helped Su Cheng lie down on the bed, Anran quickly went to the kitchen and poured Secretary Zheng a glass of water. "Come, have some water." He seemed to be really thirsty. He took the cup and gulped it down. Although Secretary Zheng was also very tall, he was half a head shorter than Su Cheng, and he was also a little slimmer. Su Cheng didn't look fat, but he was very strong, and his muscles were tight. This probably had something to do with his persistence in doing morning exercises every day, so even if Secretary Zheng had to hold him all the way back, it was indeed a little difficult. Seeing that he was thirsty, one glass of water didn't seem to be enough. Anran asked tentatively, "Why don't I pour you another cup?" Secretary Zheng quickly shook his head and said, No, it's not early. I won't disturb you any longer. Besides, my girlfriend is still waiting downstairs." He had also drunk a lot that night, and when the dinner was over, he was about to call a taxi to send Su Cheng home when his girlfriend's call came in, saying that she was nearby and asking him if the dinner was over and if he wanted to go home together. As such, he simply asked her to come over and drive Su Cheng home first. At this moment, she was still sitting in the car waiting downstairs. "I see, it was indeed getting late." Anran nodded and didn't want to stay any longer. She smiled at him and thanked him. "Thank you for sending Yi Cheng home. Also, thank your girlfriend for me." Secretary Zheng nodded at her with a silly smile, then turned around and left. Anran politely sent him to the door and then closed the door. When she returned to her room, she saw Su Cheng lying on the bed, already slightly snoring. He was a good drinker. Even if he was drunk, he would not do anything out of line. He just lay down and slept quietly. Anran sighed softly and stepped forward to take off his shoes and socks. She unbuttoned his shirt to make his breathing more natural. After doing all this, Anran turned around and went to the bathroom to turn on some hot water. She took out a towel, wrung it, and gently wiped his face and hands. As he wiped his mouth, he muttered, "I told you not to drink, but you didn't listen at all. Fortunately, you were only drunk this time. If you drink again and your stomach disease reappears, I'll deal with you." As she spoke, she playfully flicked his forehead with her finger. Su Cheng, who was still asleep, frowned unhappily. Anran stuck out her tongue adorably, then got up and went back to the bathroom to pour the water out. What Anran didn't notice was that the moment she turned around, the person on the bed behind her, who was supposed to be drunk, suddenly opened his eyes. There was still a slyness in his eyes, as if he had gotten what he wanted. He was not drunk at all. At night, Anran lay beside him. She slept a little lightly because she was worried that he would feel uncomfortable in the middle of the night. She could take care of him while she was awake. As for Su Cheng, he didn't seem to be in any discomfort or any other signs of drunkenness. He was lying there quietly with a slight snoring sound, and it seemed like he was sleeping well. Anran closed her eyes again and fell asleep in a daze. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her body. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Su Cheng had turned around, his thighs pressing against her legs, and his hands were holding her waist in an overbearing manner, making her whole body lean against his. At this moment, he was like a sloth clinging to her. He hugged her so tightly that Anran almost couldn't breathe. She patted his shoulder. "Why, Yi Cheng, are you awake?" Su Cheng didn't answer and only grunted a few times. He buried his head in her chest and rubbed it against her. His arms around her tightened, and his strong thighs rubbed against her, teasing her. Anran's entire body was a little hot from his teasing. She reached out to push him away, but she couldn't resist his strength. She couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Su Cheng, you're not pretending to be drunk, are you?" Su Cheng still kept his eyes closed and didn't speak, as if he was really drunk. He continued to rub his head against her chest and even evilly kissed her through her pajamas. Anran's body trembled, and she couldn't help but groan. "Su Cheng." Anran almost gritted her teeth. She reached out to hold his face and made him look into her eyes. This guy wasn't really pretending to be drunk, was he? Under the influence of alcohol, a certain someone's hands began to feel uneasy. The large palm that was originally clasping her had sneaked under her pajamas and lingered on her smooth, silk-like skin. Anran was a little flustered by him. She held his head in place so that he couldn't take advantage of her. On this side, he immediately used his hand to deliberately move around her body and then grab his hand. The worst thing was that he actually rubbed his leg against hers. This cycle continued, and Anran was no match for him at all. However, she had suspected that he was pretending to be drunk a few times, and when she looked at his dazed face, she really couldn't tell if he was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. In the end, she was still devoured last night. Their clothes were scattered all over the floor under the bed, and their bodies were entangled under the quilt. When she woke up again, Su Cheng was still asleep. The sunlight from outside the window shone through the beige curtains and illuminated the entire room with a slightly yellow halo, making her feel as if she was in a hazy mist, which was a bit dreamy and beautiful. Anran sighed softly. As she looked at his childlike face, she couldn't help but reach out and gently caress his face. She knew that he wasn't drunk at all last night. He was just using his drunkenness to act shamelessly, because she remembered that when she was a little annoyed by his provocation last night, this man had even asked her if she had forgiven him and if she was still angry. As long as her answer was no, he would deliberately torture her in different ways until she begged for mercy. Anran couldn't take it anymore, so she scolded in a low voice, "Bad guy, big bad guy." Then, she leaned forward, opened her mouth, and gently bit his tall nose. Su Cheng woke up with a muffled groan. When he opened his eyes, he saw the magnified face in front of him, and the tip of his nose felt a slight itch. He suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, flipped over, and pressed him under his body. He gently pecked her beautiful and small lips, and a big smile appeared on his face. Morning. He was in a good mood. Anran was still angry. She cursed again in a low voice, "You hooligan, you big bad guy." Then, she turned around in a fit of pique and deliberately avoided his gaze. Su Cheng laughed out loud and deliberately buried his entire body in her neck. He opened his mouth and gently bit her slightly round shoulder, then whispered in her ear, "I only act like a hooligan to you." Under the blanket, the two of them were wrapped around each other, naked. The hand that was holding her waist pulled her gently, causing their bodies to be even closer to each other. Anran suddenly turned her head and stared at him with wide eyes. Under the blanket, she could clearly feel that something was wrong with him and quickly reached out to push him away. You come down." Su Cheng looked at her, and his eyes suddenly became a little deep. There seemed to be a raging flame burning in his eyes, and he gently called out in her ear, "Anran." Anran was on the verge of tears. Her body was still sore and in pain, and she couldn't stand his torment anymore. She quickly begged, Su Cheng, "I'm really tired. Can you let me get up?" Su Cheng laughed, buried his head in her neck, and took a deep breath. His voice was a little tense as he said, "Don't move, just let me hug you for a while." Upon hearing this, Anran really didn't dare to move. She had checked the information, and it seemed that men were more impulsive in the morning, so she didn't want to get involved. The two of them hugged each other like this for a while. When she felt the strange feeling on his body slowly fade away, she patted him and said, Let me get up." Without waiting for Su Cheng to answer, Anran's cell phone on the bedside table rang at this time. Su Cheng turned over and got up from Anran's body. He reached out to hand her cell phone to her, then turned over and got out of bed, heading directly in the direction of the bathroom. Phew, phew, phew. Anran let out a long sigh of relief and then answered the call. "Hello." Anran's eyes widened as she listened to the other party. She was a little agitated. What? How could this be? Chapter 106, An Accident. The call in the morning was from Engineer Chen. He said, the template room collapsed. When Anran washed up and changed her clothes, she saw that the scene was a mess. The ceiling of the template room had fallen down and destroyed many things inside. The entire scene was too horrible to look at. The only good thing was that no one was injured in the accident. It was said that the collapse happened in the morning. When two workers went over in the morning, they didn't even open the door and go in. They only heard a loud bang. When they rushed over and opened the door, the scene had become like this. Designer GU, what do you think we should do now? Next Monday is the acceptance date. It's impossible to repair it now. We won't be able to make it in time even if we start again according to the design plan. Looking at the scene, Chen Gong didn't dare to have any hope for the inspection next Monday. Anran stared at the large cement block that fell from the ceiling, as well as the tables, chairs, water buckets, and other tools that had been smashed by the cement block. Anran's heart was still beating very fast. She stepped forward, reached out to touch the broken tables and chairs, and said indifferently, "How did this happen?" "I don't know either. Logically speaking, I've done the construction according to the design plan. If there's no problem with the design plan, then I'll start the construction," said Engineer Chen. He suddenly felt that he had misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. He looked at her a little awkwardly. Anran looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. As the saying goes, good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. By the time she returned to the office, almost the entire company knew about the problem with the sample room. Seeing her enter, the front desk girl went up to her worriedly. "Sister Jiyu, are you all right?" Anran glanced at her and shook her head weakly. "I'm fine." She had just entered the hall when she saw Ling Lin standing up from her seat and walking towards her with a gloating expression. She said with a smile, "Ha, your design actually collapsed. You're probably the first one in our company, right?" And Ran looked at her and said, "Please mind your words before you find out the exact reason." "Ha." Ling Lin looked at her with a cold smile. "Then I wish you good luck. I hope the results of the investigation are not about the design." After that, he turned around and returned to his seat. Anran dragged her tired body back to her office, but just as she pushed the door open and entered, she happened to run into Xiao, who was standing opposite her, opening the door and about to go out. When she saw Anran, she also had a faint smile on her face. He looked at her and left. Anran sat down on the chair, feeling a little dejected. She leaned back against the chair, feeling extremely tired at the moment. There was an indescribable sense of exhaustion. She couldn't figure out why the template room would suddenly collapse. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her design, nor did she think there was anything wrong with Engineer Chen's construction. After all, they had been discussing together these days, and she had spent more time in the sample room than in the office. He sat up abruptly and opened the drawer to take out the blueprint to take a closer look. However, when he opened the drawer, he realized that the blueprint that was originally in the drawer had disappeared. He could not find it at all. Just as Anran was still rummaging through her closet for the design plan, someone suddenly knocked on the office door. It was the office girl, who said that Huan Dexing wanted her to go over. Anran nodded. Even if he didn't look for her, she would still go. She had to give an explanation for this accident. She needed it for the company, for the project, and for herself. Suddenly, she thought of something and stopped the office girl who was about to leave. "Wait a minute, is Chen Cheng outside?" She didn't seem to have seen her when she came back. Such a big thing had happened in the demo room, but she had stayed at the scene for more than an hour just now and had not seen her. The office girl was stunned. She tried hard to recall, then shook her head and said, "I don't think I've seen her today." "Is she late?" Anran's heart sank. She seemed to have a bad feeling about this. In fact, she quite admired Chen Cheng. She was talented in design and had a very special way of thinking. She even thought about training her well. In less than 2 years, when Chen Cheng accumulated a certain amount of work and management, she would probably surpass Anran. However, was she wrong? She stood up and strode out of the office, stopping in front of Chen Cheng's seat. He reached out and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. In the office, Huan Dexing replied loudly, "Come in." Anran pushed the door open and went in. Huan Dexing was sitting behind his desk. When he looked up and saw her come in, his brows furrowed slightly. He said calmly, "Have a seat." She pulled out the chair in front of his desk and sat down. Huan Dexing leaned back in his chair and stared at Anran. He said, "I went to the construction site when I just came. How did it become like this? Can you give me an explanation?" Anran lowered her head, then looked up at Huan Dexing and said with a bitter smile, "I'll take full responsibility for this." Huan Dexing frowned. "So," he asked, "you admit that there was a problem with your design?" "No," she said. Anran shook her head. "I'm very confident that there won't be any problems with the design plan." When she was drawing the design, she had carefully calculated the proportion and the bearing force of the pressure. There would definitely be no problems. After all, she was in the construction industry. It was a place for people to live and move in the future. If she was not careful, an accident would happen. The precision of the design was the most basic responsibility and attitude that she should have. "Since it's not the design plan's problem, why do you have to take responsibility?" Huan Dexing asked. And Ran smiled bitterly and said, even if this incident didn't happen, I still have to give an explanation for this project. The blueprint is missing. A designer actually lost his own design. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? She wasn't sure if Chen Cheng had taken the blueprint, because she had called Chen Cheng just now, but she didn't pick up. What? Huan Dexing looked at her in shock. The drawing? Haven't you been keeping the drawing? How did it go missing? Anran shook her head and said weakly, I don't know. I put it in the drawer of my office. I just couldn't find it when I tried to look for it. It was stolen, Huan Dexing asked. Chen Cheng's gone, she said, looking up at him. Huan Dexing frowned, obviously a little surprised by this. You suspect that the collapse of the template room and the theft of the drawings are related to Chen Cheng? I don't know. I don't have any evidence. And I can't find Chen Cheng right now. I can't confirm if she's really related to the two. Anran told him the truth. She wouldn't talk nonsense about things she wasn't sure about. Even though she had her suspicions, she didn't have any evidence. Huan Dexing was silent for a long time before he said, Anran, you have to know how important this project is to our company. In the beginning, I resisted the pressure to get this project for you to do. I know that you have great ideas and talent in design, and you did a good job, but these are not the main point. The main point is that our company must win this project because it is our main goal for the second half of the year. But now something like this has happened. How do you want me to explain this to the board of directors? Anran looked at him and asked, Director, what do you want me to do? Huan Dexing looked at her for a long time before saying, as you know, no matter how this happened, the result is already here. Even if Chen Cheng really stole the design and did something to the sample room, that's not the point. The point is that we're not going to be involved in this case. All of our previous efforts have been in vain. And Ran didn't say anything and just listened. Huan Dexing continued, the company will find someone to investigate the real cause of the accident. As for the responsibility of the accident, it will be investigated after the dismissal. The most important thing now is how to salvage the situation. As he spoke, he looked at her again and continued, this Mobile Manor case was originally the focus of our work for the second half of the year. Now that the template room is destroyed and the design is lost, it's impossible to remedy it even if we try. No matter how unwilling we are, we can only give up on this project now. If that's the case, we won't be able to explain it to the board of directors. But if we really want to explain it to them, it's not impossible. Perhaps we have other ways. As he spoke, Huan Dexing looked at Anran with a profound look in his eyes. Director, Anran asked, what method are you referring to? Huan Dexing smiled and looked at her. Anran, you know what I want to say. If you can help the company win a few important projects in Technology City in front of Special Assistant Su, oh, no, now Deputy Mayor Su, I think the board of directors will not have any objections. And Ran didn't say anything and just looked at him. For the first time, she felt that marrying Su Yicheng actually had such a benefit. No matter how big of a big mistake she had made, she could still use this kind of method to remedy it. She really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Huan Dexing could see his hesitation. Anran had never given him a direct response on this matter. She was always avoiding him and had no intention of helping him. He didn't force her and only said indifferently, think about it. You know that even if we bid, our company has the ability to win. It's just a guarantee. Anran didn't answer. She only nodded, got up, and left Huan Dexing's office. When she returned to her office, Anran leaned back against the chair weakly, and Su Yicheng's call came in at this time. He picked up the phone and said, hello. Su Yicheng seemed to have heard the strange tone in her voice and asked, is there a problem with your work? Anran nodded lightly and only reacted after a while. She suddenly felt emotional and couldn't help but ask, Su Yicheng, what do you think if I go back and let you take care of me? Su Yicheng chuckled and didn't ask for the reason. He only chuckled and said, all right. And Ran also smiled. This was the best sentence she had heard today. After laughing, Anran said in a serious tone, Su Yicheng, did I ever say that I like it when you call me Yicheng? On the other end of the phone, Su Yicheng said in a serious tone. Anran was amused by his serious tone and nodded. You did. Are you still going to call your husband by his full name? Su Yicheng asked in return. Anran chuckled. It was a light smile, but it came from the bottom of her heart. After a while, she called out, Yicheng. Her voice was soft and gentle, not as natural as it was when she was with him in the presence of outsiders. It was a little awkward and even a little shy. Su Yicheng chuckled on the other end of the phone and replied, yes. From his voice, one could tell that he was in a good mood. No, it should be said that he was in a good mood. After chuckling, Anran returned to the topic she had just asked. She wiped the smile off her face and said, if I told you to abuse your authority for personal gain, would you? On the other end of the phone, Su Yicheng was stunned, and after a while, he asked, will you do that? Anran chuckled and shook her head. I won't. Even at this point, she still didn't want to ask Su Yicheng for favoritism in the bidding. Fairness had always been her principle. Otherwise, she wouldn't have delayed and rejected Huang Dexing again and again. On the other end of the phone, Su Yicheng also laughed, and he said lightly, since you don't know how to, why are you asking? This was unnecessary. I thought you would say yes. Anran said jokingly. On the other end of the phone, Su Yicheng was silent for a while before he said, Anran, if there's anything, can you tell me? Anran was stunned for a moment, then she opened her mouth and said in a low voice, there's been a problem at work. I suddenly feel so powerless. She suddenly felt that she was a failure as a person. It seemed that she didn't have any other good friends other than Lin Li. In fact, she quite admired Chen Cheng, but she didn't expect things to turn out like this. She didn't even know why she was doing this. Logically speaking, as a newcomer, she wasn't asked to draw for half a year like the others, but to participate in such a big project. This was equivalent to giving her a big stage to express herself. However, everything was a little different from the way she had imagined. If you're tired, I don't mind you coming back and letting me take care of you. My savings should be enough for you to spend your entire life without working. Of course, I'm not squandering. Su Yicheng said in a determined and serious tone. Anran's heart felt warm when she heard this. It was as if she knew that she had nothing to fear now that she had a man like this behind her. She smiled and said matter-of-factly, you don't have to tell me. I don't mean to be polite with you. All right, he said. Su Yicheng agreed with a smile, and the two of them talked on the phone for a while more. It wasn't until Secretary Zheng came in to inform him that he had a meeting that the two of them hung up. Sometimes it was like this. Many things were squeezed together and then came one after another, leaving no space in the middle, leaving people unprepared. It was noon when he received a call saying that Lin Xiaofen had been admitted to the hospital. The call was from Lin Xiaofen's colleague, Auntie Zhang. She said that Lin Xiaofen had suddenly fainted during work and that she had already been sent to the hospital by her colleagues. Anran panicked and only recovered after a while. She grabbed her bag and rushed to the hospital. She didn't even hear Huang Dexing calling her at the company's entrance. When they rushed to the hospital, Lin Xiaofen was still in the emergency room. The doctor was still doing her checkups. Lin Xiaofen's other colleagues had already returned to the company to continue working, leaving only Auntie Zhang in the hospital to wait for Lin Xiaofen's family to come. Anran slowly ran in from outside. When she saw Auntie Zhang sitting on the plastic chair outside the emergency room, she quickly asked, Aunt Zhang, how's my mother? What happened? Why did she suddenly faint? The series of questions showed her nervousness and worry at the moment. Auntie Zhang took her hand and comforted her. Anran, calm down. The doctor hasn't come out yet. Your mother will be fine. Don't worry. Why did she suddenly faint? She's always been in good health. Anran was so anxious that she wanted to cry. Auntie Zhang patted her and pulled Anran to sit on a plastic stool. She could only comfort her in a soft voice, it'll be fine. Don't worry. Anran buried her head in her palms and only looked up after a while. She asked Auntie Zhang, where's my dad? Oh, when Xiaofen fainted, I called him immediately, but he was in class and didn't pick up. I already told him when I came back, and he should be on his way to the hospital now, Aunt Zhang said. Anran nodded and furrowed her brows. She turned around and looked worriedly at the emergency room, which had been closed by the curtains. Shua. The curtain of the emergency room was pulled open at this time, and a doctor in a white coat came out. As he took off his mask, he looked at Anran and said, You're the family of patient Lin Xiaofen? Anran nodded quickly and asked, Yes. I'm her daughter. Doctor, how's my mother? Don't worry, your mother is fine. She probably fainted because she's too tired, the doctor said. He turned to look at the emergency room and continued, but I suggest that you stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation, and then do a full body examination. After all, the patient is not young anymore. Hearing him say that her mother was fine, Anran let out a sigh of relief. She quickly nodded and said, "Okay, we'll follow the hospital's arrangements." Her mother was indeed a little old, and a full body checkup was still necessary. Otherwise, it would be too scary if he fainted for no reason again. In the emergency room, Lin Xiaofen had already woken up, but her expression was still a little dazed. She turned her head and looked for a while before asking, "Where is this place?" The nurse beside her smiled and said to her, "Auntie, this is the hospital. You just fainted, so we were sent to the hospital." Lin Xiaofen furrowed her brows and tried hard to recall. She only remembered that she was busy checking the accounts just now, but suddenly her head buzzed. Then, she only felt her vision turn black and couldn't remember anything. "Mom." Anran came in from outside and looked at Lin Xiaofen. Perhaps she was still a little scared, but her nose was sour, and her eyes were a little hot. "Anran." Lin Xiaofen was a little surprised. She looked at her and asked, "What are you doing here? You're still saying that. You scared me." As she said that, the tears in her eyes fell uncontrollably. She was really frightened. She had just received a call from Auntie Zhang and she didn't even know how she had managed to get through it. "Ah, Xiaofen, it's good that you're fine. You scared the people in the office just now." "I'm still scared." Auntie Zhang also came in from outside. Seeing that she had woken up, she was relieved. Lin Xiaofen said with some bad intentions, "I'm sorry to trouble you." "What are you saying? It's good that you're fine." He looked at his watch and said, "All right, since you're fine and Anran is here, I'll go back first. I'll go back and tell them about your news. They are probably still worried about you." Lin Xiaofen nodded her head. "Help me thank everyone." Aunt Zhang waved her hand and only said, "You take care and rest well. Don't worry about anything else. I'll do your work for you." Then, he turned to Anran and said, "Anran, take good care of your mother, and NBSB." Anran nodded and stood up to see her off. "Auntie Zhang, I'll see you out." "All right, you don't have to send me off. It's not like I don't know the way. You can stay here and keep Xiaofen company," Aunt Zhang said cheerfully. Then, he turned around and left the emergency room. When Anran and Lin Xiaofen were the only ones left in the emergency room, Anran was still a little worried and asked, "Mom, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lin Xiaofen smiled at her, patted her hand, and said, "No, I'm not feeling unwell. Don't worry." Then, Zhenjin. Anran still wanted to say something, but suddenly, she heard Jiyu Hengwen's anxious voice outside the emergency room. "Xiaofen, Xiaofen, it's Daddy." Anran got up and went out. She saw Jiyu Hengwen standing outside anxiously, his face full of worry and uneasiness. "Daddy." Anran called out and walked over to him. Jiyu Hengwen turned around and only noticed Anran behind him now. "Where's your mother? What did the doctor say? Why did she suddenly faint?" "The doctor said that Mom might have fainted because of fatigue. It's fine. However, they suggest that we stay in the hospital for 2 more days for observation and do a detailed full-body examination," Anran said honestly. Hearing this, Jiyu Hengwen finally relaxed and asked, "Where's your mother?" she asked. Anran took him to Lin Xiaofen's side and saw him looking at his mother for a long time without saying a word. In the end, he sat down on the edge of the bed, reached out, and held her hand tightly. He only said in a low voice, "It's good that you're fine." These words were said to her, and to himself. The 3 of them didn't stay in the emergency room for long. The nurse had already arranged the rooms for them and came over to lead them directly to the ward. Jiyu Hengwen accompanied Lin Xiaofen to the ward, while Anran took the form and went to complete the hospitalization procedures for Lin Xiaofen. In addition, she also went to the supermarket next to the hospital to buy some daily necessities. After Anran finished her hospitalization procedures and was about to go to the supermarket to buy some basic daily necessities, she was suddenly stopped at the door. "Jiyu Anran?" Anran turned her head in confusion and saw a man of medium height behind her. He was wearing a black suit and his hair was neatly combed. He was looking at her with a surprised expression. Anran stared at him and thought for a while before remembering the man in front of her. Wasn't this the top-grade man, Chen, Lin Anji, whom she had met on a blind date back then? Chapter 107, The Ring. Lin Anji was a little surprised to see Jiyu Anran in the hospital. In fact, after seeing Jiyu Anran, he had seen a few other girls. They were all younger than Jiyu Anran, and some were prettier than her. There were also some who were not prettier than her. Those who were younger and prettier than Jiyu Anran didn't have a good job. They were just small employees in the company and had a foreign household register. They had better and more stable jobs than Jiyu Anran, but they weren't as beautiful as Jiyu Anran. In any case, after a few visits, they didn't see anyone suitable. After all, Jiyu Anran's overall conditions were more advantageous. She didn't expect that the two would meet here. Her family had been urging her to get married recently. Perhaps Jiyu Anran could really be considered a marriage partner. Although she was a little old-fashioned and a little old, she had a decent job and was quite beautiful. Anran was also a little surprised to meet Lin Anji here, but she didn't have a good impression of him because of the unpleasant things that happened before. She only nodded at him indifferently. After making up his mind, Lin Anji walked over to her and said, "What a coincidence, you're here to see someone." Anran didn't want to talk much with him, so she said with an excuse, "I'm sorry, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first." "Hey, Anran, wait a minute." Seeing that she was about to leave, Lin Anji quickly called out, "Is there anything else?" Anran said impatiently. Her tone was cold, and her expression was distant. Anyone with eyes could see the displeasure on her face at the moment. However, Lin Anji wasn't an ordinary person. He was a bit of a top-grade person, and even a little narcissistic. He felt very good about himself. He smiled at Anran and said, "I think everyone misunderstood what I said before. I was too impulsive last time. Don't take it to heart." Hearing this, Anran looked at him indifferently and said without any expression, "I don't remember the past anymore." If he had not stopped her today, she would not have recognized him at all. Some things were meaningless, so she did not waste her energy to remember them. However, her answer obviously made Lin Anji misunderstand. He thought that she still had feelings for him, so he quickly smiled and said, "You don't have a partner yet, right?" "Actually, I've seen a few recently, but they are not very good. I think we can try to get along." Anran was stunned for a moment before she understood the meaning behind his words. This man was too funny. How could he be so confident that other people would still accept him after what had happened before? "I'm sorry, I'm already married. I think you've got the wrong person." Anran glanced at him and turned around to leave. Lin Anran was stunned. She looked at her empty hand and smiled. "I know that you're in a hurry to get married at this age. This isn't a problem. I don't mind us dating with marriage in mind." With her back to him, Anran rolled her eyes weakly. This man thought too highly of her. Seeing that she was silent, Lin Anji thought that he had hit the nail on the head again and continued, "Although you have a good job and you're pretty, you're a little old. Maybe you can find a better man a few years younger, but you're almost 30 now. Women age faster than men, and men are more attractive the older they get. So, those rich people like to find young and pretty women. It's too awkward for someone your age." As she spoke, she walked over to him. "Although my conditions aren't very good, having a house and a car isn't too bad in Jiangcheng. I don't mind that you're a little older because I pay attention to the inequalities. After a few years or decades, aren't you still the same? If you want to get married as soon as possible, that's not a problem. We went on blind dates with the intention of getting married anyway, so it'll be the same sooner or later, don't you think?" Anran was a little defeated by his strong self-confidence. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Didn't you hear me say that I'm married? You're not wearing a wedding ring," Lin Anji said as he looked at her firmly. He was sure that she was not married yet. Anran froze and looked down at her hand. There was indeed no wedding ring on her hand. Because they had gotten married in a hurry, she and Su Cheng had not prepared any wedding rings at all. As time passed, they had forgotten about it and had never thought of buying a wedding ring to wear. "But she has a husband." Just as Anran was in a daze, a deep and magnetic male voice suddenly came from behind her. Upon hearing this, Lin Anji raised his head and saw Su Cheng coming from behind Anran. Anran naturally put her arm around her shoulder, looked at him indifferently, and then lowered her head to look at Anran gently. "Why are you at the hospital?" Anran looked at him in a daze. She was surprised that he would appear at this time. "Why are you here?" "Secretary John hasn't been feeling well recently. He's in this hospital, so I took the opportunity to visit him at noon," Suya Cheng said lightly as he reached out to smooth her slightly messy hair. On the other hand, Lin Anji was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He stared at Suya Cheng. He recognized Suya Cheng because Suya Cheng would occasionally go to the authorities to investigate, and Lin Anji had even received him before. However, he had never expected that he would be Jiyu Anran's husband. Lin Anji took a while to come back to his senses. He looked at Suya Cheng and smiled awkwardly. Special Assistant Su. Suya Cheng glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Secretary Zheng, who was next to him, had already come up. He looked at Lin Anji with a sneer and kindly reminded him, "You should be calling him Deputy Mayor Su now." Lin Anji's heart turned cold, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His smile was uglier than crying. Suya Cheng didn't even look at him, nor did he have time to pay attention to him. He looked at Anran and asked, "Why did you come to the hospital? Are you not feeling well?" Anran shook her head. "It's Mom," she said. She suddenly fainted while working. Hearing this, Suya Cheng frowned and asked, "How's Mom?" Anran smiled at him. "The doctor said that she's just tired and nothing serious. But for safety reasons, she asked Mom to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation and a full body checkup." Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng's brows relaxed and he said, "I'll accompany you upstairs to see Mom. I want to go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities for Mom. The most basic things like a towel, a basin, and so on were all needed." Suya Cheng nodded and said, "I'll go with you." And NBSB, then, he turned around and instructed Secretary Zheng, "If there's anything, call me. I won't be going to the office in the afternoon. Also, pay attention to the bidding office and inform them that we'll have a team meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow." Secretary Zheng nodded and replied seriously, "All right, I got it." Suya Cheng glanced at him and didn't say anything else. He turned around, took Anran's hand, and walked toward the supermarket outside the hospital. When the two of them returned to the ward from the supermarket, Jiyu Hengwen was sitting in front of the bed and talking to Lin Xiaofen. When he saw them come in, he quickly stopped, as if he was afraid that Anran would hear him. When they saw Suya Cheng, who was next to Anran, both of them were stunned. Lin Xiaofen looked at Anran with some blame and said, "Why did you call our Luo over?" "I'm fine. Our Luo is so busy with work. It's not good to leave like this." "Yes, Anran, we can't delay Ye Cheng's work." Father Jiyu said the same thing. Ever since the last time the two families had a meal together, they found out that Suya Cheng wasn't working in a foreign trade company at all, but was a young leader in the municipal party committee, so he could be considered a high-ranking official. This realization stunned them for a while. They had never thought that their son-in-law would be so good or have such a high status. As long as he was with Anran and Ahong, it would be fine. However, they didn't expect that he would inadvertently become relatives with these powerful people. This feeling was a bit ethereal and unreal, but fortunately, Suya Cheng was nothing special except for his special job. He wasn't a dandy like the other children of high-ranking officials, and he treated Anran and them well, so they were relieved. Anran glanced at Suya Cheng with a smug expression on her face, as if she was saying, "See, I knew it." In fact, on the way back, Anran had made a bet with him that Lin Xiaofen would definitely be unhappy if she saw him. Suya Cheng didn't believe her and opposed it, saying that Lin Xiaofen would definitely be grinning from ear to ear if she saw him. "Dad, Mom, it's not Anran's fault. I happened to come to the hospital to see a leader, and I ran into Anran in the hospital lobby." Suya Cheng put down the things in his hands in the ward, then walked over to Lin Xiaofen and said, "Mom, even if I didn't meet Anran here today, you and Dad can't say that you wanted to hide it from me. After all, I'm also half of your child. How could you hide your physical discomfort from me?" Lin Xiaofen sighed and said, "Your job is special. Besides, I'm fine. It wouldn't be good if your work is delayed because of me. You're serving the people, so of course, everyone's interests are more important." Suya Cheng chuckled, then stepped forward and reached out to hold Lin Xiaofen's hand. He looked at her with a serious expression and said, "Mom, I'm a public servant, but I'm also Anran's husband and father's son-in-law. The ancients say that a son-in-law is half a son, but I don't just see you and father as half my parents. You and father are just like my parents to me. Only when I know that you and father are in good health can I work better outside for everyone's benefit. You are my strong backing. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofen stared at him. She was so touched by his words that she almost cried. She suddenly felt that the heavens had treated her and Imran well and had given them such good men. Sigh, I'm afraid I'll cause you trouble, Lin Xiaofen said as she patted his hand. Su Cheng smiled faintly and only said, what kind of children would think that their parents are troublesome? Hearing this, Lin Xiaofen and Jiu Hengwen looked at each other and then smiled in relief. In the afternoon, Su Cheng called the hospital's director and asked him to arrange for the best doctor to give Lin Xiaofen the most comprehensive examination. In the end, the hospital confirmed that all the tests would start tomorrow, and they arranged for the best doctors and nurses in the hospital. Anran and Su Cheng stayed in the hospital until night fell. Anran originally wanted to stay for the night, but Lin Xiaofen and Jiu Hengwen both refused. They said that they had to go to work the next day, so they wanted them to go home early and rest. Anran had no choice but to leave with Su Cheng. Before she left, she kept reminding Lin Xiaofen to pay more attention and rest, and that if anything happened to Jiu Hengwen, she had to call her immediately. Neither of them drove. It was still quite early, not even 7 o'clock. The sun had just started to set, and the sky was not completely dark. They didn't call for a taxi immediately. The two of them held hands and walked slowly down the street in front of the hospital. Anran turned to look at him and suddenly chuckled. Su Cheng turned to look at her and asked in amusement, what's the matter? Why are you so happy? Anran smiled, and the smile on her face became even happier. She looked straight ahead and didn't say anything. What? Su Cheng deliberately scratched her palm with his hand and looked at her intently, as if he was determined to get an answer from her. Anran stopped in her tracks and looked at him with a smile. I find that you're really suitable to be a leader. You always know how to make your words sound beautiful and how to touch the strings in other people's hearts. They were not sweet words, but the more ordinary they were, the more touching they were, and the more irresistible they were. Su Cheng pinched her nose, held her hand, and continued to walk forward as he said, I'm telling the truth, and the truth is always the most pleasant to hear. Anran pursed her lips. You're a smart person. You've already seen through everyone. You don't even need to think before you say what people say. Su Cheng laughed out loud but didn't deny it. Just as Anran had said, he had already seen through people and knew what kind of person they were. However, there weren't many people who were worthy of his praise. He didn't need to please others, but he wanted to please her and her parents. Su Cheng didn't delve any further into this question and changed the subject. How are things at the company going? Are they very difficult to deal with? Speaking of this, the smile on Anran's lips slowly disappeared, and she fell silent. Su Cheng turned his head to look at her. Naturally, he could tell that she was acting strange, so he simply said, are you willing to tell me? Although I might not be able to help you, at least I'm a good listener. Anran raised her head and looked at him with a faint bitter smile on her lips. After a while, she said, the case of the mobile manor has been screwed up. Su Cheng was stunned. He had heard her mention this project before, and it was the case that she had been busy with recently. The template room suddenly collapsed, and even the design plan disappeared. Even the assistant who had just interned with me suddenly disappeared. Anran continued, I suddenly feel so powerless. She stopped in her tracks and looked at him, asking, Yi Cheng, don't you think I'm such a failure? Besides Lin Li, I don't seem to be able to find another friend. My relationship with others seems to be really bad. Su Cheng smiled, reached out, and touched her head, saying, they have no foresight. Of course, not everyone can have such a unique vision like me. Pfft. Anran was amused by his narcissism and asked him, Mr. Su, are you complimenting me or yourself? Of course I'm praising my own unique vision, Su Cheng said matter-of-factly. His serious look made Anran laugh. She no longer looked depressed and lifeless. Su Cheng looked at Anran, who was smiling so happily. He liked this side of her. The big smile on her face was very beautiful, and she looked even more beautiful when she smiled than when she wasn't smiling. She was suited to smile, but melancholy and unhappiness didn't suit her face. After laughing, Anran's mood seemed to be much better than before. She looked straight ahead and said as she walked, Huan Dexing asked me to find you and get the project in the technology city from you. It can be considered as atonement for my sins. Suya Cheng understood, which was why she had said that when he called her in the morning. Ayn Rand continued, don't you think it's funny? Regarding the theft and the collapse, the company didn't respond at all. They didn't call the police, and they didn't even say they were going to investigate. It seems like they weren't surprised at all by this incident, and they were prepared for it. Now that he thought about it, Huan Dexing's reaction was too calm, so calm that it was somewhat inconceivable. Suya Cheng didn't say anything and just listened. He didn't give any advice, but the strength he used to hold her hand gradually increased, as if he was giving her strength. I'm not smart, but I'm not stupid either. I didn't say that I didn't fight because I didn't want to, but it seems like I'm being played like a fool. Ayn Rand said in a self-deprecating manner. Suddenly, Suya Cheng stopped in his tracks, turned around, and reached out to turn her around. He looked at her and said, Ayn Rand, do you want to come back and let me take care of you? Ayn Rand also looked back at him. She understood what he meant, but after all, she had been in Jingcheng for almost 7 years. She had been here ever since she left school. No matter how bad it was, after a long time, she had developed feelings for it. If he really wanted to leave, she couldn't make up her mind. Suya Cheng didn't force her to make an immediate decision. He reached out to touch her face and held her hand again. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. Without waiting for Ayn Rand's reply, he took her hand and walked toward the busy city. Where to? Ayn Rand asked in confusion. Suya Cheng didn't turn around and said with a faint smile, you'll know when we get there. The night market had already begun, and there were many people on the streets. Suya Cheng held her hand as they weaved through the crowd. Ayn Rand looked at the side of his face. His side profile seemed even more beautiful than when she looked at him directly. His strong outline and deep eyebrows were very charming no matter how she looked at him. Actually, she didn't want to think about anything. It felt good to be held by him like this, as if they were lovers who had been in love for many years. His hand was so big that he could completely wrap her hand in one palm. It was a wonderful feeling. While Ayn Rand was still lost in her own emotions, Suya Cheng had already stopped in his tracks. Ayn Rand wasn't paying attention and almost bumped into him. Fortunately, Suya Cheng was quick to react and caught her. He teased her with a smile and said, why are you still acting like a child? Don't you look at where you're walking? Ayn Rand stuck out her tongue and asked, have we arrived? As she asked, she looked up and saw that the two of them had stopped in front of a jewelry store. She turned to him in confusion. Why did you bring me here? Suya Cheng raised her hand, looked at her empty fingers, and said, I think I should buy a ring to tie you up, and at the same time warn other men that you're already taken, so they shouldn't have any ideas about you. Ayn Rand was stunned for a moment before she realized what he was talking about. She remembered that the two of them had met Lin Anji in the hospital in the afternoon. Can I interpret your emotions as jealousy? Suya Cheng nodded noncommittally and said, of course. Ayn Rand laughed at his seriousness and pulled his hand over. She looked at his empty ring finger and said, then, do you think I should buy a ring and put it on you? Otherwise, I'm afraid that someone will covet my dearest husband. I'm honored. Suya Cheng smiled and looked straight into her eyes with a gentle expression. The two of them walked into the jewelry store with their fingers interlocked. There were many rings inside, including pure gold, diamonds, gemstones, and all kinds of rings. The styles were also very complete, but in the end, the two of them only chose a very ordinary pair of platinum rings. They looked very simple and did not have any fancy tricks, but both of them liked them very much. Everything went smoothly, except that it was a little dramatic when it was time to pay. Let's do it separately, we have to pay separately. Seeing that the waiter was about to wrap up the ring, Ayn Rand said this. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows and looked at her with amusement. The shop assistant was taken aback by Ayn Rand's request. He laughed awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, miss. This is a pair of rings. They've always been sold together. There's no precedent of them being sold separately. Ayn Rand frowned, took a step back, and compromised. Then swipe your card twice. The waiter's mouth twitched. Swiping his card twice to buy an item was like taking off his pants and farting. It was unnecessary. Ayn Rand, don't make things difficult for him. I'll pay first, and you can give me the money when we get home, okay? Suya Cheng said. Ayn Rand looked at him and refused sternly. No, when we get home, you'll definitely say that we're husband and wife and that we don't distinguish between us. What's yours is mine. I can't argue with you. Anyway, I have to pay for your ring today. Otherwise, if you pay for the ring yourself, how can I use the ring to trap you? Suya Cheng laughed and reached out to touch her head, then turned to the waiter and said, my wife insists, so I can only trouble you. The customer was so insistent. After all, they were open for business and they still had to sell things. The waiter smiled and nodded at them professionally. It's no trouble at all. As he spoke, he took out 2 paper bags from under the counter, put the 2 ring boxes into the paper bags, and then pushed the bags in front of them. Anran readily took out her card from her bag and swiped it to pay the bill. Suya Cheng chuckled and shook his head, then also swiped his card to pay. Anran took out the box from the small paper bag, opened it, and took out the ring inside. In front of everyone in the store, her face blushed slightly. She took his hand and gently put the ring on him. From then on, this man's life would be sealed. This moment seemed very sacred. Although Anran's expression was shy, she was very pious. After putting the ring on him, Anran raised her head to look at him. Her face was red as she said, are you going to put it on for me? I'd be very happy to. Suya Cheng smiled, took out the ring, and slowly put it on her ring finger. It was a very simple action, but he did it very lightly and slowly. It was enough to show how important he was to this moment. Just as Anran was staring at the ring that had suddenly appeared on her hand and was a little dazed, the originally quiet store suddenly burst into a round of applause, and some people even began to cheer. Kiss, kiss, kiss. The whole shop was bustling with noise and applause, even attracting a lot of passers-by who didn't know the truth. Anran's entire face was red, and she buried her head in Suya Cheng's arms in embarrassment. After all, he was a person who had seen big scenes, so he couldn't help but smile at such a scene. He didn't feel uncomfortable or awkward at all. He raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet, then lifted Anran's head from his arms, looked at her, and said, although I'm not used to doing too many intimate actions in front of so many people, I really want to kiss you at this moment. After he finished speaking, he didn't give Anran a chance to refute or refuse. He lifted her chin, lowered his head, and covered her red lips with his. Then, the stadium once again burst into warm applause and cheers. Everyone had witnessed this moment for them. Chapter 108, Scheme. Anran had never given Huan Dexing a direct reply about the Technology City project. As for the collapse of the template room and the theft of the design plan, she did mention that she wanted to thoroughly investigate this matter and even proposed to call the police, but all of them were rejected by Huan Dexing because he didn't want to expose negative news about the company during the sensitive period of the Technology City tender. Although Anran had some doubts about his unreasonable behavior, she didn't talk about it again. Due to the mobile manor case, Anran, who had become extremely busy with her work, now had some free time after the collapse of the sample room and the loss of the design plan. She began to have nothing to do. Occasionally, he would also hear the gossip of Ling Lin and Xiao Xiao. However, their mouths were theirs. It was their right to speak, but their own choice was to listen. In fact, she had been thinking a lot over the past 2 days. She already had a vague answer in her heart whether she should continue or not. Although it had been almost 7 years, now that she thought about it, there was nothing about Jing Cheng that she would miss, be it people or things. The phone on the table rang at this time, and it was an unfamiliar number. Anran frowned. Because of her mood, she didn't plan on picking it up, but the other party was obviously very patient, and they called her one after another. In the end, they even sent a text message. Anran sighed softly and reached out to pick up her phone from the table. She opened the text message, and her eyes suddenly widened. The content of the text message was very simple. With the punctuation, it only had 8 words. The content of the message was like this: Sister Jiyu, this is Chen Cheng. After recovering from her shock, Anran quickly called her number and called her back. Chen Cheng seemed to have been waiting on the other side of the phone the whole time, and she picked up the phone almost as soon as the call went through. Chen Cheng. Anran was still a little uncertain, and her tone was suspicious and probing. This was because no one would take the initiative to look for the person who had stolen something. This was too unreasonable. The other side of the phone was silent for a while before Chen Cheng's sobbing voice came through. She must have struggled for a long time before she called out, "Sister Jiyu." Anran tightened her grip on her phone and asked, "Did you take the design drawings away?" Chen Cheng didn't say anything for a while, but Anran could hear her sobbing on the other end of the phone. She didn't say anything and just held her phone and waited quietly for her to give her an answer. After a while, Chen Cheng finally opened her mouth and said, "Sister Jiyu, let's meet up and talk." "Ha," Anran sneered and didn't show any mercy. She said, "What do you think we should talk about? How did you get the design from my office?" His tone was filled with anger and mockery. "I'm sorry," she said. Chen Cheng seemed to be remorseful, but she insisted on meeting her. "Sister Jiyu, let's meet up and talk. I have something to tell you." When Anran arrived at the cafe Chen Cheng had set, Chen Cheng was already there. She was sitting by the window with a cup of coffee in front of her. She turned her head to look at the cars and pedestrians passing by the window. Her eyes were a little unfocused. Anran walked over to her, pulled out a chair, and sat down across from her. She placed her bag on the seat next to her, looked at Chen Cheng, and said calmly, "Give me the design." His tone was very calm, without any anger, but it was very cold, bone-chilling. Chen Cheng turned her head and looked at Anran. She lowered her head in guilt and said, "I'm sorry." Before Anran could say anything, the waiter of the coffee shop came up in time, held the menu, and said with a smile, "Do you need an order?" Anran glanced at Chen Cheng, then turned to the waiter and said, "I'll have a glass of water, thank you." "All right, please wait a moment." The waiter smiled and nodded. Anran turned her gaze back to Chen Cheng. She looked at her and asked, "Why? Can you give me a reason?" Chen Cheng lowered her eyes and held the coffee cup tightly with both hands. After a long time, she said, "I needed money. Someone offered me 100,000 yuan if I took the design of the mobile manor away. I really needed the money, so I agreed." She knew how wrong she was, but she really had no choice. There was news from her family that her mother's illness had worsened and she had to continue the operation. But how could her family afford it? Last year, because of her mother's illness, they almost emptied the family's money. They thought that her illness had improved and she would have no problem living for a few more years, but suddenly they called to say that her illness had worsened again. The hospital urged her to have the operation every day. In the end, her father and brother had no choice. Only then did he call her. Just as she was in a hurry to raise the money, the man said that as long as she took the design of the mobile manor away and disappeared for a few days, he would give her 100,000 yuan in one go. She really needed this money. With this 100,000 yuan, her mother could have the operation. Although she didn't know how long her mother could live after the operation, maybe a few years, maybe a few months, if she had to watch her mother suffer and not think of a solution, how could she do it as a child? She had hurt Anran for her mother. Anran didn't say anything. She just stared at her, as if waiting for her to continue. "I've been back to my hometown for the past few days. I came back to Jiang City today and only found out that something happened to the sample room on the morning I left," Chen Cheng said in a low voice. The guilt she felt made her feel uneasy. She knew that Anran was the most innocent in this matter, and those people were doing this to leave Anran no way out. She felt that she needed to tell her what she knew so that she could at least be on guard. "Who allowed you to take the blueprint?" Anran asked lightly. In fact, she had a vague guess in her heart. Chen Cheng looked at her for a while before saying, "It's the director." One day, Huan Dexing called her into his office. It seemed that he had already hired someone to investigate her family's situation. He said that he was willing to give her 100,000 yuan. As long as she took the design from Jiyu Anran and handed it to him, he would give her the cash on the spot. In addition, even if something happened, he would protect her and not let the public investigate the matter. So, under the constant urging of the phone calls from home, she really had no choice. That night, her brother called again to say that if she didn't go for surgery soon, the hospital would send out a notice of critical condition. She was so upset that she could only hide in the stairwell and cry. That night, after Anran left, she called Huan Dexing and told him that she could steal the blueprint as he said, but he had to prepare 100,000 yuan for her that night, because she really couldn't wait any longer. Huan Dexing agreed readily. They met at the cafe opposite the company at around 9 o'clock that night. When she handed the drawings to him, he also gave her the money as promised. That night, she directly resigned from her job and took a train back to her hometown the next morning. Her mother's condition had improved slightly over the past 2 days, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss, so she returned to Jiangcheng. The first thing she did when she returned to the office was to send a message to her assistant, Xiaoli. After asking about the company's status for the past 2 days, he found out that on the day he left, the sample room had collapsed in the morning, and the event manor case had officially been declared a failure. She didn't understand why Huang Dexing did this. The event manor was such a big project. If it succeeded, not only would it be a key project for the company in the second half of the year, but it could also expand the company's scale and open up the overseas market. But he actually planned it himself and destroyed this project. It was really puzzling and unbelievable. And Ran sneered and said, "Is that so?" She only guessed that Huang Dexing must have known about this, but she didn't expect that he was the one who had planned and orchestrated this whole thing. It was really ridiculous. "Sister Jiyu." Chen Cheng looked at her and asked worriedly, "You, are you all right?" Anran turned her head, glanced at her indifferently, and said, "Is the drawing in Huang Dexing's hands now?" His tone was very calm, so calm that no one could hear any emotion. "I don't know, but I gave the drawing to the director." She had no idea who he handed the drawing to after he got it. Anran didn't speak again. She took the cup of hot water that the waiter had brought to her and took a sip. Then, he stood up and looked at her indifferently. He only said, "Thank you for telling me everything today, but I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't do anything against your conscience for money in the future." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. When he returned to the company and entered the office lobby, he happened to run into Huang Dexing, who was about to go out. Before Anran could even speak, Huang Dexing smiled at her and greeted her first. "Just rushed back." Anran nodded and didn't say anything else. She looked at his indifferent expression and immediately became distant. He seemed to really have something to do and was in a hurry to go out. He only reminded her that he wanted her to give him a reply as soon as possible about the matter he had asked her to consider. When she returned to her office, Anran sat at her desk in a daze and thought about a lot of things. She wouldn't even consider Huang Dexing's offer. She hated such improper dealings and had always felt that she should be realistic. If you had the ability, you should fight for it directly. As long as you had the ability, you wouldn't be afraid of not being able to get it. Using connections behind the scenes to get in through the back door was simply a violation of the principle of fairness and justice. She knew that many people would do this, but they were others, and she didn't want to rush them like this. It didn't matter if you said they were old-fashioned or inflexible. She had to admit that she was actually quite an awkward person. She started to think about leaving, but if she did, since Righty would probably hold her responsible for the collapse of the template room and the loss of the design. Huang Dexing's move was very despicable, but it was also very clever. At this moment, she was in a dilemma. If she didn't move, she would have to listen to him and ask Xu Yicheng for the Technology City project. If she was determined to leave, then all the time she had spent in the construction industry would be for naught, and her reputation in the industry would be ruined because of this project. If her guess was right, with Huang Dexing's current attitude of not willing to publicly investigate, she would probably be fully responsible if she left. By then, the sample room would probably not have collapsed because someone had tampered with it, and the design drawings would not have been stolen and disappeared. It would probably become her design failure, and then deliberately destroy the map to shirk responsibility. She pinched her sore eyebrows. She really hated such calculations and guesses. She had said that she was not stupid. There were many things that she did not understand because she did not want to understand or know. She just wanted to draw and design in peace. She didn't want to have anything to do with the company's operations at all because she had to deal with unnecessary people and she could win more. However, this wasn't the life she wanted. However, it was obvious that she didn't want to have unnecessary trouble for the sake of profit. However, she really hated and didn't like it when others tried to force her to do so for the sake of profit. He sighed softly, not willing to think about these annoying things. At this moment, she seemed to be an extra idle person in the company. Rather than saying that she was here to work, it was more like she was sitting in the office and daydreaming. With nothing to do in the company, it was better to go to the hospital to see if her mother's test report was out. With this in mind, Anran picked up the briefcase on the table and was about to leave, but when she raised her hand, she saw the ring on her ring finger, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. When she arrived at the hospital, Anran didn't go directly to the ward on the 8th floor. Instead, she went directly to the office of Lin Xiaofen's attending doctor on the 7th floor. She wanted to ask Lin Xiaofen if her physical condition was normal before she went to see her. Because Siyu Cheng had talked to the director, and the director had specifically instructed his subordinates to pay special attention to Lin Xiaofen's condition, all the tests were done in extra detail. Lin Xiaofen, who originally only planned to stay in the hospital for observation for 2 days, had already stayed in the hospital for a full 5 days. During this period, her company was also worried, so they specially came to see her. After looking at it, he realized that she had insisted on staying in the hospital for a detailed full-body examination because she couldn't persuade her husband, daughter, and son-in-law. Knock, knock, knock. Anran knocked on the door and went in. She saw Lin Xiaofen's attending physician, Dr. Zhang, standing under the fluorescent light and staring at the CT scan with a serious expression. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Dr. Zhang and Ran called out softly and entered the room. Dr. Zhang turned around and saw her come in. He said, "You came at the right time. Have a seat. I think I need to have a good talk with you about your mother's condition." As he spoke, he took the 2 CT scans from the fluorescent light and returned to his desk. Anran sat down across from him. She had a bad feeling in her heart, so she asked tentatively, "Dr. Zhang, is there something wrong with my mother's health?" "There's indeed a problem," Dr. Zhang said with a nod. As he spoke, he handed her the CT scan that he had just seen and pointed at her. "There's a tumor in your mother's head." Hearing this, Anran was stunned. For a while, she couldn't react. She looked at him in a daze, and her voice trembled. Doctor, what did you say? A body tumor?" Looking at her nervous expression, Dr. Zhang knew that she had misunderstood. He explained, "Don't be nervous. Your mother's tumor is not big, and it's a benign tumor. Even if it's not removed, it won't cause any harm to your mother's body." Anran shook her head. He was speaking in such a way that she didn't understand what he meant at all. "I'll make it simple." Dr. Zhang sat down again and explained seriously, "Your mother's tumor is benign, which means that it won't grow or worsen. In some cases, the cell might even disappear over time, depending on the medicine. Therefore, there won't be any life-threatening issues." Hearing this, Anran was relieved. Then what did Dr. Zhang want to talk to me about? It was a benign tumor, and there was no need for surgery. There was no need to mention that, so the patient and his family would not dare to worry or be afraid. "Here's the thing. Your mother's lobe tumor is located here, and it's closer to the optic nerve. If the tumor moves slightly, it's likely to press on the optic nerve. As a result, it's easy to lose your sight." Dr. Zhang told her the truth. Then what should we do?" Anran asked, her tone anxious and worried. "This way, once the tumor presses on the optic nerve, we can only remove the tumor. However, with your mother's age, I'm afraid she won't be able to withstand such an operation. Of course, it's also possible that the tumor in the brain will never grow again or shift its position," Dr. Zhang said frankly. "The situation that I've just described wouldn't have happened." Anran frowned and asked, "Then, do you mean that we should perform an operation?" Dr. Zhang nodded and said, "Now is the best time for surgery. Your mother's physical condition is good. There's nothing to worry about when performing this type of surgery. The success rate of this type of surgery is also very high. Of course, this was an open-head surgery, after all, so there was definitely a certain risk. You should go back and discuss with your family whether we should do this surgery or not." Anran furrowed her brows and nodded in understanding. She then asked a few more questions about the operation and Lin Xiaofen's other physical conditions. After she understood everything, she turned around and left the doctor's office. Because of Siyu Cheng, Lin Xiaofen's ward was directly changed from an ordinary single room to a luxurious VIP ward. Compared to the ordinary ward, the environment of the VIP ward was not bad. More importantly, it was quiet and without the usual noise, so it was the best place for patients to recuperate. When Anran arrived at Lin Xiaofen's ward, the door was left ajar. She pushed the door open, and at the entrance, she could hear Ji Hengwen and his mother talking about something. Anran was about to call out to them, but he heard her name in their conversation. Anran stopped in her tracks and listened carefully to their conversation. Hengwen, what should we do? He came to find me. It seems like he already knows about Anran's past. On the hospital bed, Lin Xiaofen's tone was a little flustered, and the hand she was holding onto Ji Hengwen's hand was also tightly clenched. Ji Hengwen patted her hand and gently comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. I don't want Anran to know, and I don't want Anran to have anything to do with him. I'm afraid Anran will blame me if she finds out," Lin Xiaofen said in a low voice. She was a little depressed. "He won't take the initiative to find Anran. Don't worry." Ji Hengwen patted her hand to comfort her. "He has his own family now. If he doesn't take the initiative to find Anran and tell her, his family will be threatened. With his current status, he won't allow himself to do this." Really? Lin Xiaofen was still a little uncertain. Actually, she knew that he was right, but she just wanted to get an answer from him. She was really afraid. This was a secret that she had tried hard to keep for more than 20 years. "It's true." Ji Hengwen nodded his head and said with certainty. Lin Xiaofen's lips twitched, but she couldn't smile at all. Even though he was certain, she was still afraid. "Hengwen, what do you think we should do if Anran finds out?" "Anran will always be my daughter." Ji Hengwen looked at her and there was no doubt in her tone. Anran clutched the CT scan bag in her hand tightly. Did she come at the wrong time and hear something she shouldn't have? She didn't know what they were talking about, but she could vaguely guess what it was. She carried the bag and quietly left the ward. Her movements were very light, so light that she didn't make a sound, as if she had never been here. He sat down on the bench by the corridor outside the door, his hand still holding the plastic bag tightly. His father's suspicious words were still ringing in his ears. "Anran will always be my daughter." Hadn't she always been his daughter? When did it change? Also, who would know about his mother's worries? Why would her mother be worried that she would know something? Was he afraid that she would find out that she was not her father's daughter? Anran was shocked by her own thoughts and was so stunned that she couldn't react. She muttered to herself, How is that possible? How could there be such a preposterous thing?" The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He reached out and patted his face, trying to stop himself from thinking about it. He kept comforting himself, who else could she be if not Daddy's daughter? "Don't scare yourself, don't scare yourself." She sat outside the door for a while, trying her best to calm herself down. Then, she got up and walked towards the ward. Just as she was about to open the door and enter, the door opened at the same time. Ji Hengwen, who was inside, was stunned to see her. His expression was a little panicked. Ran, when did you come over?" Although Ji Hengwen's reaction made her feel even more uneasy, Anran still tried to make her expression as natural as possible. She pulled her lips and said with a faint smile, "I just came back from Dr. Zhang's place. I've already brought the test report." As he spoke, he handed the CT scan and examination report to him. "Father, are you going out?" Ji Hengwen quickly shook his head and explained, No. I was just about to go to Dr. Zhang to ask for the results. Since I've already brought it here, I don't have to go." "Oh, by the way, what did Dr. Zhang say? Is your mother's health all right?" Speaking of this, Anran's expression darkened, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She looked at her father and said, "Dad, let's talk inside." Chapter 109 I will support you for a lifetime. He told his parents what Dr. Zhang had said. In the end, after some discussion, the family decided to go for conservative treatment and prescribe him some medicine. After all, open-head surgery was too risky. Even if the hospital said that they were 100% confident, Anran and Ji Hengwen were still worried. After all, it was a surgery on the head, which was not comparable to other things. Dr. Zhang also expressed his understanding of their choice. Since they had chosen not to undergo surgery, there was no need for them to stay in the hospital. All the necessary examinations had been completed, so Lin Xiaofen's request to be discharged was approved that afternoon. Because he wanted to celebrate Lin Xiaofen's safe discharge from the hospital, Father Ji specially went to the agricultural market to buy some vegetables. He planned to cook a good meal for himself that night. Anran helped Lin Xiaofen into the house and put away the things she had brought back from the hospital. When she turned her head, she saw Lin Xiaofen, who was sitting on the sofa, staring at her in a daze. She was so focused and serious that Anran didn't even notice when she turned around to look at her. Anran walked over to her and called her softly, "Mom." Only then did Lin Xiaofen react. She looked at Anran and laughed dryly to hide her embarrassment. What's wrong?" Anran shook her head and smiled at her. "Nothing. Are you thirsty? I'll get you a glass of water." "All right," he said. Lin Xiaofen nodded at her. Anran poured 2 glasses of water from the kitchen, one for her and one for herself. Then, she sat down beside her. Today, Lin Xiaofen was very strange. She kept staring at her like this. Her eyes seemed to be afraid of losing something. Anran avoided her gaze, but she didn't dare to ask her why. She recalled what she had heard at the door of the ward, and she didn't dare to ask, because she was afraid that the answer would be something she didn't want. Sighing silently, he reached out and held Lin Xiaofen's hand. Looking at her face, which had obviously lost weight these past few days, he said with a little heartache, "Mom, you should stop working in the factory. Look at how worried Dad and I are about you." Fortunately, she was fine this time. When she received the phone call that day, she was really frightened. If something had really happened to her, she didn't even dare to think about it. This was an accident. Mom is in good health. Lin Xiaofen smiled and held Anran's hand. In fact, work wasn't that tiring. It was just busier at the end of the month. In fact, she didn't want to retire not because of the salary. In fact, she had long passed the age of retirement. The reason she hadn't left her post was that she didn't want to return home and do nothing all day after retirement. Besides, why do you want me to stay at home instead of going to work? Your dad still has classes, and you're married. There's usually no one at home. I might as well go to work. There are a few old sisters there to chat with and kill time. After you retire, you can plant flowers and raise fish at home. I also want to tell Dad that he's old and should retire a long time ago. When the time comes, the 2 of you can go out and walk around. Haven't you always wanted to travel? In the past, the conditions didn't allow it, but the 2 of you had jobs. Now that the 2 of you have retired, you can go out and take a look. There's nothing wrong with that. And Ran tried to persuade him. Lin Xiaofen chuckled because she knew that her daughter was very stubborn in certain aspects. If she didn't agree, she would definitely drag her daughter into agreeing. She went along with her and said, "All right, I'll tell your dad. We'll consider it." In fact, it wasn't a bad thing to retire. As Anran had said, she really wanted to go out and take a look. Anran nodded. Seeing her mother's gentle smile, she realized that her mother had really gotten old. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were already so obvious, and even her hair had turned white. Looking at her, she couldn't help but reach out to stroke her mother's hair. Anran said in a low voice, "White hair." Lin Xiaofen laughed and only sighed. "Mom is really old. How can I not have white hair when I'm old?" And Ran didn't say anything and gently stroked her hair. Lin Xiaofen was also looking at her. As she looked, she became a little absent-minded. Suddenly, she softly muttered, "Ran, if you find out that I lied to you in the future, will you hate me?" The hand that was stroking her hair suddenly stopped, and he felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. He only asked softly, "Mom, what did Mom lie to me about?" Lin Xiaofen seemed to have suddenly come back to her senses. She quickly looked away and did not look at her. She shook her head awkwardly and said, it's nothing. I was just saying. And Ran didn't ask any more questions. She picked up the water on the low table and took a sip. The other hand on her leg was cold and even covered in cold sweat. At that moment, she was really afraid. She was afraid that she would say it. Without waiting for Father Jiyu to come back, Anran made an excuse that there was an urgent business at the company and she had to rush back immediately. After hearing what she said, Lin Xiaofen didn't stay any longer. She didn't know about Anran's company situation, but she thought that Anran had been going to the hospital a lot these past few days because of her own business. She also told Lin Xiaofen to work hard and not worry about her. When she arrived at the entrance of the community, she happened to meet Father Jiyu, who had just come back from buying groceries. Seeing that she was leaving, Although Father Jiyu was a little disappointed, like Lin Xiaofen, he told her to work hard and come back with Ye Cheng for dinner when she was free. When she walked to the street again, Ayn Rand didn't have a purpose at all, so she was a little confused. In fact, there was nothing going on at the company. She just didn't dare to stay at home. She was afraid that Lin Xiaofen would either say it herself or she couldn't help but ask Lin Xiaofen. She always had a bad premonition, and her heart was flustered and scared. She couldn't help but guess and think. Standing on the busy street, Ayn Rand suddenly felt like she didn't know where to go or where to go. She was so flustered that she wanted to find someone to talk to, but there was no one around her. At this moment, she really wanted to find someone to talk to. After thinking about it, Ayn Rand could only think of Lin Li. He took out his phone from his bag and called Lin Li. The call went through, but no one picked up after a long time. After hanging up the phone, she looked at her phone and couldn't find a second person to call. Her heart was really in a panic. She casually grabbed a taxi and got in, but when the driver asked her for the address, she couldn't say a word. She didn't want to go home, let alone go to the company. She let the driver drive around the street for a long time before she finally said the address softly. The sun moved to the west, leaving behind a dazzling red glow that illuminated the entire sky. It was really midsummer, and the days were getting longer and longer. It was clearly past 6 o'clock. If it was before, it would have been dark. At this moment, the sky was still so bright, and it didn't seem like night was coming. Su Yicheng drove out of the Municipal Party Committee building, and when he passed by the main gate, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the figure sitting in front of the flower bed at the entrance. He parked the car to the side, opened the door, and got out of the car with a slight frown. The security guard at the entrance saw him get out of the car and was about to walk over to the woman sitting in front of the flower bed. He quickly went up to him and said, "Su City, I don't know what's wrong with that person. She's been sitting there for more than an hour, but she hasn't come in. I asked her if she was looking for someone, but she just shook her head." Su Yicheng didn't look at him and walked directly toward the figure sitting in front of the flower bed. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Ayn Rand's face, making her look a little dazed. The temperature today wasn't high, but it wasn't too low either. After sitting here for more than an hour, a thin layer of sweat had already covered her forehead. Ayn Rand's eyes were staring straight ahead, as if she was thinking about something, and she didn't notice that Su Yicheng, who was beside her, was slowly walking toward her. Su Yicheng walked up to her and blocked the afterglow of the setting sun in front of her. He gently called her, "Ayn Rand." Ayn Rand was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. His back was against the light, and he looked up at her. His face was a little blurry, and it took her a while to recognize him. She smiled faintly and said, "You're off work." Su Yicheng nodded, looked at her with a smile, and said, "Why didn't you call me?" He didn't ask her why she was here, only why she didn't call. Ayn Rand shook her head. "I didn't want to disturb you," she said. "I didn't want to disturb you." In fact, when the driver parked the car there, she realized that this was the address she had been thinking about for a long time. She had wanted to call him directly, but she remembered that it wasn't long before he got off work, so she decided to sit here and wait. She would see him when he drove out later, and she would have to calm down and think about it carefully. Su Yicheng reached out to her. Ayn Rand looked at him, put her hand in his large palm, and let him hold it. Then, she stood up with him. Ayn Rand stood up and patted the dust off her body. Su Yi reached out to tidy up her hair, which had been blown messily by the wind. After he had smoothed the bangs on her forehead, he held her hand and walked to the car parked at the side. The security guard, who had been standing to the side, was a little stunned as he watched all of this. Although Su Yicheng was famous for being gentle and elegant, he always gave people a faint sense of alienation, as if there was an invisible distance between them, making it difficult for people to really get close to him. He was even more polite to the ladies, never overstepping his boundaries. Even when he shook hands with them, it was only a light touch, and then he would immediately withdraw his hand. However, this woman seemed to be different. There were also rumors in the Municipal Party Committee that Su Yicheng was married, but very few people had actually seen Mrs. Su, because they had not held a wedding, and Mrs. Su rarely participated in the activities of the Municipal Party Committee. In the car, Su Yicheng looked at her indifferently and casually asked, Is Mom's medical report out yet? Is there any problem? He had been busy all day with the project bidding. He had remembered to call her, but he hadn't had the time. He had wanted to call Anran after work to ask about the situation, but before he could make the call, he saw her sitting alone by the flower bed. Everything's going well. Dr. Jang said that there's a pituitary tumor, but it's benign. It's just that the position is a little off, and I'm afraid that it'll oppress the optic nerve in the future. But after discussing it with my father, we've decided to use conservative treatment. It's too risky to open the skull, and Ran said honestly. Will that affect anything? Suya Cheng asked, a little worried. He was more concerned about Lin Xiaofen's physical condition. It won't have any impact. It's benign and won't grow. However, no one knew if their positions would change. However, compared to opening their skulls, they decided to be more conservative. Suya Cheng nodded and asked, do you want to go home and take a look? And Ran was stunned. She knew that the home he was talking about was her family. He shook his head and said, no, I'm a little tired. Suya Cheng didn't say anything else and focused on driving, looking ahead seriously. However, when there was a gap, he reached out and held her hand. Anran turned her head to look at him. After a while, she said, Yi Cheng, if you knew that someone was hiding something from you, and the thing that they were hiding was closely related to you, what would you do? Suya Cheng turned his head and glanced at her, but he didn't say anything. He turned his head back and continued to focus on driving. Anran waited for a long time, and just as she thought that he didn't have an answer, the car slowly stopped at a red light, and then she heard Suya Cheng say, if this is for my own good, then I'd rather continue to pretend that I don't know. He turned around and smiled at her. Anran froze and asked, you already know. How can you pretend? She wanted to pretend that she didn't know, but she kept thinking about what she had heard at the door of the ward in the afternoon. She couldn't help but guess what those words meant. Suya Cheng didn't answer. After the red light, he started the car and continued driving forward. Anran didn't say anything else. She just turned her head to look out the window. The expression on her face was the same as the one on the flower bed. She was clearly looking into the distance, but she didn't focus at all. The car slowly stopped in the building's underground garage. Anran opened the door and wanted to get out of the car, but the moment she turned around, Suya Cheng grabbed her hand tightly. He stared at her, sighed, and asked softly, what happened? Can you tell me? Anran looked at him and stared at him. Suddenly, she felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. Then, as she thought about it, her eyes turned red and hot, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Suya Cheng allowed her to cry as he patiently reached out to wipe away her tears that kept falling. After a long while, Anran finally stopped crying. She looked into his eyes and told him what she had heard in the afternoon in front of the ward. She was in a mess. Even at this moment, her heart was in a mess. She wanted to find someone to talk to. If she didn't know how to ease the anxiety and uneasiness in her heart. Yi Cheng, do you think I'm really not Dad's daughter? Anran stared at Suya Cheng's question and answer. Her eyes were red and steaming, as if tears would fall at the slightest touch. Suya Cheng looked back into her eyes and calmly asked, is family only related by blood? Anran was stunned. There were still tears in the corners of her eyes. She looked straight at him, not quite understanding what he meant. Will you disown Dad just because you're not related to him by blood? Suya Cheng asked again, but this time he seemed to understand a little. Anran shook her head and said with certainty, he will always be my father. She was in the past, she was now, and she would definitely be in the future, regardless of whether they were blood-related or not, regardless of whether the blood flowing in their bodies was the same. Suya Cheng smiled and reached out to wipe away the tears that had just fallen out of her anxious state. This time, he didn't immediately take them back. He gently touched her cheek and said indifferently, then, do you have any other questions? Anran froze and thought carefully about what he had said. Then, she seemed to understand something. Yes, regardless of whether they were blood-related or not, regardless of whether he was her biological father or not, the only person she would acknowledge as her father was Ji Hengwen. There would be no other him. She looked at him and thought it through. Suddenly, she laughed through her tears. He. She nodded and shook her head at him, saying, yes, there's no problem. She was the one who had been going into a dead end and forced herself into a dead end. In fact, No matter who she was or who her biological father was, she would only have one father, and that was Jiyu Hengwen. He had once given her a happy childhood and accompanied her through a slightly rebellious period. Back then, he had not been less worried about her studies and work. Even now, he still loved her and could not let go of her. All the things that he had done for her all these years could not be denied just by blood relations. So, no matter whether he was or not, he would always be Jiyu Anran's father. Suya Cheng pinched her delicate nose and said, "Let's go up. I remember we bought beef last night. I'll make curry beef for you tonight." Anran looked at him and nodded her head heavily. However, just as he was about to get out of the car, she held his hand and leaned forward to kiss him on the lips when he turned his head around in confusion. Her lilac tongue pried open his teeth and entered his mouth. While he was still in shock, she wrapped her tongue around his and wrapped it around his tongue. Then, she pressed her lips tightly against his and said in a low voice, "Thank you." She thanked him for his advice and for letting her walk out of that dead end. Suya Cheng was never a passive person. He always liked to take the initiative, just like kissing. He reached out and clasped Anran's head tightly. He lifted her chin slightly with one hand to make her mouth open a little more so that he could kiss her deeper. Sucking, entangling, and stirring, Suya Cheng's kiss today was not gentle, but a little eager and domineering, and the strength he used to hold her was also a little heavy. As he kissed her deeply, Anran let out a muffled groan. He kissed her very urgently and hugged her very tightly. Anran felt that she was almost out of breath and about to faint in his arms. Suya Cheng finally let her go and let her lean against his chest to catch her breath. He himself was also panting heavily, and he slowly calmed down as he hugged her. The two of them hugged each other in the car for a while. When their breathing calmed down, they opened the door and got out of the car to go home. When they got home, Anran naturally took Suya Cheng's bag and brought it to the study room with her. Suya Cheng took off his suit jacket, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and went straight into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the two of them. Although Anran didn't know how to cook, he was the one who cooked dinner every day, so she was a little embarrassed to eat. Therefore, recently, she had been very self-conscious and volunteered to help him. In the beginning, Suya Cheng would still refuse, but he couldn't persuade her otherwise, so in the end, he just let her be. It was just that she really didn't seem to know much. Every time she helped, this would always happen. "Yi Cheng, how do we handle this beef? Yi Cheng, why is this prawn still moving? Yi Chin, do you cut the carrots like this or like that?" She always had endless questions like this. It seemed that every time she came to help, it would make him even more flustered. However, he liked it. He liked this faint feeling of happiness and this faint warmth. Suya Cheng's cooking skills were really good, and he was excellent at both Chinese and Western food. The two of them sat on either side of the bar counter, each having a plate of curry beef risotto. In order to match the mood of Western food, Anran had deliberately dimmed the light on the bar counter, and Suya Cheng poured a little red wine for both of them. Anran stared at him. No drinking. The doctor had already said that his stomach was not suitable for drinking too much. He usually had no choice but to socialize outside, but at home, she still hoped to take care of him. In addition, this person's alcohol tolerance was not good at all. Last time, he even pretended to be drunk and acted like a scoundrel. A little bit. Suya Cheng looked at her and asked for her opinion. "You're not allowed to drink." Anran's attitude was firm, and there was no room for negotiation. She reached out and took the wine from his hand, muttering, "Yi Zaiwen was right back then. You're a two-faced wolf. Who knows if you'll use alcohol to play dirty? I won't let you have your way again." Ha ha ha. Suya Cheng laughed out loud. There were only the two of them in the room, and they were sitting face to face. Although she was mumbling, how could he not hear her clearly? He allowed her to take the red wine away and did not stop her. The two of them chatted as they ate. After dinner, Anran was still the one who cleaned up the dishes. Suya Cheng had been a little worried about Technology City recently, so he didn't get off work too late today. He had originally wanted to go to his parents' place to ask about the medical report, but he still had a lot of work to do. He had just brought it back from his office, so after dinner, Suya Cheng went straight to his study. After Anran cleaned up, she poured a cup of tea and brought it to Suya Cheng. The reason he knew how to make tea was because Suya Cheng said that he wasn't used to drinking coffee. He had gotten used to drinking tea with his father and grandfather at home. However, Suya Cheng didn't tell her that he was used to drinking black coffee because she had put a lot of sugar in it. After knocking on the door and placing the tea on the desk, Suya Cheng looked up from his documents and gave her a gentle smile. "Thank you," and Ran replied with a smile, "You're welcome." Suya Cheng reached out and squeezed her little hand, saying, "I'll probably work until very late tonight. If you're tired, go to bed first. Don't wait for me." Anran nodded and only said, "Don't work too late." And NBSB, after saying that, he left. After coming out of the study, Anran didn't immediately return to her room. Instead, she sat in the living room and turned on the TV, watching it silently. In fact, she wanted to talk to him, but he was too busy. Perhaps they could have a good talk when he came out after he was done with his work. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Anran really felt like she didn't have the cells in her body to watch TV. The screen was clearly very thrilling, but she still fell asleep as she watched. When Suya Cheng came out of his comfort zone and was about to pour himself another cup of tea to freshen himself up, he caught a glimpse of the TV playing in the living room. It was only when he walked closer that he saw the person sleeping on the sofa. Suya Cheng shook his head, put the cup in his hand on the low table, turned off the TV with the remote control, and bent over to carry her back to the room. However, the moment his hand touched her, she slowly woke up and looked at him in a daze. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "You're done with your work?" Suya Cheng didn't reply to her. He only said, "Why didn't you go back to your room to sleep if you were tired? Didn't I tell you to sleep first? I have something to tell you." "What did he say?" Suya Cheng asked. Anran stared at him for a while before saying, "Yu Cheng, if I can't work in the future, and no company wants me even if I want to, what will you do?" Almost without thinking, Suya Cheng directly blurted out, "Then I'll take care of you for the rest of your life." Anran stared at him for a while, then smiled with her eyes curved. Chapter 110, Resignation. Since she had made up her mind, Anran knew what to do. The next morning, she went to the company and typed her resignation letter in her office. Then, she got up and went straight to Huang Dexing's office. As she stood in front of Huang Dexing's office, out of courtesy and respect, Anran raised her hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Anran didn't open the door and go in until she heard him call her in. Huang Dexing raised his head from the computer and saw that it was Anran who had come in. He smiled faintly and leaned back, as if he had known she would come. "Anran, sit down," Huang Dexing said as he gestured at the seat in front of him. Anran also smiled faintly, pulled out the chair in front of her desk, and sat down. "Is there an answer?" Huang Dexing asked tentatively. According to his calculations, after she considered it, the answer she gave him should be satisfactory. In fact, he was just being careful to make sure nothing went wrong. Anran nodded. "Yes," she said, "I've thought about it over the past few days. I've thought about it carefully." Hearing this, Huang Dexing was overjoyed. He looked at her and slowly asked, "You agree?" If she agreed, then Jing Cheng would have a higher chance of winning the competition. If Technology City had a higher chance of winning, then his promotion to general manager at the end of the year would no longer be a matter of formality. Anran didn't say anything. She reached out and handed him the resignation letter that she had just typed out before she came. The paper was still warm from the printing. Huang Dexing took it happily, but when he looked down, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and then he could no longer laugh. He suddenly looked up at her, and his tone suddenly became a little stern. "What do you mean by this?" He thought that he would get a satisfactory answer after waiting for a few days, but he didn't expect to get this piece of broken paper. She had thought that she would refuse to cooperate, but she had never thought that she would actually hand in her resignation letter and quit. Anran met his gaze fearlessly and simply said, "I've thought about it for a few days. Although I was sincere when I graduated, and it's not like I didn't miss it after 7 years, there are still some things that I think are difficult for me to do. Also, this time, it's because of my relationship that such a big mess has happened. I guess this can be considered as taking the blame and resigning." Huang Dexing looked at her, his grip on the resignation letter tightening. After a while, he asked, "Anran, you've caused quite a bit of trouble this time. Do you think you can make up for it by taking the blame and resigning?" What about the company's losses? You should know how much effort the company has put into the mobile manor project. Who will be responsible for the losses of tens of millions? Ayn Rand smiled faintly and shook her head. Director, you know better than anyone else whether I have any responsibility or not. Don't you? Hearing this, Huan Dexing looked at her steadily and quickly looked away. He only said, you were the one who lost the design. Even if Chen Cheng stole it, the design was in your office and didn't fall. Also, when I said I was going to fire Chen Cheng, who was the one who tried to protect her? If I don't blame you, who else can I blame? Ayn Rand said lightly and slowly, if I say that I've seen Chen Cheng, will you still think that I'm responsible for this? Huan Dexing was taken aback and looked at her fixedly, a little surprised. The plan that he had secretly planned for a long time had actually been resolved by her so easily. He looked at her in disbelief and asked, You really met Chen Cheng? Chen Cheng was in urgent need of money. Didn't she leave on the same day? Ayn Rand nodded, looked at him, and said with a faint smile, she told me the reason for the theft, and even the person who stole the picture. Director, who do you think is the person who gave Chen Cheng money to steal the blueprint from the office? Huan Dexing's expression stiffened, and his eyes on her became hollow. He turned his head, and after a while, he thought of something. Suddenly, he looked at her again and said, even if the blueprint is lost, do you think the company will not hold you responsible for the sudden collapse of the sample room? Ayn Rand sighed. Whether the collapse of the sample room is really related to me or not, and whether there is a problem with the drawings, I think you know all of this. HMPH. Huan Dexing snorted coldly and said, if I insist that it's your design's problem, do you think the company will believe me or you? Ayn Rand chuckled and looked into his eyes. I admit that I'm not smart, but I'm not so stupid that I don't know that I'm being stepped on. Huan Dexing looked at her steadily. Perhaps he had really underestimated her. He had thought that she was talented in design, but was very slow in other things. He had been tricked by Xiao several times, but she had not retaliated. He did not expect that her heart was as clear as a mirror, and she had already seen through everything. Director, if I'm not wrong, you're undoubtedly trying to force me to give in and ask Yi Cheng for help. Yi Cheng is in charge of the construction of Technology City, so all projects, big and small, have to go through him. I'm his wife, so if I ask him for a project, he will definitely give me face. Then, we will definitely win the sincere bidding. I don't know if you've been using the Mobile Manor project as a trap from the start, or if you've given up on it after seeing the design, but I want to say that it's a wrong decision to use such a project and such an investment to force me to give in. Huan Dexing ignored her and said directly, Ayn Rand, think about it carefully. If you really want to resign, the company will definitely pursue this accident to the end. Also, do you think there will be any company that'll still hire you if you leave Cincinnati and work in the construction industry? It was almost impossible for a designer who had such a major accident to continue in the construction industry. Ayn Rand shook her head, chuckled, and said, you just want to use me to get the Technology City project because you know that I'm Su Yicheng's wife. If I ask him, he'll definitely help me. She suddenly changed the topic and asked him, then, if Su Yicheng knows that I'm being suppressed so unfairly in the company, do you think he'll still be sincere about the project? Huan Dexing was taken aback. He had not thought of this question. Ayn Rand sneered and said, do you think I can make Su Yicheng agree to get the project? Can't I complain to the company and make it unable to get a project? You can use me to get the Technology City project, but can't I use Su Yicheng's authority to make you get nothing? He could threaten her, and she could threaten him in turn. Huan Dexing looked at her steadily. He had never thought about this at all. Ayn Rand looked at Huan Dexing's stunned expression and knew that she had scared him. She stood up, looked at him, and said, thank you, Director, for taking care of me for the past 7 years. I've learned a lot in Cincinnati, whether it's about people or things. Ayn Rand said pointedly. Huan Dexing looked at her without saying a word, but his face was no longer as livid as before. Ayn Rand ignored the ugly expression on his face and only said, regarding the Manor project, I believe that there's absolutely no problem with the design. In addition, I think the director will know more about where the design went after it was stolen and how the sample room collapsed. I don't think I should or need to take responsibility for these. As for my resignation now, I can pay the amount for the breach of contract according to the contract. As for the work I have on hand, I have basically completed it. Of course, I will find someone to hand it over to." In the end, he looked at Huan Dexing's eyes, which were about to burst into flames, and said, "Then if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After that, he turned around and left his office. In the office, Huan Dexing clutched the resignation letter she had handed in and clenched it tightly into a ball. Ayn Rand was right. This move of his was a huge failure. He thought that he could use this to make her submit, but he didn't expect her to directly checkmate him. This time, he had really lost both the wife and the army. Ayn Rand really left. Almost as soon as she came out of Huan Dexing's office, she called for her colleagues in the hall outside to hand over the work on hand. In fact, there was not much work to hand over. She just had to sort out the files of some previous projects for him, and the reconstruction cases on her hand were almost completed, so there was not much of a problem. As a result, the handover process was very smooth. When Ayn Rand finished packing her things and left with the paper box, she walked to the elevator at the entrance of the office building. When she turned back to look at these things, she had an indescribable feeling. The office girl had a good relationship with her. When she saw her at the elevator, she saw that her eyes were slightly red and secretly avenged her. Ayn Rand smiled at her calmly and told her to read more books. It would be best if she could pass the architect's certificate. It would be of some use to her. She took the elevator down with the box in her arms. The moment the elevator door opened, she met Xiao, who was waiting in front of the elevator door. Xiao was slightly stunned when she saw her. It took her a while before she realized that she was leaving. "You just resigned?" Ayn Rand smiled at her lightly. "Isn't this what you want?" Xiao shrugged and said, "That's what I want." And NBSB, if she left, no one would fight with her anymore. How could it not be good? Ayn Rand only glanced at her and didn't say anything. She walked past her with the box in her arms and left. It wasn't even noon when she returned home with her things. Her resignation was a little sudden, and she had no plans for what to do next. In fact, Su Cheng had something to do with her immediate resignation with Huan Dexing because of what he had said last night. He said that he would take care of her for the rest of her life. It seemed that with his words, she really had nothing to be afraid of. He took the things back to the study and gave Lin Xiaofen a call. He had originally planned to go home in the afternoon to see her, but he didn't expect her to act so quickly and go to work early in the morning. Ayn Rand sighed helplessly. She knew her mother's temper. Even if she resigned, she would follow the procedures step by step. She only told her to take good care of herself and not to tire herself out before hanging up the phone. She didn't want to tell her about her resignation for the time being because she didn't want her to worry about her. As a result, it seemed like she really had nothing to do. She leaned back on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling for a long time. In the end, Ayn Rand decided that she still had to practice her terrible cooking skills first. This meant that she would really have to rely on Su Cheng to support her in the future, so she couldn't be too insatiable and not do anything, but still ask him to cook for her every day after work. Although Su Cheng said that he was willing, she would still feel embarrassed. With that thought in mind, Ayn Rand made up her mind to practice her cooking skills while she was away from work. Even if she couldn't make the dishes look, smell, and taste good, she could at least make them barely enough to go with the meal. Since he said so, he decided to do it. He took his wallet and keys and went out to buy the ingredients for today. She pushed the shopping cart into the fresh food section of the supermarket. Ayn Rand tried her best to pick out the food that was easy to cook and easy to cook. This time, Ayn Rand's goal was very clear. She didn't want to make it so delicious or beautiful that it would make people hungry. She just wanted it to be neither burnt nor cooked. It was that simple. He put the fresh cabbages into the shopping cart. It was almost noon, and there were very few people in the supermarket. The few people made it seem a little empty, so any conversation that was slightly louder could be heard clearly. So, when a woman giggled and acted coquettishly toward the man next to her, Ayn Rand could clearly hear their conversation. "Brothers Yang, I want to eat this. Can you cook it for me later?" the woman said with a sweet and beautiful voice. The man's answer was a little slow, but also a little simple. "Yes." As if she had seen something more to her liking, the woman ran forward and pointed to the food on the counter. She said to the man behind her, "Ah yeah, right, I also want this." Ayn Rand didn't hear the man's answer. In fact, she didn't really mean to hear it. She didn't have the intention of eavesdropping, although she was a little envious of the man and woman behind her. She continued to push the cart forward and chose the ingredients that were suitable for her. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. She saw a figure running quickly past her and heading to the seafood area not far in front of her. She pointed to the packed fish in the cabinet and said, "Brothers Yang, let's make braised fish later. I love your braised fish the most." It was only then that Ayn Rand saw the woman in front of her clearly. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she turned around. As expected, the man pushing the shopping cart behind her was none other than Chengsheng. Chengsheng also saw her. At first, he was stunned, but then he happily walked over to her. Ayn Rand sneered. She had really thought that he had realized that the person he loved was Lin Li. She had even wanted to talk to Lin Li and ask for her opinion. If Lin Li still couldn't forget him, then she could help them from within. She didn't expect that he was just putting on an act. Look, wasn't he with this woman? He even personally accompanied her to the supermarket, and later, he would personally go home and cook for her. Ha ha, if he still said that he didn't have anything for this woman, she would never believe it. Chengsheng pushed his cart toward her. Ayn Rand, what a coincidence. Ayn Rand sneered. She looked at him, then turned to look at Xiao. Yeah, what a coincidence. Chengsheng didn't notice her cold attitude. He only wanted to ask her about Lin Li's situation. Lin Li, have you been in contact with her recently? Is she okay? He had stayed in Lin Li's old home for more than a month, but there was no news of her at all. He knew that he had hurt her too deeply, so it was understandable that she was avoiding him now. During this period of time, he had been thinking that if all this was what she wanted, if all this was good for her, then he would stay far away. As long as he knew that she was doing well, it would be fine. Ayn Rand looked at him and said sarcastically, "What does her well-being have to do with you?" Could he be any more hypocritical? On one hand, he was talking about how much he loved Lin Li, but on the other hand, he was still with this woman. Was he really the Chengsheng they knew back then? How could a person change so much before and after, so much that she couldn't recognize him at all? I just want to know if she's doing well. Lin Li didn't give him any chance or information, so Ayn Rand was the only person he could still contact. Big brothers Yang. Xiao came back again and took Chengsheng's hand. She looked at Ayn Rand guardedly. She remembered Ayn Rand, the woman who had splashed red wine and made a scene in the restaurant. He looked at them coldly. He really didn't want to say anything more to such people. He turned around and walked straight ahead. Ayn Rand. Chengsheng wanted to stop her, but his hand was pulled by Xiao, who was beside him. He looked at Xiao and finally understood the look in Ayn Rand's eyes when she looked at him. A bitter smile appeared on his lips, and he reached out to pull Xiao's hand down. Ayn Rand was so focused on walking forward that she didn't notice if there was anyone in front of her. When she bumped into the shopping cart that was parked in front of her, Ayn Rand raised her head and noticed a man pushing a shopping cart in front of her. There was a child beside him, and the child was staring at her with his big black eyes. Ayn Rand didn't expect to meet so many acquaintances while shopping at the supermarket. She looked at Juhan and smiled awkwardly at her loss of self-control. What a coincidence. Juhan looked at her and still didn't have much expression on his face. He said indifferently, "Yeah, what a coincidence." In fact, he didn't notice her just now. It was Xiaobin who noticed her. He pulled on the corner of his shirt and pointed to her who was talking to someone in front of him. He noticed that her expression didn't seem right, so he stopped. Ayn Rand greeted the child beside him. "Hello, Xiaobin. How have you been?" Xiaobin smiled shyly at her. He was no stranger to her. She was the one who accompanied him when he was discharged from the hospital last time, and he still remembered all of this. Ayn Rand also made him smile. She reached out and touched his head, then raised her head and looked at the things in their shopping cart. She casually asked, "You're here to buy vegetables too?" In her heart, she only felt that this father and son pair were a little strange. Sometimes, she felt that Juhan was too cold to this child. For example, last time, he actually let him sit alone on the sofa at the banquet. He was taken to the hospital by her and Suyu Cheng for so long, but they didn't realize that the child was missing. Also, last time at the hospital, he was irresponsible enough to leave the child alone in the hospital, and she didn't come to see him for a few days. Even after the child recovered, he didn't come to take him home. It made her feel that there was no other father in the world who was more irresponsible than him. But now, looking at them again, she seemed to feel that he was not as cold to the child as she had imagined. He would take him to the supermarket and buy the vegetables that the child liked. This kind of father did not seem to be someone who did not love his child. Joo-han nodded and continued to push the cart forward. He said casually, "It seems to be working hours now." In other words, she was actually so free to go out to buy groceries during working hours. "Oh, I quit," Anran said indifferently. He reached out for a box of eggs from the shelf and placed it in the shopping cart. Joo-han looked at her in surprise but didn't ask further. The two of them strolled around like this and bought the things they wanted to buy. When they pushed the cart to pay the bill, Chengsheng and Xiaoxiao happened to be in front of them. Seeing her walk over, Chengsheng saw that her expression was extremely bitter. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say it several times. In the end, he said with a bitter smile, "It's not what you think. I don't need to think about it because I have eyes. I will see. Just please don't ask me about Lin Li again in the future, because you will make me feel that you are hypocritical." And Ran was so cold that she didn't give him any face. On the side, Xiaoxiao was so angry that she wanted to avenge Chengsheng. She said to Anran, "Hey, what's wrong with you, woman? Do you have to speak like this? Do you know how Brother Xiang has been through this period of time? What right do you have to talk to him like this?" And Ran looked at her coldly and didn't want her to say anything. Xiaoxiao still wanted to say something, but Chengsheng chided her. "Xiaoxiao, enough." Xiao looked at him with a wronged expression. She pouted her lips and looked a little aggrieved. In the end, even after they walked out of the supermarket, Anran was still a little angry. She really felt that Lin Li wasn't worth it. "I didn't know you had such a fierce side," Joo-han, who was beside her, said with a faint smile while carrying the shopping bags. Anran glanced at him, and the anger in her heart slowly subsided. In fact, everyone had a temper, but everyone had a bottom line. As long as he didn't cross her bottom line, everything was fine. Anran turned her head and looked in front of her. "Do you still remember the pearl necklace you gave me?" Joo-han looked at her in confusion and didn't say anything. Anran didn't seem to care about his answer and continued, "I bought that necklace for my best friend's wedding gift, and the groom is the man just now. The three of us were classmates and have known each other for almost 10 years, but did you know that he ran away for the woman just now at the wedding?" Joo-han was a little dumbfounded. He recalled the man's appearance just now and seemed to be a little surprised that he would actually do this. Anran glanced at him and smiled faintly. She didn't say anything more about this. She lifted the bag in her hand and said, "It seems that I always take advantage of you every time I see you. Thank you again for this time." Joo-han nodded his head lightly. "If this happens again, I don't mind you paying." Chapter 111, Lin Li is back. Suya Cheng opened the door and came in. He raised his eyebrows slightly when he smelled the aroma of food. Just as he was about to call out to Anran, he saw a figure quickly come from the kitchen. When he saw her, he smiled faintly. "You're back." Suya Cheng nodded. "Yes." Anran stepped forward to take the briefcase from his hand and said, "Go wash your hands first. We'll eat after you're done." Suya Cheng looked at her amusedly. He felt that something was wrong and that something was off. Anran felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She stepped forward, pulled him over, and said, "Let's go. Go wash your hands." After pushing him into the bathroom, Anran took his briefcase and went into the study. After Suya Cheng finished washing his hands, he came out and sat in front of the bar. He looked at the table full of dishes on the bar: sweet and sour ribs, egg tofu, boiled yellow croaker, and tomato egg soup. Each dish looked good and smelled especially fragrant. Anran gave him the food she had prepared and sat down opposite him. Suya Cheng looked at the dishes on the table, then raised his head to look at Anran. He couldn't help but be a little suspicious. "Did you make all these?" Anran's eyes flickered, but she didn't answer him directly. She handed him the chopsticks and only said, "Try it first." Suya Cheng looked at her in amusement, took the chopsticks, and directly picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs and put it in his mouth. The sweet and sour taste was just right, and the meat was soft. It could be said that it was done very well, so well that it was as good as the ones made in a restaurant. He looked up at Anran and saw that she was staring at him with wide eyes, as if waiting for him to say something. Suppressing the urge to ask her if she was the one who did it, Suyi Cheng nodded and said with certainty, "Delicious." Anran was amused by his serious expression and said, "This is the takeout I ordered from the restaurant in front of our community. It's a master's cooking, of course it's delicious." Suyi Cheng also laughed, picked up a piece of rib, and put it in her bowl. "Why did you suddenly want to order takeaway today?" "I quit my job today," Anran told him honestly. She didn't have any intention of hiding anything from him. Suyi Cheng wasn't surprised. Ever since she told him what would happen if she lost her job last night, he had vaguely guessed that her work there wasn't going well, and that she would resign sooner or later. However, he was surprised that she had acted so quickly and so urgently. "Then let me take care of it in the future," he said with a faint smile. Anran also laughed. Although she knew he would say this, hearing it again still made her feel so sweet that she was sick of it. She scooped him a bowl of soup and said, "It's because I know that I'll be relying on you in the future, so I'm preparing a delicious meal to please you." Suyi Cheng took a big gulp of the soup. "If you were the one who cooked today, I would have finished it all." "Really?" Anran asked, raising her eyebrows. "Of course," Suyi Cheng replied noncommittally. Anran had a strange smile on her face and said to him, "Wait a minute." Then, she hurriedly rushed down from the high chair and brought over the thing on the counter that had not been poured out yet, but it was charred and couldn't be seen what it was. She then put the plate on the bar counter, looked at Suyi Cheng with a smile, and said, "I made this." Suyi Cheng looked at the black thing on the plate, and his expression didn't change at all. He raised his chopsticks and reached out toward the black thing, then picked up a piece. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, Anran suddenly grabbed his hand and jokingly scolded him, "Idiot, you're really eating it." Suyi Cheng smiled and said with a serious face, "I'll eat if you want me to." They weren't sweet words, but they made Anran's heart feel so sweet that it was a little greasy. She deliberately turned her head and did not look at him. She got up and took the black thing away. This time, she poured it directly into the trash can on the side. What Anran didn't notice was that the moment she turned around, Suyi Cheng's lips curled up into a sly smile as he looked at her back. After dinner, Anran returned to her room to take a shower, while Suyi Cheng returned to the study to continue his unfinished work. Recently, because of the Technology City project, it was only in the beginning stage, and there was a lot of work to be done during this period. After the bidding was over, there would probably be a lot of social events. He knew that someone wanted to pull him down from his position, and there were too many people around him who were watching him fall from his position. As for Anran's resignation, he could vaguely guess that he should thank Anran. She had quit her job because of him. He shook his head. He should be glad that Anran never asked him for anything, so he didn't have to worry about her dragging him down. Anran pushed the door open with the freshly brewed tea and placed it on his desk. When she turned around and was about to leave, Suyi Cheng suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her over to sit on his lap. He then buried his head in her neck and took a deep breath. She smelled the fragrance of the shower gel after her shower. Anran placed her hand on her waist and asked gently, "What's wrong?" Suyi Cheng shook his head and buried his head in her neck. He didn't look up and only said in a muffled voice, "I'm a little tired." Anran turned her head, reached out, and touched his head. Her heart ached as she said, "If you're tired, then rest early. We'll see tomorrow." In the past few days, it seemed that since his promotion and the launch of the Technology City project, he had been very busy. Every night, he would come out of the study after 11 o'clock. After washing up and going to bed, it was almost 12 o'clock. Suyi Cheng shook his head and hugged her even more tightly in his arms. He only said, "Let me hug you for a while." Anran leaned against him and combed his hair with her fingers. Suyi Cheng hugged her for a while before letting her go. He leaned over and pecked her on the lips. "I don't know when it'll be ready tonight. Go to bed first and don't wait for me." Anran looked at him for a while before nodding. Before she left, she still felt a little worried. "If you're tired, then rest early. We'll look at it tomorrow." Suyi Cheng nodded, grateful for her thoughtfulness. After returning to her room, Anran didn't feel sleepy. She sat at the head of the bed and read a magazine for a long time. She thought about how she had met Chengsheng at the supermarket in the afternoon and suddenly remembered that she hadn't contacted Lin Li for a few days. Even when she called her yesterday, she didn't answer. As she thought about this, She took out her phone and called Lin Li. The call went through, but no one picked up. In the end, Anran had no choice but to send Lin Li a text message and tell her to call her back when she saw the message. Anran was a little worried that something had happened to Lin Li, but she could only worry and not do anything else. After all, the two of them were too far apart, and it wasn't easy to care about them. When she received Lin Li's call again, it was already 2 days later. At that time, Anran was still working hard in the kitchen to improve her cooking skills. After a few days of intensive training and countless times of cooking until the dishes were so black that they couldn't be recognized, Anran finally mastered the skill, and the ingredients in the pot finally returned to their natural color. Although the taste was still a little unsatisfactory, at least it wasn't completely black. When Lin Li called, she was cutting onions in the kitchen. The smell of onions made her eyes tear up uncontrollably. Anran was regretting that she hadn't planned to stir-fry the beef with onions. She should have ordered stir-fried beef with green pepper or something better. Just as she was remorseful, the phone on the side of the counter rang. Anran didn't look at it and took it. She said in a sobbing voice, "Hello." The person on the other end of the phone was stunned and didn't speak for a long time. "Hey, say something," Anran said as she pushed the onions further away from the anvil. However, when she spoke, her crying voice was still very heavy, as if she had suffered a great grievance, which made her sound pitiful. "Anran, are you crying?" Lin Li asked uncertainly on the other side of the phone. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Anran suddenly took her phone away and looked at the number on the screen. It was indeed Lin Li. She had been worried for several days, and now she was angry and shouted at her, "You still know how to call me." It was just that the voice was obviously sobbing, and the imposing manner was weakened a lot. After being yelled at like this, Lin Li became even more uncertain. She clearly heard her crying, but from her tone, she didn't seem like someone who was crying at all. "Anran, are you not crying?" Hearing this, Anran covered her face with her hands and said with tears in her eyes, "I'm dying from the smell of onions. Don't you think I'll cry?" On the other side of the phone, Lin Li heard this and only reacted after a while. She chuckled and said, "I thought you were crying because of your family's rich man Sue." Anran couldn't stand the smell anymore, so she rushed out of the kitchen with her phone in her hand. "Don't try to change the topic. Tell me, where have you been these past few days? I called you but you didn't answer my calls. You didn't even reply to my text messages. What do you think you're doing?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Li was silent for a while, then said indifferently, "Anzi, come out and meet me. I'm going back to Jiang City." Anran didn't know how to react to this. After a while, she asked with uncertainty, "What did you just say? You're back in Jiang City?" "Yes," Lin Li faintly replied, "Anzi, come out and meet me. Wait for me at the old place," Anran said directly without asking. Then, he hung up the phone, took off his apron, grabbed his wallet and keys, and left. After marrying Su Cheng, she really hadn't driven for a long time. She was originally a mechanical idiot, and after not driving for so long, she was really a little rusty when driving. When she turned the corner, she almost hit someone, but fortunately, it was just a false alarm. The so-called old place was actually just the cafe near the school that she, Mo Fei, Lin Li, and Cheng Xiang used to go to together. Although after graduation and Mo Fei's departure at the time of graduation, they hadn't been there together for a few years. When Anran parked the car in front of the cafe, she pushed the door open and went in. At the seat that the four of them usually sat in, she saw Lin Li. Lin Li also looked at her at the same time, a faint smile on her face. It wasn't the weekend, but the cafe was full. The waiters were in a hurry, and everyone was busy. Anran walked over to her and stared at her without blinking. Her long hair had been cut short, and it only reached her ears. She wasn't fat to begin with, but after not seeing her for only a month, she was even skinnier and more blooded than before. She was as thin as a piece of paper, and it seemed like a gust of wind could blow her away. Lin Li chuckled, looked at her, and said, "My new hairstyle. Doesn't it look better than in the photo?" Anran rolled her eyes at her and threw her bag and car keys on the table. She sat down in front of her and glared at her. She said in an angry and distressed tone, "Don't you need to eat? Are you saving food for the country or something?" Lin Li chuckled and only said, "I didn't lose much weight. You know I'm not fat." Ayn Rand's anger flared up when she heard that. She glared at her. So you know you're not fat? Then what are you trying to do by making yourself look like this? He was so angry. Angry that she didn't know how to cherish herself at all. Alright, we haven't seen each other for so long. Are you sure you want to scold me until I'm drenched in blood? Linley looked at her and asked. Ayn Rand glared at her for a long time before she retracted her accusing gaze. In fact, she just felt bad for her. She felt bad that she didn't cherish herself at all. She actually got herself into this state in such a short time. She really felt bad for her. Although she was angry, Ayn Rand still opened her mouth and asked, "Why did you suddenly come back?" Linley smiled faintly, picked up the cup on the table, and took a sip. She then said indifferently, "Actually, I came back a few days ago. I've been looking for a house and a job these days." Upon hearing this, Ayn Rand's eyes widened and she looked at her angrily. Linley reached out to hold her hand and said teasingly, "Don't be angry. You get old easily when you're angry. If you get old, be careful that your rich man Sue will go and find young and beautiful women." Ayn Rand was still staring at her. She was angry that she had only called her a few days after she had returned. "Alright, I didn't tell you because I didn't want to rely on you for everything. It's time for me to grow up properly and find my own house and job. Actually, it's not as difficult as I thought. It's just that I relied too much on you and Chengsheng in the past, and you protected me too well. If I continue to be protected by you like this, I think I will lose the ability to survive. So this time, I want to rely on my own strength to arrange myself." Linley said indifferently, her face calm. "What's going to happen?" Ayn Rand asked. She knew Linley too well. When she left, if something hadn't happened that forced her to come back, she was afraid that she would never have returned to Jiangcheng. Linley stared at her for a long time before she said, "It's my father. He was diagnosed with stage 2 stomach cancer and is now in the city hospital." Ayn Rand was stunned. She didn't expect this. He remembered that when he first saw Father Lin, he was still in good spirits and had better stamina than young people. He didn't even pant when he climbed stairs. But how did he get stomach cancer so soon? How could it be like this? Linley smiled bitterly, rubbing the mouth of the cup with her hand. She only said softly, "Who knows?" Ayn Rand looked at her, and her heart ached. She reached out to hold her hand and softly called out, "Linley." Linley raised her head to look at her and shook her head lightly. "I'm fine, really." She knew that Ayn Rand was worried about her. In fact, when she first found out about her father's condition, she really wanted to break down. Too many things had happened in such a short time, and they were all out of her tolerance range. However, it was proven that a person's potential was limitless. When she thought she couldn't make it, she made it. Now, he had to slowly accept it, because there was no other way. The truth was already like this, and there was no use in avoiding it. He could only face it. Afraid that she wouldn't believe her, Linley grabbed her hand and tried to make herself look fine. She chuckled and said, "Actually, if you think about it, it's not that bad. Fortunately, we found out about it earlier. We're in the 2nd stage now, and there's still time for treatment. If it were the 3rd stage, by then, we wouldn't even be able to cry." Linley. Ayn Rand's heart clenched tightly. She suddenly felt that God was being unfair to Linley. In such a short time, she had experienced so much, and every time, it was testing the limits of her heart. Linley looked at her steadily, as if she was making a promise, and said, "Anzi, I'm really fine." He turned his head and looked outside. It seemed that school had just ended, and many students were coming out of the campus. He turned his head to look at Ayn Rand and said, "Recently, I've been thinking that everything was too smooth for me in the past. I've lived for 28 years, and my life has always been too smooth. My parents loved me, and I even got together with Chengsheng as soon as I entered school. Chengsheng loved me so much, and it could be said that my previous life was too beautiful. In the past, I was always very headstrong, like a child, and I didn't know what to do because I knew that behind my back, my parents would help me, Chengsheng would help me, and you would help me too. If anything happened, there were too many people waiting to solve it for me, so I didn't have to worry or be afraid." She suddenly chuckled. I used to live like a child and was protected too well by everyone. We want you to continue being a child, to live like that, and to smile like that. When he was happy, He would laugh out loud and shout without caring about his image. When he was unhappy, he would frown. All his happiness and unhappiness, all his emotions, were displayed on his face, and people could tell at a glance. She liked that kind of Lin Li. Everyone liked that kind of Lin Li. Lin Li shook her head, a bitter smile on the corner of her mouth, and said indifferently, "How can I be a child forever? Children will grow up one day. I've been very lucky to be a child for 28 years. Now, it's time for me to learn to grow up." Lin Li. Anran looked at her with a pained expression. Lin Li shook her head at her and said, "Okay, I came to you today to ask you to help me find a job. Because of my father's condition, my mother and I plan to settle down in Jiangcheng first, so I want to find a job first. Is your company still hiring? If you are, you can use your connections to get me in." Anran was stunned. She looked at her with embarrassment and said, I just resigned." Why?" Lin Li was a little surprised. "You've been there for 7 years." She knew that it had not been easy for Anran in the past 7 years. From a sketch artist to a designer, she had worked step by step and had put in so much sweat and energy to get to where she was now. Besides, she had always known that Anran was actually a very nostalgic person. Back then, she had been suppressed by Huang Dexing. At that time, she had asked her to leave, but she had insisted on not leaving. She said that even if she didn't miss the people there, she couldn't leave just because she had worked so hard there for so long. Anran roughly told her about the recent events, about the sample room, the design plan, and Huang Dexing's requirements. Lin Li said with some resentment, "There are really all kinds of birds in a big forest. The earlier this kind of company leaves, the better. There's really nothing good about it." Anran looked at her. Lin Li had really changed. Besides, she wasn't as agitated as she used to be when she said she would teach those people a lesson. If this was the price of growing up, then it would be too painful. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Li stared at her with some bad intentions. After a while, she said, "And Z, after all this, it turns out that you didn't find yourself a sugar daddy, but a high-ranking official. You're too capable." Anran rolled her eyes at her, amused and annoyed. She only said, "There's no rush for work. The most important thing now is to treat Father Lin's illness. By the way, where are you guys living now? Have you found a house?" Lin Li shook her head. "Dad is in the hospital now. Mom and I are temporarily staying in a hotel near the hospital. We've been looking for a suitable one these few days. We'll move in once we find one." Anran nodded and suddenly thought of the single apartment she and Su Cheng used to live in. She said to Lin Li, "The apartment we used to live in is empty now. Why don't you and Mother Lin move there first?" Lin Li shook her head. "There's no need. I can settle my house and work myself. Now that Dad is old, it's time for me to grow up. Under his protection, I've lived a carefree life for so many years. Now, it's my turn to take care of them, so there are many things that I have to learn to deal with in front of my senior." Anran looked at her and sighed silently. She only said, "Don't be polite with me if you're in trouble. Even if you want to grow up on your own, let me help you." Lin Li looked at her for a while before nodding with a smile. Anran also smiled and reached out to hold her hand. "Take me to see Father Lin." Chapter 112, Falling Down. Father Lin's condition was quite stable. Apart from losing a lot of weight, he was in good spirits. When he saw Anran coming over, he even spoke to her very enthusiastically. However, compared to Father Lin, Mother Lin's spirit was a lot worse. Her entire face was full of worry, and she couldn't hide the bitterness in her smile. In fact, the series of events that had happened during this period of time had been a huge blow to Mother Lin. Lin Li had just recovered a little, and Father Lin had been diagnosed with such an illness. However, in Lin Li's words, the only thing to be thankful for was that it was discovered early, so it wasn't too late to treat it. When Su Cheng returned home that night, he clearly noticed that someone's mood seemed to be a little off. He spoke less, and the smile on his face was even less. So, after dinner, Anran was a little out of it when she got up to clean up the dishes. "Anran," someone called out to her. Anran's reaction was a little slow. She looked at him in a daze and only asked after a while, "What's wrong?" Su Cheng reached out and took her hand. His large palm rubbed her small hand, and he smiled faintly and gently. "I was the one who wanted to ask you what's wrong. You've been frowning the whole night. What exactly happened? Anran looked at him and thought of Lin Li. Her heart still felt tight, and after a long time, she said, Lin Li is back. Father Lin has stomach cancer and is now in the city hospital. Su Yicheng furrowed his brows. As expected, this was not news that could make him happy. He understood the relationship between Anran and Lin Li, so he could understand how she felt at the moment. He gently patted her hand and consoled her. Don't worry, it'll get better. Anran nodded, then suddenly thought of something. She looked at Su Yicheng and said, Can you lend your apartment to Lin Li and the others for the time being? Lin Li used to live with Chengxian, but now that they've broken up, she's still living in the guest house after returning to Jiangcheng. Su Yicheng corrected her. Anran, he said, don't separate everything so clearly. It'll make us seem too distant. We're husband and wife. That house is not only mine, it's also yours, it's ours together. Besides, we're not living in that house anyway. It's empty anyway, so you can lend it to anyone you want. You have the right to decide. You don't have to ask me, understand? Anran smiled at him, nodded, and thanked him out of habit. Thank you. Su Yicheng chuckled as he reached out to pinch her nose, then gently stroked her face with his large palm and said, I'll call the director of Chazhu City Hospital tomorrow and tell them to pay more attention to Father Lin. Everything will be fine, so don't worry, okay? Yes, yes. Anran nodded hard and put her hand on his big palm to get more warmth from his palm. She said indifferently, Yicheng, thank you. I seem to always trouble you. Silly girl. Su Yicheng scolded her, but his tone was full of affection. He pulled his hand away from her face, walked around the bar counter, and entered the kitchen. He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, gently stroking her hair with his hand, and softly said in her ear, Who else would you trouble if not me? Besides, I don't think you're trouble at all. If you're really trouble, then you're sweet trouble. Anran chuckled in his arms, and her bad mood was swept away by his words. She placed her hand on his chest, and her fingers gently played with the buttons on his shirt pocket. She asked, Leader Su, were you saying sweet words just now? Su Yicheng also laughed, but instead of answering, he asked, What do you think? Anran nodded firmly. Yes, she was really touched by his sweet words, and even now, she still felt a little sweet in her heart. The next day, when Anran bought some fruits to visit Father Lin, Lin Li happened to be accompanying Father Lin for a checkup. Mother Lin was sitting alone in the ward, tidying up some trivial things. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she looked a little haggard. Mother Lin and Ran came in with some fruits. Mother Lin turned around and saw her coming over. She smiled and said, Anran, you're here. Looking at the fruits in her hands, he reproached her unhappily, It's good that you're here. Why did you buy these? We can't finish them. Anran put the fruit in her hand on the counter with a smile and asked, Where are Lin Li and Father Lin? A nurse came over this morning and said that she's arranged for our elder Lin to do a detailed examination today. Xiaoli is accompanying her father. Mother Lin looked at Anran and asked, The nurse said that it was the director's orders. Lin Li said that it must be your sir's orders to the director, right? Anran nodded slightly, thinking that Su Yicheng was really efficient. She had only told him last night, but he had already arranged for a checkup this morning. Once again, she was very grateful to him. She was grateful that he treated her friend as his own friend. Mother Lin took Anran's hand and said sincerely, Anran, I really have to thank you. Mother Lin, you're welcome. Lin Li and I are friends. This is what I should do. Besides, Lin Li has stood up for me many times in the past. Anran held her hand back and pulled Mother Lin to sit down on the edge of the bed with her. Mother Lin, are you still living in the guest house with Lin Li? She continued. Yes, Xiaoli hasn't found a suitable house yet. She can only stay in a guest house for now. Mother Lin said indifferently. Mother Lin, I have an empty place. Why don't you and Lin Li stay at my place first? It's not too late to move after finding a suitable house. It's not good to stay in the guest house all the time. Anran said. She knew that Lin Li probably wouldn't agree to it. She was afraid that she would trouble her, so she could only try to get her mother to agree. How can we accept this? We've already troubled you enough. Mother Lin felt a little apologetic. Last time, it was Anran who had been busy with Lin Li's matter. She had taken care of the ward and the doctor. This time, she had just come to see her yesterday, and someone had already asked her to do a checkup early in the morning. All of this was because of Anran, so how could she still trouble Anran and the others? Anran took her hand and sighed. Mother Lin Lee and I have been friends for 10 years. Lin Lee sees my parents as her parents, so I naturally see you as my own parents. Now that Father Lin is sick, I'm doing you a small favor and a small token of my appreciation. What trouble can there be? Besides, my house is empty anyway. No one usually lives in it. Instead of leaving it empty, why can't I let you live in it? This is still not appropriate. Mother Lin still felt that it was inappropriate. In fact, she just didn't want to trouble others. Even if Anran felt that it was fine, she would still feel embarrassed. Mother Lin, I'm really going to get angry if you keep treating me like an outsider, Anran said, pretending to be angry. I'll pay you rent, Mother Lin said after some thought. You're not allowed to fight with me over this. Otherwise, we'll be too embarrassed to live there. His tone was very insistent. Anran sighed softly and nodded helplessly. She thought to herself, if she wants to give it to me, then I'll just accept it. The two sat down and chatted for a while before Lin Lee helped Father Lin in from outside. After all the examinations, Father Lin's face was a little pale and he seemed a little tired. He fell asleep not long after lying on the bed. Mother Lin explained Anran's intentions to Lin Lee. Lin Lee looked at Anran and nodded helplessly. After lunch, Anran and Lin Lee went to the guest house to pack their things. As they packed, Lin Lee still asked worriedly, Anzi, is it really okay for us to move in like this? Have you discussed this with your leader Sue? Also, did your mother-in-law say anything? It was said that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was the most difficult. She didn't want Anran to make things difficult for them because of her. Don't worry and move in. I've talked to Yi Cheng, and he agreed. Also, my mother-in-law and the others don't live with us. They usually live in the military compound. Yi Cheng and I will go back and lie down on the weekends occasionally, Anran said as she folded the clothes. Hearing her say this, Lin Lee was relieved. She nodded and said, that's good. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, he turned his head and looked at Anran with a slightly ambiguous expression. Yi Cheng, Anzi, you're on good terms with your leader Sue. Anran's small face blushed unnaturally. She rolled her eyes at her and said, he's my husband. If I'm not on good terms with him, I'd say we're on good terms. Lin Lee also laughed. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, Anzi, you've been married to your leader Sue for quite some time now, right? Is there still no sign of pregnancy? Upon hearing this, Anran was embarrassed, and her face was extremely red. She glared at Lin Lee. Why are you talking so much nonsense? As she said that, she turned around in a fit of pique out of embarrassment. Looking at Anran's face, which was as red as an apple, Lin Lee laughed out loud without caring about her image. Hearing this, Anran turned her head and stared at her. It had been a long time since she had seen such a smile. It seemed that ever since she told Lin Lee that Chengsheng was with someone outside, she hadn't seen such a smile for a long time. It was so long that she felt like a century had passed. Lin Lee, can you really let go of Chengsheng in your heart? As she watched the smile on her face slowly fade away, leaving only a helpless coldness, Anran finally realized that she had already asked the question in her heart. Lin Lee, it seemed to be too late to regret it now. Anran looked at her in a daze. There were a few times when Anran wanted to say something, but when the words reached her mouth, she didn't know what to say. After a long time, Lin Lee finally reacted. She looked at her and firmly nodded, saying indifferently, I've already put it down. He lowered his head and put the folded clothes into his luggage bag. Since she had already asked, Anran might as well get to the bottom of it today. Before this, she had been afraid of hurting her, so she didn't even dare to mention Chengsheng's name in front of her. Now that she had asked thoroughly today, she would at least have some clues if she wanted to help her in the future, and she wouldn't be so confused. Looking at her, Anran asked tentatively, what if Chengsheng turned around and told you that the person he loves now is you? Would you still be willing to forgive him? He stared at her seriously, not missing the expression on her face at all. She paused for a moment before she reacted and put the clothes back into the duffel bag. Lin Lee? Anran called out, forcing her to face her own question. As she spoke, she put the clothes in her hands into the bag. Lin Lee didn't even raise her head and only said indifferently, I won't. His tone was decisive and without any hesitation. Anran looked at her without saying anything. After putting the last piece of clothing into the duffel bag, Lin Li raised her head and looked at Anran. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth as she said, "We can't go back to how we were before. Even if he tells me now that the one he loves is me, it's too late. I can't move anymore. These 10 years have used up all the courage and strength of my lover, and I can't move anymore." Lin Li. Anran looked at her worriedly and regretted getting too close to her. Her wound hadn't even healed yet, and now she had to face everything she didn't want to face in the first place. Lin Li shook her head and looked at her with a bitter smile. "Besides, there was a life between us. Even if it was very young, so young that he was still a small embryo when he left, I still remember him being separated from my stomach bit by bit. In the end, he had nothing to do with me at all. I will never forget this feeling in my life." As she spoke, Lin Li's emotions seemed to be a little agitated, and her hands clenched into fists little by little. Anran walked over to her, a little worried. She reached out and held her hand tightly. She looked into her eyes with a hint of apology. Lin Li returned to her senses and glanced at her indifferently. Her lips twitched, and she picked up the duffel bag and said to her, "Let's go." Anran nodded and picked up the other bag from the bed. The two of them walked out of the guest house together. The entire journey became a little strange, and the two of them barely spoke. Anran drove seriously, while Lin Li looked out the window seriously. The two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't speak. In fact, Su Cheng's single apartment wasn't far from the hospital. It was a 10-minute drive. Anran parked the car in front of the door, and the two of them carried their things and prepared to go upstairs. When the elevator door opened, Anran couldn't help but be stunned. Ling Lan, who was in the elevator, also seemed to be a little surprised. She looked at Anran for a long time, unable to come back to her senses. Anran only looked at her indifferently. She walked past her and was about to go in when Ling Lan called out to her, "Miss Jiyu." Anran stopped in her tracks and turned to look at her. There was a faint smile on her face, and she only said, "I prefer to be called Mrs. Su." Lin Li looked at the two of them strangely. She could feel that the atmosphere was a little off. Based on her understanding of Anran, she rarely spoke so harshly and aggressively. Ling Lan clenched her fists tightly, but her expression didn't change. She looked at her and said, "I heard that Miss Jiyu has been fired. Is that true?" It would have been better if she hadn't said it, but now that she did, Anran felt even angrier. If she guessed correctly, the reason why Huang Dexing bribed Chen Cheng to steal the map and then had someone destroy the template room was probably because someone was giving him a plan behind his back, and the most likely possibility was the Ling family. With this in mind, Anran said in a slightly displeased and mocking tone, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Ling. However, I didn't resign as you said. I resigned. There are some fundamental differences between the two." "Is that so?" Ling Lan replied nonchalantly. She reached out and ruffled her alluring, curly hair. Her eyes were fixed on the door as she said nonchalantly, "But I heard that there was a problem with your design, which caused the collapse of the boards. If it wasn't for our Luo's identity, Director Huang would have definitely pursued this matter to the end." Then, he turned to look at her meaningfully. "Miss Jiyu, you're really lucky." He stared at her for a while before Anran suddenly chuckled. "Ha ha, hee hee." Ling Lan frowned and said coldly, "What are you laughing at?" Anran said with a smile, "It's nothing. Miss Ling is right. I am very lucky to have met Yu Cheng, but I still have to thank you for your help back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become Mrs. Su." The corners of her mouth were curled up beautifully, and she looked confident and beautiful. "You." Ling Lan glared at her, her beautiful eyes burning with anger. Anran turned her head and ignored her. She directly said to Lin Li, "Let's go up." Lin Li glanced at Ling Lan, who was behind her, and nodded. She followed Anran into the elevator. When the elevator door slowly closed, Anran finally relaxed. She leaned against the elevator wall, her chest heaving up and down in anger. Lin Li looked at her worriedly. "Enzi, are you okay?" Anran shook her head and smiled at her. Who was that woman just now? She could tell that the woman was hostile to Anran, and it was very strong. Anran shook her head and only said, "An irrelevant person." "And NBSB." Lin Li still wanted to ask something, but the elevator arrived at this time, and Anran was the first to get out of the elevator. The furniture and other daily necessities in the apartment were all complete, but it had been a while since anyone lived in it, so there was some dust in the house. Linley was responsible for sorting out the clothes and toiletries that she had brought over, while Anran was responsible for cleaning the entire house from inside to outside. When the two of them worked together to clean up everything, they raised their hands to look at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. Linley didn't stay any longer and prepared to return to the hospital. She also bought some food from outside the hospital. She had been eating the food in the hospital for the past 2 days, and her parents' mouths were almost tasteless. Anran, on the other hand, had to go back and make a shoddy dinner, so that when Su Cheng returned, the two of them could start eating. The two of them took the elevator down. Anran was prepared to drive Linley to the hospital first and then take a detour home. Just as she was about to open the car door and get in, a small figure suddenly ran towards her from behind. "Auntie," she called out as she ran. Anran came back to her senses and turned to look behind her. She saw Juhan's son, Xiaobin, running towards her while shouting. Anran was a little surprised. She didn't expect to meet this smiling guy here, and she seemed to be quite fated with this little guy. The little guy ran over and stood in front of Anran. His black eyes stared at Anran, and he was still panting. Anran smiled and bent over to touch the little guy's head. She asked with a smile, "Xiaobin, what are you doing here? Where's your dad?" The little guy didn't say anything and just stared at her. His little mouth was slightly pouted, and his expression seemed a little reluctant to see Anran. Anran looked at him strangely and asked, "What's wrong? Did Dad scold you?" The little guy shook his head and turned around to look into the lobby of the building, as if he was looking for something. Anran didn't care. She just smiled and touched his head. "Anzi, whose child is this?" Linley asked, puzzled. "It's a friend. We're quite fated. We met a few times on the way." She then touched his head and continued, "However, the child's father is too incompetent. He's wailed a few times." Wailed? Before Anran could finish her sentence, she was suddenly pushed. She lost her balance and took a few steps back. Then, her body fell backward. Her hand instinctively wanted to grab onto something, but the car was too smooth, so she didn't manage to grab onto anything. However, the friction between her hand and the car reduced the weight of Anran's fall. Linley watched Anran fall over and screamed, "Anzi." He didn't think too much and ran towards her. Her left elbow, which was on the ground, seemed to have scraped the skin. A burning pain came, and Anran couldn't help but cry out in pain. Linley went forward to help her up and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Anran couldn't speak, because it wasn't just her elbow that was in pain. There was also a faint pain in her stomach. Seeing that she was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, Linley angrily turned her head to look at the perpetrator in front of her and said sternly, "What's wrong with you, kid? How can you push someone on purpose? What did the adults in your family teach you?" Just now, she had seen everything clearly. The moment she spoke to Anran, the child suddenly took a step forward and pushed and ran away with all his might. The little guy pouted and looked at them pitifully. He then turned to look behind him, but there was no one there. Linley chided him and didn't have the heart to talk nonsense with him. Looking at Anran's pained expression in her arms, she panicked. "Anran, how are you? Can you stand up?" Logically speaking, she should have just stood up after falling, but the more she looked at Anran, the weirder her expression became. Anran grabbed Linley's hand tightly and covered her stomach with one hand. She said with some difficulty, "Linley, my stomach hurts." Linley was shocked. She seemed to have thought of something and looked at her. "Anran, you're teasing me. What's going on?" A deep voice came from behind him. Linley turned around and looked at the person for help, saying, "Sir, please help me call an ambulance." Juhan looked at her, then at Anran in her arms, and finally at Ju Jiabin, who was standing in front of them with a guilty look on his face. He asked sternly, "You did this?" Ju Jiabin's entire body trembled when he was yelled at. He looked at him and tears fell down immediately. However, he didn't dare to cry out loud and just sobbed softly. Upon seeing this, Juhan understood and didn't say anything more. He bent down and picked Anran up from Linley's arms. He glanced at his son and said to Linley, "I'll take her to the hospital. Please help me bring the child here." Linley was stunned for a moment before she realized that this man was the child's father. She quickly nodded and went forward to take the child's hand and keep up with his footsteps. Chapter 113, The Child. Suya Cheng was sitting in a small conference room with a few people from the bidding office discussing the bidding for the Technology City project. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the table rang at this time. It was an unknown number. He hung up the call and looked up at the people sitting there. He said, "I want to know what everyone thinks. I think we should choose a capable construction company in the city. After all, they have the ability and the quality is guaranteed. We're not afraid of anything but Jera-built building." A slightly chubby middle-aged man said, "I don't think so." The other man disagreed. "I don't think we should just look at the company's reputation. If that's the case, what's the point of holding the bidding? We can just call the bosses of those companies together and distribute a few projects to each of them. Wouldn't that be easier? Then, what do you think, Director Zhang?" the man asked in return, his tone harsh. The man who was called Director Zhang looked at him and said, "In my opinion, this bidding must be fair and just. Don't forget your own principles just because of a few cups of wine and a meal. Whoever has the ability will go up, if there's no relationship or recommendation." His tone was firm, and he was clearly pointing at someone else. "What do you mean by this? Don't make such an accusation." The man looked at him excitedly. He was about to continue when he was stopped by a sudden knock on the door. Secretary Zheng knocked on the door and came in with a slightly solemn expression on his face. He walked straight to Suya Cheng's ear and whispered a few words, only to see Suya Cheng's expression change drastically. The smile on his lips that was originally full of meaning disappeared, and he suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "That's all for today. Let's discuss it tomorrow." Then, he grabbed the phone on the table and strode out of the meeting room without even cleaning up the documents and materials on the table. The people sitting there were so stunned that they couldn't react in time. They all turned their heads and looked at Secretary Zheng strangely. Secretary Zheng tidied up the documents that Suya Cheng had left behind on the table, glanced at them, and explained, "Someone called and said that Deputy City Chief Su's lover had an accident and is now in the city hospital." Suya Cheng didn't even return to his office. Instead, he left the meeting room and went downstairs without even packing his briefcase. He took out his cell phone and returned the missed call. The phone was picked up after 2 rings. "Hello," he said. Suya Cheng was stunned. He was a little surprised that the person who had just called him was Juhan, and even more surprised that he was with Anran. However, Suya Cheng quickly regained his composure and asked, "How is Anran? Where are you?" "We're at the city hospital. Anran is still in the emergency center," Juhan said in a deep voice. "I know." Without saying anything else, he hung up and found his car in the parking lot. After getting in, he started the car and drove in the direction of Chaju City Hospital. Lin Li was a little restless as she stood outside the emergency center. Right now, she was very flustered. Judging from Anran's expression just now, if she guessed correctly, Anran was probably pregnant. However, after the fall just now and Anran's pained expression, she was a little worried that the child would not be able to be saved. Because she had experienced it before, she knew all too well how fragile a child was at this time. The more he thought about it, the more worried and afraid he became. He looked at the child sitting alone on the plastic stool with his head lowered. He was very angry, but he knew that he could not do anything to the child. At this moment, Juhan, who had hung up the phone, came in from outside. When he saw him, Lin Li's anger flared up. She stepped forward and pointed at him, scolding, "How are you teaching the child? How can you let him push people so casually? Children can be said to be mischievous and playful, but how do you teach them as parents? Can't you teach them what he can and can't play? Now that you're out here pushing people around at such a young age, are you going to commit murder and arson when you grow up?" Lin Li glared at him fiercely. She was so angry that she couldn't help but tremble. Juhan looked at her and knew that he was in the wrong. He said apologetically, "I didn't educate my child well, I'm very sorry." "HMPH, he snorted. Lin Li snorted coldly. "If an apology is useful, then I can't even go to jail for murder." She glared at him. "If anything happens to Xian, I'll see how you're going to take responsibility." After saying that, she turned around and walked to the side angrily, not looking at him. Juhan glanced at her, turned around, and walked towards Xiaobin, who was sitting on the plastic stool. He stood in front of him and asked coldly, "Why did you do that?" The little thing looked up at him timidly, her teeth biting her lips tightly. Her dark eyes stared at him, but she did not say a word. Juhan looked at him, and when he didn't answer, he shouted at him, "Answer me. I'm asking you a question." Because of fear, the little guy trembled violently and tears fell immediately. His teeth still clenched, his lips tightly as he looked at him timidly, not letting himself cry out loud. Not to mention the child, even Lin Li was shocked by his roar, and her heart was beating very fast. Juhan didn't feel sorry for the child's tears at all. His face turned uglier than before and he said sternly, "Ju Jiabin, I'll ask you again. Why did you push someone on purpose?" The little guy shrank back in fear and looked at him timidly. Then, he said, It's Mommy. Mommy wanted me to push Auntie." Only after he loosened his mouth did Lin Li see that his thin lower lip had been bitten to the point of bleeding. It could be seen how afraid he was. Such a young child, it made one's heart ache just by looking at her. Upon hearing that, Juhan closed his eyes in pain. His hands were clenched tightly by his sides as if he was restraining some kind of emotion. After a while, she opened her eyes and looked at her son in front of her. "Come here," she said. Although his tone was much gentler than before, it still sounded very stern. The little guy was obviously afraid of him. He backed away and did not take a step forward. Upon seeing this, Juhan stepped forward and reached out to pull him, but Lin Li, who was behind him, blocked him first. Lin Li thought he was going to hit the child, so she stood in front of the child and said to Juhan, How can you be like this? How can you teach your child like this? Don't you know that it's illegal to abuse people in China?" This person was simply too barbaric. The child had to be taught when he was wrong, but he couldn't be beaten or scolded. Juhan knew that she had misunderstood. Just as he was about to explain, the door of the emergency room behind him opened and the doctor came out first. He pulled off the mask he was wearing and said, "Jiu Anran, that's Jiu Anran's family." Hearing this, Lin Li rushed forward and grabbed the doctor's white coat excitedly. She said, I'm Jiu Anran's friend. Doctor, how is Anran? Are you all right?" Juhan also turned around and looked at the doctor with a heavy expression. The doctor patted Lin Li's hand, indicating for her to let go of him. He said, "Don't get too excited, don't get too excited. Fortunately, you guys came in time. The force of the impact was blocked by her hand, so it's weakened a lot. There's no relationship between an adult and a child, so she's fine now. However, for safety reasons, she still needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. I'll ask the nurse to transfer the patient to the obstetrics and gynecology department later." Upon hearing this, Lin Li heaved a sigh of relief and let go of the clothes she was holding. She muttered softly, "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." He didn't forget to thank the doctor. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor." The doctor smiled at her and said before he left, "The patient needs to rest now. When you go in later, be careful not to get too excited and disturb the patient's rest." Lin Li quickly nodded. Yes, okay." When Su Cheng rushed over, Anran and the others had already disappeared from the emergency center. He quickly called Juhan, only to find out that Anran had already been transferred to the ward on the 8th floor. When Su Cheng rushed to the ward again, he saw Juhan standing at the door of the ward with his back against the wall, and Ju Jiabin standing beside him with his head lowered. Noticing that someone was coming over, she turned her head and happened to meet Su Cheng's eyes. Su Cheng walked over to him and stared at him without blinking. After a while, he asked, "How's Anran?" Juhan looked at him and said, "It's fine." Su Cheng nodded, and his heart was also at ease because of his 2 words. He didn't say anything more to him, and just as he was about to push open the door and enter, Juhan's faint voice came from behind him. "Congratulations." Su Cheng turned his head in confusion, frowning slightly. He was a little confused by his congratulations. Juhan smiled faintly. From his expression, it was obvious that he didn't know. He just smiled faintly and said, "The doctor said Anran is pregnant." Su Cheng's eyes suddenly widened, and he stared at him for a long time before he hurriedly opened the door and went in. In the ward, Anran had already woken up and was talking to Lin Li in a half-lying position. The 2 of them were just talking happily when the door was suddenly opened. Su Cheng rushed in from the outside and strode over to Anran, his eyes fixed on her. Although Lin Li had never met Su Cheng before, she could guess his identity. She turned her head and glanced at Anran, only to see Anran looking at him affectionately. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she stood up and left the room. Su Yicheng didn't say anything and just stared at her, his eyes fixed on her stomach. Anran was the first to snap out of her daze. She smiled and called him softly, Yicheng. Then she reached out her hand to him, waiting for him to hold her hand. Only then did Su Yicheng react. He reached out to hold her outstretched hand and sat down on the edge of the bed. His other hand gently reached under the quilt and touched her still flat lower abdomen. His eyes were still fixed on her, and his large palm was warm. He gently caressed and touched it, as if he was touching a precious treasure, afraid that he would break it if he used a little force. She lowered her head and looked at the hand that was wriggling under the blanket. After a while, she asked, "Really?" His voice was extremely low and even a little hoarse. His tone was filled with disbelief and disbelief. "It's true." Anran nodded heavily, a smile on her lips, but the tip of her nose suddenly felt a little sour. Her eyes suddenly became hot, and tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. There was no pain, no discomfort, but tears of happiness. They were tears of joy and happiness. Only then did Su Yicheng raise his head. Seeing the smile on her face, he withdrew his hand, leaned forward, cupped her face, and kissed away the tears on her face. Then, he finally pressed his lips on her red lips. Unlike his usual passion and depth, this time, Su Yicheng only pressed his lips lightly against hers, and his lips pressed against hers. He still seemed to be in disbelief, and he asked softly, "Anran, we really have a child?" Anran raised her hand and touched his hair. She couldn't help but smile and nod gently. "Yes, the doctor said it's almost 2 months. We were so careless that we didn't notice." "He's indeed very careless," Su Yicheng murmured and hugged her for a while before letting her go. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed her hand, and his brows furrowed slightly. He reached out to take her hand and gently stroked her bandaged elbow, then asked, "How did you do it?" "I accidentally fell. Fortunately, I blocked it with my hand. That's the weight when I landed," Anran said calmly. Now that she thought about it, she still felt a little scared. If she hadn't instinctively grabbed the car when she fell and used her hand to support herself from the ground, she wouldn't have dared to imagine what the consequences would have been if she had just fallen and sat down. Su Yicheng grabbed her hand and looked at it. Although the wound was wrapped in gauze, the skin around her elbow was also scratched, and there were traces of blood. He looked at Su Yicheng and frowned again, then looked up at Anran and asked softly, "Does it still hurt?" Anran shook her head. "I'm not that delicate. It's just a scratch. It doesn't hurt." The current outcome was much better than he had imagined. As long as the child was around, the pain was nothing but a superficial wound. Su Yicheng stared at his hands for a while before he finally let her go. He reached out to lift the blanket covering her body, then stared at her stomach without blinking. Finally, he slowly leaned down and gently placed his ears on her stomach, listening carefully as if he could really hear something. He didn't move for a long time, then rubbed his face against her stomach and whispered, "Do you think the baby can feel it?" He. Anran chuckled, and her face was filled with happiness. She reached out to comb his hair and said with amusement, "Why is he like a child? It's not even 2 months yet, and it hasn't even taken shape yet. How can she feel it?" Su Yicheng suddenly raised his head and stared at her. Anran was taken aback by his stare and asked, "What's wrong?" "Anran, do you think our baby is a boy or a girl?" After looking at it for a long time, Su Yicheng finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. Anran couldn't help but sneer. They said that the IQ of a woman in love was 0, but from what she could see now, the IQ of this man who had become a father was simply a negative number, let alone 0. Su Yicheng used to be such a rational and wise person, always able to look at problems from a point of view that others might have overlooked, and then make the right judgment on everything. However, looking at him now, he didn't have any of his usual shrewdness. He was like a child, asking irrelevant questions. She looked at him with a smile and asked, "Do you want a boy or a girl?" "Of course it's a girl," Su Yicheng quickly answered, almost without any hesitation. Looking at him, Anran pretended to be angry and said in dissatisfaction, "HMPH, I think you just can't forget your little lover." Su Yicheng was stunned and looked at her strangely. For a long time, he didn't react. What little lover? How could he have a little lover? Anran deliberately poked him with her hand and mumbled, They're both father's lovers in his previous life. Tell me, do you like your daughter so much? Isn't it because you want to get your little lover back? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng laughed out loud, then pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, I like my little lover's mother more. Pfft, Anran sneered and pushed his shoulder with her hand. Leader Su, you're very hardcore. Su Cheng only smiled as he stroked her short hair back and forth. After a long while, he whispered in her ear, Anran, thank you. Thank you for being willing to bear his child. Thank you for giving him so many wonderful experiences. He would cherish the happiness he had now. Anran shook her head and leaned quietly in his arms, her hands circling around his thin waist. She should be the one thanking him. When she had no expectations for marriage, he was the one who gave her the most considerate and true warmth, making her feel that happiness could be so simple. She didn't need to be dramatic, life was all about being ordinary. The two of them embraced each other tightly, enjoying the peace and tranquility of this moment. When Su Cheng came out of the room again, almost an hour had passed. Anran felt a little sleepy. Su Cheng watched as she lay down, then got up and went out to buy some food so that Anran could have something to eat when she woke up. When Su Cheng opened the door and came out, Lin Li was about to knock on the door and enter. Seeing him come out, Lin Li leaned over and looked into the room, then asked in a low voice, And Z is asleep? Su Cheng nodded. I just fell asleep. Lin Li nodded in understanding. She lifted the porridge and side dishes that had just been brought in from outside and pursed her lips. I wanted her to eat before she could rest. It seems that we can only wait until she wakes up. As she spoke, she handed the things in her hand to Su Cheng and said, I'll leave it to you then. When Anzi wakes up later, heat the food in boiling water and give it to her. Su Cheng reached out to take it, nodded at her, and said, Thank you. No wonder Anran saw her as her best friend. She had already noticed something that even he, as her husband, had not expected. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Anran hid you so well that we never had the chance to meet. Now that we finally meet, I'm really grateful for your help last time and this time. Thank you. Lin Li was very sincere. She was truly grateful. Su Cheng smiled faintly and simply said, It's nothing. It's no big deal. Besides, you're Anran's friend, so you're my friend as well. Lin Li looked at him for a long time, then said with some emotion, Anzi is lucky to have met you. It's my luck to meet Anran. Su Cheng said lightly. He pointed to the long bench placed against the wall. Sit down and talk. Lin Li nodded and sat down. She said with some emotion, Maybe it's destined that the hardships and setbacks you two went through in the past were all for the sake of your future encounter. It's not just us, everyone's the same. Su Cheng sat down next to her and said pointedly. Lin Li glanced at him and turned her face away, not responding to his words. Su Cheng knew that she understood him, but the wound was too deep for it to heal so easily. He didn't elaborate on this topic and only asked, Can you tell me what happened today? Why was Anran injured? And why did she come over with Juhan? Actually, it's nothing much. In the afternoon, Anran helped me pack my things and had me move to the apartment you used to live in. After she finished packing, she told me that it was almost 5 o'clock. I was about to rush back to the hospital, and Anran was about to rush home to cook for you. Just as we were about to get into the car, a child suddenly called Anran from behind. Anran recognized the child, so she greeted him and spoke to him for a while, but unexpectedly, the child suddenly reached out and gave Anran a hard push. Anran wasn't prepared at all. After being pushed, she took a few steps back before falling to the ground. Lin Li told the truth and suddenly said with some emotion, But thank the heavens, everything is fine. Su Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, What child? I don't know how he raised that child just now. He's so young. But he was pushed away. Lin Li said a little angrily. Thinking of Juhan's appearance, she couldn't help but shake her head. She thought to herself, how could a father who only knew how to yell at people and even wanted to hit people be a good father? Su Cheng frowned and whispered to himself, Why would they go there? They don't live there. I saw the child run out of the building. Lin Li looked at him, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng turned his head to look at her, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked, When you met the child, did you also meet a woman? A woman? Lin Li frowned and said, The child ran here alone. There was no woman by his side. However, he kept looking back at something. Speaking of which, we did meet one when we were waiting for the elevator. Her surname was Ling, and I could tell that she was quite hostile to Anzi. Suya Cheng sneered and nodded. He thought that she now knew why the child suddenly pushed and ran on purpose. Lin Li suddenly thought of something and quickly said, "Oh right, I remember now." When the man asked the child said that it was his mother who told him to do this. Lin Li couldn't help but shake her head. Oh my god, what kind of parents are they? How can they educate their children like this? Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng was even more certain of his guess. The person who had incited the child to push and ran couldn't be anyone else but Ling Lan. She was really becoming more and more unrecognizable to him. Chapter 114, A Warning. Ding dong. The doorbell rang in the dark night, bringing with it a sense of loneliness. After a while, the door opened. Seeing Juhan standing outside the door, Ling Lan turned around and leaned against the door. She lowered her head and looked at her manicure that she had just done yesterday. The gorgeous colors had a kind of bewitching beauty. Is there something? Juhan didn't say anything. He went forward and reached out to grab her jaw. He used a little more force and looked at her as he gritted his teeth and said, "I can't stop you from doing what you want to do, but I'm warning you. Don't drag Xiaobin into this. He's just a child." Being grabbed by him like this, Ling Lan had no choice but to look up at him. Feeling a little pain, she reached out to slap his hand away, saying, "I don't know what you're talking about." Juhan didn't let go and tightened his grip on her. He closed in on her and said, "You were the one who told him to push Jiyu and ran." Ling Lan flung his hand away ruthlessly, looking at her and saying with a matter-of-fact expression, "So what if she did? How much strength can a child have? She fell because she didn't stand properly. Who can she blame? Besides, so what if she fell? It's not like she'll lose a piece of flesh." Juhan looked at her and shook his head after a long time. "You really can't be saved." It was ridiculous to think about it. He had fallen in love with such a woman and even betrayed his own family and brothers. "Ha, I'm hopeless. Ha ha, I've been hopeless for a long time." Ling Lan laughed coldly as she walked straight to the sofa in the living room and sat down. She casually grabbed a lady's cigarette that had been thrown on the coffee table, opened it, and pulled out a cigarette. She lit it up with a lighter and took a deep puff, then said with a cold smile, "From the moment you insisted on divorcing me, I was beyond saving." Juhan looked at her and said expressionlessly, "No man would want his woman to have multiple men at the same time." As he spoke, he clenched his hands tightly, as if he was trying to suppress some kind of emotion. Ling Lan stood up and looked at him. She walked towards him step by step. "Where were you when I needed you? You're always busy with work and social activities. All the love and dote on me you said before have all become bullshit." Ling Lan looked at him and said somewhat agitatedly, "You don't understand my loneliness at all. When I needed someone to be by my side, you didn't even have a shadow. You never knew how much I hated being alone in an empty house." Juhan only felt that it was funny. "This is the reason you cheated on me? If all affairs could be explained by loneliness, then how many people in the world would go out and have an affair behind their husband or wife's back? I betrayed our Luo for this reason. Don't you remember?" Ling Lan provoked. Juhan's body suddenly stiffened as he looked at her. His hands were clenched tightly by his sides, and his trimmed nails dug deep into his palms, but he didn't know it at all. Ling Lan didn't look at him. She put the cigarette in her mouth and took another deep puff. She said coldly, "If you think that I, Xiaobin, will be corrupted by following me, then don't let him come over again." Juhan looked at her for a while before he sneered and said, "I shouldn't have had any hope in you." He must have been blind to fall in love with such a woman. Ling Lan turned around and didn't look at him. She just kept on smoking her cigarette. She took a deep breath, and then blew out a white smoke ring. It slowly rose and then dissipated in the air. Juhan looked at her coldly for the last time before he turned around and left. When Anran woke up again, it was almost 9 o'clock. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw Suyi Cheng sitting on the sofa in the room. On the low table in front of him was a pile of official documents and information that Secretary Zheng had sent to him when Anran was asleep. Anran stretched out her hand to sit up, but she didn't notice that she touched the wound on her elbow. She couldn't help but cry out in pain, "Ah!" Hearing her voice, Suyi Cheng looked up and saw that she had already woken up. He quickly put down the documents in his hand and walked over to her. He helped her sit up, then reached out for a pillow and let her put it behind her back. After she had sat down, he sat down on the edge of the bed, took her hand, looked at it carefully, and gently touched it. He frowned slightly and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Anran chuckled and shook her head. "It doesn't hurt much. I accidentally touched it just now." Siya Cheng was still a little reluctant, so he pulled her hand to his mouth and gently kissed it, then asked, "Are you hungry?" She had not eaten anything for the entire night. "Lin Li brought you some porridge just now and put it in a thermos bottle. It should still be warm now. Do you want to eat some?" Speaking of her stomach, she was indeed a little hungry. She had eaten until now for lunch. It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned it, but now that she mentioned it, her stomach was really empty and she felt a little uncomfortable. She looked at him and nodded. "Okay." Siya Cheng got up and picked up the thermos bottle on the cabinet beside him. Lin Li had returned to give it to Anran after she went back. She was afraid that Anran would sleep too long and the porridge would get cold by the time she woke up. Anran reached out to take it, but Siya Cheng rejected her. "I'll do it." As he spoke, he took out the plastic bowl of porridge from the thermal flask and opened it. The thermal insulation was quite good, and the porridge was still steaming. He took a spoon and scooped a spoonful for her, then blew on it gently before bringing it to her mouth. Anran simply felt that this man was too good at pampering people. She was just pregnant, and the skin on her hand had only fallen off a little. There was no need for him to personally hold the bowl and feed her like this. Her heart felt warm, but her face was thin, and she blushed. She looked at him and pouted. "I'll do it myself." Siya Cheng shook his head and insisted, "Let me feed you." Anran couldn't go against his insistence, so in the end, she could only open her mouth and let him feed her spoonful by spoonful. Her heart was extremely red, but it was as warm as the temperature on her face. After he fed her more than half the bowl of porridge, Anran finally got used to it. Looking at him, she suddenly thought of something and asked, "Have you eaten?" Siya Cheng nodded with a faint smile. "Yeah." Anran looked at him and furrowed her brows suspiciously. When Siya Cheng scooped another spoonful of porridge and handed it to her, she only stared at him and said, "You haven't even eaten yet. You're lying to me, right?" Siya Cheng looked at her and was a little surprised that she could tell, but he didn't admit it. He held the porridge in front of her and coaxed her, "Be good and eat the porridge first. The baby is hungry." Anran shook her head, her attitude firm. "You eat. The baby should know if she was hungry or not." Did this man think she was a 3-year-old? "I've really eaten." Siya Cheng coaxed her. Anran obviously didn't believe him, but she didn't say anything. She just looked at him and didn't open her mouth. Siya Cheng was a little defeated by her persistence, so he compromised and said, "Then let's eat together, okay?" Anran thought for a while, then finally nodded and said, "You eat first." Siya Cheng shook his head with a chuckle, opened his mouth, and swallowed the spoonful of congee. Then, he scooped up another spoonful and handed it to her, saying, "It's your turn." As expected, Anran opened her mouth obediently. When Siya Cheng gave her a second spoonful, she only stared at him without opening her mouth. Siya Cheng was completely defeated by her persistence. He shook his head and put the porridge into his mouth. Just like that, the husband and wife finished the not-so-small bowl of porridge, one mouthful after another. Siya Cheng considerately fetched some water for her to rinse her mouth, then directly took the bowl and chopsticks into the bathroom to wash the things and put them away. When he came out, he saw Anran leaning against the bed with a half-smile and looking at him with a faint smile. After wiping his hands, he walked towards her and sat on the edge of the bed. He reached out and wrapped his hand around her back, letting her rest on his shoulder and half leaning on his chest. Then, he carefully avoided her injured hand. His large palm gently held her small hand, and his fingers drew circles back and forth on her palm. Anran was tickled by him, and she giggled as she leaned against his chest. She twisted her body and said, all right, stop scratching. It's itchy, so itchy." Upon hearing this, Siya Cheng didn't bother to scratch her. Instead, he tightly wrapped his large palm around her small hand, lowered his head, and gently kissed the center of her hair, absorbing her faint fragrance. Anran looked at the documents and information on the table, then looked up at him and asked, "Aren't you busy?" She knew that the Technology City project had just started, and he would be very busy during this period. The best proof of this was that he had been reading documents and information until midnight every night. Su Cheng hugged her even tighter in his arms, shook his head, and said, "I won't watch it tonight. I'll sleep with you and the baby." With that said, he took off his shoes and socks and went to bed. Anran laughed and moved to the side to make more space for him. Then, she found a comfortable position in his arms and nestled in it. Her ear happened to be pressed against his chest, and she could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. Su Cheng held her in his arms, rubbing her shoulder with one hand and resting the other on her still flat stomach. He gently caressed her back and forth with a faint smile on his lips. "Yi Cheng, let's not tell Mom and Dad first," Anran said calmly as she leaned into his arms. She didn't want to tell them because she didn't want them to worry. It was better to let them know after she was discharged. Otherwise, if she told them now, the ward would probably be very lively in the next 2 days. So, it was better to wait until she was discharged. Su Cheng naturally understood her concerns. In fact, he didn't know if Lin Xiaofen would be overly excited because of this news. He knew his mother too well. If she told his mother, she probably wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow. She would definitely drive down overnight. Besides, the doctor said that Anran needed to rest quietly and wasn't suitable for too many people to make noise. With that in mind, she nodded and said, "All right, let's not tell them yet." "Is it really okay to not work?" Anran was afraid that she would delay his work, so she leaned into his arms and asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Su Cheng ruffled her hair and adjusted her position in his arms. "Are you tired? If you're tired, you can sleep in my arms for a while." Anran shook her head and muttered, "I won't get tired so easily. I just woke up. If I keep eating and sleeping like this, I'll probably die of obesity in a few days. It's good to be chubby, you're just too skinny." As he said that, the hand on her lower abdomen moved to the side and pinched the soft flesh on her waist. He frowned and said in a serious tone, "It's too thin, it's all bones, it's too uncomfortable. Eat more in the future and get fatter." "No, you're going to despise me if I get fat. I don't want to give you an excuse to find a mistress," Anran said jokingly. Su Cheng chuckled, then reached out to pinch the soft flesh on her waist as a punishment and said, "Am I that kind of person?" As he said this, he couldn't help but scratch her armpit again. As expected, she trembled all over. Su Cheng's naughty nature had come over him, and he deliberately scratched her waist and armpit. Anran was ticklish and couldn't bear to be tormented by him. She quickly begged for mercy. "Ha ha ha, don't, I'm scratched. I said the wrong thing. I won't dare to do it again. Ha ha ha, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." The two of them laughed and hugged each other as they rolled on the bed. When they calmed down, their positions had changed. The two of them, who were originally half leaning, were now lying down on the bed. Their bodies were stacked on top of each other, and their foreheads were against each other. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Su Cheng fixed his gaze on the person beneath him. As he looked at her eyes that had become a little misty because of the water vapor, as well as her beautiful red lips, his heart stirred, and he especially wanted to hold her and kiss her gently. Of course, he was not a person who only thought about it, so he immediately put his thoughts into action at the same time. He gently lowered his head, kissed her lips, gently bit them, and then moved his tongue close to her teeth, pried open her teeth, and then invited her lilac tongue to dance with him, gently twirling and sucking. For two people who knew each other's feelings and were in such an ambiguous position, such a passionate kiss would always be out of control. With the kiss, the temperature and passion between the two people would rise. Even the temperature of the entire room would continue to rise, and even the air would be filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. He wanted to take more, and the kiss began to slowly become insufficient. Su Cheng's big palm began to slowly explore her graceful body, and his lips were never idle. They followed her lips, followed her smooth neck, and his dexterous and familiar hands gently explored the hem of her clothes. Then, they wandered back and forth along her smooth skin, exploring. Anran closed her eyes tightly. Because of his kiss and his hand, she became hot and aroused. Her fingers grabbed his hair tightly, and her breathing began to become a little rapid. Su Cheng looked at her flushed face under him, and he felt his lower body tense up. His body seemed to have gathered at a certain point and was about to explode. His breathing started to become rough. His slender legs slid between her legs, and his exploring hand began to move down slowly. He had been busy because of the Technology City project, and it had been a while since they had been so intimate. With that thought in mind, the desire surged more and more violently and quickly. His hands fumbled to remove the obstacles between the two of them, and he lowered his body to merge with her. Then, time suddenly stopped, as if it had been fixed. Suya Cheng's entire body tensed up, and he stared at Anran, who was under him, without moving. He held his breath tightly, as if he had forgotten how to breathe normally. Anran's face was flushed with passion, and she opened her eyes in a daze. Her eyes were a little moist, and she looked at him. She couldn't help but call him softly, Wei-chin. Her voice was full of lust, and it was soft and touching. Suya Cheng's lower body tightened, and he lowered his head and leaned his face against her shoulder. Millimeter, he whimpered in pain, as if he was painfully suppressing some kind of desire in his heart. Anran put her hand on his head in a daze. She put her long fingers in his hair and sobbed uncomfortably. Wei-chin. She actually missed him, especially after being teased by her like this. Suya Cheng hugged her waist tightly, raised his head, and kissed her hard on the lips. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he bit her hard on the lips. Ah! Anran cried out in pain and looked at him with wide eyes. She didn't understand why he was doing this. Suya Cheng only felt that his whole body was in pain at this moment, and it was very painful. He hugged her tightly so that she could feel the change in him more clearly at the moment, and then his voice was so tense that he almost gritted his teeth and said in her ear, "Don't tempt me anymore. I don't want to hurt you and the baby." He wanted to do it too. He really wanted to do it, but he couldn't. Anran was different from the past. She was pregnant with their child. He couldn't let the child take the risk for his own selfish desires, even if he knew that he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Anran naturally knew about the obvious changes in his upper body, but because of his words, she suddenly came to her senses. Yes, baby, they had a baby. She reached out to push him away, but he hugged her even tighter, and their bodies were even closer. Suya Cheng, no, you can't. Anran grabbed his hand and tried to push him away from her. Suya Cheng's grip on her tightened, and he said in a hoarse voice beside his ear, "Don't move. If you move again, I really won't be able to control myself." Hearing this, Anran stopped and let him hold her tightly, not daring to move again. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Anran didn't dare to move at all, afraid that her movements would agitate him. After an unknown amount of time, Suya Cheng finally let go of Anran. He stared at her with a faint bitter smile on his face. She seemed to have never been so obedient before, but no matter how obedient she was, he could only look at her but not eat her. With a beauty in his arms, he could only look but not eat her. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was frustrating enough. Anran also looked back at him steadily. Their bodies were still tightly pressed against each other, and she could clearly feel that the changes in him had subsided. Looking at the thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead, he raised his hand and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Suya Cheng turned over and got off her, then turned sideways and held her tightly in his arms. Anran didn't say anything more and gradually let her family hold her. She didn't know how the two of them fell asleep in the end. She only knew that the two of them were tightly hugging each other. When she woke up again, it was almost 9 o'clock, and Ye Cheng was no longer in the ward. The documents and information that were originally on the low table last night had also disappeared. She rubbed her sore and painful shoulders, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. Only then did she walk to the low table and see the note that was originally on the table. It was left directly by Suya Cheng at work, and there were only a few words written on it in a lively manner. She went to work. Take care of yourself and come back at night. Ye. Anran smiled and folded the note, putting it in her pocket. Then, she turned around and went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out again, Lin Li knocked on the door and picked it up. She looked at Anran and said suggestively, "Your family's leader Su is really good to you. He came to find me immediately and asked me to spend more time with you today." "Anran, are you an underaged girl or a girl who just turned 18? Do you still need someone else to accompany you?" Hearing this, Anran only smiled faintly and didn't say anything, but her face was filled with happiness. Before going to work, Suya Cheng went straight to the neighborhood of his previous apartment, but he didn't return to the apartment. Instead, He took the elevator directly to the 18th floor, stood in front of the door of Block B, and reached out to press the doorbell on the side of the door. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang a few times, and after a long time, there was a slight sound of the door opening from inside. Then, the door opened, and Ling Lan's eyes were still a little misty. She was yawning, patting her head lightly, and slowly raising her head. She asked, "Who is it so early in the morning?" She looked at Suya Cheng, who was standing in front of her, in slight disbelief. After a long time, she slowly said, Cheng." Her tone was still uncertain, and she looked at him in disbelief. Suya Cheng only looked at Ling Lan coldly and said with a blank expression, "I'm here today to warn you once. Don't do those meaningless things again. Even without Anran, it's impossible between you and me. In addition, if I find out that you attacked Anran again, I will never let you off. You know I mean what I say." Ling Lan was taken aback by his words, only reacting after a long while. She laughed dryly and said, Luo, what are you saying? I don't understand a single word. We all know whether you can listen to us or not. Don't think that just because you told the child to push someone, others don't know that you can shirk all the responsibility. This time, it's a good thing that Anran and the child are fine. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to bear this responsibility. Suya Cheng looked at her coldly, his eyes full of disgust and dislike for her. What did you just say? Ling Lan's eyes widened as she looked at him. He asked, "Jiu Anran has a child?" Suya Cheng glanced at her coldly and didn't waste any more time talking to her. He turned around and walked toward the elevator. He had already said what he wanted to say, so there was no point in saying anything else. He didn't want to waste his breath on her. If she still knew how to think about what he had just said, then she would know what to do. Behind him, Ling Lan watched as he came and left. She bit her lips tightly, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Chapter 115, Going Home. After staying in the hospital for 3 days, and after the doctor confirmed that everything was normal, on the afternoon of the 4th day, Suya Cheng specially arranged his schedule and went to the hospital to pick Anran up and take her home. In fact, during the 2 or 3 days he had been hospitalized, Suya Cheng had spent almost all his time in the hospital except for going to work. When he returned home, he had only taken a simple shower, changed his clothes, and then rushed to the hospital. Anran was a little worried that his body wouldn't be able to take it, so she asked him to go home and sleep for a night, but he firmly refused. He said that he wanted to stay with her and the child. Anran was helpless, but her heart ached for him. He was under so much pressure at work, and he had to rush to the hospital for her. Finally, on the afternoon of the 4th day, after all the routine and unconventional examinations, the doctor waved his pen and said that she could be discharged. Only then did Anran heave a sigh of relief. Before going back, Anran specially went to Father Lin's place to visit him. Father Lin's complexion looked much better than it had been a few days ago. She also heard from Lin Li that the hospital had already arranged for the operation, and the doctor had also invited an authoritative expert to personally perform the operation. Lin Li and Mother Lin were both happy about this news, and Anran was also happy for them. The two of them carried their things to their house before opening the door and entering. As they were changing their shoes at the entrance, someone suddenly came out of the living room and said to them with a smile, "Sir, you're back." This must be Madam. The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman in her 50s. Looking at Anran and the others, she quickly stepped forward with a smile and reached out to take the things from Suya Cheng's hands as she said, "I'll put these things away." Anran turned her head to look at Suya Cheng, feeling a little strange. She didn't understand what was going on at all, so she asked, Who is she?" Without waiting for Suya Cheng's answer, the middle-aged woman turned around with a smile, looked at Anran, and said, "I'm the auntie that Sir invited. Madam can just call me Auntie Zhang in the future." Anran looked at her and laughed awkwardly. Her expression was very unnatural. Some things happened too suddenly, and she seemed to be unable to react in time and digest it. She turned her head and looked at Suya Cheng in a daze. Her expression was a little strange, and she couldn't tell what kind of emotion she was feeling. Suya Cheng patted her head lovingly, then turned to Auntie Zhang and said, "Mrs. Zhang, you should put these things away first. When you're done, Go to the kitchen and cook some noodles for Anran. She didn't come out much at noon. When Aunt Jan heard this, she quickly nodded. Yes, yes, I'll go now. Suya Cheng nodded, then turned around with a faint smile on his face. He held Anran's hand and went back to their room. You, sitting on the bed, Anran pointed at the door and then at Suya Cheng. Oh, what's going on? Suya Cheng was amused by her look, so he reached out to take her hand and put it in his palm. He looked at her with a smile and said, Mrs. Zhang is the nanny I hired. Now that you're pregnant, I have to go to work, and there are many places that I can't take care of you, so I usually let Mrs. Zhang take care of you and help with the house cleaning and so on. I can take care of myself. I can clean up the place myself. I don't have a job now, so I can do all these things myself. She wasn't so delicate that he would specially hire someone to serve her. Besides, it felt weird to have an outsider in the house all of a sudden. Besides, she wanted to take advantage of this period of time when she didn't have work to learn her terrible cooking skills. She couldn't always ask him to cook for her every day after he came back from work. It's so strange that there's an extra person in the house. Yes, I know. Suya Cheng looked at her and nodded. He held her small hand in his large hand and said, but your situation is different now. You're pregnant with our baby. I don't want to tire you out. Anran stared at him for a long time before she said in a muffled voice, Are you afraid that I won't be able to take good care of your little lover? Ha ha ha. Suya Cheng laughed out loud and reached out to pull her into his arms. He stroked her back and said, I care more about my little lover's mother. Anran poked his chest hard with her hand and said in a muffled voice, You only know how to sweet talk. Suya Cheng smiled and hugged her for a long time before he asked her, We'll get Auntie Jan to come here twice a week to help clean the house. When your stomach is bigger, we'll get her to come here every day, okay? Anran leaned into his arms and nodded gently. Yes, she was a rather old-fashioned person. There were always things that she found difficult to accept in a short time. She always needed plenty of time to slowly accept and adapt. However, it was strange that she was able to adapt very well to their marriage, even though they had not spent much time together. It could even be said that she was like a fish in water. Moreover, she did not feel awkward or uncomfortable at all when she leaned into his arms like this. It was as if they were meant to be like this. Just as the two of them were hugging each other, there was a knock on the door. Aunt Jan had just finished cooking the noodles and came over to ask them to eat. Auntie Jan's cooking skills were not bad. The food she made was simple and unadorned, but the taste was very affectionate and very homely. The bowl of noodles was very large. Anran had actually eaten at noon, but after eating, she vomited twice in a row. She vomited almost everything she had eaten at noon. But even so, he wasn't that hungry. Anran tried very hard to finish more than half of the bowl, but unfortunately, Mrs. Jan's cooking was too solid. Anran tried so hard to eat for a long time, but there was still more than half of the bowl left. Anran frowned in distress and looked up at Suya Cheng, who was sitting across from her. Eat more. Suya Cheng gently coaxed her to eat more, but at noon, he saw her eat everything but vomit it all out. She even felt a little weak from the vomiting during pregnancy, and her face was pale. To be honest, she looked a little scary. Anran shook her head. She really couldn't eat anymore. Her stomach wasn't big, and this big bowl of soup noodles completely exceeded her appetite. She didn't have an invincible stomach like Lin Li, who could eat as much as she wanted. Suya Cheng shook his head and reached out to take the bowl of soup noodles in front of her and put it in front of him. He took the chopsticks from her hand and began to eat, not minding at all that it was the leftovers she had just eaten. When Mrs. Jan came over to clean up the living room, she thought that he was hungry too. She said embarrassedly, Why don't I make another bowl? Just now, Sir only asked me to be his wife. I didn't think too much about it and only made one bowl. If Sir is hungry, I'll put it in and cook it now. Very soon, there will be food to eat. As she spoke, she turned around and was about to go into the kitchen to cook another bowl of noodles for Suya Cheng. No need, Mrs. Jan, Anran quickly called out. I can't eat anymore, so Yichin helped me, she explained. Aunt Jan was stunned. She widened her eyes and looked at Anran, then at Suya Cheng. Her mouth was also slightly open, and after a long while, she said, Sir and Madam's relationship is really good. Anran glanced at Suya Cheng with a smile, then turned to ask her, "Just because he helped me eat my noodles? In my hometown, men don't eat the leftovers of women. If they want to eat, it's the women who eat the men's leftovers. Because men are the heavens and the head of the family. If there's anything that they want, it's the men who eat first. Women can't give their own leftovers to men. Even if they don't eat it, they can only throw it away." Auntie Jang said in a matter-of-fact manner. "What era is it now? Men and women are all equal. There's no such thing as men being the god anymore." And Ran said indifferently, "That's what you people from the big cities say. In our countryside, men are the heavens." Mrs. Jang said seriously. Ayn Rand smiled at her and didn't want to argue with her. When she turned around, she saw that Su Yucheng had already finished eating and put down his chopsticks, but he was looking at her with a half smile on his face. Mrs. Jang quickly went up and cleaned up the dishes on the bar counter. She went around and put the dishes directly into the sink. Su Yucheng took a tissue from the table and wiped the corner of his mouth. He reached out and pulled her hand over. Looking at the scabbed wound on her elbow, he gently touched it with his fingertips and looked up at her, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Ayn Rand smiled and shook her head. "It didn't hurt that much," she said. Su Yucheng also smiled faintly and gently, then said, "Are you tired? Let's lie down at home and see Mom and Dad. We can also tell them that we have a child." Ayn Rand didn't think too much about it. She instinctively thought that she was talking about going back to the Su family's compound. She nodded and replied, "All right," he said. Ayn Rand went into her room to change her clothes. When she came out, she saw Su Yucheng talking to Mrs. Jang in the living room, and Mrs. Jang nodded repeatedly in agreement. When he saw Ayn Rand come out, he smiled and nodded at her. "Then, I'll come over every Wednesday and Saturday to clean up. Do you think that's appropriate?" he asked. Su Yucheng nodded. "Sure. I'll have to trouble you in the future, Mrs. Jang." "Hey, look at what you're saying, sir. I'm just working. I'm paid to work. There's no trouble at all," Mrs. Jang said as she scratched her head in embarrassment. Su Yucheng told Auntie Jang a lot of things, many of which were Ayn Rand's habits and preferences. He knew everything that Ayn Rand herself didn't even notice. Soft and gentle music was playing in the car, and it was very soothing to listen to. Su Yucheng fixed his eyes on the road ahead. The car wasn't driving fast, and although it had been overtaken by a few cars, it wasn't in a hurry. It was still driving steadily. He didn't pursue speed, but what he wanted most was stability and safety. His eyes were fixed in front of him, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. One of his hands was holding Ayn Rand's hand tightly under the car. Along the way, he had been watched by a certain someone, who had been watching him since he got in the car. The person who usually loved to look at the scenery outside the window had completely treated him as the scenery outside the window this time. He was actually very engrossed in looking at it and was enjoying it. Seeing that they were about to reach it after another turn, Su Yucheng finally couldn't help but remind her, "Mrs. Su, how long are you going to keep staring at me like this?" Ayn Rand seemed to have waited for him to open his mouth for a long time. She didn't answer his question, but asked anxiously, "How did you know that I hate pink things? How did you know that I don't like carrots? How did you know that I like apples but hate bananas? How did you know that I like to drink coffee with a Kit Kat cup and drink water with a SpongeBob mug?" She didn't even notice it herself, but after listening to his explanation to Mrs. Jang, she realized her awkward little personality. Then, she sat in the car and carefully thought back to everything he said. He was actually right. Not 90%. Not 99%, but 100%. He was right in all of them without exception. Su Yucheng turned his head and glanced at her, then turned the steering wheel and drove the car directly into the community where the Gu family lived. He slowly stopped in front of the Su family's building and said in a faint and gentle voice, "You do these things almost every day. The more you do, the more I see, and I remember." Ayn Rand looked at him, and her heart felt warm. He did repeat what he did every day, but it was too small and too ordinary. She was touched that he could still think about such an ordinary thing and remember it in his heart. Compared to herself, she seemed to be a little too incompetent as a wife. She didn't know his preferences at all, didn't understand his habits, and even failed to make a slightly normal meal that could be served on the table. As he thought about it, he turned around unhappily, lowered his head, and muttered to himself, "Am I not doing my job well? I don't even know what you like and what you don't." Compared to him, she was really about to be embarrassed. Suya Cheng smiled, leaned over, and turned her body over. He looked at her with a faint smile and said, "What do you want to know? You can ask me. I'll tell you everything." "What's the point of that?" Anran mumbled in a low voice. It was because she didn't know that he had been secretly doing so much behind her back that she was touched and surprised. If she asked him about everything, it would be like she was memorizing a book. There was nothing new or surprising about it. "Then I'll pretend that I don't know and that I'm surprised." Suya Cheng went along with her. Anran looked at him unhappily and said with a half smile, "Leader Su, Deputy Mayor Su, don't you know that the whole country is cracking down on counterfeits? You actually want to take the lead and break the law." Suya Cheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Can you make a more vivid comparison?" This was a completely different concept. Anran smiled smugly, and it was only then that she noticed that the car had stopped. "Are we there already?" Anran turned her head in confusion. Was he driving too fast today or was the distance too short? She clearly remembered that she had just gotten on the bus not long ago. As she thought about it, she inadvertently glanced outside and noticed the scenery outside the window. She turned her head in a daze and looked at him, asking in surprise, "Aren't we going back to the military compound?" When he said he was going home, she thought he was referring to the Su family in the military compound. She didn't expect him to be referring to her maternal family. Suya Cheng chuckled. "We haven't visited Mom properly since she was discharged from the hospital last time. It's the weekend today, so she and Dad probably don't have to work." As he said that, he looked at her stomach and said, "I can also tell them that they're going to be grandparents soon." Anran looked at him. He always thought more than she did. Whether it was towards her or her family, in front of him, she felt that she was somewhat useless. She had just realized that she was not a qualified wife, and now she realized that not only was she not a qualified wife, but she was also not a qualified daughter. As a child, she had not fulfilled her filial duties to her parents at all. She had not gone to work for several days, but she had not come home even once to see her. She pouted and said to him in dissatisfaction, "Can you not be so nice? You'll make me feel like I'm doing the wrong thing." Suya Cheng laughed and reached out to rub her head. "Let's go. Get out of the car." Anran nodded and followed him out of the car while stroking her hair. Suya Cheng said that his calculations were correct. Just as he said, Lin Xiaofen and Jiu Hengwen didn't go to work. When Anran and the others went over, Lin Xiaofen was stewing chicken soup in the kitchen. She had been cooking chicken soup for almost the entire day. The chicken was an old hen that she had specially gone to the traditional market to buy early in the morning. It was of a very good breed. Lin Xiaofen slaughtered a bowl of soup and prepared to send it to Anran and Suya Cheng at night. In fact, sending the soup was secondary. She hadn't seen her daughter for so long, and she still missed her. Jiu Hengwen didn't go to work today either. At the moment, he was in the study holding a brush and practicing calligraphy. As for why he was so free, it was because it was already summer vacation. The last batch of third-year students had all finished their college entrance examination more than a month ago. During the summer vacation, he was teaching the third-year students who had just started their second year of high school this year. Because it was summer vacation, the class schedule wasn't tight, so when there were no classes, he still had more free time. The doorbell rang, and Lin Xiaofen, who was wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen and went to open the door. Before she could even react, Suya Cheng looked at her with a faint smile and softly called, "Mom." Lin Xiaofen was overjoyed. She looked at him and quickly asked with a smile, "Yi Cheng, why are you here? Where is Anran? Didn't you come together?" He looked behind him and didn't see Anran. Suya Cheng laughed, reached behind the wall, and pulled Anran over as he said, "She said she wanted to face the wall and reflect on her mistakes." She felt a little ashamed that she hadn't returned home for so long. Anran looked at Lin Xiaofen with a smile and stuck out her tongue like a child. Lin Xiaofen looked at her unhappily. "You still know how to be ashamed. I thought that you didn't want your parents anymore after you got married and had a husband." It was said that daughters were like water that had been poured out. Once they got married and had their own family, they didn't like to come back. "I don't have any," Anran protested in a low voice, then muttered in a very low voice, "It was all because of you back then. You were the one who always despised me for being a hindrance at home and wanted me to get married early. Now, You're the one who's complaining that I'm not coming back. I'm not doing this. What I'm doing is all wrong, wrong, wrong. You're still being reasonable, Lin Xiaofen angrily rebuked. Then, she turned her head and said to Su Yicheng, come, quickly come in and sit. It was an obvious difference in treatment. Anran was not convinced and muttered in a low voice, difference in treatment. Mom, don't forget that I'm your daughter. Lin Xiaofen's ears were very sharp, and she heard everything that she had muttered. Our Luo is much better than some biological children, he said. Anran turned her head and deliberately avoided her gaze, as if she was avoiding it. She tugged at the corner of someone's shirt, signaling for him to come and save the situation. Upon receiving the order, Su Yicheng stepped forward with a faint smile and stood between her and Anran. He looked at him and asked seriously, how's Mom's health recently? Recently, I've been busy with the bidding for the Technology City project, so I haven't had the time to come back with Anran. I'm a little worried about Anran being alone, so she said she wanted to leave, but I didn't let her, so I was a little worried. It was a simple sentence. He revealed his concern and explained why Anran hadn't returned, but he didn't give anyone the impression that he was deliberately making things up. Lin Xiaofen didn't say much. In reality, she wasn't really angry at Anran. Those angry words were just for fun, so she wouldn't care about him in her heart. And when she saw how he protected Anran just now, she no longer had anything to worry about for Anran. She was very satisfied with Su Yicheng's entire son-in-law. She smiled and said, they're all fine. You don't have to worry about me. You, on the other hand, I've heard about the Technology City project in the papers. You should take care of your health. Su Yicheng nodded and replied, I will. Mom, you don't have to worry about me. Lin Xiaofen took out a can of drink from the refrigerator and handed it to Su Yicheng, but Anran's was not there. Anran only felt a little thirsty, so she reached out to take the can of drink for Su Yicheng. Just as she was about to drink it, the drink in her hand was suddenly snatched away. Su Yicheng frowned slightly and looked at her with slight disapproval, asking, can you drink ice? Anran suddenly reacted in shock and hurriedly expressed her attitude. She said, I'll have water. Lin Xiaofen looked at the two of them strangely. She felt that there was something strange going on between them. She couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? Su Yicheng smiled faintly and said to Lin Xiaofen, Mom, we actually came here today because we have good news for you and Dad. What good news? Lin Xiaofen asked with a smile. Su Yicheng glanced at Anran, reached out, and held her hand. Then, he turned his head, looked at Lin Xiaofen, and said, Mom, Anran is pregnant. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofen paused. She looked at him, then turned to look at Anran. Finally, her eyes stared straight at Anran's stomach, as if she couldn't believe it. Then, she raised her head and asked Anran with some suspicion, Ranran, are you really pregnant? Anran was a little embarrassed, but she still nodded and replied softly, yes. Her face was slightly red, and there was a faint smile on her lips. She was satisfied and happy. Lin Xiaofen was still stunned for a moment before she reacted. She smiled and said, hee, that's great. He walked towards the study room as he spoke, Old Jiyu, you're going to be a grandfather. Chapter 116, Who Stole the Blueprint? After the family had dinner, Lin Xiaofen took Anran to the living room to talk about some things to take note of during pregnancy, such as not eating cold food, not carrying heavy objects, not raising one's head, and so on. Meanwhile, Su Yicheng and Father Jiyu were in the study, playing chess and chatting over tea. The corners of Jiyu Hengwen's mouth were slightly raised the entire night, and he was in a very good mood. There were even a few times when he made the wrong move and only realized that he had made the wrong move after Su Yicheng had eaten him. Jiyu Hengwen made a move, then reached out to take the kung fu tea that had been rinsed several times and poured it for himself and Su Yicheng. The smile on the corner of his mouth had not disappeared for the whole night. Su Yicheng got out of the car and directly faced Jiyu Hengwen's handsome face. He smiled and said, Dad, checkmate. Jiyu Hengwen was taken aback. He turned his head around to look at the chess game. He was not just a general, he was a dead general. He was already at the end of his rope. He laughed and handed the tea to Su Yicheng, saying, it seems like I can forget about winning back from you today. I'll lose a few rounds. Suya Cheng took it with both hands and said with a smile, "Dad was distracted, I was lucky and won a few games. I'm just too happy." Jiyu Hengwen smiled. "It's been a long time since anything good happened at home. Just thinking about how I'm going to be a grandfather soon makes me feel a little excited. I can't control my emotions." Suya Cheng listened with a faint smile on his face. Thinking about it, time really flies. In the blink of an eye, it's been almost 30 years. When Ran Ran was born, she was only 5 pounds. She was so small. As Jiyu Hengwen spoke, he reached out and gestured with his hands. He couldn't hold back his smile. "When the nurse carried Ran Ran to me, to be honest, I really didn't dare to take her. She was too small, and I was afraid that I would accidentally break her. But how could I not hug her? She was crying so pitifully." As he spoke, he thought of something and looked outside, saying, "When I was young, and Ran was so cute that she cried. She pouted her lips and cried a lot." He, is that so?" Suya Cheng continued with a faint smile. "Yup." Jiyu Hengwen looked at the night sky outside the window and felt a little emotional. Sigh, time really flies. In the blink of an eye, the child who was crying pitifully in my arms has grown up and gotten married. Soon, I'll have my own child and experience what it's like to be a parent. All these years, he had watched her grow up, study, work, and even fall in love. He had watched her sad over the failure of her relationship, watched her not sleep for a few days because of work, and then watched her get married. Although he had not personally sent her to the wedding hall and taught her hand to the man who would spend the rest of her life with her, he could tell that she had been very happy. She was very happy. Now, she was pregnant. Perhaps he would have to see how she would become a good mother step by step. She turned to look at Suya Cheng and shook her head with a smile. "Now that I think about all of this, I really feel a lot. Now that you and Anran have a child, you'll understand how I feel right now." Suya Cheng nodded, looked at Jiyu Hengwen, and firmly said, "Thank you, Dad, for teaching Anran so well. It's because of you and Mom that I had the chance to meet Anran, live with her, and even have a child now." Jiyu Hengwen looked at him for a while before saying, "You won't understand what Anran means to me, but if you make Anran sad in the future, I'll be the first to come after you." This is a father's love for his daughter, and also a warning from a man to another man. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng nodded very seriously. "Perhaps I can't give Anran the best life, but I will definitely make Anran happy." This was his promise to him. Jiyu Hengwen looked at him and then thought back to the little child he had held in his arms. Time had really passed quickly. Thinking back now, he was really glad that he had let Xiaofen keep the child. However, whether this child was related to him by blood or not, she was still his daughter. By the time they left the Jiyu residence, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Before they went home, Lin Xiaofen still used the thermos bottle to pour out the remaining chicken soup for them to bring back. Sitting in the car, Anran held the thermos bottle on her lap and hummed something softly. The smile on her lips didn't disappear the entire night. Even when he got home, he hummed softly. When Suya Cheng took a shower in the guest room and returned to his room, he saw Anran already sitting on the bed, leaning against the headboard and reading a magazine in her hand. She nodded and shook her head from time to time, and she was mumbling something. Suya Cheng seemed to be infected by her smile as well. He got on the bed from the other side of the bed and reached out to pull her into his arms. Tonight, he didn't want to think about the endless work that he would be busy with. He just wanted to use her to accompany her and the child. He gently patted her quilt and adjusted her to a comfortable position in his arms, then asked, "What did you say to Mom last night? You were so happy the whole night." Anran handed him the magazine in her hand and pointed to a picture on it. In the picture, there was a family of 3 wearing matching outfits. It was particularly interesting. In the past, she would have flipped through such pictures, but now, she could stare at this picture for a long time. She knew that the 3 people in the picture might not be a family, but she would still stare at it, studying whether the child looked like his mother or father, where they had bought the matching outfits, and how old a child could wear them. In any case, the things that she had thought were boring and meaningless in the past had become very interesting and fun now. She looked up at him and said, "Look, this set of parent-child clothes is really nice. There's even a hat. It's fun, right?" Suya Cheng stared at the photo for a long time, then frowned and said in a deep voice, Why is it a boy? There was even a hint of disdain in his tone. Anran pinched his waist and said, You don't care if it's a boy or a girl. I'm asking if you look good in this parent-child outfit. Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows and stared at the photo for a long time before he said, No, there's no girl's clothing. Our baby is a girl, it must be a girl. If we really want to buy parent-child outfits, we have to buy girls' clothes. Anran was a little defeated by his persistence. She patted him and said, Do you think the corner of your eye is an ultrasound machine? You say it like you saw it. Suya Cheng also smiled and rubbed her even more tightly, then gently and slowly whispered in her ear, Let's buy some girls' clothes first. We'll wear pink ones with the baby later, and they'll definitely look good in them. What if it's a boy? Leaning in his arms, Anran insisted on going against him. Suya Cheng frowned slightly at her remarks, turned his head, and looked at her for a long time before he said with certainty, If it's a boy, then he should wear a girl's clothes. Because of his words, Anran almost choked on her own saliva. She pulled out of his arms, sat up, and patted him. Anran protested, Suya Cheng, you're not like this. Suya Cheng laughed out loud, reached out, and pulled her back into his arms. He leaned his head against her shoulder, kissed her cheek, and hugged her tightly. Anran, what? Anran responded to him gently, her little hand playing with his big palm mischievously. The big palm directly grabbed her small hand, and their fingers intertwined. He said, Let's have a daughter, okay. Suya Cheng, he was really going to die from anger. He turned around and glared at him, asking, Is this something I can decide? Suya Cheng looked at her for a long time, then smiled and stared into her eyes, saying, It must be a daughter. You're crazy. You've gone crazy thinking about your daughter. Anran looked at him and shook her head. He was too persistent about his daughter. Suya Cheng hugged her and kissed her. He held her face in his hands, not using much strength, but it was very affectionate. Anran responded to his kiss and opened her arms to hug him. Suya Cheng was a little moved as he caressed her lips and teeth, and he hugged her even tighter, almost wanting to merge her into his blood and make her a part of him. He turned his head and buried his face deep in her shoulder. The tip of his nose was filled with her scent. He wanted to continue, but his rationality told him that he couldn't because Anran was pregnant, and the doctor said that the first 3 months of pregnancy was the most vulnerable period for the fetus. The two of them were tightly pressed against each other. Anran could naturally feel the changes in his body and knew why he had stopped. She opened her arms and hugged him even tighter. After a while, when the throbbing slowly subsided, Suya Cheng finally raised his head from her shoulder, but he didn't let go of her. His hand slowly moved down and covered her still flat stomach, and he only whispered in Anran's ear, It's definitely a daughter. Anran didn't know what to say to his persistence and determination, but she knew that he would still love both her son and daughter. Just as the two of them were quietly embracing each other, Suya Cheng's cell phone, which was placed on the bedside table, rang at this time. The gentle music broke the silence, and in such a space and atmosphere, it became a little abrupt and a little cumbersome. Suya Cheng didn't immediately turn around to pick up the phone on the bedside table. Instead, he continued to hold Anran tightly for a while. Anran patted him on the shoulder and reminded him, Phone call, go answer the phone first. Only then did Suya Cheng let go of her. He turned around and picked up the phone. Hello. The call was from the military compound. After the phone rang for a long time, he finally picked it up. Chin Yun didn't seem to be angry or annoyed. Instead, she asked in a flirtatious tone, Son, why did you take so long to pick up the phone? Did I disturb you? Suya Cheng smiled, glanced at Anran, and said directly, You are indeed disturbing me. She interrupted him from carrying Anran and from reaching out to greet the little darling in Anran's arms, telling her that he was her father. Should I hang up first? Chin Yun asked with a serious face and a sincere tone. All right, Mom, what's the matter? He couldn't have just called to disturb them out of boredom, right? It would have been better if he hadn't said it, but now that he had mentioned it, Chin Yun was a little displeased. She said in a slightly displeased tone, Don't tell me you've forgotten what day it is tomorrow. Hearing this, Suya Cheng frowned, and his mind quickly recalled what day it was tomorrow and what important day it was. It was the 24th of July, and he suddenly remembered that tomorrow was his grandfather's birthday. His grandfather did not like extravagance or noise, but every year on his birthday, The simplest request was for the whole family to have a good meal together. There was no need for a big meal, or even birthday cake and noodles, just a simple home-cooked meal was enough. You still don't remember? Chin Yoon asked from the other end of the phone. Her tone even had a hint of gloating. I remember now. I'll bring Anran back tomorrow. Suya Cheng replied faintly. He turned his head and looked at his hand, which was still intertwined with Anran's. He had been busy with the Technology City project for the past few days, but Anran's small accident and too many things had been squeezed together, so he had forgotten that tomorrow was his grandfather's birthday. It's the weekend tomorrow. Do you and Anran have work? Remember to come home early. Grandpa didn't say anything, but he misses you guys a lot. But seriously, you guys haven't come home after so long. And Yu Jiao, none of you are willing to go home. Chin Yoon mumbled unhappily. In fact, she was just missing them. I know. Suya Cheng acknowledged, knowing that he was in the wrong, and said, I'll go back with Anran tomorrow morning. Remember to cook our lunch at noon. When she heard that they were coming back for lunch tomorrow, Chin Yoon naturally nodded happily. She also explained that she was going to personally follow the auntie to the market to buy some groceries to nourish Anran's body. She also gave him a few more reminders, which were nothing more than telling him to be careful when driving tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Anran looked at him and asked, What's the date tomorrow? Chin Yoon's voice was a little loud. Even though there was some distance between them, Anran could still hear her clearly. It's Grandpa's birthday tomorrow. According to our family tradition, we'll have a meal together on Grandpa's birthday every year as a family to celebrate his birthday. Suya Cheng explained. Why didn't you say so earlier? We didn't prepare any gifts, Anran said in a soft voice. She was thinking about whether it would work if she woke up early the next morning to go to the mall and buy a present for her grandfather. Suya Cheng pinched her nose in amusement and said, Don't worry, we've already prepared a gift. Grandpa will definitely like it very much. What is it? Anran asked curiously. If she hadn't misheard, it seemed that someone had been so busy that he had forgotten what day tomorrow was. Could it be that the gift had already been prepared before that? Suya Cheng smiled but didn't say anything. His eyes stared straight at her lower abdomen, and the meaning in his eyes couldn't be more obvious. Their gift was nothing else but the little great-grandson that Anran wanted in her stomach. Anran followed his gaze and looked down at her stomach. She rolled her eyes at him and reached out to gently cover her stomach, but there was a quiet smile on her lips. The next day, they still couldn't go against Anran's insistence. On their way back to the military compound, they passed by a healthcare store and bought some healthcare products suitable for their grandfather. When the two of them were paying for the bill, Anran's phone rang. It was a local phone number. She felt that the ending of the number was a little familiar, but it did not show her name. Anran frowned slightly, but she still picked up the phone behind her. Hello, Sister Jiyu. A woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. Anran could tell that it was Chen Cheng's voice. In fact, they had never met again after meeting at the coffee shop. Although Anran knew that she had no choice but to steal the photos and that she had her own difficulties, she could not completely forgive her behavior. Yes, what's the matter? He replied indifferently. Sister Jiyu, the results of the bidding for the Mobile Manor project are out, Chen Cheng said, her tone heavy. Looking at the time, the results of the bidding should have been out by now. However, Anran was a little surprised that Chen Cheng was still paying attention to this project. Even she had almost forgotten about it. She didn't expect Chen Cheng to still be paying attention to it. Oh, really? Anran replied calmly. There was no change in her tone at all, as if it had nothing to do with her and she didn't need to worry about it or get emotional. Anran's calmness surprised Chen Cheng. She asked, Sister Jiyu, don't you mind which company won the bid? She thought that she would at least ask which company won the bid, what their design drawings were like, and which one had a higher chance of winning compared to her previous design. In fact, when it came to designers, participating in this kind of competition was more important than whose design drawings were better. Anran glanced at Suya Cheng, pointed at her phone, and then pointed outside, meaning to say that she would wait for him outside. Suya Cheng looked at her and nodded slightly. Anran walked to the door of the store while holding her phone and saying, What does that have to do with me? No matter who wins the bid, it's someone else's business. I won't go over to congratulate him, so why would I need to know who won the bid? What's the difference? Is that so? Chen Cheng was a little silent. After a while, she said, I heard that you've also resigned. When she was in the company, she had a good relationship with the girl at the front desk. Even now that she had come out, the two were still in contact. The news of her departure was also told to her by the girl at the front desk. Yes, he left, yes, Anran replied calmly as she looked at the cars and people coming and going on the streets. The weather was pretty good today. The sun was high in the sky, and the golden sunlight covered the entire Jiang city. The sky was blue, but there were fewer clouds. Hearing this, Chen Cheng felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me, Yingluo. Before she could finish, Anran interrupted her and said, even if you're not here, there will be someone else. They're targeting me in this matter and nothing else. If she wasn't wrong, Huan Dexing was probably being pressured by the Ling sisters behind the scenes. Sometimes, when she thought about it, power really wasn't a good thing. Before she married Su Cheng, although she was also somewhat suppressed in the company, she still lived a carefree life. But now, because of the Technology City project, Huan Dexing was indirectly asking for some of the projects, which was also another kind of pressure. However, on the other hand, power was really a good thing. If Su Cheng hadn't been in this position, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to resign and leave. Chen Cheng was silent and didn't speak for a long time. In the end, she still regretted it and felt very guilty about Anran. Anran turned around and saw the shop assistant passing the healthcare products in the paper bag to Su Cheng. Anran didn't have the heart to say anything to Chen Cheng, so she only said lightly, all right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Wait, hearing her say hang up, Chen Cheng quickly called out. Is there anything else? He asked, frowning. She didn't think she had anything to say to her. Although you don't want to know who hit the mobile manor target, I think it's necessary for me to let you know, so that you can be on guard against them. Chen Cheng was so. Hearing this, Anran's brows furrowed even more. She didn't quite understand what she meant. I don't quite understand what you mean. The bid this time is extraordinary building, Chen Cheng said. A Beyonder building, Anran muttered softly. She felt that the name was familiar, but she couldn't remember which company it was. It seems that everyone is very surprised that Extraordinary won the bid. In just 2 to 3 months, this company, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, rose rapidly. In the past 2 months, it has already taken down several big projects in China. Now, it has taken down such a heavyweight international project. It is indeed amazing, Chen Cheng said. Maybe they really do have the strength. Anran replied indifferently. She didn't care about other people's affairs. Whether they had the strength or connections, it had nothing to do with her. No, she said. Chen Cheng rejected her idea and said, I've seen the design they won this time. You wouldn't have thought that the design they used this time was more than 80% similar to our previous design. The lighting, the ceiling design, and even some of the data and proportions were exactly the same. This is too unbelievable. Do you think there's such a coincidence? There couldn't be such a coincidence. This was simply plagiarism. She was sure that they had definitely seen their previous designs. Otherwise, they couldn't have drawn such a similar design. What did you just say? 80% similarity. If that wasn't plagiarism, what was it? She suddenly thought of something and Chen Cheng asked, Sister Jiyu, do you know Mofir? Hearing this, Anran's eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you talking about? Could it be the designer of Extraordinary? The work this time was designed by him. He seems to be the chief designer and executive officer of Extraordinary. Anran couldn't hear what Chen Cheng was saying on the other end of the phone. At this moment, her head was buzzing and completely blank. That's right, she finally remembered why the name Extraordinary sounded so familiar. Wasn't that Mofir's company? However, she didn't expect that Mofir would be the one who stole her design. This was something that she had never dreamed of. Chapter 117, The Meeting. As Su Cheng drove, he turned his head to look at Anran. He could clearly sense that Anran had become much quieter before she shut her mouth, and the reason for that seemed to be because of the phone call just now. Anran, Su Cheng called out to her softly, but he didn't turn his head to look at her. Instead, he continued to focus on the road ahead. Anran was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. She turned around to look at him and replied softly, What? Siya Cheng turned to look at her with a faint smile and said with a smile, "It's a good thing my reaction wasn't too slow." He had thought that she would only react after he called her a few more times, but it seemed that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. Anran looked at him, sighed, and took the initiative to say, "I just received a call from my assistant." "Really? What did she say?" Siya Cheng asked indifferently. Anran gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "She told me that the blueprint had been stolen by someone, but the result surprised me and made me laugh." Siya Cheng frowned and turned to look at her, but this time, he did not say anything. Anran didn't say a word about her resignation or the reason for her departure after she returned home. He only knew that Huan Dexing must have pressured her to get some benefits from the Technology City project through her, but he didn't think about what method he had used to force Anran to resign. "Chen Cheng told me that the bidding results for the Mobile Manor project are out. It's confirmed that a construction company in Jiangcheng has invested in the opening of the project and the right to build it. Also, she went online to look up the blueprint for the winning bid." Then, Anran paused and was silent for a while before she slowly said, "This design is actually 80% similar to the one we made, and it's even so detailed to the extent of the parameters and proportions." Siya Cheng didn't say anything, nor did he turn his head. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, and he was looking at the width of the road seriously. "The company that won the bid this time is Mo Fear's company. The blueprint that is 80% similar to our previous one is officially from Mo Fear's hands." Anran spoke very calmly, and no emotion could be seen on her calm face. She just stared straight ahead, through the car window, at the road ahead. They happened to run into the red light, and the car slowly stopped in front of the pedestrian crossing. Siya Cheng turned his head to look at her. He was a little surprised that Mo Fear was the one who had stolen the photo. Looking at her overly calm face, Siya Cheng reached out and held her hand. She retracted her gaze and lowered her head to look at her hand that was being held by his large palm. She then raised her head to look at him and calmly smiled. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine. I just feel that it's too unexpected. I just didn't expect him to have reached the stage of stealing other people's works in the 6 years he was abroad." Just thinking about it made one feel sad. Siya Cheng tightened his grip on her hand and said, "Don't even think about it. It's just too unexpected." Anran shook her head and said to him, "I don't want to think about it anymore. There's really nothing much to think about. It didn't matter who stole the blueprint, it was just that the person who stole it would be able to recognize it." She was just a little emotional. Siya Cheng smiled at her approvingly, then looked up at the traffic light, which just happened to turn green. He started the car and continued on the road. When the two of them arrived at the courtyard, Qin Yun's aunt was in the kitchen preparing lunch. When she saw Anran and the others return, she quickly came out of the kitchen, took Anran's hand, and looked at her from head to toe. In the end, she frowned and said, "Anran, did you lose weight again? Why didn't she gain weight?" Every time she looked at him, he was so thin. Did his son feed her? "Mom, I'm not," Anran explained with a smile. It seemed that every time she saw Qin Yun, she was always concerned about whether she had eaten because she was too thin. In fact, she had secretly weighed herself and found that she had gained a whole 3 pounds after getting married. In the end, it was all because of Siya Cheng's superb cooking skills. He was practically a master chef, and she couldn't stop eating every time. If this continued, she felt that she was very likely to become a fatty because of Siya Cheng, a very gluttonous fatty. "Is that so?" Qin Yun looked at her suspiciously. No matter how she looked at her, she still felt that Anran was too thin. She really couldn't understand the girls these days. They always wanted to be thin for beauty, and they kept on dieting to lose weight. In the end, they became skin and bones. Yijiao was the same. She always said that she didn't want to eat. It was obviously her favorite dish, but she just swallowed her saliva and stared at it. She didn't want to eat a single bit, and only said that she wanted to lose weight. According to her, it was good as long as people were healthy. If she ate so carefully for every meal, she would sooner or later ruin her own body. By then, she would not even be healthy, let alone talk about whether she was slim or beautiful. After staring at Anran for a while longer, Qin Yun turned to look at her son and said in an annoyed tone, "Siya Cheng, if I didn't call you to come back, would you have never come back? This damn child, he really doesn't know how a parent should be." That parent doesn't want their child to spend more time with them. If they were thousands of miles apart, it would be fine if they saw each other a few times a year. But his fine. It was only an hour's drive, but he didn't come back to visit. Suya Cheng touched his nose and was a little out of breath as he said, "I've been busy recently." Chin Yun glared at him. Just as she was about to speak, she heard his phone ring. It was a call from Secretary Zheng. He said that there was a sudden problem with the Technology City project and wanted him to go back to take a look. After hanging up the phone, Suya Cheng looked at Chin Yun and Anran apologetically. "It looks like we can't have lunch. I have to go and take a look." Chin Yun wasn't very happy. She looked at him and said unhappily, "You better be that busy. I think even the Zhang family's old man, the municipal party secretary, isn't as busy as you." Suya Cheng put his arm around Mother Lu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Our subordinates have finished their work, so naturally, Uncle Zhang has nothing to do. Then let him be busy. If my son is always busy and doesn't have time to go home, I might go to his house and make a fuss." Chin Yun said angrily. Seeing Suya Cheng's awkward expression, Anran laughed and said, "Mom, I'll stay with you." Hearing this, Chin Yun's mood brightened. She held Anran's hand and said, "My wife is the best." Then, she turned to look at Suya Cheng and said, Okay, you can go. Just leave Anran here. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you don't come back." Anyway, his wife was already in her hands. How far could he go? Unless he didn't want his wife anymore. Suya Cheng laughed and shook his head. His mother's expression changed faster than the speed of turning a page in a book. He raised his hand to look at the time. He asked Secretary Zheng to arrange for a meeting in an hour and a half. It was about an hour's journey from here to the city. Time was actually very tight. He turned around and looked at Anran. "Be careful. I'll come back in the afternoon." Anran nodded with a faint smile on her face. Chin Yun was actually quite happy to see them being so sweet, but she still wanted to play a prank on her son. "What? You can't even feel at ease leaving for a while?" Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng didn't feel anything, but Anran's face was extremely red, and she looked embarrassed. As if she had a guilty conscience, she quickly urged Suya Cheng, You should go. Work is more important." Pfft, Chin Yun couldn't help but laugh. She knew that her daughter-in-law was thin-skinned, so she didn't interrupt their sweet talk. She only said with an excuse, "I'll go and see if Auntie needs help." He turned around and walked straight into the kitchen, leaving Anran and Suya Cheng behind. Anran's face was still very red, and Suya Cheng shook his head in amusement. He reached out to touch her face and said, "Why are you blushing, silly?" I didn't." Anran didn't admit it, but the temperature on her face grew hotter, and her little face became redder. She was extremely embarrassed, so she hurriedly urged Suya Cheng and half pushed him out while saying, You should leave quickly. It'll take more than an hour to drive back. If you don't go back soon, it'll be late." Suya Cheng only smiled and didn't say anything. He followed her and walked out. Indeed, if he didn't go back now, he wouldn't have time. Anran pushed him, but she didn't forget to care. "Drive slowly on the road. Remember to eat something for lunch. The doctor said that your stomach is very sensitive and you have to eat a normal diet." Suya Cheng turned around, half hugged her, and walked out of the courtyard as he said, "Yes, I'll listen to my wife." Anran was both angry and amused. She reached out to pat him and corrected him, "I'll listen to the doctor." What was the use of listening to her? She still listened to the doctor. "I will only listen to you," Suya Cheng insisted. He grabbed the hand that was patting his body and held it tightly in his hand. Anran rolled her eyes at him. "You better be this obedient." She didn't know who told him not to drink, but there were a few nights when he returned home late, and he always came back with the smell of alcohol. However, she knew his position and work, so such social events were inevitable. The two of them stood still at the door. The staff, Xiao Zhang, had been called to help at this time, so he was not standing at the door. She reached out to adjust the collar of his shirt and looked at him for a while. Then, she smiled and said, "My husband is very handsome." Suya Cheng also laughed, pinched her nose, and said, "If you're tired, go and sleep for a while. If you vomit badly, ask Auntie to buy you some sour plums, understand?" Anran nodded and muttered with a smile, "I know. I'm not a child." Although she muttered, her heart still felt sweet and greasy. "Do." Suddenly, a car horn sounded at this time, and the two turned around, only to see Su Yijiao in the car looking at them with a funny and ambiguous smile. Anran's face turned red again. She didn't do anything, but she felt so guilty that her face was burning. Su Yijiao got out of the car with a gift bag in her hand. She looked at them with amusement. Brother and sister-in-law have such a good relationship. I'm so envious. Upon hearing this, Anran's face grew redder and redder, even redder than it had been in the room. She had the illusion that every time she came, she seemed to be the object of everyone's entertainment. Seeing Anran like this, Su Yicheng could only roll his eyes at his sister in amusement and lightly chided her. You're so rude. He raised his hand and looked at the time. It was really time to leave. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have time to look at the information when he arrived. He turned around and let go of Anran. I'm leaving, he said. I'll try to come back earlier in the afternoon. Before Anran could answer, Su Yicheng, who was standing next to them, laughed at them and said, Why did you come so early? You're afraid that your wife will go missing. Then, he patted his chest as if he was making a promise and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely help you keep sister-in-law company. I won't let a single hair on her head go missing, and I won't let that tigress mom scare me. Pfft! Anran was amused by Su Yijiao's words. Su Yicheng stepped forward and gave Su Yijiao a slap on the forehead, saying, Nonsense. I'm talking to Mom. Su Yijiao rubbed her forehead and winked at him playfully. My brother wouldn't do such despicable things behind my back. Su Yicheng glanced at her unhappily. You don't have to flatter me. Help me take care of your sister-in-law. If she loses even a single strand of hair, I'll come after you. With that, he turned around and walked straight to his car. Su Yijiao looked at his back, stomped her feet, and saluted him seriously. I will definitely complete the task assigned by the chief. Su Yicheng turned his head and looked at her with an amused expression, then shook his head and got into the car. He started the car and drove away. Anran watched as his car disappeared into the corner of the street before she looked away. However, just as she looked away, she happened to meet Su Yijiao's eyes, which seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. She blushed, afraid that she was going to be laughed at again. It was noon when Su Yicheng arrived at the Municipal Party Committee building. Because of the tight schedule, he didn't have time to eat. He only asked Secretary Zheng to pass him the documents that he would need later. Bring me the documents for the reconstruction project in the city. It's here. Secretary Zheng directly handed the document to him. After working for Su Yicheng for more than 3 years, Secretary Zheng was quite familiar with some of his habits. Su Yicheng reached out to take it, looked at it seriously, and asked, This project should be finalized by now. Who's the one having a dispute with whose opinions? It's Director Zhang and Bureau Chief Tong. They both have their own opinions and won't back down. Secretary Zheng said. His hands paused and he looked up at Secretary Zheng. Tong Wengai? Yes, I am. Secretary Zheng replied. Su Yicheng nodded, holding the document in his hand, deep in thought. Deputy Mayor, do you feel that something is wrong? Secretary Zheng asked suspiciously. Having been by Su Yicheng's side for so long, he had already figured out Su Yicheng's expression. As long as Su Yicheng frowned, he could tell whether he was in a good mood or not. Su Yicheng shook his head. It's nothing. He looked down at the information and documents in his hands again. Su Yicheng had long trained the ability to read 10 lines at a glance when it came to reading these cumbersome official documents all year round. This document was not a small number, but he had read through it in almost a few minutes, and he had more or less figured out the general content. He raised his head and asked Secretary Zheng, Is everyone from the bidding office in the meeting room? Secretary Zheng nodded and replied, Yes, they should be here. When you came over just now, I saw Director Zhang and the others heading towards the conference room. Yes. Su Yicheng nodded in response, then tidied up the documents and information on the table and stood up. Then let's go over too. When Su Yicheng and Secretary Zheng arrived at the meeting, several people from the bidding office were already sitting on both sides of the table. Some of them were talking and laughing with the people beside them, some of them seemed to be in deep thought with their heads lowered, and some of them were seriously reading the documents in their hands. Su Yicheng pushed the door open and sat down at the head of the table. The meeting room fell silent, and everyone looked up at Su Yicheng. After looking around, Su Yicheng finally said indifferently, The construction of Technology City involves a wide range of projects, many of which are key projects. The bidding competition between companies is very fierce, but this is a good thing. However, no matter how fierce the competition is, we have to make a decision. The reconstruction of the old district can be regarded as the most important project among the many projects in the construction of the technology city. It is also the foundation. We plan to improve the old district in the north of the city and then expand the scope. So this is the latest part of the bidding project that needs to be confirmed. Everyone has read a lot of bidding documents during this period of time, and I think you should have some ideas in your hearts, so I want to hear everyone's opinions first. The crowd below exchanged looks, but no one wanted to speak first. Suya Cheng asked with a faint smile, "What's wrong? There's still no result. Don't tell me that everyone doesn't remember that the tender is the day after tomorrow." Dong Wengai took the lead and said, "I think the reconstruction of the old district is the key. I think the choice of the company for the reconstruction is the key. The reconstruction of the old district is different from other projects. The scope and economic benefits are different. The reconstruction of the old Laocheng district is more important than the planning of the city. The capital investment is huge, but the return of production is low. This is a test of the company's overall quality and ability to operate funds. So I think that if this project doesn't have a company of a certain scale, it won't be able to withstand the later stages of the project. I think we need to find a company with both reputation and strength to take charge of this project." Hearing this, the few people sitting there couldn't help but nod and echo, "Bureau Chief Tong is right. It's like this." Suya Cheng didn't express his opinion, neither nodding nor shaking his head. He looked at him and asked, "Then, does Bureau Chief Tong already have a suitable partner in mind?" Tong Wengai coughed and straightened his body slightly, saying, "In fact, in my heart, I've been thinking about Xudong construction, but it's a pity that they didn't participate in this project. I've seen all the bidding companies' bidding documents and some of their basic information. Without the boss of Xudong construction, I think Jingcheng Construction's overall strength is a bit better. I've also seen some of the projects and information they participated in last year, and the response to society was very good. Besides, they were the winning bidders for the Municipal Party Committee building. I, Kurt, and the others definitely have the ability to renovate this city well." Suya Cheng nodded and didn't say anything about Tong Wengai's words. He looked at everyone and asked, "Everyone agrees with Bureau Chief Tong's idea? Do you have any other opinions?" "I don't think so." As soon as he finished speaking, Director Zhang, who was sitting in the corner, had a different opinion. He said, "I don't think that since Righty Construction is the best choice." Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "Then who do you think is more suitable, Director Zhang?" "I'm still going to say the same thing. I don't think we should just leave the opportunities to the big companies. I think the development of an industry is the same as the development of a country. The country's development is not the older generation like us. The real focus is on the next generation because the future belongs to the younger generation. The older generation will have to push it down sooner or later. I think the development of an industry is the same. You can't just blindly tell those so-called powerful big companies that have been established for a long time. I think you'll force yourself into a dead end if you do so. It's too easy to encounter a monopoly in such a development. If everyone thinks this way, then the new generation of companies with drive and ability will never have the opportunity to develop. They will always be small companies without any strength. Also, I think the focus on the construction of this technology city is also for the development and construction of Jiang City in the future. It's the same principle. We see that new development is necessary for new development. If we continue to leave the opportunity to the companies and people who are still developing, I think it goes against the original intention of the construction of this technology city. It's completely meaningless, Director Zhang said. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, as if they were considering the deeper meaning of Director Zhang's words. The corners of Suya Cheng's mouth curled up, and he had a faint smile on his face. He looked at everyone and said, "What are everyone's thoughts on Director Zhang's words? Then, if we do as Director Zhang said and give those so-called new companies opportunities, who can guarantee the quality and progress? After all, it's a project, and it can't be done just by saying it's nice. It still depends on ability." Someone questioned. Director Zhang looked at the man and said, the so-called quality assurance is complete nonsense. Look at how many projects have come from those so-called capable companies, but how many of them can guarantee quality? In the end, which one of them didn't have an accident, and then a series of people and things were involved? In my opinion, it's our government's responsibility to ensure quality. Construction and development are originally meant to serve the people, so I think it's better to put the funds in place first than to think about how to reduce the investment. Instead of having to take responsibility for most of the human, financial, and material resources after the incident, it's better to put everything in place and directly guarantee quality. This way, not only can we be responsible for the project and the people, but I think it can also better drive the development of new enterprises. No one said anything and remained silent. In fact, everyone was well aware of some of these internal matters. Everyone knew how much money had been allocated and how much money had been truly paid in the end. Su Yicheng calmly said, "I think what Director Zhang said makes a lot of sense. We should give more opportunities to those newly developed enterprises." The construction of the technology city was originally a government-invested project to promote the development of Jiangcheng's technology industry. Of course, it's not only limited to the technology industry, but also to other industries. So, I very much agree with Director Zhang's idea. If no one has any objections, I'll give you a chance. I think we should give some opportunities to the small and medium-sized companies in Jiang City, as well as the new and capable companies. Don't you agree, Director Tong? He looked at Tong Wengai and asked. Tong Wengai looked at him and only nodded after a while. Deputy Mayor Su is right. Chapter 118, I Love You. Su Yicheng wasn't around, and Father Su and Grandpa Su had also stayed in the army and hadn't returned, so only Anran, Qin Yun, and Su Yijiao were at the lunch table. Anran, come, you're too skinny, eat more. Qin Yun picked up a large piece of meat and placed it in Anran's bowl. Then, she hurriedly took a bowl of soup for her to drink. Mom, I'll do it myself. Anran was a little embarrassed. By right, she should be the one getting food and soup for her. She was her elder, but now, she was the one who had to serve her. No matter how she thought about it, she felt ashamed and embarrassed. I'm fine. Qin Yun smiled as she passed the big bowl of fish soup to her. As if she could read her mind, she said, Anran, don't be so formal. Don't be embarrassed. Just treat this like your own home. I'm not being reserved. Anran smiled, a little embarrassed. In fact, she was very comfortable in the Su family. Qin Yun was not a mother-in-law who put on airs, and she was very good to her, not giving her any pressure at all. Even Su Yicheng had told her several times that his mother had forgotten about her son after getting a wife. It was said that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was the most difficult to get along with. However, she was really lucky to have met such a mother-in-law. She wasn't superstitious, but she was grateful to God for letting her meet such a good man and such a good family. She really felt that she was very lucky, as if she had really been blessed. Sister-in-law, tell us how you met my brother. Tell us about your dating process. Su Yijiao put a green bean in her mouth and asked as she savored it. Danran froze and couldn't say a word for a long time. How could she say that her marriage to Su Yicheng was a big mistake? Yeah, tell me. Qin Yun, who was standing next to him, also seemed to be particularly interested in her love history. In fact, she mainly introduced countless girls to Su Yicheng, but almost every time, they were rejected by Su Yicheng with a single sentence. She had never even seen them before. With his boring personality, she had once thought that it would be impossible for her to wait for him to get married in the next few years. However, she did not expect him to suddenly bring back a wife for her. Actually, Anran stammered. She was too embarrassed to speak. Su Yijiao and Qin Yun stared at her, as if they were expecting something. Anran braced herself and said, Actually, we met through a blind date, but I got the wrong person. Qin Yun and Su Yijiao were both stunned and stared at her for a while before they reacted. Su Yijiao stared at Anran and said suspiciously, So it's a mistake that you two know each other. She had thought that they might have met at a dinner party, or that they had met through someone's introduction, but she had never thought that it would be a mistake. Qin Yun slapped her thigh heavily and said with some excitement, Oh my God, why didn't I think of this? I should have told those girls to use this trick against Arjun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited so long for him to get married. I might even be a grandmother by now. And Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that her answer had disappointed them. What's next? Suyu Jiao asked nosily. Did you two meet like this and start dating? An Ran's lips twitched dryly. Following her words, she nodded a little unnaturally. Of course, she wouldn't tell her that she only found out that she had met the wrong person after getting her marriage certificate. If that happened, she would really have to find a crack in the ground to fit in. TSK, so old-fashioned. I thought you guys would be more romantic. Suyu Jiao pursed her lips in disinterest. This was completely different from what she had imagined. It wasn't romantic at all. An Ran only smiled, thinking that if she were to tell her that she and Suyu Cheng weren't even in a relationship at all, and that they had directly registered their marriage without even pursuing each other, would she think that the old-fashioned way of getting to know each other, dating, and then getting married could actually be considered romantic? However, when it came to dating, there seemed to be something missing between them. She clearly remembered that a certain someone had vowed to her that the two of them were going to be in a relationship, but she had only received flowers from him once, had a candlelight dinner with him, and watched half a movie. After that, there was nothing else. You're just a kid, what do you know? Being in love and getting married requires two people to spend their days together. Do you think that romance can be eaten? Qin Yun looked at her daughter in annoyance. What? I'm already 26, not a kid. Why do you guys keep treating me like a kid? Suyu Jiao protested in dissatisfaction. She pouted and widened her eyes, looking really childish. Qin Yun didn't even look at her and directly said, as long as you're not married, you're just a child in my eyes. No matter how old you are, you can't change the fact that I gave birth to you. Suyu Jiao glared at Qin Yun for a long time, but she finally gave up and turned her head away in a fit of pique. Qin Yun didn't even look at her. She directly reached out her chopsticks and placed more food on An Ran's plate as she said, An Ran, eat more. An Ran could only nod with a bitter smile. Seeing that the bowl of rice was half filled with vegetables, An Ran could only try her best to start eating. After lunch, Qin Yun was suddenly called over by Deputy Commander Zhang's wife. She said that she needed to help out. An Ran walked around the courtyard to pass the time, but she was really bored. After she started to feel sleepy, she decided to go back to Suyu Cheng's original room to lie down and sleep for a while. Suyu Jiao's room was right next to Suyu Cheng's, so if one wanted to go to Suyu Cheng's room, they had to pass by Suyu Jiao's door. Perhaps it was because she was pregnant, but she was extremely sleepy. She woke up early in the morning, so An Ran kept yawning. Suyu Jiao's door didn't seem to be closed tightly. When An Ran passed by, she heard a faint cry. An Ran was stunned, and her pajamas were half awake. She followed the sound, and through the gap between the door and the door, An Ran saw Suyu Jiao sitting on the bed with her head covered. She was crying in a very suppressed voice. Knock, knock, knock. An Ran knocked on the door politely. When Suyu Jiao saw that someone had entered the room, she suddenly raised her head and wiped the tears off her face with the back of her hand. Then, he unnaturally raised his voice and shouted at the door, "Come in." Of course, no matter how well he concealed it, his voice still had a faint sobbing tone. An Ran pushed the door open and saw papers and photos scattered all over the floor in front of the bed. Suyu Jiao seemed to have only just realized what was going on. She suddenly got up from the bed and quickly picked up the photos on the floor before An Ran came over. Then, he looked up at An Ran awkwardly. With a stiff face, he said with a dry smile, "Sis-in-law, is there anything I can help you with?" An Ran looked at her, but she didn't feel sleepy at all. He shook his head slightly and walked up to her. He grabbed the tissue on the bedside table and handed it to her. "Do you want to talk to me?" Suyu Jiao knew that she couldn't pretend anymore, so she reached out to take the tissue she handed over. She pouted and shook her head stubbornly. An Ran glanced at the photo on the ground that she hadn't put away in time. It was a group photo of Suyu Cheng, Yi Zaiwen, and Suyu Jiao. In the photo, Suyu Jiao was standing in the middle, holding Suyu Cheng's arm in one hand and Yi Zaiwen's arm in the other. She was smiling very happily. She suddenly remembered that Suyu Cheng had said that Yi Jiao liked Yi Zaiwen, and looking at her current expression, she could more or less guess who Yi Jiao was crying for. Suyu Jiao followed her gaze and saw a photo that had been picked up from the ground. She pouted and said with some dissatisfaction, "What? You saw it?" He reached out and took the photo in a fit of pique. Anran chuckled and sat down next to her. "Do you want to talk?" Suyijiao looked at her for a while, then turned her head and said slowly, "Sister-in-law, why do you think it's so hard to like someone? Now that I think about it, it's actually good for you and brother to be like this. Mom was right. It's more realistic to be ordinary. You don't have to do it in a grand manner. As long as you know each other's feelings, even the smallest things can be very sweet." He turned to look at her and said with a bitter smile, "But it's really hard to love one-sided and never get a response. I feel like I can't go on." As she spoke, her hand gently touched Yi Zaiwen's face in the photo. Suyijiao continued, "He seems to always treat me as a child, always treating me as a sister next door. He clearly knows my feelings for him, and he clearly knows that I've grown up and that I'm already a real woman, not the insensible little girl who liked to cry, but is still unwilling to accept my feelings for him. He says that I was just a form of worship and infatuation when I was young, and that it's not love." As she spoke, Suyijiao sniffed a little uncomfortably, trying not to let her tears fall from her eyes. "I can't even tell what I'm feeling. I know very well that my love for him is love, and it's the love between a man and a woman. Sister-in-law, what do you think I should do? He's always avoiding me. I'm a little tired. I used to think I wouldn't be tired, but I've been running after him for a long time. I'm really tired and I feel like I can't keep going." Anran sighed softly and reached out to touch her head. After Lin Li's incident, she deeply understood that love belonged to both sides. A one-sided love couldn't be accommodating for a lifetime, and that would be too much for her. He looked at her for a long time before he said, "If you're tired, stop by yourself. Don't always let yourself suffer." Suyijiao was stunned. She stared at her for a long time, unable to react. Anran continued, "Love is a matter between two people. It's not enough to only rely on one-sided effort and hard work. Loving a person doesn't mean giving everything for the other party. You can't just blindly accommodate him and sacrifice yourself. If you really try hard but still can't get a response from him, then we have to consider whether we should let go." "But," Suyijiao looked at her, and her tears fell uncontrollably. But I really like him. I've liked him since I was a child, and I've liked him for almost 20 years. Liking him seems to have become a part of my life. What if he comes back with another woman one day? What will you do? Are you still going to hide and cry like this?" Anran asked her in return. Although this question was a bit cruel, she didn't want Suyijiao to become the second Lin Li. Instead of waiting to see her heartache in the future, it was better to persuade her to let go now. Suyijiao was stunned, as if she had never thought about this question. For so many years, she had been chasing after Yi Zaiwen. Although Yi Zaiwen had always avoided her and emphasized that he only treated her as his younger sister, she had never seen any woman by his side. She had never thought that Yi Zaiwen would be with another woman. However, if he really had another woman, what should she do? "Yi Jiao, try to let go first. At least don't let yourself run after him. It's good to like him, but if he really doesn't give you a chance, then why force it? Feelings are never something that you can force to live on." Anran comforted her. She liked that she could truly understand. Suyijiao was stunned for a long time before she slowly turned around and looked at Anran. With an empty expression, she said, "Sister-in-law, I'm so tired. I want to take a nap." Anran knew that her words just now were a little harsh, and she needed time to digest them. He nodded and patted her hand. "Yes, have a good sleep. Don't think too much." "Yes," Suyijiao replied softly, but she didn't look up. Her eyes were fixed on the photo in her hand. Anran didn't say anything more. She turned around and left the room, closing the door behind her. She suddenly felt a little emotional, but at the same time, she also felt a little fortunate. She was glad that she had met Suyu Cheng. She didn't know if there was love between them, but she could feel that he liked and cared about her, and she also felt the same way. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger, and she could vaguely realize that it was no longer just like, but a favorable impression, and it seemed to be love. This realization came too suddenly, and even Anran herself was a little shocked. However, she quickly felt relieved and reached out to touch her stomach. Even though she couldn't feel anything right now, she was inexplicably touched, for him and for herself. She suddenly wanted to hear his voice and tell herself what she was thinking. She really did it. The moment the call connected, Anran felt a little nervous. Just as she was about to hang up, the call was connected, and Siyu Cheng's warm and low voice came from the other side of the phone. "Hello, Anran?" The initial stage fright and fear disappeared the moment she heard his voice. She held her phone and sat in the room and bed that he had slept in before. She replied with a chuckle, "Yeah, are you still busy?" "Yes, but I'll be back before evening." Siyu Cheng seemed to be in a good mood after receiving her call, and there was a faint smile in his voice. "Siyu Cheng," Anran called him by his full name. "What?" She took a deep breath and prepared herself for what she was going to say next. However, her heart was beating faster and faster uncontrollably. Her face was also slightly hot. She thought that her face must be red again at this moment. Not hearing her answer, Siyu Cheng called out with some uncertainty, "Anran, I love you." He hung up the phone almost as soon as he finished speaking. His face seemed to be hotter than before. He was afraid that he would not know what to say when he returned, so he quickly removed the phone's panel. Then, she used her hands to continuously slap her face, hoping to cool down the heat on her face a little. Looking at the phone and its battery that had been removed, he thought of his own actions just now and shook his head in amusement. He muttered to himself, "Why did I hang up? I should have asked him directly if he loved me." After saying that, she laughed and patted her face. Her face was very hot. In the end, she had to get up and go to the bathroom to wash her face. Only then did the heat slightly cool down. After washing his face, he laid down on the bed and gently patted his lower abdomen. The corners of his mouth carried a faint smile as he muttered to himself, "Baby, how do you think Daddy will react?" As she thought about it, she felt that her current behavior was extremely childish, so she shook her head and told herself not to think about it. At this time, the sleepiness came back again, and her eyelids slowly became heavy. She closed them bit by bit, and she slowly fell asleep on the pillow that Siyu Cheng had slept on before. In her sleep, it seemed like someone was gently touching her, his hands slowly caressing her face. Anran frowned and whimpered, but she didn't wake up. Then, she felt a warm touch on her lips. That kiss was too familiar. It was Siyu Cheng's favorite way of kissing her. "Anran, Anran," as he called out, he pecked her face gently, again and again, as if he could never get enough of it. He. The kiss was a little itchy, and Anran giggled. Her chest was still heaving up and down because of the kiss just now, and she patted him with a smile. "It's so itchy, so itchy." After a while, Siyu Cheng finally seemed to have had enough of kissing her. He gently turned her around, and the two of them lay on the single bed, which wasn't too big, in each other's arms. Siyu Cheng buried his face in her shoulder, and the tip of his nose was filled with her fragrance. His arms around her were a little heavy, but he controlled his strength well and didn't hurt her. "You're done?" In his arms, Anran asked gently with a beautiful smile and a touch of satisfaction. He didn't answer her, but held her even tighter. After a while, he called softly by her ear, "Anran." His voice was melodious and lingering. "What?" Anran responded gently and drew circles on his back with her hand. Siyu Cheng let go of her and slightly put some distance between them. He stared into her eyes, then said in an extremely serious tone, "Say it again." "Can you say it again?" Anran was a little stunned and didn't react in time. She asked in confusion, "Huh?" She did not know what he was referring to. Siyu Cheng looked at her steadily, and the corners of his mouth curved up into a beautiful smile. His eyes were so gentle that they seemed to be able to squeeze water out of them. He slowly said, "Repeat what you said on the phone just now. I want you to look me in the eyes." His tone was very gentle, but the content of his words had an overbearing tone that could not be refused. Then, she remembered the phone call she had made before she went to bed. Anran's face immediately warmed up as she looked at him, and her face turned red. Asking her to say it again, and in front of him and looking into his eyes, she was really a little embarrassed to say it. Looking around with her big black eyes, Anran decided to play dumb until the end. "Did I just call you?" Looking at her, Siyu Cheng raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Don't you remember?" Anran suddenly remembered something Lin Li had said before. She had said that acting dumb depended on one's attitude. If one's attitude was firm enough, then acting dumb could fool others. With this thought in mind, Anran nodded her head firmly. I have no impression of it at all. Is that so? Suya Cheng smiled, reached out, and pinched her nose. He looked at her and asked, "Do you need me to remind you?" Anran looked at him steadily and didn't say yes or no, but her face grew redder and redder. Suya Cheng stopped smiling and looked at her with a more determined expression than before. He then said, "Anran, I love you." Anran heard every word clearly. Anran was stunned, and she seemed to have forgotten to breathe. She just stared at him, and the words "I love you" were still in her ears. It was as if it had been set to a single loop, repeating over and over in her ears. Suya Cheng reached out and touched her face, then asked seriously, "Does this hint remind you of something?" Anran suddenly felt a lump form at the tip of her nose. Her face was no longer red, but her eyes began to feel hot. She couldn't control her tears, and they rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. She reached out and patted him, a classic example of someone who didn't mean what they said. She clearly felt extremely sweet inside, but she still accused him in a tearful voice, "You're so annoying." Suya Cheng grabbed her hand and stared at her. He asked persistently, "Have you thought of it?" Anran kept nodding as she said, "I love you too." Suya Cheng laughed, and the smile on his face couldn't help but widen, then he hugged her tightly. Chapter 119, Wife and Child, Heated Brick Bed. When Suya Cheng and Anran came out of the room again, Chin Yun was preparing dinner with the auntie. When she saw the two of them, she couldn't help but tease them. Newlyweds have a good relationship. "Anran, you don't know this, but Arjun was afraid that I would hide you, so she kept asking me where you were as soon as she entered the room. You didn't see how fast she ran back to her room. She ran even faster than the soldiers her grandfather brought." Amused by Chin Yun's words, Anran couldn't help but laugh out loud. She turned her head to look at a certain someone playfully and was surprised to find that he was blushing a little. Suya Cheng felt a little awkward and subconsciously touched his nose. When he received Anran's call, he was still in his office. He only said, "I'm going to the training ground to take a look." Then he turned to look at Anran. Anran didn't want to be laughed at by her mother-in-law and Yijiao anymore, so she quickly made her stand clear. "I'm here to help Mom prepare dinner." As he spoke, he went over to Chin Yun and the auntie to help them. Seeing her son's deflated expression, Chin Yun laughed out loud. The auntie beside her also laughed along, and the entire courtyard was filled with laughter. Suya Cheng touched his nose and looked at Anran with some resentment before he turned around and left the courtyard. Since it was her grandfather's birthday, Chin Yun and her mother still prepared a table full of delicious food even though it was just a family gathering and a simple meal. Although Anran said that she was here to help, she only helped out by washing the vegetables and serving the dishes, because she knew that her cooking skills were definitely not up to standard. Also, although her morning sickness wasn't serious, it was easy for her to feel nauseous if she stayed in the kitchen for too long. Chin Yun thought that she was not feeling well. He also refused to let her help him. Suya Cheng had returned with Father Su and Grandpa Su, and the three of them had met on the way back. Suya Cheng's father and Grandpa Su knew that Suya Cheng and the others would be coming back today, so as soon as the training ended, they rushed home and happened to run into Suya Cheng on the way. Suya Jiao came out of her room before lunch. She didn't have the loneliness that Anran had seen her in the afternoon. At this moment, she was smiling, and she didn't look like the Suya Jiao who had hidden in her room and cried at noon. She coquettishly held Suhanian's hand and told him that his birthday was coming soon. She even made funny faces at Su Wenqing and bickered childishly with Chin Yun. There was no sign of negative emotions. Anran even had the illusion that the person she had seen at noon was really Suya Jiao. Because they were a family, there weren't many rules or anything. After everyone was seated, they prepared to eat. Even though it was a family gathering, Chin Yun still specially prepared some wine. She poured a little for everyone as a token gesture so that they could toast to Suhanian and wish him a happy birthday. In the end, when everyone raised their glasses, a glass of fruit juice suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Suya Jiao looked at Anran in confusion and said, "Sis-in-law, why are you drinking juice?" She remembered that Anran was a drinker. The last time the two families had a meal together at Yuan cuisine, she had also drunk. Anran can't drink it. Without waiting for Anran to answer, Suya Cheng explained for her. In fact, it didn't matter what they were drinking. It was just to liven things up, so Chin Yun didn't mind. She smiled and said, anything is the same, even fruit juice. It's Grandpa's birthday today, let's all give him a toast. Everyone toasted, and Grandpa Su's serious face was filled with smiles. Su Yijiao cheekily took out a gift from behind her and handed it to Su Hanian. Then, with a smile, she said her best wishes. I wish Grandpa to live younger and younger. I wish you to be 18 years old every year. Su Hanian laughed out loud. You little girl, he scolded jokingly, if Grandpa turns 18 every year, he'll be an old monster. The crowd burst into laughter. Su Yicheng passed the health products he bought in the morning to his grandfather and said with a smile, Grandpa, Anran and I wish you the best every year. We don't know what to buy. We bought some impractical gifts, and we were afraid that you wouldn't be able to use them, so we only bought a few boxes of health products. I asked around, and they all said that these are very useful for curing rheumatism. Grandpa, try them first. If they're effective, I'll buy a few more boxes for you. All right, all right, all right. Su Hanian smiled and nodded. He did not really care if there were any gifts. To him, it was good enough for a family reunion to have a meal together like this. It did not matter if there were any gifts. What? Brother, are you saying that my gift doesn't have any practical use? Su Yijiao wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Actually, the main thing about giving a gift is the thought behind it. Only giving yourself the best can represent sincerity. If you don't like it, how can it be considered sincerity? Besides, Grandpa likes me so much. No matter what I give him, he'll like it. Right, Grandpa? Su Hanian laughed out loud. Ha ha, you naughty girl. The last time you gave me a doll, a thick-browed child, I couldn't even get it to come. He was already so old, but only the sly elf would think of giving him a doll. Grandpa, that's Crayon Shin-chan. Su Yijiao said, I brought it back from Japan last time. I like it very much. Don't you like it, Grandpa? His tone was as if he had been abandoned. He was especially innocent and no one could bear to object. I like it, I like it. I like whatever our Xiaojiao gives me, Su Hanian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Yijiao said to Su Yicheng with some pride, see, I told you Grandpa would like anything I give him. Look at how smug you are. You're already so big, but you're still acting like a child, Qin Yun said with a smile. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious and joyous. Su Yicheng glanced at Anran, then under the table, he reached out and grabbed Anran's hand tightly. The two of them exchanged a look. Su Yicheng turned his head and said to everyone, today, on Grandfather's birthday, Anran and I actually have something to announce to everyone. What's the matter? Su Yijiao asked curiously as she blinked her big eyes and looked at him. That's right, Aluo. What do you have to announce? You're making it so mysterious. Qin Yun also chimed in and gave Anran some food. Su Wenqing and Su Hanian also looked at him, not knowing what he was trying to say. Su Yicheng chuckled and tightened his grip on Anran's hand under the table. Then he slowly said, I have a child with Anran. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun and Su Yijiao's chopsticks suddenly stopped moving. They looked at him in a daze, then turned to look at Anran. They were in a daze for a long time. Su Yicheng coughed and repeated, I said that Anran and I have a child. The doctor said that it's been more than 2 months, and everything is normal. Qin Yun was the first to react. She looked at him in disbelief and asked, really? Su Yicheng nodded with a faint smile on his face. That's great, I'm going to be an aunt, Su Yijiao said excitedly. Su Wenqing also came to his senses. When he thought about how he was going to be a grandfather, he couldn't help but smile. That's good news. Today is a double blessing for our family. Don't you think so, Dad? He turned around and looked at Su Hanwen. Su Hanian kept nodding and said, good, good, good. Yicheng finally didn't let me wait in vain. He didn't expect that he would be able to hold his great-grandson. His life was worth it. Anran turned her head and glanced at Su Yicheng. Under the table, she held his hand tightly, and there was a satisfied and happy smile on her lips. Ah yeah. Qin Yun looked at Su Yicheng with a slightly reproachful look and said, why didn't you guys tell me about such an important matter earlier? We wanted to give everyone a surprise. Anran said with a smile, it's a great thing anyway. No matter when you tell us, we'll still be overjoyed. Qin Yun looked at the table full of dishes and considered which ones were suitable for a pregnant woman. She also considered whether she should ask the auntie to make a new one for Anran. Anran, he said, What do you want to eat? I'll ask Auntie to make it for you. Ayn Rand quickly shook her head. Afraid of troubling others, she quickly said, no need, no need. I quite like these, really. Ah, this crab can't be eaten. It's too cold. This one can't be eaten either. It's too spicy. This one can't be eaten either. It seems that it's too salty. There's too much flavor. Chin Yun looked at the table full of dishes and frowned. The dishes that were originally very appetizing suddenly changed their taste when it came to pregnancy and children. This was not good and that was not good. In the end, he simply put down his chopsticks and stood up, saying, I'll make you some more. Before Ayn Rand could refuse, he had already turned around and entered the kitchen. Mom! Ayn Rand looked at her back, then turned her head helplessly to look at Su Yucheng. Ha ha, let your mother do it. She's just too happy. Su Wenqing laughed out loud. Although he was a little surprised, it was still a happy event. She originally thought that Yucheng would plan everything well and not have a child so soon, but she didn't expect him to be a grandfather. As she thought about it, she was very happy. She picked up the glass, looked at Su Yucheng, and said, Arjun, drink a few more glasses with Dad and Grandpa today. Su Yucheng nodded. Okay. Ayn Rand didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, but she was also worried that Su Yucheng's stomach wouldn't be able to take it if he drank too much, so she whispered in Su Yucheng's ear, don't drink too much. Upon hearing this, Su Yucheng patted her hand and nodded. I know. Su Hanian and Su Wenqing, who were both good drinkers, were a little tipsy after the meal. In the end, Grandpa Su had to be supported by Su Yucheng to return to his room. Although Father Su could still return to his room by himself, he walked unsteadily, which made people break out in a cold sweat for him. In fact, Su Yucheng had also drunk a little too much that night. When he returned to his room and sat on the bed, he was also a little tipsy. Ayn Rand pushed the door open and entered. She saw Su Yucheng lying on the bed without taking off his clothes. She stepped forward and patted him gently. Yucheng, Yucheng. Su Yucheng didn't respond. He just lay there with his eyes closed, as if he had really fallen asleep. Ayn Rand shook her head gently, reached out, and pinched his nose playfully. She whispered threateningly in his ear, You're so disobedient. I told you to drink less, but you still didn't listen. HMPH, let's see how I'll deal with you tomorrow. With that, she got up and prepared to go to the bathroom to wring a hot towel to help him wipe so that he would feel more comfortable. However, just as she was about to get up, someone suddenly grabbed her wrist. Then, with a little force, she fell and leaned against the warm body. When she looked up, she saw that Su Yucheng had already opened his eyes and was looking at her with a faint smile. Suddenly, he raised his head and gently bit her round nose. Su Yucheng asked with a smile, How are you going to deal with me? Lying on his body, Ayn Rand patted his chest and said angrily, Do you think your stomach is impregnable? You actually drank so much. What happened last time was still shocking to her. It was not a good memory, and she did not want to be afraid again. She slapped her hand very loudly, but it was only loud. It didn't hurt at all. She grabbed her hand and kissed it. She smiled and said, It's rare for me to be happy. I haven't seen Dad and Grandpa so happy in a long time. Ayn Rand didn't say anything. Of course, she could tell how happy Su Hanian and Su Wenqing were, so she allowed him to drink so much. She didn't want to ruin this rare atmosphere. Ayn Rand. Su Yucheng's voice was a little muffled as he gently called out in her ear. What? Ayn Rand responded faintly. She leaned against his chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. I'm also very happy today, Su Yucheng said with a satisfied tone. Ayn Rand's ear was pressed against her chest, and it was slightly tickled by the vibration. She nodded and only replied softly, Yes. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, very faint but very beautiful. The two of them lay like this for a long time. Suddenly, Su Yucheng turned over and switched their positions, pressing her under him and staring straight at her. Ayn Rand met his gaze and had no intention of backing down. He placed his hands on both sides of her body to reduce the pressure on her. Then, he slowly lowered his head and gently planted a kiss on her lips. Ayn Rand closed her eyes gently and reached out to hug his back slowly. The kiss became more and more intense, and the originally simple light kiss began to slowly change its flavor in the unconscious passion. Ayn Rand was tickled by his kiss. She turned her head away and patted him with a smile. Get up quickly, you smell like alcohol. Go take a shower. Suya Cheng got up from her, pulled her up to sit with him, and then said with a serious expression, "Yes, I will follow the leader's arrangements." And Ran laughed at his expression and sat on the bed in a good mood. Suya Cheng grabbed the pajamas that he had prepared earlier from the closet and suddenly thought of something. He turned around and stared at her for a long time before saying, "Wifey, why don't we not wash it?" Hearing this, Ayn Rand's face suddenly turned red. "You pervert!" She grabbed the pillow on the bed and threw it at him. Suya Cheng accurately caught the pillow, then laughed as he walked into the bathroom. If Ayn Rand had to describe herself as an animal, she would think that she was a panda, because pandas were national treasures, and she was being treated like a national treasure. Qin Yun was obviously happy and excited about Ayn Rand's pregnancy. The next day, when she found out that Ayn Rand had resigned and didn't go to work, she immediately wanted to keep Ayn Rand in the compound for a few days, saying that it was to take better care of her. In fact, Ayn Rand also liked the life in the courtyard. It was very simple, but the number she woke up at every day was a headache. Suya Cheng might have considered the fact that he had been busy with the project recently, and Ayn Rand was alone at home with no one to take care of her, so he didn't object to Ayn Rand staying in the courtyard for a few days. Perhaps it was because she was going to be a grandmother soon, but Qin Yun was so happy that she was a little nervous. Every day, Ayn Rand's food was almost exclusively prepared by her. She was very happy cooking, but Ayn Rand was suffering. Qin Yun specifically asked Su Yijiao to print out the nutritional meals for pregnant women online and strictly follow the contents written on it. She asked her to take in a certain amount of vitamins and whether she should take in calcium. In addition, she had even stricter requirements for her daily meals. She had already formulated a plan for what to eat in the morning, for lunch, and for dinner. In fact, Ayn Rand could accept all of these, but the more painful thing was that almost all of her meals were tasteless. Or perhaps it was because they all had the same taste. According to Qin Yun, too much MSG was very bad for children, and there was a daily limit to the amount of salt they had to consume. The most original natural taste was often the best for the baby and the mother. Therefore, even though they had a small stove every day, the bland and tasteless way of cooking was really painful for Ayn Rand. After a few days, her entire mouth had no taste, and she was afraid when it came to eating. However, she was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, she knew that Qin Yun was doing this for her own good. She wanted to let her and the baby in her stomach receive the best care. Even so, Ayn Rand still smiled and tried her best to finish the food that was specially prepared for her. This was the national treasure level of treatment. Other than giving special treatment for food, Qin Yun also had a set of strict standards for food. Every morning and night, she would accompany her for a walk in the courtyard, but other than that, she would never let Ayn Rand move too much. She would never let her lift her hands above her head, and she definitely couldn't carry anything heavy. Sometimes, Ayn Rand was so bored that she wanted the auntie at home to teach her some simple cooking skills. Originally, she had planned to take advantage of this time to master her cooking skills so that Suya Cheng would have prepared food for him when he came home in the future. However, Qin Yun seemed to have installed a radar on her. She had just said that she wanted to go to Deputy Commander Zhang's house next door to chat with her old friends, but it wasn't long before Ayn Rand and her auntie came to teach her a few simple methods. She thought that a human guide was always better than looking at the menu with only words and color pictures. Just as she picked up the knife and was about to cut the ingredients that would be used later, Qin Yun came in and looked at the knife. She hurriedly went forward to take it, then said in all seriousness, "Pregnant people can't use knives. It's inauspicious." Then, he pushed and ran out of the kitchen without giving her a chance to explain. "Mom, it's fine. I just want to learn how to cook from Auntie," and Ran explained. "You can learn in the future. You're pregnant now, so you can't tire yourself out. Besides, the kitchen is smoky." Qin Yun said in disagreement. "Mom, I won't be tired. I just want to learn how to cook for Ye Cheng in the future." Hearing this, Qin Yun laughed and said directly, "It's okay. Arjun's cooking is not bad. In the future, I'll let Arjun cook for you." And Ran could only laugh dryly. She didn't know what to say or what else to say. Suya Cheng would come over every day, sometimes very late at night. Sometimes, Ayn Rand couldn't bear to see him go back and forth in such a tiring manner, so she told him a few times not to come over if it was too late, but he wouldn't listen. No matter how late it was, he would always come over. In fact, he didn't do anything, and of course, he couldn't do anything. The two of them just slept in each other's arms. Every day, when she saw his slightly tired face, Chin-yoon would always make fun of him. She said that his wife and child were having a hot bed. Now that his wife and child had run away, no matter how hot the bed at home was, he couldn't stay there any longer. Thinking back to the time when he always said that he was busy and didn't have time, now that he was busy, he would come over no matter how late it was. It was impossible to stop him. Suya Cheng was in the wrong, so he touched his nose and automatically ignored her every time, pretending not to hear her. That night, Anran rested her head on Suya Cheng's arm with her eyes closed, but she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She gently turned around, but she woke the man next to her. "What's wrong?" Suya Cheng said with a heavy sense of sleepiness, and his hands pulled her closer to him. "I woke you up." Anran felt a little guilty. She knew that he drove for 2 hours every day, and he was so busy with the Technology City project that he was so tired that he could fall asleep almost as soon as he lay down in bed. Suya Cheng closed his eyes and kissed the center of her hair, then slowly opened his eyes, looked at her, and said, "Why aren't you sleeping?" His voice still carried a heavy sense of sleepiness. In the dark, with the help of the moonlight outside the window, Anran reached out to touch his face and traced his outline with her fingers. She sighed softly and said, "Suya Cheng, let's go back tomorrow." She really didn't want him to make himself so tired. Suya Cheng chuckled, shook his head, and said, "I'm fine," she said. Although it was a little tiring to rush back and forth like this, he was happy to do it and did not feel tired. And Ran naturally knew that he wouldn't be tired. He was too good to her and just wanted to accommodate her. However, there were times when she wanted to accommodate him and pamper him. "I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing this for myself," she pouted and shook her head. Then, she sneaked up to his ear and said, "I've had enough of the food my mother made for me these few days. There's no taste in my mouth. If I stay any longer, I'm probably going to collapse. Ye Cheng, let's go home. Can you make me something good to eat when we get home?" Suya Cheng laughed. In fact, how could he not know what she was thinking? However, when it came to the so-called nutritious meal his mother made for Anran, he had really eaten it before. Not to mention the taste, it was like plain water with cabbage. It was bland and tasteless, and it had really been difficult for her to eat it these past few days. All right, and Ran snuggled into his arms like a spoiled child. Suya Cheng laughed and shook his head. He was completely immune to her coquettishness, so he hugged her tightly and nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 120, I Don't Care. Although Chin-yoon didn't really want Anran to go back, as a mother, her heart still ached when she saw her son working until midnight every day and still had to drive for more than an hour to the military compound. In addition, she saw that although Anran was pregnant, her pregnancy reaction wasn't serious. She only felt a little nauseous when she brushed her teeth in the morning, and other times, she didn't vomit that badly. As such, she was relieved to let her go. However, before Anran left, she didn't forget to remind her of the things she had to pay attention to. She also asked Suyu Jiao to print out some information for her to take home and ask her to pay attention to her nutrition intake according to the information. After returning from the military compound, Anran let out a satisfied sigh as soon as she entered the door. Suya Cheng closed the door behind her, and Anran turned around to hug him. Suya Cheng was a little stunned by her sudden movement, but he quickly reacted and chuckled as he hugged her and asked, "What's wrong?" He gently stroked her hair, which seemed to have grown longer than before. After Anran stopped working, he had requested that her hair be let down, and he liked it when her long hair fell over her shoulders. Anran shook her head, leaned on his chest, and murmured, "I'm home." In fact, the courtyard was quite nice. Other than Chin-yoon's overly nervous refusal to let him in, the air and environment in the courtyard were very good. It was not as noisy as the city and there was no serious environmental pollution. However, after all, living together with everyone, he more or less had less freedom. Just like now, she had to take care of a lot of things when she was hugging him, for fear that she would make a fool of herself if others saw her. However, it was different when they were home. This was their home, and no matter how they hugged and kissed, no one would laugh at them. As she thought about it, She raised her head from his arms and looked at him with a smile, saying, "I want to kiss you." Suya Cheng pondered for a moment, then looked behind her and asked with a smile, "Are you sure?" Ayn Rand didn't notice the strange look in his eyes. She pouted and said with a slightly red face, "If you don't want it, then forget it." She turned around and wanted to leave, but Suya Cheng grabbed her hand the moment she turned her head. Then, before she could react, Suya Cheng's kiss pressed down on her. Bang! Suddenly, there was the sound of something being knocked over behind him. Ayn Rand suddenly came back to her senses and withdrew from Suya Cheng's arms. She turned her head and saw Aunt John standing awkwardly at the bar counter behind her. She quickly reacted and said, "I didn't see anything." As she spoke, she quickly closed her eyes and turned her back to them. Ayn Rand's entire body turned red. Not only her face, but even her neck began to flush red. Suya Cheng held back his laughter. When he first came in, he knew that Mrs. John was here because she was dragging her shoes at the door. In addition, today was Saturday, which was a regular day for Mrs. John to come and clean, so when Ayn Rand suddenly said she wanted to kiss him, he asked her that question. At that time, he had already seen Mrs. John behind him. Even though he didn't like to do it in front of others, he didn't want to miss out on her initiative, so he cupped her face and pressed his lips down. Ayn Rand simply wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. She patted Suya Cheng in embarrassment, turned around, and ran toward the master bedroom. Watching Ayn Rand run into the bedroom, Suya Cheng shook his head and laughed. He then turned to Aunt John and said, "Mrs. John, you should go back first. Otherwise, someone might not even take a step out of their room for the whole day." Mrs. John also smiled and reached out to untie her apron. In fact, they were almost done cleaning. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "Why don't I make dinner for Sir and Madam first before going back?" "No need." Ayn Rand said she wanted to eat my cooking today. "I'll make it for her," Suya Cheng said gently. Upon hearing this, Mrs. John didn't say anything more. She took off her apron and put it in the kitchen, saying, "Sir is so good to Madam." Suya Cheng laughed, raised his hand to look at his watch, took off his suit jacket, and put it on the sofa as he said, "If I'm not good to my own wife, who should I be good to?" He walked towards the kitchen. Because she had been in the military compound for the past week, and Ran had missed Father Lin's operation. Fortunately, the operation was very successful, and Father Lin was now just recuperating. As for whether the cancer cells would spread again, he would have to return to the hospital for a checkup every once in a while after the operation. The day after they returned from the military compound, Suya Cheng and Ayn Rand went to the hospital to see Father Lin, who had just finished his operation. Father Lin looked very good, and when they came over this time, Mother Lin was also smiling. She no longer looked as worried as before. Suya Cheng only stayed in the hospital for a short while to ask about Father Lin's current situation. Before they could talk more, his cell phone rang. It was a call from Secretary Zheng. Ayn Rand didn't know what he said on the phone, but he told her that he was going back to his office. Ayn Rand chatted with Father Lin and Mother Lin for a while. Mother Lin knew that she was pregnant and also told her to be careful, but Ayn Rand could see the loneliness on Mother Lin's face. Ayn Rand knew that she was probably thinking about Lin Li's child, who had no chance of being born. After staying in the ward for a while, Mother Lin asked Lin Li to take a walk in the garden of the hospital with Ayn Rand. There seemed to be something wrong with Lin Li today. She was so silent that it made people suspicious. The two of them sat down on the walkway in the garden. Without waiting for Ayn Rand to speak, Lin Li confessed, "I saw Chengxing yesterday." Ayn Rand was stunned, but she didn't know what to say. She just looked at her. Lin Li smiled faintly, but her smile was a little bitter. "He didn't see me. There's a woman behind him." Lin Li. Ayn Rand looked at her with worry. Lin Li turned her head to look at her and shook her head lightly. "I'm fine. I just didn't want to lie to you. I can't say that I didn't feel anything when I saw it. It's still quite uncomfortable." And Rand didn't say anything and just reached out to hold her hand. Lin Li also held her hand back, and her tears couldn't help but flow down. She told herself that the man was already in the past and that she shouldn't be sad for that person anymore. But perhaps it was because there wasn't enough time. When she thought of that scene again, her heart would always feel terrible. Ayn Rand knew that whatever she said now would be useless, but seeing her like this, she also felt bad for her. She stepped forward and hugged her, and the two of them cried for a long time. When they let go of each other again, they looked at their red and swollen eyes from crying and couldn't help but laugh. Linley wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "I'm going to look for a job tomorrow. Wish me good luck." Anran nodded heavily, looked at her, and said, "We'll succeed in one go tomorrow." Linley rolled her eyes at Anran and said, "Can you wish me something more reliable?" Did she think that finding a job was just a game? Mrs. Su. The two of them were chatting and laughing when a pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind them, interrupting their conversation. Anran turned around and saw Tong Xiaoji standing a few steps behind them. She looked at her with a faint smile on her face. "Why is she here?" Linley murmured in a low voice and turned to look at Anran. Anran was slightly stunned, but she quickly reacted. She only looked at her and nodded slightly. "Miss Tong." Tong Xiaoji walked over to them and then stood in front of Anran. The corners of her mouth were still half-curved as she said softly, "Actually, I prefer to be called Mrs. Mo." It was as if she was trying to defend her sovereignty and territory. She liked it when others labeled her as Mo Fear, as if it would prove that Mo Fear really belonged to her. Anran was dazed for a moment, then nodded and said, "Indeed, you should call me Mrs. Mo. I'm being presumptuous. Please don't mind me, Mrs. Mo." "I don't mind, just remember it in the future." Jiu Xiao's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. She looked at her with a look that no one could understand. Anran nodded and smiled without saying anything. In the past, he still cared about Tong Xiaoji, but now, he didn't care about her at all. Because he had truly let go of Mo Fear, he didn't care about Tong Xiaoji anymore. After being persistent for so many years, she only realized recently that some things were simply burdens in her heart. Even if Mo Fear hadn't left back then, even if Mo Fear had come back to look for her a few years ago, she would never have accepted him again because she simply couldn't accept betrayal. The reason why she was so persistent for so many years was perhaps because she felt aggrieved for herself back then. Even the breakup was so unclear, but she was actually persistent because she wanted an explanation. There were some people and some things that were worth her persistence. When Chen Cheng told her that the person who stole the design was Mo Fear, she suddenly felt that her previous persistence and inability to let go was ridiculous. It was meaningless to do so for a man like this. "Mrs. Su, aren't you going to ask me what I'm doing in the hospital?" Tong Xiaoji said as she looked at her. She seemed to be showing off. Anran smiled and shook her head. "What does Mrs. Mo's visit to the hospital have to do with me?" she asked. Tong Xiaoji was stunned for a moment, then she chuckled and said, "It's true that it's nothing, but I really hope that Mrs. Su will personally give me her blessings." "What?" Anran raised her eyebrows and asked. Tong Xiaoji looked at her and said, "I'm pregnant." "Mrs. Su, you'll wish me and Mo Fear well, right?" His eyes were staring straight at her, as if he wanted to see through her. Upon hearing this, Linley subconsciously turned her head to look at Anran, but she saw that Anran's calm face didn't change at all. Looking into her eyes, Anran smiled faintly and said as she wished, "Congratulations to you and Mo Fear. I wish you all the best." From the corner of his eye, he saw the 10-centimeter high heels she was wearing. He frowned slightly and said, "It's better not to wear high heels when you're pregnant. It's too dangerous to wear high heels. Besides, it's not good for blood circulation." Her calmness was beyond Tong Xiaoji's expectations. She thought that she still couldn't let go of Mo Fear, but her calmness made her feel that she was wrong. Or perhaps she had really let go of Mo Fear. After staring at her for a while, Tong Xiaoji finally came back to her senses. She laughed dryly and nodded, saying, "Thank you," he said. After saying that, he looked at her for a while more before turning around and leaving. Linley watched her leave, then turned to look at Anran again. After a while, she asked, "Anzi, you really don't mind, really let it go?" Anran looked at her, amused, and asked, "Do I look like I've taken it to heart or like I haven't let go?" She was going to be a mother soon. If she still couldn't let it go, she would really die. Linley laughed and shook her head. "Your leader Su is really something. He was able to take you all down in such a short period of time. It's clear that he's skilled." Pfft, Anran laughed out loud. However, it was undeniable that Su Yicheng was indeed charming. He was a gentle and considerate man, and it was too difficult to refuse a man like him. It was too easy to fall in love with him without any effort. Their lives did not have any ups and downs like those dramatic events on TV. Their lives were plain and real, making people feel that happiness was within reach. Of course, this kind of plain and real life did not lack warmth and romance. Meeting Su Yicheng was really the luckiest thing that had happened to her in her life. He reached out and took Lin Li's hand. He looked at her and said seriously, "You'll meet him too. You'll meet the man who truly loves you, pampers you, and loves you. However, he's still on his way. Don't walk too fast. Slow down and wait for him to catch up." Lin Li looked at her and suppressed the tears that were about to surge up. She rolled her eyes in a bad mood and scolded her with a smile. "Anzi, hello Sanba." Anran didn't say anything and just smiled. Lin Li also smiled, and both of them laughed. Su Yicheng looked at the information of the company that Director Zhang had recommended for winning the bid in his hand. He looked at the name of the company's legal person and was stunned for a long time. Seeing that he didn't move or speak for a long time, Director Zhang, who was sitting in front of him, tentatively called out, "Deputy Mayor Su." Only then did Su Yicheng come back to his senses. He looked up at him and said, "Yes, is this the winning company that everyone voted to win the bid for the reconstruction project in the old district in the north of the city?" Director Zhang nodded. "Yes, that's right. Everyone agreed that the Zhang family's company is up to the task." He closed the folder and placed it back on the dark brown office desk. He said calmly, "This company has just started to develop. Aren't you afraid that it won't be able to handle such a big project? Actually, we've investigated it before. This company has done a few successful cases in the US before, but for some reason, they moved back to China half a year ago. I've checked their previous projects in the US, and the response was very good, so we absolutely believe that they can do a good job in the old district reconstruction project." Su Yicheng didn't say anything, but he picked up the folder on the table again and opened it. He looked at the two words Xuanji Juhan written on the legal person of the bidding company, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. Seeing that he had not made a decision, Director Zhang asked tentatively, "Deputy Mayor Su, what do you think is wrong?" After a long time, Su Yicheng shook his head and said indifferently, "If no one has any objections, I'll do as everyone says." "All right, I'll make the arrangements." Director Zhang nodded in agreement, then got up and left Su Yicheng's office. Su Yicheng pinched his sore eyebrows and leaned back in the leather swivel chair. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. It was a call from Yi Ziwen. She picked up the phone and answered tiredly. "Hello," he said. "Luo, let's have a drink tonight." Yi Ziwen said directly. "No, Anran is home alone. I have to go back early." Su Yicheng rejected her without even thinking. "Su Yicheng, is Jiu Anran a child? Why wouldn't she dare to be alone at home? Why didn't I realize that you were so henpecked before? Aren't you a little too much of a slave to your wife?" Yi Ziwen said with some dissatisfaction. How many times had it been? It seemed that ever since he got married in a flash, they had not come out to drink together. Were all married men like this? That would be too terrifying. Anran's situation is different when she's pregnant. Su Yicheng smiled faintly, as if he didn't mind what he said. He doted on his wife and didn't mind being called a wife slave or a henpecked husband. On the other end of the phone, Yi Ziwen was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "Not bad, Luo. You're really something. You've only been married for a short time. Don't you think you're working a little too hard? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Su Yicheng said lightly. He wasn't going to discuss with him whether he was working hard or not. When she heard that he was going to hang up, Yi Ziwen quickly said, "Wait, Luo, come out and sit for a while tonight." Yi Ziwen's tone became serious, which was rare. Su Yicheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What happened?" "I have something to ask you," Yi Ziwen said a little dejectedly. 6 o'clock. "I'll wait for you at the usual place." Su Yicheng didn't reject her again and nodded. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, he thought for a moment, found Anran's number, and called her directly. The call was quickly connected, and Anran's pleasant voice came from the other side of the phone with a faint smile. "Hello, Leader Su, are you finally done with your work?" In a teasing tone, Anran used this method to show him her little dissatisfaction. They had originally agreed to go to the hospital to see Father Lin first, and after seeing Father Lin, the two of them would go on a date. After the two of them expressed their feelings for each other, they would have a real date. They didn't have to follow the plan, and they could do whatever they wanted, and they could do whatever they wanted to do when they were happy. However, plans never kept up with changes. With one phone call, the date or whatever came to an end just like that. "I'm sorry." Suya Cheng took the initiative to admit his mistake and explained, "Something happened here at the last minute. I didn't say anything." Anran mumbled. Of course, she knew that he was busy with work, so she naturally understood him. However, at the same time, she also felt sorry for him. She was afraid that he would be too tired if he didn't rest even after all this. "Yes, my wife is the most understanding." Suya Cheng praised her. "You're so glib." Although Anran said this on the other end of the phone, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up, and she looked especially beautiful. Suya Cheng chuckled and asked, "You're back from the hospital?" "Yes, I'm at my mother's house now. My mother asked you to come over for dinner tonight." Anran said, hearing that she was at her maiden home. This was just what he wanted. He said, "Zaiwen has something to discuss with me tonight, so I won't be going over for dinner. I'll pick you up after I'm done talking to Zaiwen." Speaking of Yi Zaiwen, Anran suddenly thought of something and said, "Yi Cheng, test Yi Zaiwen tonight." She recalled the time in the military compound when Yi Jiao cried so helplessly and pitifully. Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Anran briefly explained what happened last time to him. "You can test his attitude toward Yi Jiao. If it's impossible for him to not like her, then we can make Yi Jiao let go of her as soon as possible." Matters of the heart could not be forced. The longer it dragged on, the deeper the hurt would be. Sometimes, it was necessary to make such a prompt decision. Even if it hurt, it was only temporary. Suya Cheng was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "All right," he said. The old place that Yi Zaiwen pointed to was a high-class leisure club with its own coffee shop and bar. It was the best place for those who liked peace and quiet and didn't want their privacy to be disturbed. Of course, the threshold here was high and ordinary people basically couldn't enter. The annual fee alone was up to 1 million. Yi Zaiwen was the original designer of the Zhang family club, so he had a lifetime membership here. Considering Suya Cheng's status, he was afraid that nightclubs and other bars would be used by busybodies, so this place became the place where they often gathered. When Suya Cheng arrived, Yi Zaiwen was sitting at the bar, drinking alone. He had opened a bottle of whiskey and had already finished half of it. He sat down next to him and asked for a glass of water from the waiter, as well as a bowl of spaghetti. He didn't plan to drink tonight, as he had to drive to pick Anran up later. Suya Cheng turned around and looked at the person next to him, then said coldly, "You didn't ask me to drive you back, did you?" Yi Zaiwen raised his head and took another sip, then turned his head and looked at Suya Cheng, asking, "Little Jiao has a boyfriend?" 2 days ago, he had seen her holding a man's hand affectionately as they went shopping. The two of them were even talking and laughing. In the past week, that girl had not even called him once. This had never happened before. It made him feel that something was wrong these few days, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that he didn't need to open his mouth to test her, as a certain someone had already confessed. Suya Cheng wasn't in a hurry to answer his question. He turned around and took the water from the waiter, then politely thanked him, "Thank you." Someone was clearly getting impatient and said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, I'm asking you a question." Suya Cheng then turned to look at him, calmly shook his head, and said, "I'm not sure." Yi Zaiwen frowned. "What kind of brother are you? You don't even care about her." Suya Cheng took a sip of water and said calmly, "She's no longer a child. We don't have to watch over her every move." "Then she's still your sister." Yi Zaiwen was a little agitated and dissatisfied with his indifference. When he turned his head again, Suya Cheng also didn't say anything and just stared at him. Yi Zaiwen felt a little uncomfortable from his gaze. "What are you looking at?" Suya Cheng chuckled. "I thought you already knew that Yi Jiao was my sister more than 20 years ago," he said. "I thought you already knew that she was my sister." Yi Zaiwen was stunned and could not say a word. Suya Cheng opened his mouth and said in a slightly serious tone, "Yi Zaiwen, if you can't give Yi Jiao the feelings she wants, then don't give her any hope. If she doesn't get a response from you after a long time, she'll let go one day." This was a warning from a younger sister who was loved by an older brother. Yi Zaiwen looked at him in a daze. He had never thought that Yi Jiao would leave one day. She had followed him around like a shadow since she was young. He had never thought about what would happen to him if she stopped following him. He had never thought about it. Su Cheng turned around and no longer looked at him. He drank some water and waited for the pasta to be served. Ziwen? A deep male voice came from behind him. Yu Ziwen seemed to still be immersed in his own emotions and had not reacted yet. However, Su Cheng, who was beside him, turned around. When he saw the man a few steps away from them, he was slightly surprised. Chapter 121, An Old Love at the Door. Ju Han also saw Su Cheng, and he was also a little surprised. Today, he was here to discuss a collaboration with a client. After the client left, he wanted to say that it was still a little early, so he came to the bar for a drink before going back. Seeing that the side profile of the man looked very similar to Yu Ziwen, she tried to call out to him, but she didn't expect Su Cheng to be there as well. Yu Ziwen, who was standing on the side, seemed to have heard someone calling him, and he reacted half a beat slower. He looked up at Su Cheng's expression, then turned around and saw Ju Han standing a few steps away. Ju Han, are you here for a drink? Come over and join us. After she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that she had spoken too fast, so she subconsciously turned her head to see Su Cheng's reaction. Ju Han knew that Su Cheng didn't want to see him. In fact, no one would want to see the person who had betrayed them in the past again. Just as he was about to say, "My Han, let's go together," Su Cheng said lightly, his tone unhurried, and his face was so calm that no emotion could be seen. After he finished speaking, he turned his head away. Ju Han didn't know how to react and just stood there looking at him. Yu Ziwen was also stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted and smiled at Ju Han. "Ju Han, come over and let's have a drink." As he spoke, he stood up and pulled him over. He asked for another glass from the waiter and poured him some wine. He asked, "How's Xiao been doing recently? I haven't seen him in a while." "It's good." Ju Han took the wine and clinked glasses with him. Yu Ziwen was about to say something when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and was surprised to see that it was Su Jiao. He was overjoyed and quickly answered the call. "Hello, little Jiao?" Upon hearing this, Su Cheng, who was standing beside him, frowned slightly and turned to look at him. She did not know what the person on the other end of the phone said, but Yu Ziwen frowned slightly and said coldly, "Where is she?" "All right, I'll be there immediately." After that, he hung up the phone and said to Su Cheng and Ju Han, "Something came up at the last minute, so I'll be leaving first." "Did something happen to Yu Jiao?" Su Cheng asked with a frown. After all, she was his sister, so he was still worried. "Xiao Jiao is drunk at the bar." As he spoke, he picked up his suit jacket. "I'll go with you," Su Cheng said. "No, I'll go." Yu Ziwen refused, then stood up and left, leaving Su Cheng and Ju Han sitting at the bar counter. The atmosphere seemed to be a little awkward. Ju Han spoke first and asked, "Aren't you going to follow them?" Su Cheng replied and shook his head with a faint smile. "I trust Ziwen. Hello, this is the spaghetti you ordered." At this moment, the waiter served the spaghetti he ordered. "Thank you," he said. Su Cheng took the chopsticks and began to enjoy his dinner. As if he wanted to find a topic to talk about, Ju Han said without much to ask, "I haven't eaten yet." "Yes." Su Cheng nodded and didn't say anything else. Then, there was endless silence. Su Cheng was focused on eating his dinner, while Ju Han was focused on drinking his wine. The two of them sat side by side, but there was no topic to talk about at all. Ju Han drank his wine and the corners of his mouth curved up in a self-deprecating manner. After he had finished his bowl of noodles, Su Cheng asked the waiter to clear the dishes, then turned to look at him and said indifferently, "I saw that you guys have also bid for the reconstruction project in the old district. I'm just throwing in." In fact, he didn't dare to have much hope for this. After all, the company had moved back to China less than half a year ago. Although he thought that the bidding and design were perfect, he also knew that he had no advantage over those so-called leading enterprises. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng only said indifferently, "Since you don't have the confidence to do this project well, why did you invest in it?" "We have absolute confidence in the project, but we don't have much hope in winning the bid." Ju Han corrected him. Su Cheng didn't say anything. He just took a sip of the water on the bar. Looking at him, Ju Han said calmly, Is your wife doing well? I'm sorry about what happened last time. Suya Cheng naturally knew that he was referring to Anran's fall, so he nodded. It's good. Juhan nodded and did not say anything. Holding the glass, he looked at the brownish-yellow liquid under the blanket. He gently shook the glass, then raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. He knew that they would never be able to sit together, drink, and chat like they used to. Even if he wanted to, he would feel uncomfortable. Just as she got up and was about to leave, Suya Cheng, who was next to her, suddenly spoke. He actually chose to give up so many things just to be with her. Then why did he choose to separate if he wanted to leave? Suya Cheng looked at him fixedly. He didn't want to say it, but he still asked. Juhan paused and looked at him. His hands that were hanging by his sides clenched tightly. He closed his eyes in pain and only opened them after a while. He said with a bitter smile, "She will betray you. Of course, she will also betray me." After saying that, he didn't say anything more, paid the bill, and left. Suya Cheng looked at his back until his figure disappeared at the door of the bar, and then he came back to his senses. The results for the first project of Technology City were out. Jingcheng Construction didn't win the bid, but Hanai Real Estate won the Laocheng District Reconstruction Project. This result surprised many people, but at the same time, it also made this unknown small and medium-sized company quickly become familiar. Anran was very surprised by this result. She didn't understand why they would give up on those more powerful companies and choose such a small company. However, despite her confusion, Anran didn't ask Suya Cheng a single question. She had always abided by her duty and didn't ask anything that she shouldn't have asked or said. On this day, Anran was sitting at the bar and seriously studying the menu. When she was preparing to make a sumptuous dinner that night, Lin Li's phone call came in. She picked it up and heard Lin Li's slightly excited voice on the other end of the phone. "NZ, I found a job." Lin Li had been looking for a job for the past few days. In fact, when she was with Chengsheng, she had a completely playful attitude towards work. In any case, if she found Chengsheng, he wouldn't starve her, so her attitude towards work had never been serious. However, she couldn't do it this time. She really had to work hard for herself and her parents. Although Father Lin's surgery was a success, he still needed a large amount of medicine for a period of time. The medical expenses alone were quite expensive. The Lin family was originally only considered well off, but Father Lin's illness this time had almost used up all of the family's savings. As the only daughter in the family, Lin Li naturally had to bear all the responsibility. Anran had once told Lin Li that she had a certain amount of savings after working for so long. Although it wasn't much, it could solve Lin Li's current predicament. If Lin Li was willing, Anran could lend her the money, but Lin Li refused. Lin Li had changed a lot since she had broken up with Chengsheng. She had become independent and strong, but her persistence made Anran's heart ache for her. "Really? What do you do? What company?" Anran put down the menu in her hand and was also happy that she had found a job. "It's a real estate company, and it's also a property sales company. They start work tomorrow." "I haven't done anything else before," Lin Li said. "I still have some experience in this, although I haven't sold many houses." Lin Li chuckled, her tone a little playful. "It's fine. I'll just pretend I don't know and start from the beginning." Anran comforted her and said in her usual tone, "Our Empress Dowager is so smart. It won't be difficult to sell a house. It won't be a problem to buy a house." Lin Li laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha, I like what you're saying, little An. Come and flatter me a little more. If you do well, I'll reward you handsomely. Your Majesty, you're born beautiful and smart. You're loved by everyone, and you'll be happy if you see flowers or cars." Anran felt that it was a compliment that went against her heart. Ian, not bad. Continue, this widow loves to hear." Lin Li enjoyed it very much, as if she was completely immersed in it. "You're as beautiful as a fairy, and you're the top beauty in the world." Anran used all the idioms and sentences she could think of. Lin Li nodded in satisfaction. Yes, very good," she said. "What else?" Anran spat out blood and said in a bad mood, "F***CKU. You're really going to do it just because I gave you some colors. I'm embarrassed for you if you're not ashamed. You still want to continue. Xiao and Z, you're rebelling. Do you believe that this widow will find someone to drag you out right now?" Lin Li was completely in the zone. Men, drag this audacious servant out to fight in her 30s. Let's see if she still dares to speak rudely in the future. Ha ha ha. Ayn Rand smiled as she held the phone, as if the Lin Li from back then had returned. She was so happy and happy. Lin Li also laughed. The two of them seemed to have really returned to the feeling they had at the beginning, without any worries. Ding ling 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 ling. Just as Ayn Rand was holding her phone and laughing with Lin Li, the doorbell rang. Ayn Rand turned to look at the door and remembered that Qin Yun said last night that she was going to bring her chicken soup today to nourish her body. She quickly said into the phone, Lin Li, I'll talk to you later. Maybe my mother-in-law is here. Okay. By the way, let's have dinner together another day. It's my treat. Lin Li didn't forget to say this before hanging up the phone. Yes, we'll leave it at that. Ayn Rand hung up the phone with a smile. Ding ling 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 ling. It seemed that no one opened the door, so the person outside the door rang the doorbell again. Coming. Ayn Rand got up from the high chair and quickly walked to the door as she responded. Without looking through the peephole, he thought that it was Qin Yun. Without thinking much, he opened the door. However, the moment he opened the door, he was stunned to see the person standing outside. Outside the door, Ling Lan wore a long bohemian dress with suspenders. Her long, curly hair fell over her shoulders. She wore a pair of sunglasses that covered half of her face and held a canvas bag in her hand. She smiled and looked at Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand didn't expect it to be Ling Lan instead of Qin Yun. She was stunned for a while before she slowly came back to her senses. She looked at her and said calmly, "Why are you here?" Taking off her sunglasses, Ling Lan's lips curved up slightly as she said, "Aren't you going to invite me in to sit?" Ayn Rand didn't move away. She looked at her and said, "I don't think there's anything to talk about with Miss Ling." After saying that, she wanted to close the door and go in. She didn't know what Ling Lan wanted to do this time, but she instinctively felt repulsed by this woman, especially when she knew that she had purposely asked Xiaobin to come over and push her last time. She felt that her actions were simply disdainful. She was also a mother. How could she treat her own child like this? Ling Lan reached out to block Ayn Rand's closing door. She smiled and said, "Is this how Deputy Mayor Su's family treats their guests? The way of hospitality?" Ayn Rand chuckled, looked at her, and said bluntly, "I don't think that Miss Ling is a guest." Ling Lan looked at her steadily. The smile on her lips was a little cold, and the color of her eyes was also a little bone-piercing. Ignoring her cold eyes and sneer, Ayn Rand looked at her hand and frowned unhappily. She only said in a serious tone, "If Miss Ling insists on not letting go, I don't mind calling security to ask you to leave." He. Ling Lan retracted her hand and chuckled. "Mrs. Su, why are you so serious? I'm just a weak woman. What can I do to you? Besides, I heard that Mrs. Su is pregnant now. Please don't get angry, otherwise, you'll hurt the child. That's not good." "Thanks for the reminder," Ayn Rand replied indifferently. Her face was cold and expressionless. She was about to close the door again. "Don't you want to know why I'm here today?" The moment she closed the door, Ling Lan said, "If I said that I'm here today for Arjun's future, would you still keep me out like this?" The door closed after she finished speaking, but Ling Lan wasn't angry. She still had a smile on her face and patted her sunglasses lightly, as if she was certain that Ayn Rand would definitely open the door again later. As expected, Ayn Rand didn't make her wait for long. The door was opened less than a minute after it was closed. Ayn Rand looked at her steadily, and their eyes met. After a while, she asked, "What did you mean by that?" Ling Lan smiled and looked at him. "I don't like to be blocked at the door. It's really uncomfortable." Ayn Rand didn't say anything. In the end, she turned sideways and let her in. He turned around and entered the house, but he did not close the door. Ling Lan looked around at the decorations of the house. Finally, she sat down on the sofa and said with a half smile, "The house is pretty, but I remember that Arjun doesn't like this style." Ayn Rand sat down across from her and smiled faintly. "People change. Besides, you haven't seen each other for so many years. Besides, Yu Cheng loves me. Even if he doesn't like me, he will still accommodate me." Ling Lan's lips twitched, but there was no smile on her face. She snorted coldly and said, "I didn't come here today to admire your house. I didn't let you in to show you around my house, so," Ayn Rand said. "Miss Ling, please explain clearly what you just meant." Hearing this, Ling Lan smiled smugly and said, "If I say that I can help Arjun's future career, would you believe me?" Anran looked at her steadily. "I believe you, but I don't think Yu Cheng can't get out of here without your help. Besides, I think you should know that Yu Cheng doesn't care about using such means. He doesn't need your connections to have the ability." After spending so much time with him, she didn't dare to say that she knew Su Yu Cheng very well, but when it came to the way he handled things and his character, she absolutely believed that Su Yu Cheng wasn't the kind of person who liked to rely on nepotism to get to where he was. He had his own pride, and with his abilities, even without those external factors, he could still go very far. For example, he had already reached his current position at such a young age, and this was the best affirmation and proof of his ability. "I've known our Luo for a longer time than you, so I naturally know him better than you. You don't need to tell me this. No one knows better than me what kind of person he is." Ling Lan looked at her without a care in the world. She took out a cigarette and lighter from her bag, took a cigarette, put it in her mouth, and lit it with the lighter. "I'll have to trouble you to destroy it." And Ran frowned unhappily. She refused to take in second-hand smoke, especially when she was pregnant. Ling Lan looked at her and pretended to be sorry. "Oh, I'm sorry. Look at me. I forgot that there was a pregnant woman sitting in front of me." Although she said that, she didn't seem to have any intention of putting out the cigarette. She frowned in distress and said, "But what can I do? My smoking addiction is acting up. If I don't smoke, I'll feel really bad. So, I'll have to trouble you to bear with it for a while." As he spoke, he took another deep breath and deliberately blew out the smoke ring in Anran's direction. Anran didn't say anything. She just frowned and reached out to cover her nose. Ling Lan flicked the cigarette ash onto the clean floor and continued, "Maybe I didn't make it clear just now. The career I'm talking about is whether Arjun can continue on this path in the future, or whether he will be investigated by the relevant departments for some reason, and what problems will be found." Anran suddenly turned to look at her, her eyes wide open. "What do you mean by that?" Was she trying to frame Su Yu Cheng? He. Ling Lan smiled and said, "I've already said it so clearly. Don't tell me you still can't understand. That's really stupid. Do you think I'll believe you? Don't think that just because your father is the mayor of Jiang City, your family can do whatever they want. Jiang City isn't run by your family, and besides, if Yu Cheng didn't do anything, he's doing it with integrity, so he's not afraid of you investigating him." Anran said this, but for some reason, she felt a little flustered. Even she couldn't describe what she was feeling. Why was it like this? Ha ha ha. Ling Lan smiled and shook her head. "Jiu Anran, I'm saying that you're too simple-minded or that you're too single and stupid. What do you think the competition in the officialdom is?" She was so nervous that she said that nothing would happen to her if she didn't do it. It was really too funny. "I'm telling you, if someone really wants to bring you down, it's not up to you to decide whether they do it or not." After he finished speaking, he put the cigarette in his hand into his mouth and took a deep puff. He looked at her with some ridicule and kept shaking his head. "You are not qualified to stand beside our Luo. You don't even understand the most basic law of survival in the officialdom. You can't even detect the hidden dangers around you. You will cause big trouble for our Luo." Anran subconsciously clenched her hands and asked him, "What are you trying to do? Are you planning to frame Yu Cheng?" The panic and fear in her heart gradually expanded. She didn't know what she was afraid of, but she was afraid, very, very afraid. "Don't say it so harshly. It's up to you if you give me a chance to frame you." She didn't want to do this, but they didn't give her a chance at all. She was also taking a gamble, taking all the risks. If she won, she would have everything. If she lost, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. So she had to win this round. Anran shook her head and clenched her hands tightly. "No, Yu Cheng won't give you this chance. I believe him. If he hasn't done it, we're not afraid." "HMPH," he snorted. Ling Lan snorted coldly and snuffed out the cigarette in her hand into the fruit platter on the coffee table. She said, "Other than saying this to you today, I also hope to make a deal with you. If you're willing to abort the child in your stomach and divorce our Luo, I can help him. But if you're not willing, don't blame me for not considering our old relationship. So, do you agree to this deal or not?" "Impossible," Anran refused. How could she possibly agree to abort the child in her stomach? It was her baby, the child between her and Suyu Cheng. Even if it meant her life, she couldn't possibly agree to abort the child. She looked at her and said a little excitedly, "I will not believe your nonsense. Besides, I don't think that Yu Cheng is a pushover that you can manipulate." Ha ha ha. Ling Lan smiled. She wasn't surprised by her reaction at all. She ran her fingers through her long, curly black hair and took her bag from the sofa. Then, she turned around and stood up flirtatiously. She looked at her with a half smile and said, "It's fine if you don't agree now. I'll wait. I'll wait for you to come to me crying and begging me to agree." Anran also stood up and looked back at her. She said determinedly, "You should just give up on that idea. There will never be such a thing. Hee hee, then I'll wait and see." Ling Lan looked at her and laughed coldly. Then, she adjusted her dress and said, "I've said what I wanted to say. What you want to do next is up to you to think carefully. If you really love our Luo, I think you will know what to do." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Anran again, intentionally or otherwise, before turning around and leaving the house with a smile. Ling Lan was in a good mood as she stood at the elevator door, waiting for the elevator with a light smile on her face, her mouth humming a little tune. The elevator doors opened, and Qin Yun walked out with a thermos flask in her hand. She was surprised to see Ling Lan here. "Ling Lan, Mother Su." Ling Lan chuckled and called out, "Long time no see. What are you doing here?" Qin Yun looked at her in confusion. "I'm here to talk to Anran about something." Ling Lan smiled and looked at her watch. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. I'll take my leave first." Just as she entered the elevator, she suddenly thought of something. She turned around and said with a smile, "Mother Su, let's have tea together when you're free." Qin Yun didn't have the time to pay attention to her. She turned around and walked toward Suyu Cheng's apartment. The door wasn't closed, so she could smell the smoke in the room as soon as she reached the door. Anran seemed to be sitting on the sofa in a daze. Chapter 122. I love you more than I imagined. Qin Yun entered the room and saw Anran sitting on the sofa in a daze. She knew that Ling Lan must have said something to her. She placed the thermos flask on the low table and glanced at the extinguished cigarette butt on the fruit plate. She frowned. This must have been left behind by the Ling family girl. She moved the fruit plate away and called out, "Anran." Anran was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. She looked at Qin Yun, twitched her lips, and said, "Mom, you're here." Qin Yun smiled at her and handed her the thermos on the table. Then, she pulled her up. Go back to the room first. There's a strong smell of smoke here. It's not good for the child." Anran nodded and went back to the bedroom with the thermos. After Anran left, Qin Yun immediately opened all the windows in the house, cleaned up the ashes on the floor, and the cigarette butt on the coffee table. She also washed the fruit platter a few times and cleaned the entire living room. After she was done, Qin Yun knocked on the door and went into the bedroom to look for Anran. He knocked on the door, opened it, and went in. He saw Anran sitting on the bed, still holding the thermos in her hands. Her movements were exactly the same as when she had been sitting in the living room. Qin Yun shook her head and took the thermal flask from her arms. She chuckled and said, "I didn't come all the way here to let you hug me and keep me warm." As he spoke, he took the thermos out and soon came back with a bowl of hot chicken soup. He brought it to Anran and said, "Come, quickly drink the chicken soup. I stewed it for the whole day yesterday. You have to drink it all." Anran chuckled and took it with both hands. She said to Qin Yun, "Thank you, Mom." Then, he raised the cup to his mouth and took small sips. Qin Yun sat down beside her and looked at Anran with a faint smile. "What's wrong? Do you want to tell Mom?" Anran stopped drinking her soup, but she didn't turn around to look at Qin Yun because she didn't know what to say. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Qin Yun didn't force her. She only smiled and said, "It's okay. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. But if there's really something, don't keep it in your heart. If you don't want to tell Mommy, go and tell your good friend. You don't even know that you're feeling terrible about it, and neither do you know about it. Do you understand?" Anran knew that she had misunderstood, but she didn't open her mouth to explain. She only nodded slightly and lowered her head to drink the soup. Qin Yun looked at Anran and recalled the way Ling Lan had left. She couldn't help but curse Suyu Cheng in her heart. She thought that he had already figured out everything about Ling Lan, but who knew that Ling Lan would actually come into their room? Ayn Rand's personality was too good and gentle. Even when she spoke softly. It could be said that she had watched the Ling family's girl grow up. Although she looked soft and weak, she had a sinister nature in her bones and was very scheming. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would not have dared to come back after such a big incident. Perhaps she should have a good talk with the Ling family. Now that Ayn Rand was pregnant, it was a special period. She couldn't let that girl cause any trouble. Ayn Rand finished the bowl of chicken soup that Qin Yun had added to it. She stood up and was about to take the bowl out, but Qin Yun took it from her. "Give it to me." Qin Yun took the bowl with a chuckle. She reached out to stroke Ayn Rand's hair and said, "Are you tired? If you're tired, then sleep for a while. Pregnant women should pay more attention to rest." In fact, Ayn Rand didn't feel sleepy, but she was really tired. She only nodded, yes. After Ayn Rand fell asleep, Qin Yun turned around and left the room. She looked at the time and directly picked up her phone to call Su Yicheng. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Before Su Yicheng could say anything, Qin Yun immediately started scolding him. "Su Yicheng, what are you doing? You only know how to be busy all day. You can't even protect your wife and child, and you let someone come into your house. What does Ling Lan want to do? Don't make a decision immediately. Did your father and I teach you this?" On the other end of the phone, Su Yicheng was completely confused. He had no idea what she was talking about, and he had no idea what she was talking about. "Mom, what are you talking about? What happened to Ling Lan? What enter the hall? What break off?" He didn't understand a single word. "What's going on between you and Ling Lan?" Qin Yun questioned. Her tone and attitude were completely like she was defending Ayn Rand's interests. "What do you mean what's going on with Ling Lan?" Su Yicheng frowned. "When I came here today to deliver the chicken soup to Ayn Rand, I saw her standing at the elevator door as soon as I got out of the elevator. When I arrived at your apartment, the door wasn't locked. I saw Ayn Rand sitting on the sofa in a daze. She looked like a fool. When I asked her what Ling Lan said to her, she only shook her head and didn't answer," Qin Yun said honestly. On the other end of the phone, Su Yicheng frowned and was silent for a while, only asking, "Where's Ayn Rand now?" "She's asleep, but she still looks unhappy." Qin Yun said worriedly, "Chen, you have to be clear about your position. You have a wife now, and you'll be a father soon. I can see that you like Ayn Rand a lot. Don't let others misunderstand and think that you have a chance." Qin Yun stopped there, knowing that he understood what she meant. On the other end of the phone, Su Yicheng was silent for a while, and after a long time, he faintly nodded and replied, "I know. Mom, help me look after Ayn Rand first. That girl tends to overthink things. I'll go back after I'm done here." "Yes." Qin Yun nodded in agreement. Even if he didn't say anything, she still wanted to stay and wait for his return. Of course, she would dote on her own daughter-in-law. Ayn Rand didn't know how long she had slept. In fact, she didn't feel very sleepy at first. As she lay down, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and she fell asleep without knowing how. She turned around and looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was almost 6 o'clock. She remembered that it was not even 3 o'clock when she lay down. She did not expect to sleep for more than 3 hours. She closed her eyes and lay in bed for a while. When she was completely awake, Ayn Rand lifted the blanket and got out of bed. She went into the bathroom to wash up, then opened the door and went out. Outside the door, she heard Su Yicheng and Qin Yun talking about something. When he saw her come out, he immediately cut off the topic and said nothing more. "Ayn Rand, you're awake." Qin Yun looked at her and said with a smile. Ayn Rand scratched her head and said, a little embarrassed, "I think I overslept." Su Yicheng stood up and stared at her as she walked toward him. He reached out to push her bangs aside and asked softly, "Are you hungry?" Ayn Rand shook her head. "Not yet." Actually, how could he get hungry so easily? He didn't exercise at all. He just ate and slept. He didn't exercise at all. How could he get hungry so easily? Seeing them like this, Qin Yun raised her hand and looked at the time. It was indeed getting late. Also, she saw that the couple should have a chat. She stood up and said, "All right, it's getting late. Your father just called me to ask where I went. Stay for a meal before you leave." Ayn Rand said, a little embarrassed. It was rare for Qin Yun to come here, and she should have accompanied her and had a good chat, but she had actually slept so late. No need. The auntie in the courtyard has already cooked my rice. I'll have it when I get back. Chin-Yoon chuckled as she walked towards them. Mom, I'll send you home. Suya Cheng said. No need. If you have extra time, you should spend it with Anran. When I came here before, it was the orderly who sent me here. I guess she's still waiting downstairs, bored. Chin-Yoon said. She took Anran's hand and placed it in her palm. Anran, if Arjun dares to bully you, you can find Mom to back you up. If you can't, find Dad or Grandpa and let them discipline her like they're training a soldier. Anran chuckled and nodded. Thank you, Mom. Silly girl. Chin-Yoon patted her hand and only let go after a while. Alright, I'm going back too. If you're hungry later, heat up the food and eat. Yes, yes. Anran nodded and walked Chin-Yoon to the door with Suya Cheng. When they wanted to see her off, Chin-Yoon stubbornly refused. Before she left, she even gave Suya Cheng a look, as if she was hinting at something. After Chin-Yoon left, only Suya Cheng and Anran were left in the room. Suya Cheng looked at her and reached out to pinch her nose. He asked, Mom said Ling Lan came over in the afternoon. Anran looked at him and remembered what Ling Lan had said to him in the afternoon. Seeing that she was silent, Suya Cheng pulled her to sit down on the sofa in the living room, held her in his arms, and gently said, I don't know what Ling Lan said to you, but Anran, do you believe me? Anran nodded. She believed him. Even though they didn't know each other from the beginning, she had never doubted him. Suya Cheng chuckled and lowered his head to play with her small hands. She had a pair of beautiful hands with slender and long fingers, which looked very suitable for playing the piano. No one would be able to tell that she was actually a designer, and an architectural designer at that. He scratched her palm and asked with a smile, You believed in me, but you were still influenced by others, huh? His palm was tickled, so he dodged and said in a low voice, I didn't. She was clearly feeling guilty, and her voice was so soft that she could barely hear herself. Your feelings are written all over your face. Suya Cheng leaned close to her ear and gently bit it. You scared Mom like this, so she called me and lectured me. Ah. And Ran was a little surprised and turned to look at him. I didn't know. Yes. I know you don't know because you're asleep. Suya Cheng nodded and pressed his forehead against hers. Tell me, what did Ling Lan tell you? Anran looked at the handsome face in front of her. He was really outstanding, so it was no wonder that Ling Lan would try to get him back by any means possible. Thinking back to what she had said in the afternoon, Anran felt a sense of panic in her heart. Actually, it wasn't that she was worried that she didn't trust him. It was just that she cared about him, so she was a little scared. She reached out and slowly covered his face, her fingers tracing the outline of his face. After a while, she said softly, Have you been busy with work recently? Did things not go well? Suya Cheng let her touch him, nodded, and replied, Yes, but it didn't go badly. Anran smiled and said, In the afternoon, Ling Lan said that she wanted to make a deal with me. As long as I'm willing to abort the child and leave, she will let you go. Actually, she didn't want to hide it from him. After all, this matter was related to him. It didn't matter whether Ling Lan was telling the truth or not. She just wanted to tell him so that he would be on his guard. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng's face suddenly darkened, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He let go of her and said coldly, What right does she have? He was no longer as gentle and elegant as before, and he seemed to have changed completely. Anran had never seen him like this. Looking at him, Anran knew that his anger was directed at Ling Lan, but she didn't like the way he was acting. She reached out and touched his face, touching his slightly stiff facial muscles. Her small hands gently rubbed them, as if she wanted to rub him back to the original Suya Cheng. Only then did Suya Cheng realize that he had lost his composure and looked at her apologetically. He pulled her hand over to his lips and kissed it carefully, as if he were treating a precious treasure. Then he said softly, I'm sorry. Did I scare you? Anran shook her head. No, I just don't like it. He pulled her into his arms again and patted her back gently. Then, he asked gently by her ear, Did you agree to her? Anran shook her head in his arms and said firmly, No, how could I not want a baby? Besides, our marriage is not a bet or a product. How could I make a deal? Suya Cheng couldn't help but tighten his arms around her. He didn't even realize that at this moment, there was a beautiful smile on the corners of his mouth. Ayn Rand continued. Unless you personally tell me that you don't want me and that you want to end this marriage with me, I won't use our marriage to exchange for anything. I won't trade anything. I won't. Siya Cheng suddenly let go of her and stared at her, as if he was making a promise. I won't. I will never. Ayn Rand looked at him seriously, then smiled and replied softly, I don't know how to either. Siya Cheng looked at the corners of her lips that were smiling coquettishly, and his heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and kissed her directly. He kissed her very hard, without the slightest hint of the gentleness he had in the past. Although Ayn Rand's reaction was a little slow, and she was a little hurt by his slightly rough movements tonight, she didn't push him away. Siya Cheng seemed to be encouraged, and his kiss became even more passionate, as if he was going to drown the two of them. Woo, woo, woo. Ayn Rand moaned. She was a little breathless from the kiss. Her lips seemed to be swollen from someone's kiss, and they were burning in pain. It seemed that he had been suppressing his enthusiasm for a long time, and once it erupted, it was a little difficult to control. Siya Cheng was clearly an extremely rational person, but tonight, he had become an indescribable madness. It took a while for the two of them to calm down from their passion. Siya Cheng let go of her and got up, then put on the clothes he had ripped off for her. Ayn Rand blushed shyly. She turned her head away and lowered her eyes, not looking at him. After she had put on her clothes, Siya Cheng took her into his arms again and gently held her in his arms. He put his hand around her waist and placed his large palm on her lower abdomen, then whispered softly in her ear, Baby, be good and grow up quickly. Ayn Rand was amused by his childish behavior, but she didn't refute him. She just relaxed herself and let herself lean into his arms, allowing him to hold her completely. Then, he said calmly, Linglan said that if I agree to let go, abort the child, and divorce you, she can help you. If I don't agree, then someone will come and investigate you. Whether you did anything wrong or not, if they want to investigate, they will have enough reasons to bring you down. Siya Cheng sneered. Jiang City is run by the Ling family. In fact, Ling Chuanjiang had also talked to him before, and it seemed that he had the intention of roping him in. He did not respond, and then it seemed that some things had changed. Perhaps he had already hindered someone's interests in his position. It was not difficult to detect that Ling Chuanjiang's recent attitude towards him was about to be taken action. But if they had the means, would he just let them do as they pleased? He lowered his head again and turned her body around. He looked at her and asked, You don't believe me? She didn't believe that he could protect her. Ayn Rand looked at him, shook her head, and said, No, it's not that I don't believe you, I'm just afraid. Siya Cheng looked at her, as if he didn't understand what she meant. Ayn Rand explained, I believe in your ability, but I'm still afraid. I don't know much about politics, so I don't know how it works and what's at stake. I just feel very helpless and flustered. I know that you might be in danger, and I know that someone wants to harm you, but I can only stand by and not know what to do. I might even become an obstacle to you. Siya Cheng sighed softly, reached out, and held her face. He looked at her seriously and said, Ayn Rand, even if they want to frame me and plot against me, believe me, I can face all of this. Nothing will happen. Ayn Rand nodded, but her expression was a little helpless as she said, I know you'll definitely be able to handle it, but I still can't help but worry. I'm scared for no reason, and I don't know why it's like this. In the afternoon, when Linglan was talking about all this, she knew that he wasn't a weakling that could be easily framed, but she still couldn't help but feel worried and scared. However, if she really had to say what she was feeling, she didn't know what she was worried about and afraid of. Silly girl. Siya Cheng chuckled and pulled her into his arms again, his hand gently patting her back. Don't think about it. Just stand by my side. No matter what happens, stand by my side with determination. Don't go away, understand? Yes, yes. In his arms, Ayn Rand nodded firmly and reached out to hug him back. I won't abandon the child, and I won't abandon our marriage. Siya Cheng chuckled and hugged her even more tightly. As long as she was determined enough to stay by his side, he would have enough confidence and motivation to cut off all the obstacles in front of them and give her and their child the greatest happiness. The two of them embraced each other for a long time before Siya Cheng let her go. He stroked her face and gently asked, Can you eat with me? I'm so hungry after working all day. Ayn Rand nodded with a chuckle. When she got up, she leaned close to his ear, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered to him, "I seem to love you more than I thought." Because they loved each other deeply, she didn't care about it at all. That was why she was flustered and afraid for no reason. Suya Cheng was stunned. Before he could react, the person beside him had already let go of him and walked toward the kitchen with light steps. She turned around and looked back at him with a faint smile. "Go wash your hands. I'll heat up the food." Suya Cheng also smiled and nodded at her. The smile on his face was big, filled with happiness and satisfaction. Chapter 123, Long Time No See. Sometimes, life was like a play, and Jiang City was really small. Anran didn't expect Lin Li's new company to be Juhan's. Jiang Cheng really wasn't big. You don't know how awkward it was. He came to inspect the performance in the afternoon and no one was there to accompany him. I didn't know his identity and even thought that he was here to buy a house because he was a client. I even tried to get close to him and talked about the layout of the house, the lighting, the environment, and so on. I almost went up to him to look at the sample houses. The saddest thing was that I even threatened him with the fact that his son pushed you last time. Sitting in a restaurant, Lin Li was a little excited about everything that had happened this afternoon. She really didn't expect that she and Juhan would have such fate. "Then how did you know he was your big boss in the end?" Compared to other things, Anran was more concerned about this. Lin Li sighed dispiritedly and said with some resentment, "In the end, our manager came over and recognized him. After a round of flattery, I finally found out that Juhan was the top diamond bachelor that all the women in our department were talking about." Ha ha ha. Anran laughed with great interest and asked her curiously, "What happened after that?" Lin Li rolled her eyes at her and said, "After that, I continued to work. Did I expect him to reward me with a meal? Hee hee." Anran looked at her, amused. Lin Li was much better than when she had first seen her. Although she hadn't returned to how she was in the beginning, at least she could talk and laugh. Anran didn't want to force her. She only hoped that time would heal all her wounds and let her forget the most unhappy memories. "I'm really unlucky." Lin Li was still complaining about her dissatisfaction and the changes in the company over the past few days. Anran just nodded with a smile or gave a few hums to echo her, but she didn't say much. After she was a little tired from talking non-stop and started to eat, Anran asked, "How's Father Lin doing recently?" "Yes, the doctor said that everything is normal." Lin Li nodded and said. She added a piece of eggplant and put it in her mouth. After eating half of it, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something. "Oh right," Yingying wanted to say something, but then she noticed that she was eating something in her mouth, and her voice couldn't be spoken clearly. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, looked at Anran, and said, "I'll return the keys to your house in a few days." "Why?" Anran didn't understand why he wanted to return the key to her when he was living there. "Dad will be discharged in a few days. He discussed with Mom that they will go home after being discharged. They are used to the life there with neighbors and friends. They will live a more comfortable life." Lin Li explained, "In the future, the doctor said that it would be a 6-month review. It would be quite convenient to take him over for a few days." "What about you? Are you going back too?" Anran looked at her. Lin Li shook her head, and the corners of her mouth curved into a calm smile as she pretended to be relaxed and said, "I've already found a job. How am I supposed to go back? Of course, that is if Juhan doesn't fire me." In fact, it was not that he had not thought about going back, but his home was too small, and it was not suitable for work. It was not realistic to go to another city, so even if there were too many bad memories here, he still chose to stay and start over. "You can stay in that house. Why do you have to return the key to me?" Anran didn't quite agree with what she was doing. "Lin Li, we're friends. Do you have to be so clear with me? Besides, our house is empty, and we already agreed that you'd have to pay rent for it before we let you live in it. I don't have any intention of letting you live in it for free. Anzi, I'm not treating you as an outsider. I just want to rely on myself. I'm not a child anymore. You can't protect me too well like a child, really," Lin Li said seriously. She looked at her and gave a self-deprecating smile. "I don't want to be the Lin Li of the past anymore. I want a new beginning." She was a completely different Lin Li from the past. Anran only looked at her and didn't say anything else. Although Lin Li looked carefree, she was also stubborn. Once she had made up her mind, she wouldn't change it. For example, her feelings for Chengsheng. Even if her heart ached so much that she wanted to die, she would still force herself to continue moving forward. Reaching out to hold her hand, Lin Li tried her best to widen the smile on her face and promised, "I'm fine, really." Ayn Rand smiled and nodded. "I know." She worked hard and knew that she would get better and better. Lin Li nodded and said to her, "I'll go to the bathroom first." And NBSB, he stood up and walked towards the washroom. Ayn Rand turned her head to look out the window. The sky was already completely dark, and the street lights on both sides of the street were lit up one by one. The rush hour had passed, and the cars on the street were no longer crowded. At this time, Su Yicheng's phone rang. With a faint smile on his face, he picked up the phone on the table and answered the call. "Hello, you're home?" "Yes, I didn't see you. I called for you at home for a long time, but no one answered. Then I remembered that you said you went out for dinner with Lin Li tonight." On the other end of the phone, Su Yicheng sounded a little resentful, a little aggrieved, and a little pitiful. "Leader Su, are you complaining because you're jealous?" She was so jealous that she could smell it from so far away. Millimeter, yes. Su Yicheng admitted it openly, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. Ayn Rand smiled and asked with concern, "Have you eaten?" "No, you weren't home," Su Yicheng said on the other end of the phone, his tone even more resentful. Ayn Rand was amused by his tone and asked with a smile, "Leader Su, when did you become so clingy?" He was like a child. "Is that so?" A certain someone was still completely unaware and asked, "Have you eaten? When are you coming back? Do you need me to pick you up?" Ayn Rand looked at the leftovers on the table and stirred the unfinished rice in her bowl. "Yes, we're almost done eating, but Lin Li just started work and needs to buy a few sets of clothes, so we're going to the mall to shop later." Oh, he said with some resentment and dragged the last syllable. The hidden bitterness was obvious, but he didn't force her. "Then call me when you're feeling better. I'll go pick you up." Ayn Rand nodded with a smile. "I know." She knew that rejection was unnecessary. The way the man pampered her was very direct and persistent, but she actually enjoyed the feeling of being pampered by him. The two of them exchanged a few more words before hanging up. As soon as he put away the phone in his hand, he saw Lin Li rushing over, her face a little panicked and serious. "Let's go." As he said that, he took his bag from his seat and was about to leave. Ayn Rand looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Why did she change so much after she went to the washroom?" "It's nothing." Lin Li turned her head and looked behind her. Her eyes flickered a little, and she only said, "Don't we still have to go buy clothes? Let's go, or we'll be late." Seeing her like this, Ayn Rand knew that something must have happened. She didn't ask any more questions, picked up her bag, and got up to leave. However, just as the two of them got up and were about to leave, they turned their heads and saw Chengsheng running towards them in a hurry. He stood in front of Lin Li and looked at her. After the violent run, his breathing became a little rushed, and his chest heaved up and down. Only then did Ayn Rand understand Lin Li's abnormal behavior. She probably ran into him in the bathroom. Yes, Jiangcheng was so small, and the two of them had only met once, but they could meet again. So, meeting Chengsheng here didn't seem to be anything surprising or strange. In fact, it was only a matter of time before the two of them met again when they returned to Jiang City. It was just that he didn't expect it to be so soon. Ayn Rand turned her head to look at Lin Li, who was standing to the side. She saw that Lin Li's hand, which was holding her bag, was gripping the bag strap so tightly that the veins on her hand were about to pop out. "Lin Li." Chengsheng looked at her unblinkingly. It was as if Lin Li would disappear from his sight if he blinked, and he would never find her again. This feeling was so painful, it really hurt. He didn't know if he could take it again. Lin Li looked at him, the strength in her hands growing stronger, and her face became cold and expressionless. Mo Fear, who was behind Chengsheng, also caught up. When he saw Ayn Rand, he was also slightly surprised. Ayn Rand naturally saw Mo Fear as well. Other than a flash of surprise on her face, there was nothing else. "Lin Li." Chengsheng called out and stepped forward. He reached out to pull her, but Lin Li turned her head and avoided him. Lin Li looked at him coldly and said, "What a coincidence, long time no see." There was no emotion in his words, so cold that there was no warmth at all. With a bitter smile, He retracted his hand that was frozen in midair and said in an inaudible voice, "I've been looking for you for a long time." It was really laughable. It seemed that people always knew how to cherish things after losing them, and only after losing them did they know how to love deeply. It was only after she had left that he realized how much he had squandered his love for her. He waited in her hometown for more than a month, but he didn't get any news. He looked for Anran again, but Anran didn't say a word to him. He knew that he asked for this, and he hurt her too deeply. He had no complaints. As long as Linley could turn back and forgive him, nothing else mattered. "Is that so?" Linley only replied coldly and didn't look at him. The strength of her grip on her bag revealed her current emotions. She was not as calm as she looked on the surface. At this moment, Mofir took a step forward and said to Anran, "Anran, let's go out and let them have a good chat." Anran glanced at him and then turned to look at Linley. Linley knew that they would have to meet sooner or later, and since they had met today, she couldn't avoid it. She only turned around and nodded at Anran. Seeing this, Anran only said, "I'll wait for you outside." Then, he glanced at Chengxian, turned around, and left. Mofir followed her out. The two of them stood at the entrance of the restaurant. Neither of them spoke first, just quietly watching the cars on the road. A cold wind blew in the night, making her feel a little chilly. Anran felt a little cold, so she reached out to stroke her bare arm. Upon seeing this, Mofir, who was standing at the side, took off his suit jacket and was about to put it on her, but she dodged it. She said indifferently, "No, thank you." Mofir smiled bitterly and asked, "As a friend, I can't even help you wear more clothes." Anran glanced at him. "I'm not used to wearing clothes that belong to an outsider." It was as if something in his heart had broken, and it rang in his ears. He looked at her for a while and said in a low voice, "I understand." He no longer had that right. Anran turned her head and stared straight ahead. After a while, she said calmly, "Why did you do that?" "What?" Mofir didn't understand. She turned around and looked into his eyes. "Why did you steal my design?" Chapter 124, A Request. "Why did you steal my design?" Anran looked at him and asked. If she hadn't met him, she wouldn't have wanted to mention this matter again. But now that she had met him here, she wanted to ask for an explanation. Mofir looked at her and frowned. He didn't seem to understand what she was saying. He asked in confusion, "What do you mean by stealing your design? What do you mean by that?" Anran looked at him and smiled faintly. She shook her head and seemed to be a little emotional. She sighed and said in a low voice, "Since when did you have to steal other people's designs?" Mofir turned his shoulder around and looked at her. "I don't understand what you mean. When did I steal your designs?" Even if he wanted to steal, he wouldn't steal hers, no matter how despicable and unscrupulous he was. Even if they were no longer together, he would not do anything to hurt her. Anran looked at him with a cold expression on her face. "If you need me to remind you before you can remember, then I don't mind reminding you that your company won the bid for the Ruoye Event Manor project, and the design of that project was made by you, right?" Mofir looked at her and seemed to have thought of something. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Did you really design that project? Did the contents really all come from your inspiration?" Anran looked at him and questioned him. Her eyes were full of anger and were a little threatening. Mofir looked at her with a shocked expression, as if he was surprised, as if he was very surprised. He looked at her for a long time before he said in disbelief, You mean that design is yours? Wasn't Xiaonuo the work of a newcomer in the company? He spent money to buy it. How did it become Anran's design now? What the hell is going on? 80% of your design is the same as mine, even the numbers are the same. My design was stolen a week before the bid. Do you think it's a coincidence? Anran asked him with a faint smile. But Xiaonuo said that the drawing was a cassia. Anran looked at him and shook her head. She could only sigh. Time is really a powerful thing. It can change people beyond recognition. The big boy who had held her hand and walked by the lake while talking about his dream, the man who had been obsessed with design but had made dozens of changes to the design of a balcony, had lost his passion for design after 6 years. He had even fallen to the point of stealing other people's designs. Time was really a terrible thing. He let go of her with a bitter smile. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at her with some hope, asking, Since this is your design, Did you not call the police because you were considerate of our past feelings? He. Ayn Rand sneered and looked at him. Huang Dexing was the one who stole the design, and he was also the one who gave you the design. If I call the police, I don't have any evidence. Who would believe me? Who would believe that a company's manager would steal their own design and give it to someone else? If it had not happened to her, she would not have believed it. Su Yicheng explained, I don't know. I don't know anything at all. When Zioxiao gave me the design, she only said that it was made by a new employee in the company. She was willing to sell the design because she lacked money. I never thought that it would be yours. He really didn't think about it, and he didn't understand why Tong Xiaoji would do this. Ayn Rand shook her head. Is there a difference? Does it make a difference whose? In the end, he was the one who stole other people's designs. Mo Fear was at a loss for words and looked at her, unable to say a word. Ayn Rand turned her head and no longer looked at him. Perhaps he hadn't changed. He was just anxious and never recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until he turned around to find out that what he wanted was money and power that she couldn't give him. The two of them just stood there, not saying a word. Ayn Rand looked ahead with a calm and indifferent expression, while Mo Fear, who was standing beside her, was silent and a little gloomy. Suddenly, the restaurant's door was pushed open, and Lin Li was the first to come out. Her face was calm, but her expression was a little stiff. Chengsheng didn't come out after her. Seeing her come out, Ayn Rand went up to her. Seeing that she was still holding her bag tightly, Ayn Rand looked at her worriedly and called out softly, Lin Li. He only looked at her indifferently and said in a slightly tense voice, let's go. Ayn Rand didn't say much and left with Lin Li. The two of them stopped a taxi at the intersection and got into the car. The driver in the car asked Ayn Rand where they were going several times, but Ayn Rand didn't know how to answer. After Lin Li rushed into the car, she turned her head and looked out the window, with no intention of saying anything at all. In the end, Ayn Rand couldn't tell her the address, so she could only ask the driver to circle around the city center. For this reason, the taxi driver even looked at them strangely for a long time. Ayn Rand looked at her. She wanted to ask her something, but in the end, she didn't. Just like that, the two of them sat in the car and circled around the city center for nearly half an hour. At this time, Lin Li's phone rang, and Lin Li finally came back to her senses. She took her phone out of her bag and looked at the caller ID on the screen. She calmed her emotions down and only picked up her phone after a long time. It was a call from Mother Lin. Seeing that Lin Li hadn't returned so late, she was a little worried, so she called. Xiao Li, where are you? It's so late and you're not back. Lin Li said indifferently, trying her best to make her tone sound normal. She forced a smile and said with a faint smile, I just had dinner with Ayn Rand. I'm about to go back. Before he hung up, he did not forget to ask out of concern, is Daddy asleep? Yeah, she's asleep. I was worried since you weren't back yet. Mother Lin said. Yes, I'll be back soon. Lin Li said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Li turned to look at Ayn Rand and said with a faint smile, we can't go shopping tonight. Let's do it another day. There was no time to shop now. Ayn Rand looked at her, still a little worried, and said, Lin Li, are you okay? Lin Li laughed. Her face was no longer as tense and serious as before. She was so calm that no one could see her emotions. She only said indifferently, don't worry, I'm fine. Knowing that she didn't want to talk about it, Ayn Rand didn't ask anymore and just nodded. Let the driver take you back first, in case Mother Lin gets worried. Lin Li thought for a moment, nodded, and told the driver the address. When the car arrived at the apartment building, Lin Li opened the door and got out. Ayn Rand was still a little worried, so she took her hand and said seriously, don't keep it to yourself. Call me if you feel uncomfortable. Lin Li smiled at her to comfort her. I'm fine. You, on the other hand, are you okay going back alone? Ayn Rand knew that she was trying to be brave, but she had no choice. In the end, she could only nod. Lin Li didn't seem to be at ease either. She repeatedly told the driver to send her home. In addition, she especially emphasized to the driver that the person sitting in his car was a pregnant woman, so he shouldn't drive too fast and that it was most important to drive steadily. After they turned around and left the single apartment, the driver looked at Ayn Rand through the rearview mirror and said with a smile, your friend is very concerned about you. She had actually reminded him no less than 5 times, deeply afraid that he would drive her away. Anran nodded and said firmly, "Yes, she is my best friend." When she arrived at her and Suyu Cheng's apartment building, Anran paid the taxi fare but didn't go straight upstairs. Instead, she stood in the lobby downstairs and directly called someone upstairs. The person upstairs seemed to be guarding the phone, and the call was picked up immediately after it rang. A warm and pleasant voice sounded in her ear. "Where are you? I'll go and pick you up now." Anran chuckled. "It's quite far," she said deliberately. "Why don't I go back by myself?" Almost without thinking, Suyu Cheng insisted on saying, "I'll pick you up. Tell me the address." There was a strong attitude in his tone that made it impossible to refuse. Anran smiled, and her heart was filled with sweetness and warmth. She rolled her big black eyes and said with a smile, "I'm still at Guilin Road. Are you really coming over?" Guilin Road was about half an hour's drive away from here, which was really far. "The specific address," Suyu Cheng said. As he spoke, he seemed to be reaching for something, and Anran seemed to hear the sound of him taking the key and closing the door. "Tell me the exact address. I'll go over to find you now." Anran gave him a random address, then ran over to the elevator door in a playful manner. She held the phone in her hand and chatted with him, her eyes fixed on the red light that was jumping on the wall. When the elevator reached the last floor, the door opened with a ding. Anran looked at Suyu Cheng, who was talking to him on the phone, with a beautiful smile on her face. It was so sweet and warm that it was especially beautiful. Anran waved the phone in her hand and hung up the call. She smiled at him. "Are you here to take me home?" Suyu Cheng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. He stepped out of the elevator and stood in front of her. He couldn't help but reach out to pinch her delicate nose, and said in a slightly reproachful but doting tone, "Didn't you tell me to pick you up? Why did you come back by yourself, huh?" Anran chuckled and pulled his hand over. She interlocked her fingers with his and said slyly, "Didn't I ask you to come down and pick me up?" Suyu Cheng was a little defeated. He didn't know that it could be counted like this. He clasped her hand, took the luggage from her hand, and held it in his palm, saying, "Let's go home." With that, he held her hand and led her into the elevator. She had just returned home and was changing her shoes at the entrance when she suddenly smelled something. Anran turned her head to look at him, a little displeased, and said, "You haven't eaten yet." Suyu Cheng smiled and didn't refute at all. He only said, "I'm ready to eat." Anran glanced at him and went straight to the kitchen. She saw a table full of documents and information on the bar table, as well as a bowl of instant noodles that had just been made. Anran pointed at the bowl of instant noodles, looked at him, and asked, "You mean this is the dinner you were talking about?" Instant noodles, how could he say that? Suyu Cheng touched his nose guiltily, coughed lightly, and replied, "Yes." "Suyu Cheng, are you a kid? Don't you know how to take care of yourself?" Anran glared at him, her cheeks puffed up in anger, but in Suyu Cheng's eyes, she was indescribably cute. "You're not here. I feel like eating anything is the same," Suyu Cheng said with a serious face. Looking at her puffed up cheeks, he couldn't help but want to go up and kiss her pouting red lips, but he was slapped away by a certain someone who was angry. He reached out and touched his nose, feeling a little bored. "It would be best if everything is the same." She looked at him and snorted angrily. She muttered softly, "Don't think that you can get away with it by saying some sweet words. I won't fall for it." As he spoke, he walked around the bar counter and went straight into the kitchen. Then, he took the instant noodles from the bar counter and threw them into the trash can. "Sit down, I'll cook you some noodles," she said to him. "All right," he said. Suyu Cheng had an amused smile on his face as he obediently sat down at the bar counter. He watched as she busied herself in the kitchen for his dinner, cooking noodles and beating up eggs. In fact, her cooking skills were really average. If Yu Zaiwen were to describe it with his sharp tongue, it would definitely be below average. However, he would always enjoy the food. He even felt that the food was dozens of times better than the skills of the chefs outside. Sometimes, food was not only about taste, but also the heart. Although her skills were not good, the food was full of her heart. He could feel that she was trying very hard to make it better for him and make it more delicious, just because he had not had dinner and was afraid that he would be hungry. It was still tomato sauce, just like the first time he had cooked it for him. The bright red tomatoes were covered with eggs and drizzled over the noodles. Although it wasn't evenly distributed, and the soup wasn't clear, Suyu Cheng still thought that this was the best-looking bowl of noodles. She handed him a pair of chopsticks. He was still a little angry and said, "Hurry up and eat." His tone was filled with deep displeasure. Suyu Cheng took the chopsticks with a smile and wanted to eat the noodles in big mouthfuls, but he forgot that the noodles had just been taken out of the pot and were still at an unacceptable temperature. When he ate it directly in his mouth, his tongue obviously couldn't bear the high temperature and was scalded. Pfut, 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 pfut. Anran couldn't help but burst out laughing. She stood up and poured a glass of cold water for a certain person who had scalded his mouth. She asked him to rinse his mouth and ease the pain on his tongue. Suyu Cheng took the glass and took a big gulp. Then, he put down the glass in his hand and looked at Anran fawningly. "My wife is so nice. You're so glib." Anran rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, but she didn't forget to say in concern, "Eat slowly, you're like a child." She looked at this man. He was obviously very good at cooking, and he would come back to cook for her every day when he was exhausted from work. However, when it came to her, he did not know how to take care of herself at all. He even used instant noodles to dismiss her. Even she, a cooking idiot, was not willing to suffer like this. As she thought about this, her heart ached for him, but she could not help but feel touched. Suddenly, a piece of egg flour wrapped in tomato soup was placed in front of her. She looked up and saw Suyu Cheng looking at her with a gentle smile, coaxing her, "Be good and open your mouth." And Ran was both angry and amused. She opened her mouth and took the frangipani in front of her. It seemed that too much salt was added, and the whole taste was a little salty. "It's too salty, should I add some water?" he asked with a frown. Suyu Cheng refused with a faint smile. "No, it's just nice for me." As he said that, he took another big mouthful and finished the bowl of tomato noodles without leaving any soup. She stood up and reached out to clear the dishes on the bar counter, but she was stopped by that pair of warm hands. Suyu Cheng smiled at her and said, "I'll do it." Anran put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands and looked at him with medicine in her hands. She looked serious and said without smiling, "I'm very angry today. Yes, it's my fault." Suyu Cheng took the initiative to admit his mistake, and his attitude was very good. "Then you have to listen to me tonight." Anran looked at him and said. Suyu Cheng didn't have any objections to this at all. He nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, I'll listen to you in the future." Millimeter, very good. A certain someone was obviously very satisfied with his answer. Then, in view of his good performance, he reached out to touch his head and said with a satisfied smile, "Good girl." Suyu Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her behavior and actions. She retracted her hand and picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the bar counter again. "Then I'll wash the dishes tonight. You're not allowed to object." Suyu Cheng was stunned for a moment before he realized that he had fallen into her trap. He shook his head in amusement, but he was touched by her thoughtfulness. She put the bowl and chopsticks into the sink, but the whole kitchen was still filled with the smell of the instant noodles. Frowning, he turned around and said to a certain someone standing there, "I'll assign you a task." Then she bent down to pick up the garbage bag, walked around the bar counter, and walked out of the kitchen. She said, "Here, throw this out and throw it away." He reached out to take it and said in a serious tone, "I promise to complete the task assigned by the leader." Anran glanced at him in amusement, then turned around and went into the kitchen. After Anran took a shower and changed into her pajamas, she came out of the bathroom to find that Suyu Cheng hadn't returned to his room yet. She looked at the time and saw that it was 11:15 p.m. to 15 p.m., and she came out of the room while drying her hair. When she saw that the light in the study was still on, she went up to it. When she got closer, she could faintly hear Suyu Cheng's voice on the phone from the half-open door. "Yes, I know. They've already taken action, and someone from the Commission for Discipline Inspection has already begun to contact me these few days." The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have said something, but Suyu Cheng continued, "Ian, then I'll have to trouble you." He hung up the phone and turned around to see Anran standing at the door in her pajamas, her hair still a little wet. She was frowning, and she looked worried about something. Looking at the phone in his hand, Suyu Cheng seemed to have understood something. He shook his head with a faint smile and walked over to her. "Why don't you dry your hair first?" And Ran didn't say anything and just stared at him. She wanted to ask him about the phone call, but she didn't know how to start. Seeing that she was silent, Su Cheng took the dry towel from her hand and pulled her into the study. He made her sit on the rocking chair in the study, then gently wiped her hair with the towel, which was still slightly wet. She reached out to hold his hand and looked at him. She asked worriedly, "You just said that the people from the Commission for Discipline Inspection have started to get in touch with you. Is it Yingluo? You're thinking nonsense again, right?" Amused, Su Cheng interrupted her. "Don't worry, it's not what you think." "Really?" Anran was still a little worried, and when she thought about what Ling Lan had said to her last time, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. She was a little agitated as she said, "Is the Ling family trying to frame you? We can tell the disciplinary committee that they have bad intentions and are trying to frame us." Anran. He turned her around to calm her down and looked at her. "Believe me, if I say it's fine, it'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to you and the child. Believe me, okay?" Anran looked into his eyes. The determination in his eyes made her feel at ease, as if they had the power to bewitch people. Looking at him, Anran slowly nodded. "Okay." Su Cheng smiled and reached out to touch her face. Her small face was a little cold because of the wet hair on her head. He frowned and said, "Let me dry your hair first." Anran nodded and sat there quietly, letting him dry her hair. The light in the study was a little dim, and she looked a little confused. Perhaps it was because she was pregnant, or perhaps it was because too many things had happened that night, but at that moment, Anran slowly closed her eyes under the dim light. She suddenly felt sleepy, like an unstoppable tide, drowning her in an instant. Su Cheng shook his head in amusement as he looked at the person who had fallen on the chair. He then looked at her half-dried hair, put the towel in his hand aside, and went around her body to bend down and pick her up. His sudden movement made Anran frown slightly, but she didn't wake up. Instead, she found a comfortable position in his arms, snorted softly like a cat, and fell asleep again. Su Cheng lowered his head and kissed her eyes affectionately. He felt her quivering eyebrows and eyelashes, and there was a beautiful smile on his face. Then, he carried her out of the study and directly headed to the master bedroom. He carefully placed her on the bed and laid her flat. Just as he was about to pull the thin blanket over her, the person lying on the bed suddenly reached out to pull on the corner of his clothes. She half-propped her small head up and rubbed it against his arms. She seemed to be dissatisfied with the sudden disappearance of the temperature, and her small mouth mumbled a few times. He didn't wake her up. Su Cheng gently made her lie down again, and her head rested on the soft pillow. Anran frowned in dissatisfaction, not liking the softness. Su Cheng affectionately reached out to smooth out the wrinkles between her eyebrows, then lowered his head to kiss her bright forehead and whispered, "Go to sleep, my baby." He didn't know if he really heard her, but Anran relaxed her tight frowns and smiled. Su Cheng couldn't help but lower his head and gently kiss her red lips again. After a while, he let go of her and got up to cover her with the thin quilt again. However, he saw that her hand was still tightly holding onto the corner of his shirt, and her brows were furrowed unhappily. Su Cheng shook his head helplessly and reached out to pry her hand away. He wanted to get up and sleep by her side, but what made him feel a little helpless was that there was still a lot of work to be done today, and it seemed that he had to stay up late to work overtime. Anran's grip on the corner of his shirt was very tight, and Su Cheng was afraid of waking her up, so he didn't dare to use too much force. So after a while, the hand that was holding onto the corner of his shirt was still holding on. Su Cheng was both angry and amused. He shook his head silently, lowered his head, and gently coaxed her by her ear. "Ran, let go, okay." The sleeping Anran didn't hear his coaxing. Instead, she turned around and grabbed his clothes with her other hand, mumbling something under her breath. Su Cheng heard her clearly, and she said, "Yu Cheng, don't go." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng really couldn't leave. He looked at her in amusement for a long time, then finally gave up the idea of returning to the study to work. He took off his shoes, rolled over to the bed, and lay down next to her. Then, he put his hand around his neck so that her head rested on his strong arm. Anran, who was sleeping, seemed to be familiar with all of this. Her tightly furrowed brows no longer furrowed, and she snuggled up in his arms to find a comfortable position. Then, she wrapped her arms around his waist and fell asleep in satisfaction. Su Cheng's hand gently stroked her back, and the corners of his mouth carried a satisfied and happy smile. Then, he turned off the light in the room, and the whole room became dark. Only the faint moonlight shone in through the gauze curtains, dark and misty. She didn't know how long she had slept, but in the darkness, Anran seemed to have had a nightmare. She started to feel uneasy and kept calling out, Yicheng, Yicheng. It woke up Su Yicheng, who was sleeping lightly beside her. Anran. Su Yicheng called out to her softly, then reached out and gently patted her back. I'm here. His hand patted her back to comfort her. As if she heard his voice, Anran slowly calmed down, but she still kept her eyes closed and didn't wake up. Her body instinctively leaned closer to him, and she mumbled something to herself. She hugged him so tightly that even Su Yicheng felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if he would disappear if she didn't hug him like this. After a while, Su Yicheng finally heard what she was mumbling. She said, Su Yicheng, you'll be fine. She repeated this sentence over and over again. As she spoke, her hands hugged him even tighter. Su Yicheng was stunned for a while, unable to express how he was feeling at the moment. After a while, he could only respond to her tight hug and whisper in her ear as if he was making a promise. Yes, it'll be fine. I'll always be by your side and the baby's side. He didn't know if Anran had heard him in her sleep, but her emotions seemed to have been soothed, and she gradually calmed down. Then, she fell asleep again under his gentle patting and comforting. In the dark, Su Yicheng gently patted her back over and over again. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't fall asleep for a long time. When Anran woke up again, the sky was already bright. The weather seemed to be very good today, and the sun was very bright. It directly lit up the entire room through the gauze window. The strong light was a little glaring, and she raised her hand to cover her eyes for a while before she got used to the brightness. Su Yicheng had long disappeared from her side, and the other half of the bed was so cold that there was no warmth at all. She turned her head and looked at the empty seat beside her for a long time, her hand gently caressing the place where he had slept. She still remembered the dream last night. It was a bit scary. She dreamed that the people from the procuratorate came to take Su Yicheng away, saying that he was suspected of corruption and bribery, and the evidence was irrefutable, so he could be convicted directly without even having to go to jail. The suspected amount of money was so huge that he didn't even need to go to jail, and he was directly dragged out to be shot. She was so scared that she watched him being taken away by others, and she explained on his behalf that he had been wronged. However, no one listened and could only watch as he was taken into the police car. She knew that it was a dream, but she was so scared that she couldn't wake up. Then, she could still remember someone hugging her tightly in her sleep, patting her gently, and whispering in her ear over and over again that she was fine. The voice was very warm, and it slowly calmed her down. She lay on the bed for a while more. Just as Anran was about to get up, the door opened, and Su Yicheng pushed the door open. His movements were very light, and when his eyes happened to meet her wide eyes, the corners of his mouth curved into a beautiful arc. Without any hesitation, he went straight in, walked over to her, and bent over to give her a good morning kiss. After sleeping for the whole night, Anran's mouth felt terrible. She instinctively wanted to push him away, but he didn't give her a chance. He held her face and kissed her. When Anran felt that she was almost out of breath, Su Yicheng finally let go of her, kissed her eyes and forehead, and whispered in her ear. "Good morning," she said. "Morning." Anran's voice was a little ethereal, soft, and charming. After he let go of her and got up, Su Yicheng raised his head and saw her mumbling, and his eyebrows furrowed unhappily. "What's the matter?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. Anran awkwardly covered her mouth with her hand and mumbled, "I haven't even brushed my teeth." Her small face was scrunched up into a ball, which was very cute in Su Yicheng's eyes. He laughed and pulled down her hand and kissed her lips again, then pressed his head against her forehead and said, "I did. Did you taste it?" Anran patted him angrily and mumbled, "You're not afraid of getting dirty. Ha ha ha." Su Yicheng laughed heartily and looked at her. The look in his eyes seemed to be able to make her sink into his gaze. He stroked her delicate skin and said, "I don't mind because it's you." Anran felt that Su Yicheng was really the best person in the world at saying sweet words and sweet nothings, and his skills were particularly superb. His sweet words didn't make people feel disgusted or uncomfortable. Although they were sweet, they were the kind of sweetness that wouldn't make people sick of them. Instead, they would always make people subconsciously sink into the range of happiness, which was a very comfortable feeling. Get up, breakfast is ready. He kissed her gently and pulled her up. He said, there's an urgent meeting in the morning. I have to go there immediately. Make something for lunch. Don't go hungry, okay? Anran nodded and muttered in a low voice, I won't be like someone who uses instant noodles to get rid of herself. She was petty and still remembered what happened last night. Ha ha ha. Suya Cheng laughed and turned around. He took out the suit he was going to wear today from the closet and changed into it. Then, he raised his hand to look at the time, lovingly touched her head, and then touched his still flat stomach. He gently kissed her belly button through her pajamas, which was the closest place to the baby in her belly. Be good, she said softly. She didn't know if it was for her or the little lover in her stomach. Anran raised her head and touched his head. She stuck her fingers into his soft hair and gently stroked it. Thinking about the dream last night, she still felt a little scared. After a long silence, she finally asked softly, it'll really be fine, right? She was uneasy, even though he had promised her again and again that it was not that she did not trust him. She was just afraid and worried. No matter what, she could not completely ignore it and be at ease. This change happened so quickly that Suya Cheng was stunned for a moment before he realized what she was talking about. He stood up, looked at her, and promised her again, I'll really be fine. Don't worry. Actually, it felt good to be cared for. Sometimes, even parents couldn't give her this kind of care. However, it felt good to be constantly worried about by her. Of course, the only difference was that she was always frowning, which made him a little unhappy. Anran smiled, but it was just a quiet and faint smile. She reached out and touched her face, then nodded and replied softly, yes. Suya Cheng held her small hand and gently placed it on his lips, kissing it as he looked at her with a smile. After seeing him off, Anran went back to her room to wash up and then came out to eat the breakfast Suya Cheng had prepared for her. A ham and egg sandwich, and a glass of warm milk. She took the sandwich and took a big bite. It still tasted as good as ever. With the 80% cooked egg and a mouthful of fresh milk, Anran closed her eyes in satisfaction. She had the illusion that she could taste happiness. Before he finished his breakfast, the phone in his bedroom rang. It was an unfamiliar number, a local phone in Jiang City. The phone rang for a long time before Anran picked it up. Hello, who's this? Is it Anran? On the other end of the phone, a slightly weathered voice came. It was low and hoarse, but it was somewhat familiar. Anran furrowed her brows. She seemed to have heard this voice before, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it or whose voice it was. And you are? He asked suspiciously. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard her confusion and explained, I'm Tong Wengai, Bureau Chief Tong. Anran furrowed her brows in surprise, but she didn't know why he was calling her. She asked in confusion, why did you think of calling me, Chief Tong? It's like this. I was having dinner with Director Huang 2 days ago. I asked about you and found out that you've already left the company. I was a little surprised. Tong Wengai said with a chuckle. Anran was even more confused. What did it have to do with him whether she resigned or not? Of course, it was all about her face. She pursed her lips and said lightly, yes, something happened, so he left. Hearing this, Tong Wengai didn't ask for the reason. He only smiled faintly and asked, then, are you going to work elsewhere or are you resting at home? Anran frowned. She didn't know why he was asking so many questions, but she still answered politely, I'm resting at home. This time, he didn't wait for Tong Wengai to speak and directly asked, Director Tong, why are you calling today? Oh, it's nothing. On the other end of the phone, Tong Wengai chuckled and casually said, I'd like to invite Anran to lunch. Anran, can you spare some time for me in the afternoon? Anran's brows furrowed even more. Is there something you need from me, Director Tong? She didn't know why, but she felt a little conflicted and repulsed by him. She didn't like him, and this feeling was particularly strong. Yes, I have a private matter I want to talk to you about. I wonder if Anran will give me face. Tong Wengai said with a smile. With such a huge accusation on her, Anran was naturally too embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, he was also a member of the Municipal Party Committee and was considered a colleague of Suya Cheng. He was also the Jiangcheng City Construction Bureau Chief. Since Siyu Cheng was in charge of the Technology City project, he must have had a lot of cooperation with him, so it was naturally not good to make their relationship too stiff. Thinking of this, no matter how much she disliked it, Ayn Rand still smiled and agreed. Director Tong, you must be joking. I should be honored that you gave me this opportunity. Ha ha ha. Tong Wengai laughed and said after a long while, okay, then at 12 noon, we'll meet at River Heart Court. Ayn Rand agreed. Okay, she said. Okay, all right, we'll meet there then. Tong Wengai hung up the phone after he finished speaking. After hanging up, Ayn Rand stared at her phone for a long time before she looked away. She picked up the sandwich and ate it again. However, because she couldn't figure out why Tong Wengai was looking for her in the afternoon, the sandwich she ate didn't taste as good as it did before. River Heart Court was a very distinctive Chinese restaurant. There was no main hall, only small private rooms with an elegant environment. When Ayn Rand arrived, Tong Wengai was already there. He had asked for a side hall, and there were beautiful orchids growing in the room. Tong Wengai looked at her with a faint smile as he sat on the brownish-red wooden chair. You're here. Ayn Rand also smiled faintly. She pulled out the chair in front of him and sat down opposite him. She raised her hand to look at the time and said jokingly, "Am I late?" Tong Wengai chuckled, took the teacup, and served her the Westlake Longjing tea that the waiter had served. He said with a smile, "It's me who arrived early. Come, try the Longjing tea here. It's not bad." Ayn Rand reached out to take it, but she gently waved her hand and said, "I can't drink tea these days." She would take a look at the precautions Qin Yun gave her last time. It clearly stated that pregnant women should not drink tea or coffee. Not feeling well? Tong Wengai looked at her and asked. Ayn Rand shook her head with a faint smile, but she didn't say much. She only asked, "I wonder what Director Tong wanted to talk to me about today." Tong Wengai looked at him for a long time before he said, "Is Ayn Rand very close to Mo Fear?" Ayn Rand froze and frowned. She didn't quite understand what he meant. "I don't quite understand what you mean, Director Tong." Tong Wen looked at her, and there was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. He was slightly dazed. In fact, he felt guilty towards her. "Bureau Chief Tong." Seeing that he didn't speak, Ayn Rand tentatively called out, "Bureau Chief Tong." Only then did Tong Wengai react. He looked at her and stared at her for a long time before saying, "Ayn Rand, can I ask you not to interfere in Xiao Xiao and Mo Fear's marriage?"